It all began in humanity's last stronghold, Twilight City. Bloody battles were fought day by day and night. Many soldiers and women and children died. But another equally important loss was the huge dragons. During the disaster, an old man with long hair and long beard appeared, holding a staff. He was called the Great Sage. Next to him, the so-called Timekeeper, a thin man in a white cloak, was losing hope of saving his world. This man is willing to burn his body and even his true soul to open a passage in time for the Great Sage. Please bring our hopes and leave this era, he said. He believes that the wisdom of the Great Sage will definitely change the fate of humanity and change another era. According to the Great Sage, the forbidden gods who know the secret of time best are watching them. They are part of this era, and he declared that no one would be able to break free. He pointed his staff at the ground and a golden light appeared all around. He raised the staff and summoned the golden book. He hoped that people outside of this era could change the fate of humanity. He then creates a passageway leading upstairs, but someone suddenly spoke, telling all humans that before they were destroyed, any futile struggle will only lead to them becoming miserable. It was the Forbidden God, appearing with many tentacles. The Great Sage and the Timekeeper were surprised to see him. According to the Forbidden God, any paltry hopes would be swallowed up by despair. He was going to destroy the passage and told everyone that the people in this era, along with their pitiful hopes, had turned to dust. The Great Sage closed his eyes and agreed that they were dust, but also declared that they were heroes. Then he raised his staff and began to disappear. All the people in the neighborhood knew that the Great Sage was beginning the ceremony of sacrifice. This year is coming to an end. Soon it will turn to dust. People became emotional and followed the Great Sage to blow up the end of this year with fireworks without regret. As people from the past, they are giving the people of the future a gift. He will travel against the flow of the river of time to a faraway place, for the future of mankind, planting a seed of hope. This is a time when, in the olden days, wild beasts wrote. Writers depended on all kinds of powerful beastmen to explore the world, create a gathering place and enjoy the world's first-class resources. Outside of gathering places, dangerous beasts are found everywhere. Blacklight's gathering place has been on the edge of the dangerous wasteland for 100 years. Master Ford is an extremely powerful writer. The Blacklight locks were created by him, and he has also been the door latch of the Blacklight gathering place for the past 100 years. Inside the Blacklight gathering place, there is a thin man standing there looking at the board in front of him. His name is Su-hang, the protagonist of our story. On the board hangs a notice for writers. If they succeed and hatch within 3 years, they will be immediately included in the gathering team. Su-hang sighs while holding his huge egg. He sits on the drum as he feels down for not being reconciled. Tomorrow is the last day of the 3 years, but his egg has no signs of hatching. He was sitting peacefully while accepting his fate, but then he saw something from above. It's like a golden light and it's heading towards him. But passageway appeared and he was hit exactly on his head by it. He falls on the ground together with his unhatched deck. His eyes were still closed, but he saw a dragon with long nails, sharp horns, and ruby eyes, and above is a lady rider holding her long sharp weapon. While he was still dreaming, he heard a voice waking him up. When he opened his eyes, someone pointed a whip on his cheeks and asked if he slept in this area last night. He immediately gets up and the man in front of him has a gun and armor on his shoulder. According to him, trainee riders who are undergoing special training have no right to stay in the castle overnight. He shouted to Su-hang as he waited for an answer, but then Su-hang was confused, and realized that what he saw last night might be just a dream. The dream he has as a gigantic dragon with a powerful dragon rider. He still did not give an answer, so the men became more annoyed and hit him with the whip. Su-hang falls to the ground while holding his face, which already had bruises. The men smiled and confidently said that Su-hang will report to the search team to explore outside the gathering land with other low-class stragglers. He accused Su-hang of violating the curfew and he wondered if Su-hang would make it out of the wilderness alive after 12 whips. He was about to hit Su-hang once more, but Su-hang's stag began to crack. Su-hang and all the people look at the egg. Su-hang is very excited while holding his egg, thinking that he finally succeeded. He raised his egg and declared that his 3 years of hard work didn't go to waste. The man's reaction who hit him began to change. He suddenly treated Su-hang nicely and said that what happened was just a misunderstanding. Suhag, I'll immediately call the special training official to confirm your writer identity after I believe you have a big success, he stated. But then, a lady suddenly appeared. She was a member of the special training named Lu Yu. She ordered Su-hang to try to communicate with his EQ. Su-hang was confused about how to do it but still tried it. After he spoke, the egg crumbled again, and Lu Yu said that it was a sign that his leg responded. Blacklight gained yet another rider, she stated while holding Su-hang's shoulder. Her eyes rounded when she saw a bruise on Su-hang's face. Su-hang pointed at the men who hit him. Lu Yu awarded the men 20 whips and sent him out to the gathering land to survive. This will be his punishment for hitting a rider. The men cried and begged to spare his life, but Lu Yu ignored him and walked away with Su-hang. They go to a huge castle and visit the fortress master's Joyuo. He is this the first newbie for this half of the year? Yuo, he asked. That's right. I heard he was originally going to report to the search team, but who would have thought that he would unexpectedly succeed? Lu Yu answered. She also added that Su Hang's reward should not be small. Joyuo senses that Su Hang is very determined to persist to the very last moment in order to succeed. He gives two choices for Su Hang to choose from. Option 1, since his beast is a scaled lizard, Su Hang will give him dragon scales containing a high-ranked dragon-type bloodline which can speed up the hatching. When it hatches, it'll be stronger than most other scaled lizards, and in addition, there's a small chance that it will be affected by the dragon's bloodline, which will greatly increase its strength. Option 2, when it comes the time for Su Hang to raise another beast, he will let him choose from his personal collections. Su Hang chose the first option, which is the dragon scale. Hua acknowledges his choice, and he will send someone to bring Su Hang at the dragon scale. I hope you don't lose heart in the future, and I hope you will bring great contributions to our gathering land. He added. Yes, Su Hang answered while tapping his chest. Outside the Black Land Gathering Land Castle, it's split into two districts. The inner district of the Gathering Land is where comparatively more rich people live, and the area is relatively cleaner. The outside district deserves its name for being dirty, as it's where the poorest people live. This is also where Su Hang and his elder sister live. At this moment, Su Hang was scolded by his sister because she was worried that Su Hang didn't come home last night. Su Hang explained that he went to the castle wall early in the morning to try to find his sister, but he couldn't get in and could only wait at the entrance. All of a sudden, someone knocked on the door, which made them stop fighting. The one who came as the fortress subordinate, bringing some goods that were given by the fortress. Please accept them. I wish you good luck, and I hope Beast's advancement goes smoothly, the men stated. Su Hang and his sister were shocked upon seeing it. When the lady realized that her brother had succeeded, he then hugged Su Hang out of excitement. She knows that if their parents were to know that Su Hang succeeded, they would also be overjoyed. Su Hang tried to resist his sister's hug as he was shy, since there was also someone with them. They all got puzzled, and her sister then realized that she needed to go to work. She left immediately, leaving these two men cluelessly. She slammed the door, and Su Hang doesn't have a choice but to deal with it himself. Meanwhile, he's already alone while holding the box that was sent by the fortress. When he opened it, it consisted of a dragon scale. A yellow smoke suddenly emerges from going on to Su Hang's head, which makes him recall information from the Great Sage. He consists of information about the lizard scale. His sweat drops from his forehead. He then realized that a lizard can become a dragon. Adult dragons are the top dangerous species, which can easily wipe out an entire small colony. The intermediate rank danger lizard Suhan has in his hand is two completely different species. He believes that the dragon bloodroot is like purple-brown roots, so he was confused if it's useful. Even the previous genius girl who shocked the castle lord was accepted as displaced by him to teach her personally. But the first pet that she hatched was just a high-rank dangerous species. So Hang was thinking that maybe if he can hatch a dragon, he can also be the fortress disciple. He rushed to the medicine shop and bought something. He then mixes the medicine and puts the egg above. He also made a pentagram using normal ink. He put the egg in the center, and a golden light emerged from the pentagram. The egg crumbled once again, and a golden shadow of a beast came out. It was like a powerful, huge beast, and the shadow went back inside the shell. It slowly disappeared, and when it completely vanished, the egg started to crack and the beast was ready to come out. So Hang felt nervous while waiting for it to confirm whether it was a lizard or a dragon. After 4 days at the training center, the writer was busy training their battle skills. In this area, Lu Yu is the one who trained them. She felt emotionless when she overheard someone gossiping about Su Hang. These writers underestimate Su Hangsen. Su Hang already skipped training 4 days in a row and believed that Su Hang became arrogant after he became a tamer. Unexpectedly, Su Hang finally came, and the trainee was thinking that Su Hang will be punished. Trainer Lu, I skipped for some reason, Su Hang stated, and Lu Yu asked for a reasonable reason from him. Su Hang then took a glance at his bag, ordering someone to come out. From his bag there are round yellow eyes with bluffer. When it completely comes out, it's a top dangerous species dragon. Everyone was shocked upon seeing it. Some of the trainees sense a strong pressure from it, and Lu Yu confirmed to them that it was really a top dangerous species dragon. She then headed to the castle lord with Su Hang to report the important matter. Juo, he was also surprised to hear the news. He cannot believe that Su Hang hatched top-ranked dangerous species on his first hatch. He then ordered Lu Yu to find out who is responsible for making Su Hang's egg, and also to immediately notify by the bureau to deduct 3 months' worth of salary. According to him, making a dragon egg instead of a lizard egg almost ruined the future of a genius. The city lord knew that Su Hang had a hard time in the past 3 years. He believes that if Su Hang will obtain a normal AG or even a high-ranked dangerous species, he might have already made an extraordinary achievement. But all hard hardship comes with rewards with this dragon as Su Hang's starting point. He will definitely not be weaker than anyone in the future. I won't disappoint Castle Lord, Su Hang answered. Juo he is very gratified that tamer training can create a genius like Su Hang who is not only talented but also tenacious. He pointed to Su Hang and offered him to become his disciple. Su Hang was surprised upon hearing it, and even Lu was shocked. It's been 3 years and the Castle Lord who's taken in by Su had the idea of accepting disciples again. I'm willing, teacher, Su Hang answered. The castle smiled and asked you to summon all the tamers with no mission as he was holding a banquet to witness the birth of another talented tamer and to celebrate the fact that the Castle Lord had accepted another disciple. The banquet continues until night. Su Hang and his elder sister were escorted by the castle's guard. They're sent home with the carriage. When they went inside, Su Hang proudly informed his sister that he already had a monthly allowance of 100 grams of gold. When he gets enough money, he will buy the old house that they sell. His sister pinched his cheeks and was amazed that Su Hang really grew up. Su Hang bids good night to his sister, and sits in the chair that is in his room. He was ready with the golden book of the olden days. The most common distinction between normal creatures and dangerous species is whether they are born with the talent to use energy. The techniques of using energy talent are called skills. Skills are the key factors that determine the combat ability of a tamed beast. Dragon is top species and is naturally not weakened energy talent other than common vicious attacks. The 6 skills are among dragons. Dragon sleep can quickly restore physical energy and recover injuries, and most of the racial abilities are possessed by lower-ranked dragon races. Low-ranked dragon power and lower-ranked dragon might. Earth-type strong destructive skills Earth Sphere Sacrifice, and the same Earth-type recovery skill Earth Power Absorption. What's worth mentioning is Earth Power Absorption and Dragon Sleep fit with the dragon's vitality. It will become very tenacious and it will become an invincible cockroach. Lastly is the strong demon-type skill. Also Dragon's strongest skill near low-ranked Dragon Breath Destructive Power Demon Ref. Su Hang focused on reading the book. He took a glance at his little dragon who is sleeping and he believes this beast will become a strong beast. To his surprise the small dragon suddenly gained weight. He was frightened thinking that the dangerous species growth speed is really abnormal. The next day at the castle, Juo together with Su Hang is in the tamer training room. The castle lord suggested Su Hang to test his dragon's talent for the 3 energy talents but he should pick one of the training first. Juo his main force as the demon type. Su Hang was shocked upon seeing his teacher's tame seal. A tamer seal is a special item that can keep the huge tame beast in the internal space to sleep so that it can suck up the recovery of energy. After all, once a tame beast becomes an adult, it will be very large in size, and it's impossible for a tamer to only have one tamed beast. Thus bracelets, necklaces, brooches, watches, earrings, pendants, and many others are created. The castle lord summoned a scarlet demon wolf that was born with a lower rank, but has been nurtured and reached a high rank. It was also one of Su Hang's master's main beasts in the early years. Juo he stated that this wolf will be perfect for testing Su Hang's dragon. Su Hang felt nervous upon hearing it. As per the castle lord, the scarlet demon wolf is a mix of demon and pure beast attributes. He then pointed at the dragon and let this dragon stand alone in front of the scarlet wolf. This dragon rattled because of how big the scarlet wolf is. Even his sweat started to drop from his forehead. Su Hang motivates him since he notices that the dragon began to be scared. Scarlet demon wolf use demon breath. Let the little guy watch and learn. Take note of the power. Juo ordered the wolf. The wolf then followed what he said and used his demon breath. The wolf was about to blow it but Juo stopped him, which made Su Hang confused. But when he looks at his little dragon, it's surrounded by purple smoke and its eyes become red. Because of its appearance, Juo he concludes that this dragon is a smart little fellow. The little dragon was ready to blow while Su Hang motivated him. But then when it blows, the power has gone and only a normal blow has been done. As perjury, this little dragon has initially comprehended the energy of demon energy. The purple smoke is the embryonic form of the demon breath. Su Hang got a treasure because this little dragon is talented and has begun to comprehend the skill. Scarlet Wolf didn't have to do any tests, so the castle lord dismissed him. A little dragon breathes deeply when the Scarlet Wolf was gone. But then Juo summoned another beast, which is his ground platypus on Earth Beast's demon, and a special rank scary type of beast. He ordered this beast to play with this little dragon, but Su Hang's little dragon hid into his feet. He was so scared that he shivered to death and began to cry. Su Hang reminded the castle lord that a special rank scary type is not suitable. Juo called another one of his beasts. This time has giant feet, sharp fangs, and a long tail. This beast is one of Juo main force: fire attribute, dragon attribute, demon attribute, earth attribute, a perfect combination, and also his one and only dragon type team beast. He called this beast Lava Tyrannosaurus. Su Han and his little dragon were jaw-dropping upon seeing the giant beast in front of them. According to Su-oh, this little dragon is lucky to tame his dragon since it is not a newbie. He also stated that many professional veteran tamers want to tame a dragon-type beast. Su-hang remembers the book he luckily got and he decided to keep this book a secret. "Are you ready?" Ju-oh asked. The lava Tyrannosaurus eyes rounded as a sign that he responded. The little dragon looked so scared, but the city lord still ordered his beast to show up a little power. The lava Tyrannosaurus roared loudly, creating a powerful blow causing Su-hang to almost fall to the ground. He feels such pressure from this giant dragon as if he's on a small boat in a stormy river and might be overturned under coercion at any time since he seems like he cannot hold it anymore. Ju-oh holds his shoulder and advises him not to stand within the attack range. The pressure has been removed, and Su-hang was still in shock about how strong it is to reach such an extent. To their surprise, Su-hang's little dragon managed to hold on. Ju-oh ordered his lava Tyrannosaurus to give more pressure, and the lava Tyrannosaurus roared once again. But still, the little dragon stood still and tried to hold on longer. Even though it's very weak, it uses a low-ranked dragon power to face Tyrannosaurus power. Ju-oh can't believe that this little dragon can have such a talent. He predicted that in the future it might break through the shackles of scary species and reach greater heights. Su-hang was getting more excited upon hearing these words from his teacher. Ju-oh suddenly remembered the dragon scales. Su-hang informed him that he used it right away after it was delivered to his house. Because of what he said, Ju-oh concludes that the little dragon has absorbed the special substance contained in the dragon scale very well. It's even possible that it has successfully inherited the trace of dragon blood within the dragon scale. This caused the dragon talent to suppress other talents by far. Ju-oh handed a book to Su-hang. He has sorted out a training method and skills and reproduced them in the form of a spirit seal into this book, and it also comes with the most suitable basic mind training method for Su-hang. Ju-oh reminded him not to neglect his mind training while he trained the tame beast since the spiritual power is the strength of the tamer and also the foundation of taming beast. Su-hang was glad that he received this kind of book from his teacher. He then thanked the castle lord for his appreciation. After leaving the castle, Su-hang bought back the old house. When the seller knew that Su-hang had become a tamer, he became very sincere. Before Su-king got off of work, Su-hang rearranged and cleaned the old house. While he was cleaning, he heard a frightened voice. He then rushed to the area upon realizing that it was his sister. His sister Su-king looks so scared since there are two black big dogs in front of her. The dogs keep roaring and behind them are the owner with his two companions. They only want to play with you, the owner stated. Su-king is very frightened, asking the dogs to go away. If you are willing to accompany and play with me tonight, my dogs will not play with you, the owner added. Su-hang overheard what he said. He immediately rushed to the dogs while holding a brick. He used the brick to hit the dog that is much nearer to him. The blood splattered on the ground and Su-hang then went to his sister. He madly shouted at the gangsters to stay away from his sister. Don't think that just because your dad is the director of the plantation, everyone has to give you face, Su-hang said. The owner of the dogs was worried about his injured pet. He became mad and ordered his remaining dog to bite Su-hang to death. The dog then rushed to Su-hang, and Su-hang ordered his sister to run away. The dog jumped towards him, and he tried to block the dog using his one arm. While he looks frightened, his little dragon becomes berserk and jumps and bites the dog's neck. The dog fell on the ground and his blood splattered from his wound, but the little dragon kept biting him. Su-hang was glad to see his little beasts capable of fighting without fear. The owner and his friends were shocked upon seeing that the dogs were defeated by a little beast. They then get their knives with the intention of killing Su-hang and the little dragon. They rush towards the dragon, and Su-hang cast a dragon power. A purple smoke comes out and the dragon's eyes are still red. The men were confused as they sensed a powerful sensation. They feel frightened and believe that they should be more cautious this time. 3 guards suddenly came and asked what they were doing. Since there are guards coming, the men whispered to the dog owner to make Su-hang handcuffed since they have room for maneuvering if anything happens. The dog owner smiled at the idea, and is planning to concoct Su-hang after he enters the detention room of the security team to make him unable to do anything. By looking at Su-king, he also planned to cripple Su-hang and enjoy his sister Su-king. He cannot accept that his dogs die for nothing. One guard knew the men and he called him Master Guo. They asked once again about what they were doing, and the dog owner Guo went near the guard and pointed at Su-hang, accusing him that he murdered both of his 2 dogs in a cruel way. Because of it, the security captain ordered his subordinates to capture and lock Su-hang to have you quickly go handcuff him. The captain ordered, Brat, you dare to kill young Master Gu's favorite dogs, then you better obediently surrender. Don't make us use violence, the guard uttered. Su-hang threw the brick in front of them. He told them that the brick is the one who murdered the dog, so they should punish the dog and not him. The guard pulled out a gun as they were mad at what Su-hang answered them. The little dragon's peaks made the guards dumbfounded. Because of its eyes that became red, the guards believed that this dragon is not a normal pet, but a tamed beast. Su-hang showed them a card. It's a card that shows that he is really a legit tamer. The guards were frightened after knowing that the person in front of them is one of the tamers in their city. They call their captain while pointing to Su-hang. The captain feels nervous while thinking that the famous new disciple that the castle lord accepted could be So-hang. He grabs his gun and shoots above, calling Nu and his companion for sumptuous. He pointed the gun at these three young men. "You guys actually ganged up with others to commit crimes in the street. It's extremely presumptuous," the captain declared. He then ordered his subordinates to handcuff Gu and his friends, and he also gave the guards permission to kill these men on the spot once they'll do anything bad. Gu repeatedly said that he is the victim, even boasted about his father's position. But then the security captain punched him in the cheeks. "Who dared to be rude towards me? Slap him." The captain permitted. The guards then punished the three young men. The captain then approached So-hang. "Lord Su, this bastard act dared to commit murder with dogs. Luckily, you acted bravely. Otherwise, I don't know how many disasters they would have caused," he said. So-hang responded by acknowledging that they handled the case in a timely manner. The captain then thanked him and was willing to punish these men. He asked So-hang if So-hang is satisfied with it, but then So-hang doesn't care and whether they die or not. He will still find them after they are out of prison. "Lord, I understand," the captain answered. So-hang then called his sister and invited her to go home together. "It's fine. We can go home now," he stated, and So-hang gladly smiled and held So-hang's hand. They both then walk away while the guards look at them. The captain wondered which should be better to offend between the plantation director and the tamer. One guard then answered that it's better to offend the plantation director since they don't have any idea how they die once they will offend a tamer. The captain then agreed with him and demanded his personnel find a vehicle to drive these young men to the garbage incineration site, and their plan is to kill these three. At the house of So-hang, his sister So-king is very excited that So-hang managed to buy back their old house. So-hang then handed the key to his sister and told his sister that this is just the start of their better future. So-king holds his hand and tells him that she has faith in his brother. She also said positively that their future will definitely get better and better. While they are talking, someone knocks on the door. So-hang decided to open it by himself. It was the deputy director Guo of the plantation management office. So-king also came out and asked his reason for visiting. He then informed So-hang and So-king that he received news from the security team that Ding Quan's son actually offended So-hang, and now his main reason is to give some help. He plans to transfer the Enquanto number 3 planting and farming just like a normal farmer. Although wild beasts are rampant, their accidents happen often, but according to him, Ding Quan always said before that he can adapt well to any position. He will declare it as soon as So-hang is satisfied with the agreement. So-hang smiled at the idea and even his little dragon agreed. Not just that, since So-king is also a senior agronomist in their plantation system, he's willing to transfer a So-chin to the agronomy department of their management office and work as a deputy director. So-king was surprised upon hearing it, and she thinks she was not suitable for the position. But then the deputy director forced her, so So-king accepted the offer. So-hang smiled upon realizing that he can get more privileges once he can become a stronger tamer. Meanwhile, So-hang prepared a lot of food for his little dragon. This is an excellent recipe that the city lord gave him. It's specially made suited for his little dragon's body growth and can help the dragon to become stronger. There are 8 ranks in total for the formula for breeding beasts, from inferior to qualified, average, good, very good, excellent, extraordinary and perfect. The recipe that Juo gave him is a demon-type breeding beast that is good for rank. The recipe is considered good for a newbie, but when he observed his beast, it didn't eat after 2 bites, so he concluded that there might be an issue with the ingredients. He then remembered the book from the olden days. He opened it to find something useful. As per the book, after the dragon is hatched from the egg, it will devour eggshells and stop eating for a long time as earth attributes, dragon attributes and demon's tributes combined. The nurturer recipe for it must not be balanced but must be emphasized. At the same time, it's very picky like living things. After reading the book, So-hang realized the main problem. He then patted his little dragon's head while saying that he will change the recipe. Since he can get money from Juo every month, he's willing to spend more for his dragon to eat better and grow big quickly. In the next few days, So-hang made food. According to the book, he's very determined to line up to the market and buy some goods. He made it by himself and followed the instructions from the olden book. His dragon enjoyed it very much, but it also caused a little problem. On just the 5th day after So-hang received his salary from the castle lord, he only had 1 gold left. But the good thing is that his dragon grew up. He sighs and accepts it. Even though it ate many and made him broke, it indeed grew and became a juvenile stage. He believes that if they encounter those 2 dogs that they found difficult to kill, his current dragon doesn't even have to use skill to kill them. It can naturally fly and bite, claw attack, tear it apart, and can kill dogs easily. This standard of scale normal people can't even harm it. He's afraid that guns are useless against it, and even 5 normal people fully armed will get instantly killed. Suheng remembered that Juo told him that once his dragon becomes a juvenile stage, he needs to find Juo, but in just 5 days it became a juvenile stage. It's unheard of before. Maybe the recipe from the book is extraordinary or even perfect rank. If so, he needs to be careful not to expose this big secret. Now he needs to focus on training the skill and making the dragon familiar with the skill. He needs to stop feeding it for at least 10 days. 10 days later, Suhen came to the castle together with his dragon. It's been a while since I last saw you. Why were you slacking off? Juo asked. Suheng reported to him that he had been trying his best to nurture his dragon for the past few days, so he didn't come to train every day at the castle. He then shows up his dragon, which is now big than before. He informed the castle lord that his dragon successfully entered the growth stage by feeding it the food and nurtures Juo formulated. Juo was shocked upon seeing Suheng's dragon. I don't think I'm considered fast, Suhan kiddingly said. Juo hit him and compared him to his past disciple Bai Susu Ice Lotus Pod, which took a full month to become a growth stage. Also, Bai Susu Ice Lotus Pod is the only high-ranked dangerous species 2 ranks lower than Suheng's dragon. Suheng let his teacher think what he wanted to think. As long as he didn't pursue a growth rate, it would be fine. It seems like it's not only talented in skill but also in growth, Juo stated. Since the dragon is nurtured to the growth stage, Juo said that he should also be familiar with skills. At this moment, Suheng's dragon power has been enlightened to the first level and has 2 abilities developed: Dragon Power Deterrence and Dragon Power Might Shock. Its demon breath has also been enlightened to the first level and developed into a shadow ball. The city lord becomes more shocked upon hearing that Suheng's dragon has been trained in such a short amount of time. Teacher, thanks for your teaching, Suheng answered. Suheng did not tell Juo about the earth spear sacrifice and the evil assault which was comprehended on his rooftop the night before. Juo invited Suheng with his dragon to the training ground to see how much his dragon had grown. At the castle lord's exclusive training ground, Suheng is ready to show off his dragon's skill. Once Juo will be satisfied, he will give Suheng a Tane seal. This helps the dragon to become larger and larger. Before their training started, Suheng glanced at his dragon, thinking that it depends on his dragon to get the team seal. Juo then summoned his tough armor rock bear, which means Suheng and his dragon frightened. Suheng was shocked that his teacher had another tame beast aside from the beasts he saw on his first training. According to Juo, he doesn't have weak beasts. The scary ones which he tame are around 20. Standard like tough armor rock bear and lava tyrannosaurus, he only has half of the amount. Show me your combat ability. It's time to test your training results, Zhuha ordered. The bear roared in front of Suheng and his dragon, and they both stood still. At this time, Suheng's dragon activated Dragon Powered Deterrence by itself, which means Suheng surprised. Juo smiled upon witnessing Suheng's dragon able to withstand the complete pressure in the growth stage. He then ordered the tough armor rock bear to stop roaring. This time we'll let Suheng's dragon use demon breath and attack. Now use the demon breath shadow ball, Suheng dragon. His dragon followed what he said, and blew the shadow ball going towards the bear. The shadow ball was hidden to the bear's forehead, but it didn't leave even a small scratch. Kid, have you not eaten anything? It's only tickling my bear, Juo stated. Suheng smiled, and then ordered his dragon once more to use the demon breath shadow ball continuously. The dragon cast several shadow balls, which hit the bear's forehead multiple times, until its head crumbled, leaving Juo his reaction to be surprised. He's also glad that Suheng's dragon developed the skill well on its own, making use of attack with demon energy, continuously firing, yet accuracy and speed is all good as per Juo. Even though conscious attacks make the enemy unable to dodge, Suheng realized that it cannot break the bear's defense. After witnessing the dragon's capability, Juo was very satisfied, and as promised, he gave Suheng his team seal. This beast him ring will be his now. It has a lot of space, enough to hold 5 beasts. Juo stated that Suheng will not be worried about his beast size. It can actually hold 10 beasts if his beasts are willing to squeeze. As per Juo, even though Suheng's dragon skill development is not bad, it lacks combat experience. Combat experience will only be gained in fights. Now the city lord decided to send him to the garrison of the north front line. The defense line there allows him to have many opportunities to fight dangerous species. Juo ordered him to report to the military headquarters 3 days later. There will be someone who will arrange his mission. There are 4 defense lines outside of the high walls of the Black Lantern gathering place guarding the gathering place. Each defense line is composed of a solid fortress tamers and strong weapons soldiers. Among them, the south and north defense lines are the most dangerous ones. They fight against dangerous species almost every day. Most of the materials related to dangerous species in the city come from the hunting results of the 4 major defense lines. For these 3 days, Suheng asked to be paid in advance for the tamer's allowance of full 2,500 grams of steel, half exchanged for dragon's food. He spent 3 days making all the formula food that can be preserved for a long time. Under the arrangement of the outer fort military, Suheng will head to the north section number 7 guard post, serving as a team member. The 4 lines of defense of the enclave were largely established for the plantations in the wilderness after all the land area and the gathering place is limited. The food produced by a total of 7 plantations and the gathering area simply can't meet the consumption of 5,000–6,000 people in the gathering area. Working at the plantation outside the city is second only to joining a search team in terms of dangerous standards. It's also one of the dangerous industries that the residents tried to get rid of. The number 5 director Dean Kwan is assigned to the number 30 plantation. It's the safety zone responsible for the northern defense line. Su-hang arrived at the number 7 guard posts and he was sent personally by the chief staff, which made one military here and this. The men beside him heard that Su-hang is a tamer and the stocks that are on the vehicle are tamed beast food. The men was shocked upon hearing it, and they immediately went down and helped Su-hang carry his goods. Su-hang tried to resist but these men insisted. "It's fine. My surname is One, you can just call me XY01, please take care of us." XY01 stated, "No, you're older than me. I should call you Brother Han Long from now on," Su-hang answered. Sio Wang was emotional knowing that he met a humble tamer. He then ordered all the military in the area to quickly move Su-hang's things. There are a total of 29 sentry posts on the northern section's defense line and Su-hang's number 7 guard posts on the northern section. 10 years ago this place was demolished into ruins by a monster. No survivors were alive from that attack. Today's number 7 post was rebuilt on the ruins. This will be the place where Su-hang fights. Saya Huang got some noodles from the pot and handed them to Su-hang. He keeps addressing Su-hang his Lord Sosu. Harong told him to call him by his name since they are all comrades here. XY01 calls him brother instead and Su-hang is the same. Su-hang that asked them if the frequency of encountering dangerous species is high in this place. A military named Alwyn said that their defense system is regarded as the middle periphery and the defense pressure is smaller than that of the outer area. But there are always some monsters that slip through here. Behind Su-hang are several monsters the worker is hunted these few days. At the middle and end of every month there will be officers who will come to this place to count the military merits and take the convoy from the city to transport these monsters away and give them military merit points. Su-hang was amazed upon hearing it. XYO who is curious about Su-hang's tamed beast and he wanted to see it. But Xiao Hong scolded them because the tame beast can't be summoned casually. Still Su-hang summoned his dragon, causing the military to be dumbfounded because they knew that this dragon is a top dangerous species. "This is my summon the beast dragon," Su-han uttered. While XYO who is enjoying looking at the dragon unexpectedly uses his power might shock. Su-hang hit his dragon, and he scolded it for being so rude. He also apologizes to XYO, who is still amazed with the dragon despite that the dragon attacked him. Alwyn teases him and because of the dragon. Su-hang enjoyed his first day after the meal. Su-hang dog quite acquainted with those 5 brothers at the outpost. After some packing Su-hang began to cultivate the mind training method following the teacher's guide. The mind tempering method taught by the castle lord is called the crystal breathing tempering method and is 3 steps. First of all, it's to eliminate distracting thoughts and build a crystal meditation environment. He meditate and imagined himself as a crystal. The second is to cooperate with the wonderful special breathing frequency and let the mind gradually emerge with the meditation environment. Lastly, the core of the tempering method is mind tempering. According to Su-hang's current progress, it'll take a long time to achieve the soul crystal that Si Juo mentioned. He might have to spend a half month or more. Genius like Bai Su took 1 month to fully cultivate it. While Su-hang is looking out the window, he noticed that the moon is really bright. He then saw an emergency light above the castle. XYO Hong suddenly came panicking informing him that there's something bad happened. There are several species going to their area. Su-hang is looking at it using a telescope. According to him, this dangerous species has armor and sickle which can easily split bricks by swinging the knuckles of the sickle. He concludes that it's a group of mature species. As per XYO1, sickle beasts are common in this area at the northern defense line. But this bug has a strong reproductive ability only 4 and he believes that they shouldn't be hard to deal with. XYO Long called out the military is and order them to prepare to fight. Laoyo and he will be at the sentry machine gun or when will snipe at the northwest. SEO who in XYO Lu will be at number 5 and number 6 shooting trench. Sao Long ordered R1 and Hua Food to execute 3 matured ones and keep the growing one for Sahei. They then start shooting after XYO1 commands them. This dangerous species talent is sense, and this bug type is armor coverage. When they shot the bug the bullet was crippled but then, it still made the bug's coverage broken. According to XYO1 bugs should not be hit by the head otherwise the corpse won't be worth much. Upon observing, Su-hang concludes that this sickle beast's armor coverage skill isn't strong, but it weakens normal bullets attacks effect greatly. Using a machine gun to open the hole creates a chance for the sniper. Su-hang sight the bugs in the armor coverage, needed to be hit several times for it to be broken. After what Su-hang witnessed, he got an idea of what the northern defense line was. Even though these people are tamers, they have great teamwork after being through countless fights together. It's strong enough to execute these beasts. While they shoot the bugs, they notice that one of them is running away. XYO and Suheng decided to chase it. They arrived to a military vehicle, and CEO who is the one who controls the gun on top. When they saw the beast, they then seized the opportunity to block its way. Suheng gets out of the vehicle and walks toward the beast. XYO Hong ordered XYO who to keep an eye on the beast and not let Suheng get injured. Suheng continuously walked to the beast, and raised his team seal to summon his dragon. His dragon fly rushing to the bug and is ready to attack using Devil Assault. The bug then activates its coverage skill, but then the dragon still manages to break it in just one attack. Because of its force the bug flew away, but still the bug remains alive. Suhan concludes that the armor blocked most of the attacks of the bug didn't suffer much damage. He then ordered his dragon to use a shadow ball to continue to fire. The dragon then activates his shadow ball and shoots the bug continuously. The bugs still use coverage skills, and Suhank noticed that the armor of this bug is quite tanky. He then told his dragon to activate his dragon power determines. The dragon then roared loudly which made the bug scared. Because of it, the dragon kept roaring causing the ant to be wounded and run away. The dragon activates his earth spear sacrifice, and the bug was struck by it. The two militaries were amazed at witnessing Suhang and his dragon skill. Ziohu then realized that Suhang doesn't need their help. Even Zion agreed that Suhang is indeed a strong tamer. The next day, XYO Shu shared with everyone what he witnessed last night. XYO Huang said that Suhang is different from the other first-timers who came to this area. No, everyone did well. Suhang shyly answered. All of a sudden one military officer reported that someone was coming. They all then rushed and checked it from above. They then found out that it was the convoy of the headquarter. XYO Huang feels strange about it. Usually when counting merit headquarter will come to sentry posts one by one, so he was confused why they come too early. While Suhang is observing, there's someone on his mind. The trucks already entered the area. Commander-in-Chief of the Northern Defense Line Luling comes out from the vehicle. XYO along with his companion greeted the Commander-in-Chief. Officer Huang, it's been so many years yet nothing has changed, Luling stated. Saya Huang suddenly acted to look like he was flattered that the chief still remembered his name. Lu Ling then forgets about it and walks towards Suhang. To ask about his experience staying in the area, Suhan casually addressed him as Commander-in-Chief, but Lu Ling held onto his shoulder and it seems like he doesn't like what Suhang called him. Third senior brother, nice to meet you. I'm used to living here, Suhang answered. Lu Linkman patted his head and was glad that he used to live here. As per Lu Ling, his teacher has been telling them several times that he accepted a genius disciple again this time. He also heard from the chief of staff that Suhang didn't get to see him when he arrived at headquarters last time. Luling missed it because he went to exterminate a group poor bastards. But this time he came to especially see Suhei. XYO Huang and his companion were shocked upon hearing that Lu Ling only came for Suhang. XYO1 thought that Suhang was just a normal tamer. He never thought that he was really a disciple of the castle lord. Luling then ordered these two militaries to count the harvest of the century in the past half month, as he also wanted to talk with Suhang privately. After they both left, Luling asked Suhang to summon his dragon. According to him, his teacher, who is also the castle lord, is giving him a mission to check Suhang's growth status and then report it to him after. Suhang was glad because he thought after he came outside of the city, Juo wouldn't care for him anymore. He never thought that his teacher would send someone to check him. He then summoned his dragon, which may have Luling surprised. The dragon landed on the ground and Luling said that their teacher told him that it's not even 1 month and Suhang hatched his dragon. Suhang explained that his dragon circulates dragon energy after learning it because of fighting these few days, so it grew fast. Luling was amazed. Sun Suhang's dragon is much bigger than the one he raised back then. As per the castle lord, Luling should check Suhang's dragon's combat experience. He also has a dragon type pet and will use it to test Suhang's dragon. He then summoned Did, and it was called Rhinoceros. It's both earth and dragon type dangerous species, same as a dragon, a top dangerous species. He has nurtured it for full stage with the characteristic of rough skin and thick flesh. It can resist attacks for a long time. It's also one of Luling's main force. The rhinoceros tapped Suhang dragon's head, which frightened it. Suhang that asked Luling to go easy on his dragon and not kill it. Lu Ling smiled while saying that his rhinoceros knows when to stop. He won't bully and hurt your little one. He added, all right senior brother, bring it on. Suhang's answer. Luling ordered his rhinoceros to use ground trample, and his rhinoceros then stomped on the ground, which made it crack. Suhang and his dragon were frightened, and realized that the rhinoceros had levitation. This is the benefit of being able to control mental power after mind temporary. He ordered his dragon to use double assault and leave the attack range. His dragon jumped into his shoulder and held him tight. His dragon fly together with him to put him above the building. The dragon that activates his shadow ball, and continues to hit the rhinoceros. but then the rhinoceros remained unscathed. Su-hang believes that his current dragon can't possibly defeat the rhinoceros. He still tried to give an order to his dragon to use speed advantage and attack it from all directions. The dragon then followed his order, and tried his best to attack the rhinoceros in a different area. He still used Shadow Ball to attack his opponent, but it only leave a little bruise. Su-hang ordered to absorb his dragon's health. The rhinoceros did the same thing. They both have green flames surrounding their bodies. And now Su-hang's dragon activates Earth Spear Sacrifice, but it did not work to defeat the rhinoceros. When the rhinoceros used the same skill, Su-hang's dragon flew away. Su-hang immediately ran as he was worried for his dragon. Luling laughed while admitting that Su-hang's tactics are good, but then according to him his rhinoceros has already reached rank 9, which was way too easy to defeat Su-hang's dragon's Earth Spear Sacrifice. Senior brother, didn't you ask me to use all the tactics so you could finish the mission teacher has given to you? Su-hang's confusedly asked. My bad, but I roughly understand the dragon's combat ability, Luling answered. As Luling sought to Su-hang's dragon's ability, he believes that the castle lord will be satisfied. He also said that Su-hang's dragon's growth speed is much faster than his. Not long after Su-hang left, winter began, and the outpost is very cold. There is no wall as tall as a gathering place to block winter cold whistling from the north without any electrical appliances or heating. The only thing to lean on seems to be sleeping bags, all when complained about the weather. So his companion joked around, suggesting him to be a tamer like Su-hang, that his mind protection so he isn't feeling cold. While they are talking, the siren suddenly rang. They quickly get up, and XYO Huang informed them that he received a call from the number 3 checkpoint in the northern section saying that plantation number 25 is invaded by a group of dangerous species. He then gives his men their designated area and Su-hang will come with him together with SEO Hu. They then rushed and did not waste more time. XYO Huang and Su-hang right in the truck and talked about the number 25 plantation. It said that the area has been invaded completely, and many dangerous species have entered the place. As per Zio Wang, all plantation's workers are trapped in workers' dormitories, currently relying on broken guns distributed by the security department to defend, but sooner or later, they might die. The support of number 3 and 4 outposts along with the main forces of the 2 nearby outposts are almost fully dispatched, and they will all gather at the plantation before for him they should gather and attack at 4 a.m. Currently, the time is 3:40 a.m. so XYO Wang ordered XYO Hu to drive faster. After a while they arrive at the plantation area number 25. If and northwest area number 6 gate, Wang then reported themselves to the higher-ups. 25th plantation encounters danger from invasion. Su-wan and 2 others quickly drove to the plantation for assembly. All the people just entered the park. The commander holding hands shouted loudly, "Please quickly enter your respective positions. I will be on wireless." The electric channel issues instructions and notify everyone of the real situation in the park. Hone change, you quickly opened the radio channel. Immediately the commander's voice was heard from within after investigation that dangerous species. Currently the number 6 high wall on the northwest side has been breached. They are now in the gray area, sees human corpses for consumption. All survivors have already been concentrated in the employee dormitory. They are relying on buildings and firearms resist invasion in danger. A moment's work, Little Tiger drove to the end of the commander's orders. There are 2 tanks, armored vehicles clearing the way. All military jeeps followed closely behind, displayed a sharp knife car shake, gather into a torrent of steel, quickly rush towards the dormitory building in the courtyard. At this time, Su-wan was sitting upright in the car quietly listening to the information on the radio. This invading species is called the poisonous rot wolf. It is a vitality and defense power, both very tenacious, dangerous species. Their weakness is their heads. Please kill the toxic rotten wolves in the park as soon as possible. Rescue the surviving trapped individuals very quickly. The leading armored vehicle encountered a dangerous species. They immediately stopped moving. Start the firepower attack with the sound of bang 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 coming out. Ordinary stimulation, dangerous poisonous decay wolf unable to withstand the bombardment of artillery in the blink of an eye, for were taken out. The leader of the poisonous decay wolf standing at a high place commands some angry roar, staring closely at the newly appeared convoy. He then let out a loud howling roar. The loud howl of the wolf instantly pierced through the entire plantation. The poisonous rotten wolves on the ground immediately swarmed out at the sound, quickly rushed towards the oncoming convoy. When Su-wan heard that wolf howl, immediately no longer calm, he suddenly stood up. He said to Shohu that something was wrong. "You slow down the car first. Let's follow and observe." The Imperial City Pillar heard the words, looking at Su-wan with a puzzled expression. Is Brother Su in any trouble? Su-wan asked with some concern. "Just now, have you heard a strange wolf howl?" "I have heard the teacher mentioned before. The poisonous rotten wolf is a dangerous species that lives in groups. As long as the group is above 20 individuals, it is possible to evolve into a leader of the wolf pack. At the same time, those poisonous rotten wolves rushed into the convoy did not launch an attack, but constantly running gradually pull away from the convoy and saw the situation pressure suddenly increased. Their strange actions prove certainly there is a leader behind the scenes directing. No wonder it's just a group of exciting dangerous people can wash away the defense of the plantation. Just at this moment, the leader of the poisonous rotten wolf suddenly let out a deep growl. His body gradually emitted a faint black smoke. After his surroundings were filled with black smoke, he suddenly burst into a roar towards the convoy. Black smoke is under his control, quickly spread towards the direction of the convoy. This is the toxic decay wolf's innate skill, wolf smoke. A moment's effort, thick black smoke permeated the middle of the convoy. The commander also immediately reacted. Identify this as poison immediately afterwards. All units activate the infrared in the radio. Aim and shoot. Stay vigilant. Do not inhale toxic substances. Be careful not to injure by mistake. Su-won, however, felt that things would not be so simple. He immediately shouted towards Little Feedback, and Little Tiger did not hesitate at all. Immediately execute Su-won's instructions. However, at this moment suddenly came home launching's use exclamation. A giant toxic decay wolf appeared not far away, with several small wolves attacking the vehicles on the side. With a loud bang resounding, a claw casually swung out by the giant poisonous decay wolf. He directly smashed the sturdy G. Watching a comrade being attacked. Attack. Su-won immediately signaled Xiao Hua to stop the car, prepare to go for rescue. When Su-won saw the giant wolf in front of him, he couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. This is the result of attracting wolves for half a lifetime. When the leader of the Poison X wolf was born, a wolf of the same level will be born alongside. There is still a leader lurking nearby. And Huang Chanyu quickly raised the firearm in his hand while shouting that he is coming, only to see a giant wolf with a body length of 3 to 4 meters, baring its teeth, moving quickly, charging towards the jeep that soon in, followed by a roaring sound. The massive body of the wolf violently collided with the jeep. The glass in the car was immediately shattered. Glass shards flew everywhere and inside the car. The entire car was sent flying several meters away from the impact. Fortunately, Shahu is an experienced driver. He quickly stabilized the car after slamming on the brakes. He immediately began to accelerate madly. Just as the car was about to flip, finally managed to stabilize the car. Wan Chengzhu, who had regained his senses, quickly picked up his weapon and began to shoot wildly, even when hit by the car-mounted machine gun in Hong Kong Ju's hands. The Poison X wolf showed no signs of damage. Instead, it aroused its ferocity by charging. Poison X wolf suddenly stopped. Its robust hind legs suddenly pushed off its massive body, leapt into the air, raising its terrifying sharp wolf claws high and pounced directly towards the jeep. The next second, the Poison X wolf landed with a loud crash, followed by a loud bell directly smashed the entire roof of the car, and Su-won, who was inside the car, was caught off guard and startled when he looked up. A look of horror immediately appeared on his face. The massive wolf head of the Poison X wolf was reaching towards him from above. The nauseating stench emanating from its body instantly filled the air, almost suffocating. It opened its large mouth, revealing sharp fangs, and viciously bit towards Su-won as Su-won's thoughts transmitted. At this critical moment, the figure of the dragon snake lizard instantly appeared in front of Su-won, interrupting the Poison X wolf's attack. The dragon snake lizard, whose combat experience had been enhanced without needing Su-won's command. A roar of anger suddenly emanated from its dragon throat, the terrifying mental coercion of dragon power sweeping towards the half-life lead wolf. Long way spiritual pressure condensed into one point, a precise strike against the half-life lore wolf. His body instantly stiffened on the spine snake rest, taking advantage of the body that has attracted wolves for half of its life is still stiff. Quickly open the dragon's mouth, begin to condense and connect all evil thoughts and veins. Following are several bangs, evil thoughts falling continuously in a straight line, and the mouth of the half-life shadow wolf that opens to bite, immediately filled with evil thoughts. In the blink of an eye, half of the wolf's head, just like a smashed watermelon, it cracks, directly killed on the spot by the dragon and snake-sucking bird. With a muffled sound of dawn coming out half of the shadow of the wolf, the other half of the wolf's body suddenly exploded again. Sun Chuan quickly picked up the walkie-talkie and said, "Commander, I am a master Su-won like a tiger and wolf leader. Leave it to me to deal with. Ordinary soldiers cannot deal with this level of danger. Avoid unnecessary errors." But Commander obviously knows of Su-won's existence when he saw the giant wolf corpse lying next to Su-won. The terrifying battle is already shown in the stage of the Imperial. Quickly spoke and made a strike. The northern section of the 7th military vehicle does not need to participate in combat near Su direction. Always be ready to strike. Make sure that Mr. Su does not get hurt. Other miscellaneous matters will be handled by us. Hand over that poisonous dead wolf to Mr. Su. Su-won showed his edge in the defense battle of the plantation, killed the half-shadow wolf with one shot. After he directly from the beaten-up cheat card jumped down with the dragon, snake and lizard ready to go find the head of the poisonous decay wolf. Lead 3 people quickly run in the poison to find after a long time Shell, who couldn't help but complain, damn it, this poison is too strong. Where is the leader of the poison rot wolf? Just at this moment, 3 people suddenly appeared not far away. One change you quickly reminded Brother Su. Look over here. When Su-won looked up, the eyes widened in surprise, exposed a shocked expression immediately followed by a loud bang. The leader of the pools is surrounded by thick toxic fog suddenly appeared in front of an armored vehicle. One claw smashed that armored vehicle to pieces, scratching around in the car. The soldier who finally escaped seen the grinning poisonous wolf leader hurry up and shout out, who can come and save me? Su-won immediately shouted angrily at the sight. Beast stopped the dragon, snake and lizard from using bad habits. The dragon, snake and lizard received the command immediately start running quickly, immediately followed by a loud bang. The dragon, snake and lizard are all wrapped in evil energy turned into a black shadow. The leader of the poisonous rotten wolf shut off more than 10 meters away in the morning. He was caught off guard, just sprayed with tomato sauce by the dragon, snake and lizard. He let out a howl of grief. The proud body under the impact of bad habits suddenly fell backwards. The leader of the poisonous decay wolves with black fur all over his body stood up, staring at dragons, snakes and lizards with ferocious. A soldier did not notice at all. The leader of the poisonous rotten wolves has already arrived by his side. He slowly climbed out of the armored vehicle, at the same time gratefully shouted, Thank you for saving me. He smiled happily at Su-won. I thought I was going to die. Just at this moment Su-won reminded anxiously, don't just stand there in a daze, run fast. That soldier was suddenly at a loss for words, stunned in place. Right after a swoosh sound rang out, a sharp lawn thorn suddenly stretched out from the tail of the leader of the poisonous rotten wolf, directly pierced through that soldier. After solving the troublesome soldier, the leader of the poisonous rotten wolf pulled out the thorn, slowly retract into the tail. Just now, Su-won, who was running fast to rescue, stopped directly, staring angrily at this cruel scene. Fu-won realized he was one step too late. This guy just does it right in front of his own face. Get rid of a person. He was suddenly very angry. Damn beast. Dragon, snakes and land spear to continue. Right after that, there was a loud bang, but dragon, snake and lizard suddenly stomped down with one foot. Suddenly, the earth energy on his body began to surge. The dragon, snake and lizard felt the anger of their owner, immediately burst into a roar of dragon roar. The entire ground began to rumble, spread quickly towards the poisonous rot wolf leader. And the leader of the poisonous rot wolf, keenly aware of the threat this move poses to oneself, he decisively used his own enlightenment ability to launch an attack. Immediately after the location of the poisonous rot wolf leader, a loud roar erupted. A sharp and ferocious spear tip suddenly stood up, and at this time, the leader of the poisonous rotten wolf is enveloped in shadow energy from head to toe. In the blink of an eye he leapt a distance of about 10 meters. Su-won saw the situation, hastily turned around and shouted, good opportunity. Xiao, who suppresses firepower. He left the team's range. The sound of gunshots rang out randomly. Quan Chong, Babu, who are ready to assist on the side at the same time, take out the weapon. The leader of the morning toxic decayed wolves went crazy and opened fire with a sweeping barrage. After forcing the leader of the toxic rotten wolves to leave the convoy area, Su-won immediately ordered One Change Yu and Xiao Wu to start firing powerful firearms bullets. It is difficult to deal with this level of dangerous species, caused serious injuries, but it can still impair its movement. The leader of the poisonous rotten wolves also knows well that he cannot afford to be injured at this time. Once the action is damaged, it is simply impossible to be a match for dragons, snakes or lizards. He naturally dare not confront it head-on, use resistance again to dodge the attack. In the blink of an eye, the figure of the leader of the poisonous rotten wolf disappeared on the spot. Several jumps quickly want to escape the battlefield. However, at this moment, the leader of the poisonous rotten wolves just landed. The dragon, snake and lizard immediately seized the opportunity at the speed of excel bad habits. But dragon, snake and lizard collided directly with the leader of the poisonous decay wolves, interrupted his escape plan, immediately followed by the big mouth of the dragon, snake and lizard. Those sharp fangs in the mouth fiercely bit into the leader of the poison rotten wolf. Su-won immediately shouted in anger, early calculate that you want to escape here. Dragon, snake and lizard used the power of the dragon to intimidate. The dragon, snake and lizard swiftly flew into the air. Suddenly he let out a roar like a dragon towards the leader of the poisonous rotten wolves. Low-level dangerous species have weak resistance to dragon's wrath. The leader of the poisonous rotten wolf was suppressed and hit head-on immediately fell into a brief stiffness. Immediately after the dragon snake and lizard raised their dragon claws high. Activate dragon power skill. The dragon energy quickly condenses on his palm. Then there was a loud bang. Dragon and snake suck while the leader of the poisonous rod wolf is in a state of physical stiffness. Quick's poem waving the dragon power energy package. One slap hit him on the head. This poem tear the head of this poisonous rotten wolf leader directly. Tomato sauce splattered in the air suddenly. After solving the leader of the poisonous rotten wolf, this plantation defense battle also declared the end. Su Wan and two others drove to the number 7 sentry port. The emperor noticed that Su Wan's expression was somewhat gloomy. Unable to ask what happened, his brother Su in a bad mood, and Su Wan looked at the jade seal ring in his hand. Feeling a bit complicated, shook my head and said, "It's okay, just thinking about something." Heng Chanju seems to have guessed Su Wan's thoughts at this time. He laughed. Speak words of comfort. According to past practice, this level of danger is a serious invasion. Basically, the royal masters will not be mobilized for support. If I don't have you this time, the casualties need to be at least turned over. So good. You have really helped a lot this time. This scar it was when I first participated in the pork battle. Left behind, that battle was many times more dangerous than this. 150 or more people were killed or injured. Even we soldiers have lost more than 10 people and most people have died. The tragic situation at that time. More than 10 years have passed, but it is still vivid in my mind. An armored vehicle being a mature period of special great dangerous heavy metal smashed into scrap metal by locals. The whole team turned into bolognese sauce. Finally, it was Lord Chow, who was the commander of the Northern Front at the time. Also, Sugoli senior brother personally took action, just killed that beast. The battle has ended after he took out a wine pot and handed it to Su Wan, saying, "Take a few sips, it will get better." Su Wan did not refuse. After taking the wine jug, he thanked him. "One good, I understand what you mean." "One Chong," you suddenly spoke out inside. "This is unavoidable. We ordinary people in these gathering places just living like a duckweed with no roots. To rely on guarantee that they will wake up today still can wake up and see the sun tomorrow. Only someone like Su who has become a royal mage. Only when you truly have the strength to control your own destiny." Su Wan was somewhat surprised looking at the endless one change you. I didn't expect this guy to say he could still say such meaningful words. Su Wan suddenly reached out and put his hand on one change his shoulder. "Don't think about it. Let's go back. One go. I want to eat our wind's dishes." Huang Chang Yu nodded. He laughed and said, "Okay, Suga, let's eat more. Exhaust that stinky kid Owen." Su Wan looked at the constantly retreating scenery outside the car window. He cited the difficulty of human survival in this world. This time, the plantation support battle. It was the first time Su Wan truly faced a large number of casualties. He seemed like a true fighter. After a brief sigh, he finally understood that only by constantly becoming stronger could he protect himself in this chaotic world and protect the people are experiencing the plantation defense battle. Su Wan deeply understood the cruelty of this era. In the following month, Su Wan followed the old dragon positions. He and the dragon lizard began special training. The results were significantly improved. Besides the increase in size of the dragon lizard, their mastery of the 3 series energy also became stronger. Skills were developed one after another. The effects also upgraded several times compared to before. Just as Sawani immersed himself in cultivation, the 7th century post welcomed a familiar guest again, but this time Lulin did not come by military vehicle. Instead, he rode a super dangerous hot mode galloping all the way. Su Wan saw this. He couldn't help but feel envious. This was too cool. I wonder if my dragon lizard has an evolving attribute. He immediately made up his mind to also develop the evolving attribute of the dragon lizard in the future. After seeing Su Wan, Lulin quickly jumped off the hot mode and walked quickly towards her. Face showed excited madness as she shook Su Wan at the same time. She said, "I heard last time you participated in a plantation support battle. Your performance on the battlefield was very good. You were even specially praised by the commander at the time. Very good, worthy of being a student, valued by the teacher." Su Wan looked at Lulin with some surprise and asked, "Third senior brother, didn't the teacher instruct to have a checkup every month? Has it been a month since you left until now?" Loli laughed and explained, "I happen to have some free time these days, so I came over first so as not to delay and be complained by the teacher later when there is no time. It's terrifying when the teacher starts nagging." Then Luling waved his hand urging the junior brother, "Let's catch up later. Release the dragon, snake and lizard, let me inspect them." Suwon scratched his head speechlessly, quickly nodded to indicate no problem. Suwon then raised the fire jade in his hand, glowing with a dim light, said, "Come out." The current ache and lizard are 3 meters long, covered in deep blue scales like wearing a layer of tough scales. Sharp claws and teeth, strong limbs, long and robust body, sharp and steady pace, emitting a faint dragon's might at all times. Already possessing the majesty of a top-level dangerous species. The current size of this dragon, snake and lizard is already not weaker than an ordinary mature one. Extremely dangerous. Lolan was shocked to the point of being speechless. It's not that I'm saying isn't this growing too fast, damn it. Junior brother, is your cultivation formula perfect? Su-won was immediately panicked, quickly denied, saying how is that possible? I have always used the formula given by the teacher. Maybe the dragon, snake and lizard just absorbed it better. Lulin, feeling defeated, waved his hand, put away the dragon, snake and lizard. Junior brother, he must have reached the mid-growth stage by now, so there's no need to test anymore. He paused, then sang to the teacher's instructions. Once the dragon, snake and lizard reached the mid-growth stage, your mission in the northern line of magic will end. Pack up. Get ready to return to the cast. So to meet the teacher, Su-won was suddenly surprised. Can we go back so soon? While Hong Chang-yu and Xiaohu, the two of them, showed a heartbroken expression. Seeing the two of them so exaggerated, Su-won's face darkened. One Cheng's. You wiped his tears and shouted, Sugu, we don't want you to leave. Xiaohu also pleaded with a sad face. If you leave, we won't be able to sleep. Su-won immediately showed a meaningful smile. Is that so? It seems like you guys are very energetic. Do you want me to let Xiaoqi accompany you for a run? Quan Chang-yu immediately changed his expression, pointing at Xiaohu. He blamed brother Su. Why are you looking at me like that? On can't sleep. Suddenly, there was a burst of frolicking in the young agency. All banquets must come to an end. Only Su-won himself did not expect this time the defense line in the glen so quickly. After careful cultivation by Su-won, the dragon, snake and lizard quickly entered the mid-stage of growth, already quite majestic with top-level dangerous species. The next morning, the training room of the dark lamp gathering place suddenly came a loud bang. Su-won was completely limp on the ground, complained that it's not working. I can't hold on anymore. The spiritual symbol is the steward of the castle, also Jovi's loyal minister, semi-professional and jade master skilled in refining the mind. He looked satisfied at the stopwatch. Praise Su-won, able to withstand for so long under my bombardment. Sure enough, as the castle lord said, you did not slack off this month. Afterwards, the talisman turned around, heading towards Joe, respectfully reporting to the lord of the castle. Congratulations on having a good disciple, although not as talented as his senior sister, but it is enough to persist this month. He has already refined his soul with the hammer technique. Later, Goodfellow smiled and casually asked unexpectedly, it's only been a month, your magic has ended. How hard has this period of time been for you? Su-won quickly waved his hand. I don't feel tired this month. This is achieved through practice and training. Every moment, you can clearly feel the magical power of growth and life. Far more comfortable than hatching the jade paddock 3 years ago. Experiencing failure after failure with no progress at all compared to the constant mental torment, much better. As for the dullness of life in Shoji Airport, there is no such thing as Su-wa. These days, he practices and trains and feeds dragons, snakes and lizards. Just repeatedly read and study the old dragon points, vast knowledge. I never feel bored or dull at all. Joe smiled contentedly. However, the dragon snake skills have been trained and nurtured to this extent. It has exceeded my expectations. Also, let me have more confidence in your upcoming arrangements. Su-won suddenly became a little excited. Do you arrange to go to the moral party? Joe, he shook his head, smiled slightly. It's not for the teacher to prepare you to participate. The 60 duel will be held 1 month later. 60 duel tournament is held once a year. It is a separation of 6 large gathering places co-hosted duel events. Said it was a duel actual. It is to compete for the opportunity to enter the Blood Soul Ruins. Su-han's expression became even more surprised. Exploring ruins also requires such great efforts. We also have a gathering place nearby. Joe quickly explained, disciple, this blood spirit relic natural with the common town ruins that can be seen everywhere in the wilderness. Not the same. This is a sealed place, so-called airtight. It has various extremely special high-energy environments. The special hell block formed. These hell blocks formed congenitally, known as naturally sealed. There are also formations created by humans. This is called a sealed relic. Blood Soul Ruins. It is a secret place fast. This blood spirit relic exterior separated by a layer of hidden energy barrier. Unable to enter in this blood spirit relic secret place occupied by a very powerful terror race. The owner of the secret place is an extremely powerful creature. Even if it is powerful, it also cannot stop the joint efforts of 6 large gathering places after the first battle. He is under pressure. Reach an agreement with the 6 of us founders. Promise to open a sealed once a year. Let 3 human bathers enter the sealed exploration. This is the 6th region duel tournament. Su-won finished listening, immediately enlightened. However, in the heart pressure is growing. He asked the teacher with some unease, this exploration opportunity is so rare. Is that not very competitive? Can I participate with my level of skill? Is there a chance of winning? Joe immediately laughed out loud, soothed the silly boy. You can rest assured the agreement reached with the owner of the Blood Soul Ruins. It apart from the 3 winners, the human bathhouse is off limits. Enter the secret bathhouse cannot exceed the level of advanced dangerous species at maturity, and the quantity can only be 1 bucket to prevent invasive species from becoming too strong and numerous, causing uncontrollable damage to MIDI. Plus the area open to humans by the owner of the Blood Spirit Ruins. It's just the periphery of the ruins. The inner and core relics periphery have not been opened. The Emperor is not very attracted to the powerful Jade Lion. But for a newcomer like you, Jade Lion, it is indeed a treasure trove. Su-won knew that the teacher explained so much to him, definitely hoped to participate in it. He made up his mind since the teacher said so, I will definitely go and fight for a spot to bring back. Joe nodded in satisfaction with determination. He paused once again, this time except for you. There are 4 more people who will also compete with you tomorrow. I will arrange for you to meet first. Get familiar. Let's start a new special training, Swan asked curiously. Where is the new special training? Joe smiled and said Grizzly Forest. Su-won heard this name, couldn't help but shiver. Grizzly Bear Lin teacher is Grizzly Forest, not a Jedi. This man, after nurturing my Jade Beast to the middle stage of growth, thought I could go back happily live a comfortable life. He didn't expect his chief master to go out of his way to help him with special training and arranged into the Grizzly Bear with Jedi support. Spiritual interest experience in the southern section of the Gathering Place defensive line still need the Celts nothing. Above the barren wilderness there is a large black forest extremely vast in area known as the Grizzly Forest. In this vast black forest, there is an astonishing number of wild bears living. Not all are 4 meters long. A behemoth measured in tons just because he was born unable to use energy. This has not been included in the list of dangerous species. The bear group occasionally produces astonishing evolved forms with formidable. This has become a decision that even birth attendants respect and keep their distance from. How can one bear the beautiful name of a child crying at night completely? Hearing that the teacher plans to arrange for oneself to go to Grizzly Forest for special training, Su-won almost thought he had misheard. Teacher Grizzly Lin is not a Jedi, right? Su-won didn't wait to figure it out. Just see Joe. He turned around directly, walking and talking about the Grizzly Bear Forest. When the time comes, you will understand. Before that, let's go back and rest for a few days. Su-won heard the words, suddenly panicked. Soon Su-won returned home. It's only 11 a.m. Su Qian didn't know that he had come back at this time. He was still working at the plantation management office. Su-won looked at the only remaining gold coins on the table. Suddenly the pressure surged. According to Shell, he borrowed 250,000 steel engraving allowances in advance from the party. Almost used up, and the next allowance distribution will have to wait for almost half a month. Did the Dragon Creek eating heartily not start calculating from the beginning to maintain the current growth rate? Food must never be in short supply. But the food rations in London Nixie are running out, and his appetite is also increasing day by day. Suddenly, Su-won felt an allowance of 250,000 yuan per month. There is no use as imagined advanced payment every time adding the ingredients of dragon, snake and lizard. Looks like we need to figure out a way to make money to supplement the food of dragons, snakes and lizards. Do not let food slow down its growth rate. Making money is imminent. In fact, as a teacher, there are actually many ways to make money. Having a healing system upbringing, a pet trainer can go to treat injuries and even cure diseases. Both can achieve good returns. Having a grass with system nurturing pet can go to various public employees by using plant-based energy to increase crop yields to obtain generous rewards. Having watertight nurturing pats even can go to the Under the Water Resources Bureau's Water Conservancy Department to provide water source. Electrical Engineering Department nurtures pets. You can also go to the power plant under the Electricity Department of the Resource Bureau, provide electricity. Su-fan thinks left and right. I didn't expect to find any suitable ways to make money for myself. He couldn't help but think secretly, but if there is help from the old Dragon Point, perhaps there is a more efficient way. He then decided to go to the market first to take a look. I hope to bring together market and ancient Dragon Point knowledge combined together. Pray to find a quick way to make money. Su-won wandered around the market for a while, suddenly felt a little disappointed. Originally wanted to rely on the old Dragon Point to pick up a leak, but I didn't see anything after wandering around for half a day. Just at this moment, suddenly a loud shout rang out, pay attention, long-term high-price purchase of black silk juice. A material store's advertisement suddenly attracted Su-won's, and Su-won went straight into the material store. He knocked on the table of the counter with his fingers, attract the attention of the boss, who was reading the newspaper after being attracted. Do you buy black silk juice? This man has finally become a jade master but was eaten poor by his own jade beast. Su-won, who wanted to make money by relying on the old login, came to the market, unexpectedly discovered someone is buying black bear bile at a high price. He immediately realized this was a business opportunity, hastily entered the store to inquire about the situation. The boss sees business coming in. Eyes lit up instantly. High price acquisition. Do you have goods? And Su-won smiled and asked nothing. I want to ask you, what is the use of acquiring this thing? The boss heard the words, immediately frowned and shouted, what use, a mighty you? If you have the goods, I will accept them out of stock. Please leave quickly, don't interfere with my business. Su-won looked at the other party's attitude and it was not bad. He suddenly realized black silk fat is written on that paper. 1 milliliter of black silk weighs 83 grams. Shortly after Su-won directly left the store, he was calculating in his mind, at the same time reveal a hint of smile. 83 grams per milliliter, a lifetime is 83,000 grams. I didn't expect someone to buy black silk silk at such a high price. Sure enough, I found a way to make money. According to the ancient dragon scriptures requires black oak resin and black octopus skin mucus and thickening fusion agents, then mix according to 3:1:2 ratio. Refined in high temperature for 75 minutes. It is possible to prepare black thick juice, although according to the description in Dragon Point, the black thick juice that produces naturally has long been extinct can gather in the dark lamp gathering place. These things are not rare items. It seems that as long as we can handle thickening fusion, just be able to make money from this business. This kind of fusion agent is simply not found in the gathering place. It is a special formula Redragon Point need to configure by yourself. However, the configuration of raw materials, they are all common chemical materials used. Suwon made up his mind, begin to search for these materials everywhere and bought a whole set of glassware. Start trying to make this material yourself. He suddenly directed the stream towards the dragon snake and lizard. Step on the dragon Vasilis that is acting as an assistant. Immediately press the pedal continuously. Immediately afterwards, the big stove began to burn with blazing flames. The fire kept burning the furnace of unknown liquid. Soon, Suwon asked the dragon snake and lizard to stop. Pour the sticky mucus from the burned interior into a glass bottle. Only see the green sticky slime in the container quickly become sticky in the bottle. 1/3 is all green cotton liquid. He then grinned at the container in front of him. Formed the gathering place of the Black Lamp's 13th office. There is a very special institution that is the Department of Dangerous Biological Research. Their functions research on dangerous organisms and anomalous energy sources. The research department oversees 3 research institutes. It should be the real owner of the large-scale acquisition of black thick juice with the binder. The remaining configuration was quickly completed. Suwon began to put it into the glass bottle. Start pouring in the thick black juice. He plans to try 30 bottles of water first. Each bottle has a full liter of volume. He packed the goods, unable to help but secretly think, although this resale can make a lot of money, but if so many black silks flood the market at once, be careful. The secret of the old dragon spot was discovered. Black silk trees of this kind are not only rare, and it grows extremely slowly. It is extremely difficult to cultivate artificially, and some dangerous species of herbivores. I really like eating the tender branches and leaves of the black silk tree. This results in trees over 1 meter being very rare, and a 1 meter high black silk tree every year as of milliliters of branches can be collected. Those scavenger teams, each transaction is a volume of 1 or 2 liters. Often it is a wilderness campsite. A year's worth of harvest. If black silk trees suddenly appear in the black market, it will definitely attract attention. Above, he has never seen dozens of voices coming to sell. So the best way is to find a store that sells goods that you can afford to eat. Discounted sale. Then quickly run away. I wandered around the market for quite a while. Suwon finally found a suitable store. He looked at the nice storefront and scale. Secretly pay attention, just shipped from this store. Suwon didn't talk nonsense. As soon as he entered the store, directly fill the bottle with black thick juice, throw it all on the table. Suwon looked in front of him with dollar eyes. Half a moment of silence from the boss. Impatiently said, 30 liters to 5 million grams. Can you eat it? The boss was suddenly shocked and amazed. He can make a lot of money from this transaction. He could eat, but where did you get so many of them? But Suwon directly took out a knife. Do not ask what you shouldn't ask. The boss's face darkened instantly, almost scared to pee on the spot. The transaction was completed smoothly and quickly, and Suwon quickly took the money and started to run away. He walks and ponders. This money cannot be used right now. The best way, go to the inner fortress to exchange a small amount of food for the dragon. Snake lizard, wait until the storm passes before speaking. After solving the financial crisis, he quickly walked towards the inner fortress just in time to meet the teammates who trained together. Suwon received a huge sum of 2.5 million steel engravings. Head to the inner fortress to exchange ingredients for the dragon, snake and lizard. Meet the teammates who are training together. The meeting room arranged by the teacher is located inside the inner fortress. In the reception room, several people had already been sitting. Wang Shu and Yu's photo album participated in special training at the same time as Su. One is the full hatchling participant, having a mature medium dangerous species of Highland mountain lion at the end of growth. The ultimate danger is the steel armor helmet. Just saw him smile lightly and said, Su-won, I know this guy. Speaking of which, we also participated in special training together back then. It looks completely like a complete surprise. Mediocre talent. I didn't expect it to be such a coincidence. Get the appreciation of the lord of the castle. Still accept as younger. It's really extraordinary luck. Another imperial disciple named Lulo Chuing. Wealthy family, talent is good, having a completely dangerous species of red Karen. At the end of its growth period, the ultimate danger of the blood-hunting wolf. He left with an unhappy look on his face. Lucky bastard. When I first became a royal teacher, Suwon is still playing with Mud Lord of the castle. He actually has to be the captain of this dual tournament team. Rina is currently the strongest practitioner at the imperial level, having the ultimate dangerous species of iron magic. The ultimate dangerous species of the mature period, the sleep butterfly. He also spoke with a somewhat displeased tone. Last year my team captain Luhan, although only January 4th place, missed the opportunity to enter the secret area, but also extraordinary strength, and the captain of the previous team was by Su win the championship directly in the 6-side tool. Just Su Won is not qualified to be the team captain. The last one with a head of powdered sugar sitting in the corner. The female lawyer who remained silent couldn't help but interrupt. You guys should all say a few words less. Do you dare to question the Lord's decision? Don't say you, your teachers all dare not disobey the castle lord. We all know Su won. However, it must also be acknowledged, we did indeed misjudge the first jade pet of others. It is the top dangerous species of dragons, snakes and lizards, and now we are all imperial censors. All are just intermediate dangerous species. Not even one high-risk species want to conquer higher races. The difficulty of creating bonds, do you not understand? This is the difference. Luo Chun was about to retort. Suddenly there was a sound of footsteps outside the door. The big door was then pushed open. The Grand Marshal respectfully said to Su Won. Su Won, the castle lord didn't come over when he had something to do. Your several teammates have already arrived. Go in and see first. Shortly after the spiritual symbol led, Su Won also saw it. He waved his hand at the 4 imperial masters' spiritual symbols. Do not be constrained by anything. You 5 chat. Introduce yourselves. I'll be leaving first. Do not disturb your young people's gathering. The 4 of them all respectfully said. Chief, take care. With a bang, Lin Fu quickly closed the door and left. Here, Lin Fu just left for a meeting. The living room fell into silence. Obviously a few people, most they are not very fond of Su Won. The new disciple of the castle lord Wang Sun took the lead and said, yo, the captain is here. Rina quickly smiled and agreed. Yes, only one captain who desires to be pampered. Su Won frowned when he saw the situation, and he can clearly feel these people are not very convinced of themselves. And the atmosphere in the whole room is also not right. There are 5 people present except for the newcomer Su Won. The rest of them have all become imperial teachers for at least a year. But this time the castle lord made him the team captain. The emergence of a repressed atmosphere. Su Won's first meeting with the teammates of the 6th duel tournament, because the castle lord appointed him as the team captain. This led to the scene falling into a strange atmosphere. The long-haired female imperial doctor saw that the atmosphere was not right. Su Won took the lead in breaking the silence. Hello, my name is Lin Yuzhen, just became a master over a year ago, currently is the official imperial teacher. There are currently 2 royal pets, an ultimate dangerous species of mature flower tiger and adults ultimate dangerous species electric tail swallow. Su Won friendly shuffling use and small hand. At the same time I responded that I am Su Won, became a royal teacher 2 months ago. Currently he is the official imperial teacher. There is only one dragon snake lizard mid-term growth. Luo Chun looks Su Won up and down anxiously. The weird smile of Yin and Yang is really powerful. In 2 months he became a formal childcare teacher. The first one is a dragon snake or lizard Toppy sees. Su Won immediately recognized this guy. He knew that Luo Chom had always looked down on him. These are ordinary civilian families. The students. Then Su Won looked at Luo Chun coldly. Do not bother to say that it is Luo Chun. You are right. Indeed. You are a little more powerful than me. Luo Chun angrily stared at Su Won. I didn't expect to be so quiet and reserved in my memory. The guy who was often bullied and keep silent. At this moment, he actually dared to confront himself in public. Immediately, Luo Chun suddenly reached out his hand. The dark blue jade bracelet worn on the wrist, a faint glimmer flickered. At the same time his angry shout is stronger than mine. I want to see come out, red spirit beast. The next moment his head was completely red. A huge and dangerous species instantly appeared in the living room. The fierce aura swept around like a gust of wind. Su Won looked at the not unfamiliar red spirit beast in front of him. During the days of borrowing the anus in the northern section, snake and lizard once killed a red-scaled beast, but now this one. The size is bigger than the one that was killed by the dragon snake and lizard at the beginning. A whole circle bigger. The fully grown red-scaled beast is nearly 4 meters long. A person high with fiery scales all over their body. Strong muscles, strong limbs, majestic trunk, extremely sharp fangs, large beast's skull, as if also wearing a layer of red armor, extremely hard. It looks very intimidating. Luo Tone saw Su Won remained silent, immediately smiled and said, how about that? Afraid Su Won couldn't help but sigh in his heart. The lung she creak now compares with the sky. Indeed, there are not many chances of winning. However, there is help from the old dragon point if you can't crush him when you join the competition. Why not find a block of tofu to hit to death? Su Won concluded, in front of this guy, no matter how stubborn, I dare not lay a hand on this place. Afterwards, he spread his hands and said, I looked at it for a long time, really infuriating. But this doesn't seem to be a top-level dangerous species. Do you not have it? Luo Chun was immediately itching with anger, ready to make a move. Just at this moment, Rina suddenly stood in front of Luo Chun. This is arranged by the castle lord. The party Luo Chun. Think about the consequences yourself. You should calm down your temper. Suhan smiled with a smirk. The lord of the Delphinchine fortress will not harm you but casually in the inner fortress. What will the pre-sale security team do to you? I don't know. Two people's words are like a bucket of cold water poured over their heads. In an instant, the raging Luo Chun regained his composure. His eyes flickered for a moment, finally snorted coldly, retracted the red spirit beast. Lulu Joan, who felt embarrassed in front of everyone, consciously take back the jade pet. Heading towards Su-won, he coldly announced the duel match 1 month later. You better not run into me. Su-won didn't even look at him, turn around directly. Unite as well, consciousness to compete for honor in the gathering place of the Black Lamp. Such a teammate. I'd better not meet you now. The words just fell. Su-won then left directly, only leaving behind some bewildered onlookers. This meeting ended in an unhappy manner, immediately followed by a bang. Su-won as the team captain directly slammed the door and left. Luo Chun with a bad temper exploded again. What is Su-won crazy about? Wang Xin smiled calmly and said, don't be in a hurry. There will be plenty of opportunities to deal with him. At the same time left the living room. Su-won slowly walked towards the high point of the inner fortress. He said as he walked, according to the teacher's arrangement, tomorrow we are going to Bear Forest. As soon as I think of this place, he couldn't help but sigh quietly. Those few disgruntled companions, it should also be the test left by the teacher for me. Make good use of the special training in Grizzly Forest. After I return, I must become a legitimate team captain. Time passes quickly. The next side of the SU family store, there was suddenly a commotion. The pigeons around were startled. Right after that came a series of urgent knocking on the door. The guard knocking on the door suddenly shouted, Mr. Su, I am the Black Lamp Guard Captain Zhang Chang, your Grizzly Bear Forest training. This time I am responsible for escorting Black Lamp Guard Chief Zhang Chang suddenly visited Su-won. This Grizzly Bear Forest training is his responsibility for escorting. Su-won heard the sound of Zhang Chang knocking on the door inside the house. Hurry and shout, come in. After entering the house, Zhang Qing first took out a reel from his backpack. Take out a rolled up map from inside, unfold and display on the table for Su-won to see. After he pointed his right and at a black in the center of the map, Lord Tao Su, this is the location of our black light gathering place. Immediately, Yong Chun lightly tapped his fingers. Located south of the Black Lantern gathering place, a landmark open mouth, and this is our destination. This time located on the edge of forest, a small to medium-sized gathering place. Rivet Town, Old Ding Town. The straight line distance from us to the gathering place of the black lights over 150 kilometers, but between the two places, only half of the journey has repaired roads. Therefore, the actual route is rather winding. Add on the way possible dangers and uncontrollable factors. We probably need 1 to 2 days can arrive. Su-won listened to the introduction and then I couldn't help but frown. Nodded. Then Zhang Chang este Su-won, Mr. Su, do you have any questions? And Su-won directly turned and walked towards the door. My colleague said there is no problem. Let's set off soon. Su-won and others. I sat in a Black Wonder light armored assault vehicle. The armored vehicle drove out shortly after the last checkpoint of the southern defense line thoroughly left the safe zone. At this time, Su-won is avidly looking at the map inside the car. The gathering place of the Black Lamp is located on the Great Wild Plain, same as Grizzly Ridge. This is an extremely vast territory distributed with dozens of large-scale gathering places, other hundreds of medium to large gathering places, small-scale gathering places in wilderness refugee camps 10 times or even dozens of times more. At this probably dusk not far away on the hilltop, the outlines of several houses faintly appeared before the eyes of the crowd. A cluster of buildings quickly rose up along the mountainside, appeared in front of everyone. Jen Chang, who was driving, suddenly spoke to Su-won, smiled and said, Mr. Su, Shanam arrived. I will go over to hand over later tonight. We will rest here. Su-won, who was looking at the map, did not say much. He nodded to indicate okay. The men stationed on the city wall heading towards the radio, he inquired. I am the Deputy Mayor Andrew of Cheltenham Town Hall. Is this the team of Black Lamp gathering place? Jiang Chung quickly replied, I am Black Lantern Castle, Black Lantern 1st Squad, 3rd Squad, 5th Tech. Jiang Chung needs to rest and recuperate. Andrew is meticulous. Please show the latest access password. Jiang Chung quickly pulled out a card and looked at it. A long string of text was directly exploded above the access password that was changed recently. Andrew confirmed that everything was correct before he began to open the city gate with the sound of click 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 ringing out. Inside is solid wood, outside is a large gate wrapped in thick iron skin. 2 thick steel chains were slowly pulled inward. The gate was completely opened. Andrew then led the people up to greet them enthusiastically. Towards Captain John said Zhang from afar, you've worked hard. John Chung obviously is not the first time to see Andrew. He holstered the gun on his tactical belt around his waist. Then he grinned and said, old Andrew, you are in good spirits. This time I brought a distinguished guest. Please help me arrange accommodation. Su-won was escorted by Zhang Chang. He soon arrived at Chang and I'm seeing the old acquaintance's demeanor. Andrew was not polite. I brought an esteemed guest. Please arrange accommodation for me. Andrew opens his hands. He gave a polite hug to Zhang Chang. Haha, smiled and said, what is this all about? Wrap around me, my old friend. Come on. let's go in first. Andrew and several town guards were walking ahead. Leading Su-won and Jiangqing slowly drove the car along the foot of the mountain. The wall behind is not spacious, barely able to accommodate the passage of an armored vehicle circling forward. Not long after I arrived at a distance from the foot of the mountain 30 meters high, a 3-story small building. The trunk of the armored vehicle was quickly opened. Su-won placed several large boxes of food for the dragons. Snakes and lizards quickly moved off the car efficiently. Jen Chen quickly spoke to Mr. Su. This is the material you pre-ordered already prepared for you. This is Chen Han. He will be your orderly. Su-won looked at Chung Han saluting, very satisfied, and said good. Thank you later. Su-won slowly come out laughing. The dragon, snake and lizard are about to be released in the royal seal space. The dragon, snake, lizard who has been sleeping for a whole day comes to eat. In the blink of an eye the body size has already surged to over 5 meters long, tie up the hair almost 2 meters tall. The vigorous big guy thunderously landed under the careful breeding of Suan dragons. Snakes and lizards can be said to be different every day. The growth rate is astonishing. Su-won touched the big head of the dragon, snake and lizard and smiled, sitting dead. The little guy is broken. Go eat something quickly. Chen Han and Jiang Chang suddenly overwhelmed by the massive bodies of the dragon, snake and lizard. The terrifying pressure emanating from its body scared the pee out of me. Two people can't figure it out no matter how they look at it. The big guy in front of me, what is the connection with the term little guy? The two then looked at the sealed pet box. Su Darren did not open the can, which made me doubt, so can I eat with the pet together with just at this moment. The dragon and snake suddenly stood up. Soon after a deep dragon roar was heard. He suddenly sucked. The pet food box was enveloped in a purple energy, slowly floating up, followed by a continuous sound of cracking. The pet food box that was sucked up into the air were all torn open by this strange energy inside the food, slowly drifting towards the dragon snake, with the sound of crashing constantly ringing. Several large boxes placed on the ground. At this time all have been opened. The pet food covered by purple energy, all gathered into a ball, quickly sucked into the belly of the dragon, snake, lizard. The dragon, snake, lizard's eating speed is very fast, coupled with the high energy food in the recipe. The amount is small, but the energy and nutrition are extremely rich. In just a few minutes, he completed his meal. He even looked disdainfully at Chen Han and Jiang Chang, who were already stunned. The two immediately looked at each other with ugly faces, simultaneously thinking, and they're looking down on us. Right? Chen Han, who came back to his senses, quickly introduced towards Su one Mr. Su. Different from our black lamp gathering place, there is no Shao Jing here. The nightlife is quite rich. Several comrades stationed in Janae are preparing to invite us to the Janae bar on the mountainside. Have some fun. Everyone wants me to invite you to go together. Do you want to go and relax together? Su Wan smiled without hesitation and said, you guys go play. I won't go. If possible, help me find a guy. I want to stroll around the town. Just then, the door of the house suddenly pushed open by a pair of small hands. A purple-haired girl, after pushing open the door, timidly asked, Mr. Su, are you looking for a guide? Su Wan and Chen Han were immediately startled. The purple-haired girl quickly explained, sorry sir, Lena didn't mean to eavesdrop on your conversation. Grandpa Andrew asked me to bring the gentleman a gift, a specialty of Shinar. Chen Han came back to explain, she is indeed Mayor Andrew's granddaughter. If you need a guide, then she is indeed the most suitable. Su Wan bent down and smiled slightly at Lena. Well, then thank you. Su Wan's first visit to the small gathering area of Chennai and the young Lena. He actually asked to be his tour guide. His house is quite unique. The architectural style is very different from that of Black Lantern Castle. Most of them have triangular roofs. The house of a square rectangle. Very three-dimensional, and according to the traditions of the residents of Hyam, people like to paint the exterior of the house in black-brown. According to Renee, this kind of house has hundreds of them in the entire Chartham residential houses with residents. There are also stores and shops are all located on the slopes of Chinese Mountain. On the slopes of Chamonix Mountain at the upper position, there is also a small stone fort that looks like a miniature castle and several bunkers built to guard the earthworks. That small castle is the original Chateau de Chantilly. It is also the Heinz government office. Lyndon Jen came to the wilderness for the first time, seeing Su Wan's lingering interest in other gathering places, proposed to it. Tonight we checked the Colosseum of Nîmes. There is a unique animal fight. I wonder if Mr. Su is interested. Su Wan asked with interest, what is a fighting beast? Lena explained, our town guard in towns people occasionally capture some wild beasts. The arena will first use these wild beasts for duels, organizing events to attract audiences to watch. If the beast is injured in battle, will not waste, even if dead will be decomposed into meat supply proof. Today, someone happened to offer the arena a cheetah, a special wild beast that no one has ever seen. That wild beast will fight a full-grown wild tiger. This game has attracted a lot of people to come and watch. Su Wan couldn't help but ponder silently. The wild tiger is just an ordinary beast, but this beast is very ferocious. Extraordinary ferocity by nature. tiger observed his battle full in cultivating his stream, adding that convincing that head is in charge a mysterious beast that no one has ever seen. Both aroused a slight interest in him. He nodded and said, let's go take a look. Shortly after, Su-won stood at the entrance of the beast fighting arena, spent 16 grams of steel to buy 2 tickets admission ticket, writing the 3 big words of churning beast arena. The ticket sellers suddenly exclaimed, little Lena, is this dating a boyfriend? Whose handsome little boy is this? Are you new? Why haven't I seen it in Shauna? Lena blushed immediately. And Lorena. Then he turned around and pulled the embarrassed Su-won turn around and say, Mr. Su, let's go in quickly. Holding the ticket, Su-won followed Lena entered the Coliseum from the slanted stairs behind the building. Lena is obviously very famous in Hyam. Just entered the arena. People kept warmly greeting each other, even give up the premium grandstand seat that was so hard to snatch. Lena politely refused to thank, is not very convenient. Su-won couldn't help but be secretly surprised. It seems Lena seems to be quite well known in Hyam. Just at this moment, and Uncle suddenly watched towards Reiner at the same time. He warmly opened his mouth and said, rare guest, how come Lena has time to come today? Uncle Rad, this boiling beast fight. It turned out to be a wild tiger battle of peculiar little yellow duck and the knowledgeable Su-won. I was shocked by the strange appearance of the little yellow duck suddenly stood up just now. Lena met Uncle Rad as soon as she entered the venue. Lena quickly explained to Uncle Rad, I came with this distinguished guest. You had better arrange the best seats in the arena. Otherwise, I will report to my grandfather. Lena is very interesting. Did not reveal Su-won's true identity, just said it was an honored guest. Lina's what pleased Su-won very much. Rad was slightly stunned by the words. Is this young man? When he looked Su-won up and down, suddenly the pupils expose a horrified expression. Finally, his gaze fell on the ring on Su-won's finger. He immediately understood that it was a jade ring. This kind of big shot must never be offended. After Rad calmed down his emotions, hastily smiled kindly, welcome to this distinguished gentleman. Welcome to the charge and marina. Not long after, the sound of a horn suddenly rang out in the arena. The sound of sobbing instantly filled the whole room. Immediately following, the female host in the arena suddenly shouted to all the audience, guests, our beast fighting competition is about to begin. Welcome to watch. Welcome to place bets. Suddenly cheers erupted in the arena. The beast fighting arena is not large. There are only 300 to 400 seats in total, but nearly half of them are already filled. The host paused, started introducing. As everyone expected, the Janeway team has brought us a wild tiger over 3 meters in length, weighing over 600 pounds. As soon as the words fell, that well-fed yellow adult wild tiger with black markings on its body suddenly let out a tiger roar. Obviously he was already very angry at this point. The crowd erupted into cheers along with the roar. The little spectators kept talking. This wild tiger looks in excellent condition, fierce and powerful, a fierce beast. Another little spectator was so excited. This is the most powerful hunter in our child. Muaziz is beast trapped. Finally captured with the help of the Zhang Wei team. Then came a burst of anxious urging. The little spectators in the viewing seats couldn't wait to watch the beast fight. Even the young Lena was very excited at this moment, constantly shouting, loudly cheering for the wild beasts in the arena. Just then the host spoke again. Please be patient, ladies and gentlemen. Allow me to introduce today's challenger. Immediately, a passage on the other side of the beast fighting arena. The latch suddenly opened. The host continued. First of all, I must admit, I have never seen such a sight. I don't even know what it's called. I hope this unexpectedly captured little guy can bring surprises to everyone. As soon as the words fell, I had suddenly reached out from the passage and forcefully threw something into the beast fighting arena. An already opened iron cage immediately made a clanging sound. In the eyes of hundreds of people at the scene, the lid of the iron cage fell off, revealing a small golden figure inside. This golden little beast clearly was still a cub. It seemed a bit dizzy when its back was casually thrown, small, chubby and round. Its golden fur all over its body was as smooth as satin with a round head and nose. Overall, it looks completely non-aggressive. The most striking feature of the little beast is a shiny, golden circular mark on its forehead. The color of the mark is even more vibrant than the little beast's golden fur. Just then a wild tiger roared towards the little beast. The little beast quickly turned to look. He almost peed himself in fear. He quickly left the cage towards the nearby passage. This daring move left the audience somewhat puzzled. However, the position where the little beast was thrown was quite far. The person who forcefully threw the cage in the passage had already closed the door with a bang. He could only mournfully grab the tightly closed door. This dramatic scene made the audience, who were used to seeing beasts fight, momentarily stunned. Following that erupted a thunderous laughter that echoed throughout the arena. Little Guy Gaga couldn't help but laugh and say, this is the first time I've seen such an escape. Meanwhile, Su-won suddenly stood up abruptly. His eyes widened like those of the little beast. He couldn't help but exclaim, this is could it be that thing? At the same time, in the wild fox could no longer contain itself and let out a furious roar. Its tiger eyes were fixed on the little beasts not far away. Then the wild fox crouched down, gathered its strength and suddenly charged out over 10 meters. Its sturdy limbs leapt off the ground, and fiercely pawns 200 golden little beasts standing still. The little beasts seemed to be scared silly, and stared blankly as the wild fox pounced towards it. What kind of magic does this silly little duck possess that made Su-won willing to spend a fortune to buy it? The wild fox's gaping jaws were already open, its jagged, sharp fangs viciously biting towards the little beast. A single bite could swallow the entire little beast. Just when everyone thought this eagerly anticipated battle would end anticlimactically, the little beast suddenly turned into a nearly golden shadow and slipped away from between the wild fox's limbs. The wild fox's upper and lower jaws bit and fiercely closed its teeth. It viciously bit into thin air just as everyone believed this battle eagerly awaited by many would end in disappointment. The little beast miraculously turned into a golden shadow and slipped away from the wild fox's jaws. The wilderness tiger that pounced empty-handedly. A terrifying murderous aura suddenly filled the air. A pair of fierce tiger back onto the small animal. The little beast had already appeared at the other end of the arena, just where the wild tiger pounced. However, it still looks fearful and timid. The performance of the golden small beast undoubtedly stimulated the audience present. People are discussing one after another. One by one they all became excited. This little yellow duck speed is really impressive. I thought at most I would be killed with just one glance. I didn't expect to be able to dodge even the parts of the desert tiger. The small animal's bright eyes. Even some children who are watching the game with their parents all excited. What is the name of the golden beasts that mom has? So amazing. Su-won, who witnessed the scene, couldn't help but start thinking secretly. Look up detailed information in the old Dragon Point records. There are many species of dangerous organisms. However, there are 4 extremely rare categories of species almost only in various legends. Only then will their figures appear. Their existence, it can be said to be universally recognized and incredible because the Western Han dynasty had strong power. The world calls it the legendary for gods series. Before gods series are respectively possessing mysterious abilities beyond compare, magical, miraculous and mythical. Su-won's heart suddenly became hot. Originally, there was a somewhat cold face in the cold wind. All became hot and red due to excitement, able to evade attacks from the wilderness tiger. Ordinary beast. It is simply impossible to have this kind of speed and responsiveness. In addition, the golden small beast on its head, that conspicuous round golden mark, perhaps it is truly the kind that is only recorded in books. The mysterious race of treasure-seeking beasts that only exist in rumors. Many dangerous creatures of different races, having incredible abilities. These creatures possess ability cannot be simply generalized by race. One of them is to find the treasure beast. Although its species rank is only advanced, dangerous species, its attack power is it can even be said to be completely non-aggressive. Every mysterious race, different people possess different mysterious energies, and the treasure hunting beast is one of the best among them. Because this race is born to seek treasures. Treasure beasts are extremely rare. They are good at finding all kinds of treasures and feed on treasures. I'm afraid it's in a very dangerous large ruins. As long as they are in it, you can easily find the secret treasures hidden in the ruins. Su-won looked at the beast fighting arena below. The treasure beast constantly evading attacks from wild tigers. Immediately make up your mind to definitely get this treasure hunting beast. Su-won thought of the mysterious system and the legend. This is above all popular series, on par with the other 3 rumored lineages. Strong species. He immediately turned around and asked Lena without being calm, "Do you know how to do it? Can I buy that golden little beast? I want to buy it." This little yellow duck being chased all over the street by a little tiger with real identity. It is actual treasure hunting beast in the 4 gods series. Just now, at a glance, Su-won recognized the identity of the treasure hunting beast, immediately expressed that he wanted to buy this little beast. And Lena is still watching the beast fight with relish. Classical Chinese is not. Just a moment of confusion after he explained the golden little beast with an ugly face. This is Uncle Commons. However, later he sold it to Uncle Rad, the owner of the arena. All the fighting animals in the factory all are Uncle Rad's private property. If Mr. Su you want to buy, you need to first ask Uncle Rad to avoid unnecessary complications. Su-won directly said, "No problem. Lena, please take me to see Uncle Rad." Soon Lena took Su-won with her. Arrived at the office inside the Coliseum. After learning that Su-won wanted to purchase a small beast, Red's face looked a bit ugly as he refused. "Lena, I'm afraid I can't grant your request. After all, the arena has always had clear rules. Unless one of the fighting beasts injured or killed, the beast fighting competition can only be declared over. Otherwise it cannot stop even if it's your friend. I cannot promise either." Lena quickly hugged Rad's arm. Spoiled Uncle Rad, "Please, this Mr. Su was our distinguished guest in Jornais. He wants to bid to buy that little beast." Rad waved his hand repeatedly, indicating that Lena was feeling a bit overwhelmed. "This is not a money issue. First, let's not discuss the value of this little beast, but your Uncle Rad, there is no precedent for breaking the rules of the arena. Now he doesn't intend to give up." He quickly begged Uncle Dollar, "Just think of me as begging you. I know this little beast is full sell you 3,000 steel grams. I bring 5,000 grams. Just sell it to me. Rad looked helpless, bitterly smiled Shalane. That is not that I do not want to promise you, this is the rule passed down from the arena. When my father ran the fighting pit, there is no precedent for breaking the rules. Just at this moment, Su-won's sister Dord, you are because of the beast fight before just placed bets and tickets that have already been sold. So don't want to sell it. Reed heard the words. The guest asked nervously. According to the information I have, this strange little creature not like any rare species. Why do you have to get him? Su-won smiled slightly, explained Mr. Dora. I think you misunderstood my meaning. However, I am determined to obtain this little beast. I have a compromised proposal. Can you see if it's feasible? I don't want you to be involved in my personal matters. And broke the rules not long after the voice of RAD was heard from the horn in the arena. Dear audience, unfortunately, due to some special reasons, the beast fighting match is about to end. Just as the words fell, the little kids are watching with great interest in the field. The situation suddenly exploded. We paid for the ticket stop when told as your arena no longer wanting to continue operating, paid money but still not allowed to watch the game. We read quickly reassured everyone not to worry. I will provide you with satisfactory compensation. You will receive a refund of 3 times the price of the admission ticket, and the orders that have already been placed will all be refunded 3 times. Layden paused once again. He smiled and said, in order to make up for everyone today, the arena will host a free show, absolutely exciting beast fighting competition to all viewers. Next, let us welcome the new beast fighting challenger Su-won. Just as the words fell, the gate of the arena suddenly swung open. Su-won watched commonly out of the passage alone. The little gag guests who are still complaining like crazy. The moment Su-won appeared, boiling again. Old lad, you can do it. He actually engages in a duel between man and beast. It's been a long time since I've seen such an exciting famous scene. Captured wild tiger for 2 days. At this time, I am already starving. Ferocious Su-won is moving food in front of him. He suddenly roared at Su-won with a tiger's roof moment. The human suddenly appeared in front of the wild tiger. He stood still in place. He roared again and suddenly pounced on Su-won. Everyone was shocked and turned pale when they saw the situation. They do not think that with that thin and weak body able to withstand the pounds of a wild tiger, adults taking children to watch the game hastily covered the child's eyes, afraid of 2 bloody scenes appearing scare the child. Lena is very anxious at this time. Su-won is a distinguished guest. If something goes wrong here, he is in a miserable situation. He quickly shouted to cheer Su-won on. At the same time, Su-won looked at the wild tiger pouncing towards him but not panic at all. He quickly raised his hand, that jade infant ring emitting a purple blow. Smile and come out, dragon, snake, lizard. The next moment, a deafening roar of a dragon suddenly resounded throughout the entire arena. A tiger with a larger body size than a wild tiger still need a huge number of times the huge deep blue creatures in front of Su-won. And the arrogant wild tiger crawling at the feet of the deep blue creatures, shivering, do not dare to move. More domesticated than house cats, be gentle in front of the master. The little kids in the field suddenly exploded. It is actually a top-level dangerous species. The wife actually wanted to carry out this beast fighting. It's worth it. I can actually see dangerous fighting beasts. Feeling the cheers coming from outside, Su-won couldn't help but secretly breathe a sigh of relief. Then towards the back of Reiner and Rad gave a thumbs up. To capture the legendary mysterious royal beast, treasure hunting beast, Su-won directly summons the dragon, snake, lizard to replace him in the beast fighting, to use this as a condition for exchange. As the high-ranking owner of the Colosseum and Cheney, the Jade Lion, he had seen him change him over the years. Naturally, there is more than one lad couldn't help but shrink his pupils when he saw this marvel. Surprisingly, being so young can be a top dangerous species. Dealing with a Jade Lion in such close proximity, he didn't have many in total over the years. He couldn't help but wipe the sweat off his face. I'm glad I was polite enough before in my heart. Rad then turned his head to look at Lena. It seems that Shell Lena has good luck this time. At the same time, and that wild tiger after the dragon, snake and lizard are summoned out completely silly, standing in place, not even dare to move in tandem. Su-won suddenly ordered the dragon, snake and lizard us long way. Immediately, the dragon, snake and lizard opened their mouths fiercely. A deafening roar suddenly resounded throughout the entire arena. The spiritual pressure of Longwei in an instant. It spread throughout the entire venue from him. The arrogant wild tiger is oppressed by the might of the dragon continuously amid a pleading sound of woo-woo. The whole body kept trembling, crawling on the ground. The wild tiger. At this moment, it's like a pet cat. Su-won did not pay attention to the wild tiger at this moment and is focused on finding the treasure beast, golden beast. Although in the recent intimidation of the dragon, snake and lizard, shivering, but still wandering around under pressure make it difficult to lock the dragon, snake and lizard. Also, there is no question of being caught. Su-won saw the situation and couldn't help but secretly ponder the speed is amazing. But just looking at the body shape, it should be just it looks like the period from birth to early growth. Reaction and speed are surprisingly fast. Truly a mysterious race, Su-won observed before this. He found that the treasure beast ran away very fast, but it must be completely without any order. Every time it is urgent to avoid attacking the leftovers, all are avoiding danger by relying on a natural talent. He then ordered the dragon, snake and lizard to use evil attacks to charge forward, but dragon, snake and lizard heard Su-won's instructions, immediately leapt up fiercely. He was enveloped in a dark gray evil energy. Speed suddenly increase. Your hunting beast immediately let out a sharp piercing scream upon seeing the situation. Immediately the treasure beast turned its head and ran. The dragon, snake and lizard fly at low altitudes, chase him closely and continue to emit angry roars. Watching the treasure beast about to slip away again, Su-won immediately ordered the dragon, snake and lizard to use evil techniques. Second stage acceleration follow behind the treasure hunting beasts. The dragon, snake, lizard flying rapidly suddenly erupted a deep dragon roar, quickly start condensing evil energy. Then he roared violently. A surge of evil energy suddenly emerged behind his. Speed has no leverage point at all, further improvement. But treasure hunting beast is still constantly fleeing. But dragon, snake sucks under the acceleration of the second stage. In the blink of an eye he flew and pounced on his back. Watching the treasure beast almost has nowhere to hide. Right after that came a swoosh sound. The dragon claws suddenly landed. This slippery little thing subways avoided. This claw slipped quickly through the gap between the legs of the dragon, snake and lizard. Su-won also had his competitive spirit aroused when he saw the situation. He decisively ordered the dragon, snake and lizard to unleash the dragon's might. Second stage formation stage. The next moment the dragon, snake, lizard fell to the ground with four claws roar loudly. Majestic evil energy surged out of him. The second level awakening ability of long way, like a hurricane sweeping through the entire arena. This is a first class running ability, and the little yellow duck will also go treasure hunting. Even top level dangerous dragons and snakes want to catch it. All firepower must be fully engaged. Only see dragon, snake, lizard for claws on the ground. Roar lovely majestic malignant energy gushes out from it. The second level awakening ability of long way, like a hurricane sweeping through the entire arena. The terrifying dragon's might instantly covers the entire area. Even the people on the stands, all are intimidated using pressure. The little geese all exclaimed in fear. How scary is that? The power of the jade lion. If you encounter his jade beast, I'm afraid the town guard will all be wiped out. The treasure beast was instantly overwhelmed by this terrifying pressure, shivering and trembling. He kept making a rumbling sound to beg for mercy. Located in the center of the pressure, the treasure hunting beast, just like being hit by a paralysis spell, it is difficult to move for a while. And dragon, snake, lizard, he slowly reached out his big paw towards him. Satisfied after the dragon, snake, lizard is like a big cat catching a small mouse. Catch the treasure hunting beast in front of Su-won. Su-won saw that the treasure hunting beast was finally caught. I couldn't help but grin. I can't run now. The little one looked for the treasure beast and saw Su-won approaching. He made a weak and feeble moaning sound. He stopped running. He accepted his fate. Soon Su-won and Lena once again arrived at the Colosseum office of the administrator. Laid claim that it was truly amazing. Lord Julian, I saw someone so young for the first time can handle the top dangerous species of jade lions. Su-won responded with a smile. 6 burial law. Forgive my boldness. I am really curious. This kind of fast jade beast, how was it captured? Rad seemed to recall something interesting, pointing at the treasure hunting beast. He chuckled and said, is it him? He paused. Explain. Shiny Moo was a vassal of Hackenberg, not only as an important supply point for men and Shane them is also good at brewing wine. At first, it was Chateau's Margot's wine that heightened the attention of the fortress, was only accepted as a vassal. Later Reed continued to speak. Catch the little guy. It is the Windmaster old Kuma who checks Neem. It is said this little thing actually sneaked into the wine cellar 3 or 4 times, steal and drink his secret stash of Chateau Margaux wine that he has been keeping for nearly 30 years. This is a treasure especially provided to the owner of the Black Lab Castle. This little thing 5 or 6 barrels. He is just too slippery, difficult to catch. Lock crewmen brought along several apprentices, waited for the rabbit at the foot of the tree for 7 days. Finally take advantage of him being drunk, sleeping soundly in the wine barrel caught by old Ku. Finally Lookamaid simply took this little guy, sold to me, and also specifically reminded that this little beast is very cunning. Never opened the cage before the animal fight. Su-won suddenly felt a little embarrassed. No wonder he can catch the protection of the mysterious power born with him. The treasure hunting beasts that knows how to seek profit and avoid harm. He was so silly that he got drunk by himself. Soon, Su-won returned to the accommodation. He is in extremely good mood. Thanked Lena and promised Elena, I really want to thank you this time. I owe you a favor in the future. You can find me at the Black Lantern Castle if you need help. Lena quickly responded, where did you hear that? It's just a small thing. I hear them say Mr. Sirota again tomorrow. You should rest earlier. Su-won waved his hand and said okay. I will explain to them about Chunhan next time. Bring some interesting things from the black market. After Lena left, Su-won returned to the room, put the treasure beast and the iron cage on the table. bowl carefully examined. When I saw the terrified expression on the treasure-hunting beast's face, Su-won couldn't help but feel annoyed. "Good you, what expression is this of yours?" After he sternly said, "If it weren't for saving you from the arena, believe it or not, you will die in there sooner or later." But Treasure Beast was scared off by Su-won's scolding. Immediately show a look of "I know I was wrong," looking pitifully at Su-won. And Su-won looked at this small cage. I began to ponder silently. The steel bars of this iron cage are no thicker than a pinky finger. When it changes into a dragon, snake or lizard-like creatures searching for treasure absolutely can break the cage and escape, and treasure-hunting beast but put this official in an ordinary wild animal's powerless. It seems that this dangerous creature there is indeed no aggression. He then poked the little face of the treasure-hunting beast with his finger. Press next is to establish a bond with this guy. He saw this little guy at first sight. It has already been decided, let it become its second tapeworm. However, in the past Long didn't write what this little guy likes to eat. Su-won suddenly had a flash of inspiration. How about letting him start for a few days first? He can be more obedient this way. He then opened his mouth with a slight smile on his face. By then it's still not feeding him anything. What should I eat? The treasure-hunting beast suddenly had a bad feeling when it heard the sound. Just at this moment, Su-won's jade seal ring suddenly emitted a buzzing sound. Su-won saw the situation and couldn't help but think it was bad. Busy searching for treasure beasts, I actually forgot about the supper of dragons, snakes and lizards. This man successfully captured the legendary mysterious live hunter just when he was struggling how to tame this wild cub. Helped him busy for a day with dragons, snakes and lizards. Suddenly, there is restlessness. Forget to prepare supper for the dragon, snake and lizard. Su-won hastily began to get busy from that pile of boxes. Quickly lifted one of the boxes. Soon after, there was a thud. Su-won placed the pet food box on the table. This heavy box, causing him to feel a little short of breath. Immediately, Su-won took out a large wooden basin from the side. Quickly use both hands to open the can of pet food. Pour all into the basin. In total 4 or 5 kilogram portion of food. Fill the bowls of the dragon, snake and lizard directly and in the cage. Originally a treasure hunting beast that looked like a lazy fish suddenly stood up abruptly, excitedly watching that delicious pet food bowl. Su-won did not pay attention to looking for treasure beasts. He is very focused on stirring the pet food in front of him with his stirring way continuously emanate from it. The treasure beast sniffed the fragrance, suddenly showed a greedy expression, continuously making moaning sounds. After thoroughly mixing the pet food evenly, Su-won repeatedly wiped the sweat on the head. Does not drip. Eat 3 times the usual amount. I should be able to arrive at Looting Town by tomorrow night. At this time, the round eyes of the treasure hunting beast slipped brightly, watching the pot of continuously fragrant delicacies. Saliva kept flowing from his mouth, and Su-won quickly raised the jade seal ring in his hand. Mind transmission. The dragon, snake and lizard come out to have a meal in the blink of an eye. The dragon, snake and lizard quickly flew out of the jade seal ring. At this time he was already starving. Those dragon eyes staring closely at the delicious food in front of me. Even Su-won didn't give him a second glance. The dragon, snake and lizard eagerly stuck their heads into the basin, start eating passionately. But treasure hunting beast sees the dragon, snake and lizard eating out along, smacking his lips. After he looked at the dragon, snake and lizard at a speed visible to the naked eye, in quickly eliminating that pot of pet food, can't help but show an expression as if struck by lightning. At the same time, he let out a miserable wail. Su-won's eyes were immediately attracted to it. When I saw the treasure hunting beast, I looked sad, silently shedding tears. He couldn't help feeling somewhat surprised. Afterwards, Su-won took out a large ladle, staring at the treasure beast. He asked, "Do you also want to eat?" I didn't expect the treasure beasts to actually nod, round head still looking eager. Su-won vaguely sought meaning, just take it and give it to the dragon and snake to suck a large spoon for food. Ignoring the resentful gazes of dragons and snakes and the sound came from his basin, dig out a spoonful of food. After Su-won stretched the spoon of food in front of the treasure hunting beast, smile and come eat. The treasure beast's eyes suddenly lit up. He first sniffed this lumpy low of food flavor. He then raised both hands and held the spoon. That small mouth kept closing, quickly munching away. The dragon, snake, lizard which was eating passionately saw the situation, surprised, and Su-won couldn't help but secretly rejoice. Did not expect the treasure beast surprisingly likes to eat the food of dragons, snakes and lizards. Finally, I don't have to worry about starving this little thing. Not long. A big blob of high energy red mixed food just solved by the treasure hunting beast. He still looks like he's not had enough, continuously smacking the mouth. I hope so one can come back for another spoonful. This man actually dug away the food of the dragon, snake and lizard to the newly acquired treasure hunting beast and search for treasure beasts. After eating this full spoonful of food, still showing a look of unfinished meaning, Su-won saw that the treasure beast was actually there all of a sudden, just finish off a full spoonful of treats. He raised his eyebrows, that the little guy, you haven't eaten enough yet for me to give you another spoonful. Just as soon one turned around with a spoon ready to dig another spoonful into the food bowl of the dragon, snake and lizard. He was surprised to find just now there was still a bowl of food in the food bowl empty. The dragon, snake and lizard all showed a satisfied expression. He also burped at the same time. Su-won turned around angrily. Educate the dragon Vasilis. Towards the dragon Vasilis. The treasure hunting beast will be our partner from now on in the future. You should eat less. Leave some food for the treasure hunting beast. Otherwise he might starve to death. The dragon and the snake heard the words. The pot suddenly exploded. Cutting his food is much better than taking his life. He still felt uncomfortable and immediately protested sullenly. Su-won saw the situation, walked over to the side of the dragon, snake and lizard without a good temper. The spoon in hand gently patted his big head. At the same time, I must teach you that you are the big brother. As the eldest brother, one must act brother in the future. The younger brothers will all need your help to take care of. Today I will make an exception and let you to eat to your heart's content. Eat until you can't eat any more. Time passes quickly. The next morning arrives. Lena is currently on the city wall. Wave goodbye to Su-won and others. The next morning after breakfast everyone ate, packed up and bid farewell to change. Them continue heading towards the destination of Looting Town, and this unexpected game. It also made Su-won look forward to the next journey even more. Compared to small gathering places like Chamonix, having a moderate gathering place, Looting Town, obviously much bigger than changing this small town. Almost all the necessary equipment and buildings are already in place, and also has a medium-sized smelting plant. The iron, copper and aluminum needed for the entire gathering place. These three kinds of metals, all supplied by the smelting plant. Su-won looked at the information in his hand. The brows furrowed involuntarily from health. We will soon reach the destination of this trip, River Town. However, I learned from the charter, there is no great danger on the way to River Town. The biggest danger instead it is the Grizzly Forest not far from the town of Ding Ding. It seems between Grizzly Forest and River Town, there are still some unknown secrets. Just as he wanted to delve deeper into the intelligence of the Grizzly Forest chapter, Chong expressed difficulty because the series has explicit rules, so he cannot speak directly, can only wait until reaching Mitotane Town. When the time comes, you will naturally know about the matter of the Grizzly Forest. So in southern route, it's indeed a very safe route. Almost all the way is smooth. Near dusk, Su-won finally entered River Town. Enter the town. Su-won saw one big chimney after another emitting black smoke. That is the smelting plant in the town. He felt a strong industrial atmosphere as soon as he entered the town. In the air, the air is filled with the bird smell emitted after steelmaking. Su-won entered Looting Town. Just feel the strong industrial atmosphere in the air. The smell of burnt coke emitted after steelmaking is in the air. Afterwards, Zhang Chong said Su-won away. Located in the town center, the management committee. He came here after contacting the management committee. I gained some understanding. Su-won finally understands why are there regulations that prohibit the disclosure of intelligence. Rivet Town having over 1,000 residents and a 150-person guard in name only. It is a small to medium-sized gathering place standing alone on the Huey Wilderness. In fact, it is actually a subsidiary industry of the Black Light Gathering Place, extracting iron, copper and aluminum ores and smelting them into metals and delivered to the gathering place of black lamps and agricultural production. The minerals mined in the town are located in the Shining Bear Forest. Ordinary people want to mine in the Shining Bear Forest. No different from Arabian Nights. The river town can be found in the Shining Bear Forest since for the smooth large-scale mining of ores. It also greatly shocked Su-won's heart. Turned out to be the entire highway shown forest is actually the teacher's territory. Exactly. It should be the territory of a teacher's pet. The teacher even nurtures pets. To a certain extent lead all the bear groups in the entire Shining Bear Forest. At this time, inside the management committee room after a meal of unobtrusive extravagance and waste, but it can be called a sumptuous dinner, Su-won has already taken over Looting Town. Gave a rough idea. Su-won was shocked beyond belief at this moment in his heart. I have tried my best to portray the teacher's image as tall. I didn't expect the teacher's strength and scariness deeper than he imagined. According to the management committee statement, the Grizzly Forest currently has 4 imperial teachers in residence. The strongest of them all is blacked and burned and experienced semi-professional master of martial arts. The strength of the other 3 is also above the high-level math control. Su-won could have the town because these 4 lions. There is currently no one in the rivet array. Su-won's face suddenly became serious, although they are all black lights on the surface. However, for the imperial lion, a precious imperial pet, no different from the temptation of money, power and status to ordinary people. After the dinner party, Su-won quickly returned to the room. Originally, Su-han's plan was to go to River Town, head to the Grizzly Forest to begin training, unexpectedly gain treasure hunting beast, but he decides added to wait first. He poked the treasure beast while searching on one side, silently pondering. The treasure beast is seen in the eyes of most jade ornaments. It is undoubtedly a very precious and rare jade treasure. He doesn't know these few jade lions in the Grizzly Bear Forest. Can you recognize the mysterious treasure hunting beast? Unable to guarantee these unfamiliar jade lions, is there anyone will search for treasure beasts? This kind of almost exists in the dangerous creatures of rumors give birth to the heart and thoughts beyond one. Share the best way, just take it as your own royal beast. beast. As long as you establish a bond with the treasure beast, he can put it into the jade seal ring after making up one's mind. Su-won muttered to himself in front of the treasure beast, "Little guy, are you willing to be my partner?" The treasure hunting beast stared with its round eyes, a look of confusion and ignorance, watching Su-won constantly making moaning sounds. Su-won saw the situation and shook his head, laughing and saying, "Forget it. Let's eat first. After eating we can chat." He also knew that he couldn't be too hasty now, but when the dragon and snake lizard heard Su-won about to share his food with the treasure hunting beast, he suddenly raised his head, let out a threatening roar. Su-won was taken aback. Immediately, Su-won's shout came from the house, "What are you two up to? Eat your food without talking." This man planned to develop a relationship with the little yellow duck he had just picked up, but this young and angry little yellow duck eggs go to the adult bar with Su-won. Just now knowing that there are 4 powerful bats in Bear Forest, Su-won, who was originally planning to go to Bear Forest, immediately finally chose to stay in Looting Town for 3 days. The reason is simple: Su-won felt it's better to try to subdue the treasure hunting beast first, then go more cautiously. He tried to establish a spiritual bond with the treasure hunting beast so that he can easily control it with the fire jade hand at any time. To communicate with the treasure hunting beast's soul, he needed to communicate with the other soul C. However, when Su-won's spiritual energy extended a tentacle about to touch the treasure hunting beast's soul C, the mental barrier formed by the rejection thoughts gently pushed Su-won's spiritual tentacle away. Helpless, Su-won once again saw the content that Long Dn could already see, roughly browse through it. Unfortunately, the information that Long Dn could see did not record information about the treasure hunting beast. Fortune Wan came up with a stupid idea: since it's a treasure hunting beast, then take him to hunt for treasure to enhance their bond. Unfortunately, things were not as simple as imagined. After some manipulation, Su-won was directly blown up on the spot. After tossing around for a while, he couldn't help but angrily shout at the treasure hunting beast, "You little bastard, what about treasure hunting this morning? It's either chasing butterflies or chasing female dogs, isn't it? Still in the young stage." So-han threatened the treasure hunting beast, very displeased. "If I find out you're a useless beast, I'll take you to feed the dragon, snake and lizard, okay?" But treasure hunting beasts, upon hearing this, immediately stood up with its hair standing on end, continuously making squeaking sounds immediately afterwards. But treasure hunting beast suddenly let out a roaring cry. Then he used the sucker gene, begins to use the energy in the body go since the treasure's around. The next moment the treasure beast suddenly stopped sensing the treasure. He sudden pointed to Su-won's back at the same time. He let out an excited cry and Su-won immediately turned around excitedly and said, "Have you found it?" When he sees behind him, that bar is called Steel and Hormone Bar. The old face blushed. Some are in a dilemma. He quickly turned around and confirmed with the treasure hunting beast, "Little guy, you mean, do you perceive the presence of treasure here?" Treasure beast heard the words. Her face blushed slightly as she nodded, at the same time make a rustling sound. Su-won couldn't help but secretly ponder: the combat power of the treasure beast is infinitely close to zero. Apart from running away, the most important ability is treasure hunting. Is this really true this time? His body seems to be filled with a mysterious type of energy flowing. Su-won was quite surprised but not shocked. He turned his eyes. Suddenly had an idea in my heart. He then pretended not to care and grabbed the treasure hunting beast. "I don't want to go. It may be another counterfeit. It's better to go home." And profoundly treasured beast heard the words start screaming, immediately struggled to get up, at the same time full of anxiety pointing towards that bar. Su-won finally stopped. "Do you really want to go? Do you really want to get that treasure?" The treasure beast eagerly expressed affirmative thoughts. He really wants that treasure, and Su-won pretended to be difficult to say, "Why should I help you get that treasure?" The treasure beast was suddenly stunned when he heard the words. Then it quieted down after the treasure beast revealed a very loose-spirited expression. It seems to know as well. The other party indeed did not help oneself obtain the treasure's righteousness. This little yellow duck is trying to prove that it is not a fi animal and exerted the strength of sucking milk. He can find the treasure after the position. Su-won refused his treasure hunting request. Su-won saw that the timing was almost right. The thief sneaked towards the treasure beast and said, "It's just nothing. I like doing good deeds and being a good person the most. But you have to promise me a refresher." Beast immediately became alert, asked quickly what request. The treasure beast thought that Su-won wanted to forcibly recover himself. He suddenly showed a pitiful expression, waved his hand repeatedly. Su-won laughed. "Made a request. If I help you get the treasure, you release the spiritual. We'll see. Let me establish a spiritual connection with you. I provide you with food and drink. We are partners now, establishing a spiritual connection. Convenient communication, not excessive." But treasured beast obviously lacks experience. As soon as he heard that the other party did not require him to be subdued, he happily reached out his hand to agree. Su-won quickly extended his fist-to-fist bump with the treasure beast. He finally took the first step in subduing. He did not directly request to establish a spiritual bond because there is no emotional foundation. Establishing a spiritual bond is not something that can be done overnight, and even if he proposed it, the treasure beast probably would not agree. Su-won was still. He remained calm on the surface. As long as the treasure beast no longer resisted his spiritual touch. Enter the spiritual will see that means a stable mental connection has been preliminarily established. He can communicate with the treasure beast spiritually at any time. Achieving this step also means that the establishment of a spiritual bond is not far away. At this time, there were rustling sounds coming from the bar. A barkeeper was constantly shaking the shaker in his hand. Soon a glass of red cocktail was prepared. The blonde barkeeper smiled at the beautiful woman. This is the signature strong drink you ordered. Hormones were at play at this moment. Su-won suddenly entered the bar based on trust in the treasure-seeking ability of the treasure he finally decided to find out. Just entered the blood barkeeper behind the counter quickly smiled and asked this guest, do you need a glass of our signature strong drink Hormones? Su-won upon hearing this quickly waved his hand, said to the blonde barkeeper housing no need for service. The blonde barkeeper's expression stiffened. He couldn't help but secretly complain that in broad daylight coming to the bar just to browse, what the heck. He then whispered to the security personnel, this guy looks like a newcomer, maybe a foreign mercenary, or maybe it's related to those soldiers. Let's see what he wants to do first. And Su-won was also guided by the treasure hunting beast. He quickly found the treasure in his mouth. The so-called treasure is the size of a car tire, rough stones with uneven surfaces. Have we Pupa? Su-won asked speechlessly, is this it? The treasure hunting beast sees the stone very excitedly make a murmur sound. Let Su-won quickly take the treasure away. Su-won reluctantly said, you are looking for the treasure beast, still picking up trash beasts. Search for the treasure beast and immediately explode on the spot. Entered into a state of rage. However, at this moment, the scene before him made his expression change drastically. Just a moment ago it was still grill-like treasure with uneven surface. It's as if Johnny was being rubbed by an invisible big hand. In his eyes, it began to wriggle and deform. In the blink of an eye, that still like treasure, it turned into one toilet made of great pumice stone. Su-won saw the situation. The pupils shrank involuntarily, secretly surprised. He some time ago just finished watching all of Long Dian's content. This scene made him treasure this treasure recorded by Hai Long Di in a very rare material corresponds. Su-won's eyes immediately lit up with a face full of mockery. I exclaimed in my heart, this is that the transformational colored stones mentioned in the old Long Dian days. Pre-sale of Lung's intention is full of hardships. The demand for advanced materials is almost stringent. Transformed colored stones are the way to transform dragons. A very powerful species of dragon, the main material needed for the transformation of the dragon. Su-won was extremely excited at this moment. I really did. I can actually encounter this, something I never dared to hope for. Thanks to you. The treasure beast is indeed a mysterious existence. Kubo saw Su-won standing foolishly for half a day. He rudely said, I said, kid, what are you standing there daydreaming for? Are you a guest or just here to cause trouble? Su-won finally came to his senses. He pointed at the dark black toilet with a big smile. I want this stone with a smile. Give me a price. This little yellow duck starts treasure hunting for the first time. A broken stone is standing still, said it was a big baby. With the help of Long Dian, Su-won recognized at a glance this stone is an extremely rare deformed colored stone to put the treasure in the bag. He directly expressed that the price can be cut casually. He wants to order the stone. Kubo listens to Su-won's request, suddenly showing a look of surprise. It's like watching a fool. Are you saying you want to buy this broken piece of stone? Kubo looked at this extremely ugly stone in front of him, can't help playing, although this thing it is the boss from some unknown ruins in the wilderness picked up, but the boss has found quite a few big shots to look at, all feel that apart from transformation, it is useless. This is just placed in the store as a decorative stone. But if you say so, will other guests feel our store doesn't have style? After making up one's mind, 9 treasures impatiently waved his hand towards Su-won. The road this stone, but the treasurer of the town store that our boss personally retrieved priceless treasure. You'd better leave quickly. Su-won firmly spoke up again, smiled and said, let's have a good talk. You can quote a price. Joe was suddenly a little impatient with being entangled. He did not doubt that this thing was a treasure. After all, even the knowledgeable imperial master has identified it. Just said one sentence and left it at that after he pointed at the stone and shouted, you now pay 10,000 grams of steel. This stone belongs to you. Su-won heard the price, immediately expressed the depth. His fingers directly from the jade seal ring take out 3 shining golden coins. Soon after there was a clanging sound. 3 flashing golden coins were thrown by him on the table. I have never seen so much money in my whole life. Suddenly showed a look of astonishment. Kubo seeing the 3 shining gold coins on the table, he couldn't help but show his desire. Gudong swallowed a mouthful of saliva. Kubo quickly turned around to look at the 2 security guards. 3 people stare at the gold Krugerrand on the table. A thought arose in our minds simultaneously. This person is a super fat sheep. Perceiving that the eyes of the 3 individuals were flashing with a hidden murderous intent, Su-won's face darkened. Raise your hand. The steel engraving you want is right here. You are responsible. Helped me take this stone to the management committee building. When Kobo's gaze when it fell on the ring, and Su-won said, the last little thought in my heart has completely disappeared. Just because he recognized this as a jade ring at a glance. Words. The 3 people changed their faces and knelt on the ground, started begging for mercy. It's all because the little one is blind. I didn't see that it was the arrival of the royal master. master. The little one will definitely help the adults deliver the goods. The price just now was reported incorrectly. Your Majesty, you only need to pay 1 jing chu. Su-won couldn't help but furrow his brow, warning us these imperial teachers guarding the gathering place in the wilderness with all one's might. It's not for you to run wild in the gathering place, only this one's not to be taken as an example. Take care of yourselves. The three people's faces changed suddenly. Lien said, it is me. We will never make the same mistake again. Thank you, sir. Spare my life. Shortly after, Su-won no longer lingered, directly slammed the door and finally successfully collected the treasure into the bag. The jade lion wants to tame a new jade pet. There are generally two situations. These two situations, it is possible to tame the pet in a short period of his type is that the spiritual power of the jade lion itself is relatively strong, go to attain low-level jade beasts. And another way is through soul communication. Established bonds obtain the consent of the jade pet. Even the jade pet itself wants to be tamed by the jade lion. Su-won, in order to tame the treasure hunting beasts, chose the second method ever. Since being able to actively communicate with the little one on a spiritual level, his relationship with the little guy began to escalate rapidly. This man in the first treasure hunt of the little yellow duck just spent a huge sum of money to buy a piece of broken stone. Su-won, in order to be able to stay in looting town for these 3 days, capture the treasure hunting beast, also considered wringing out all the brain juice. Another journey with the treasure hunting beast, searching for treasures everywhere in the town of Full Willow. Just bring along and eat all kinds of delicious specialty foods. Even took on the role of a mother, told bedtime stories to the treasure hunting beast. After all, this little guy is just in the early stages of growth past the birth period. Leaving the protection of parents, start the treasure hunt around the world. And Su-won, whether in experience or in life experience, one's knowledge must be higher than seeking treasure beasts under the temptation of deception and painting a rosy picture. For example, in the future, I will take the treasure beasts to search for treasures in secret places. Even various large-scale relics, treasure hunting skills later under his leadership. Treasures will pile up like mountains and so on. Inexperienced treasure hunting beasts simply regarded Su-won as a descending angel. Already eager to become Su-won's beast, go crazy treasure hunting. Accumulate treasure mountains in the training ground behind the commission building. Every day there are regular bursts of dragon roars and roars, but Su-won is more pragmatic, and in order to accelerate the little guy's dependence on himself, Su-won also named it as training the speed of treasure hunting beasts. Take time out every day. In the training ground behind the commission building begins snakes and lizards exercise the treasure hunting beasts. At present, the little guy has been chased by dragons, snakes and lizards for over an hour. Physical strength is nearing its limit. After all, this little guy can only run so much, still in the early stages of growth. One growth stage lower than the dragons, snakes and lizards. After the dragons, snakes and lizards got tired of playing cat and mouse games. It suddenly let out a dragon roar, immediately followed by the dragon, snake and lizards. Claws slamming down. The poor treasure hunting beast was firmly pressed to the ground and rubbed by a foot. And every time at this critical moment, Su-won would slowly walk out from the side. Stop the training. When the treasure hunting beast was being abused and had no will to live, he would appear as an angel again. Stop the dragon, snake and lizard's violence. Rescue the treasure hunting beast from the clutches of the dragon, snake and lizard, increasing the little guy's trust and gratitude towards him. Su-won reached out his hand. He said to the dragon, snake and lizard, quickly release the treasure hunting beast. Why do you keep bullying him? Can't you be gentler? But dragon, snake and lizard, upon hearing this, couldn't help but feel a bit confused. Aren't these things all things you told me to do? The dragon, snake and lizard pretended to be unhappy and grilled a few times. Reluctantly loosened its big claws, released the treasure hunting beast from its grasp. After rescuing the treasure hunting beast, increasing the little guy's trust and gratitude towards him even more, the treasure hunting beast felt like its angel had appeared again. After the dragon, snake and lizard released its claws, it leaped into Su-won's arms with all its might, constantly calling out for comfort. Su-won was very pleased with this. His plan to subdue was perfectly achieved. The screen changes in the dense primitive jungle. A military green off-road vehicle driving on a bumpy road. When driving to a small 17 or 18 meters wide, the jeep in front of the river stopped. Get off the car. The middle-aged soldier said respectfully to Mr. Su, cross this river even if it is beyond the outer perimeter of grizzly bear forest. Arrived at the inner circle. The next itinerary will have someone pick you up. This man under the attack of painting big cakes and money that eats and wraps. Finally successfully brought the treasure hunting beast under control. After arriving at the river on the outskirts of bear forest, soldiers expressed the next itinerary will be taken care of by a dedicated person. Su-won heard the words, hastily thanked everyone for their hard work. Just at this moment, not far away, suddenly came a rapid and heavy footstep. A huge dangerous crowd, approaching Su-won and others' location quickly, immediately followed by a deafening roar of ferocity from not far away. With a roar, crackling sounds kept coming from the forest. The sound of snapping branches and leaves. Just so red figure jumping down from a slope of about 10 meters. meters. Everyone was shocked. The next moment the fiery beast did not show any intention to attack after landing, just slowly approaching Suwon and others. This fierce beast is actually a high-level dangerous red rock tiger, and on the back of the red rock tiger, that person wearing a black tight combat suit. A woman with a well-proportioned figure tosses her long hair over her shoulders towards the two of them. He nodded slightly, then look at Su1 with a smile. You're Suwon, I am the assistant lawyer. Hate you have Grizzly Lin, you can call me Sister Chrysanthemum. Two soldiers quickly straightened their bodies. Respectful bow to Mr. Su. Suwon quickly smiled slightly, heading towards Haeju, nodding and waving responded to Sister Su. Black Chrysanthemum flipped over and jumped from the back of a 2-meter-high red-eyed tiger to the ground. The castle lord smiled and said, already passed through the short distance communication device, bring you to Grizzly Forest, message about a 1-month-long training. Let us know, I thought you should have long ago that to arrive today. Suwon heard the words. Suddenly he scratched his head in embarrassment. He casually explained that he was delayed due to some things. I am sorry, but hide, you didn't care. First facing the two soldiers, you can return. The soldier looked at the huge backpacks on the car. Do you see how the luggage behind is being handled? Black Chrysanthemum faintly smiles the way out. Are you on? He reached out and touched the necklace on her slender neck. The necklace immediately flashed a hint of dim light, immediately followed by a head that is 3 to 4 meters high. The youngest sergeant with the tallest height among the few people present, still twice as large as the huge giant ape. The huge giant ape has gray-black fur. The appearance is somewhat similar to a silverback gorilla. Just the arms of this giant ape are as black as iron, as if cast from black iron. It is as hard as steel. Suwon subconsciously judged in his heart. Lin Beatty armored ape as a high-level danger with one head. At least it has been cultivated to full length, has broken through the shackles of race and advanced further. It is difficult to tell from the appearance. Belinda iron arm ape is a dangerous species with infinite strength, being able to easily lift tons of heavy steel. It is a good helper when constructing special buildings. Afterwards hide you. Ordered you to be taken to Iron Armade, move all their luggage to the base. You were hurt by Iron Armade, nodded at Haeju after remaining a low roar. He began to take action to soldiers saw the situation, hastily carrying the camp with Iron Arm round walked towards the jeep parked next to the pile of luggage. Speak to the great ape lord. Please come over here. And Black Chrysanthemum turned over onto the fiery red and fierce back beside him. Pat the big brain of the fiery beast to Suwon as the distance from the base is still some distance. Do you want to be my red-eyed tiger? In the past this woman just an ordinary assistant in Grizzly Forest. The lawyer used the high-level dangerous species of red-eyed tiger as a mound. Even when it comes to set his goods, summon all high-level dangerous species because Iron Army came to help just now. Hey, Ju's Suwon's luggage problem. She then asked Suwon, do you need to make your own red-eye tiger return base? And Suwon, I just happen to be planning to develop the characteristics of dragons, snakes and lizards. So she smiled and politely declined, saying there was no need. Sr Ju, I'm ready to make a dragon snake lizard. Immediately afterwards, Suwon raised his hand and shouted, come on out. The huge body of the small lizard and dragon snake lizard quickly flew out from the jade seal ring. He fell directly beside him. When Suwon summoned the dragon snake and lizard, Black Chrysanthemum's eyes flashed a hint of obvious admiration with a hint of hidden envy, truly worthy of being the proud little junior brother of the teacher. The first divine beast is among the top dangers. Afterwards, hey, Zhu flipped over and fell onto the back of the red-eyed tiger. At the same time, he smiled and said, let sister, how much ability do you have? 7. Just as the words fell, only see Hey gently moving his legs. The red-eyed tiger turned around and ran towards the distance, obviously to accommodate Suwon. Otherwise, at the speed of the red-eyed tiger just leaping over back to the base is only 10 breaths away. The dragon snake and lizard have grown a lot during this time. Next, find the landing station in front of Suwon. They are already twice as big as ordinary horses. Suwon struggled to turn over and climbed onto the back of the dragon snake lizard. Immediately command the dragon snake and lizard. Keep up with them. Receive the command. Dragon snakes and lizards habitually begin to release negative energy. Prepare to use evil skills. And Suwon saw the situation, suddenly panic. Little X in. What do you want to do? Right after the dragon snake and lizard started moving, the speed boost brought by Alexei make his sprint speed very fast, and Suwon suddenly caught off guard, almost got thrown back. Accompanied by a cry, Suwon quickly learned to imitate Haeju's appearance, both hands supporting the back of the dragon snake lizard, clamped the legs to move the backside of the dragon snake and lizard. The dragon snake and lizard followed. After the echoing of his shout could be heard in the vast grizzly bear forest. Do not use skills while riding. Just a few 100 meters away, the city of Longshi lizard is very close. Not long. Just followed Haeju to the front of the base gate. Blank Chrysanthemum quickly arrived at the front gate. That small hand kept hitting the big door, make a clanging sound. He knocked for a while. See no one opens the door. With an impatient look on his face, he shouted to urge the door to be opened. Not long after, a very lazy voice came from inside the gate. I said, Joe, can't you be more gentle? Every time the iron gate is almost broken by you. As the gate opened, a messy bird's nest-like hair. A young man full of decat and temperament greeted Joe. Can you bring the key next time? Busy and still have to open the door for you. Hey. Joe had a hostile face and said, are you busy? Busy hibernating. Letting you hold the rivet formation. You actually dare to sneak into the base to hide and relax while Chief Su was away. Believe it or not, I will tell Chief Su about your good deeds later. Joe's face immediately changed when he heard this. He quickly put on a smile and said in a pleasing tone, I misspoke. I misspoke to open the door for you. I may team immediately after a loud sound of a slap was heard. Hey. Gio directly hit his head, harshly interrupting his nonsense. Hey. Gio then pointed at Su1 and ordered, go take care of your junior brother Su1 and settle the luggage and accommodation. Su1 looked speechless at the two people in front of him. One never brings a key when going out and relies on jumping in and out. One is actually the lawyer who should be on duty guarding the river town to avoid danger. He ran to the grizzly forest base to sleep. He couldn't help but complain in his heart, range enough is the way of getting along also so strange. This woman whom he had just met not long ago actually asked Su1 to enter his room for a chat, and after entering the room, he kept urging Su1 to sit next to him quickly. Just now Su1 rode on a not very skilled dragon snake lizard finally arrived inside the grizzly forest base. Then, Hey Joe began to introduce the situation of the base to Su1. Currently, there are only Ni and Shuayu in the grizzly forest. The base originally had a few soldiers doing miscellaneous tasks. Later, those soldiers couldn't stand the harsh environment of the grizzly forest without seeing the sun and applied for transfer. The tasks of doing miscellaneous work were also handed over to our respective prison pets. The supervisor of the base grizzly forest following the Chief Su, the master of the river town Suka, went to track a dangerous creature on the hilly wasteland went out a few days ago. Another imperial master came to the battle. Originally I was for your arrival at the base. I planned to take you with me, part of the special training for the imperial teacher. I didn't expect you to delay for a few days. He started himself first. Su1 quickly smiled, kindly responded with an apology. A little delay in time. He naturally wouldn't be foolish enough to expose the secret of the treasure beast. Black Bureau heard the words but did not investigate deeply. He suddenly straightened his proud twin peaks, smiling with a crooked mouth. It's okay. Let's go chat in my room first. Su1's had suddenly exploded. Just met and went into the room to chat. This kind of tricky operation suddenly caught him off guard. When Su1 entered the black room, suddenly just be full of dangerous species. Specimens on the wall. Attracted Black Chrysanthemum saw Su1's dull expression with a hint of a proud smile on his face. These specimens are all he has collected over the years at the base. It was collected through great hardships. After a while he saw Suhan still standing foolishly in place and speak up and remind them, hey, have you come to your senses? Are you stupid? So one whose thoughts were interrupted finally came to his senses, kindly smiled and said, not silly. Not silly. The decoration style here is a bit unique. Black Chrysanthemum suddenly revealed a touch of coquettish smile. You still think that Judas places the young lady's boudoir? And then what happens between us? Afterwards Hey Ju reached out his hand, lightly tapping the edge of the bed. Hurry up and come up. Su1, who has never seen the world, suddenly stood still in place. He then looked bewildered and waved his hands repeatedly, even can't say a word, continuously making squeaking and chirping sounds. Black Chrysanthemum saw the situation, immediately laugh out loud. I'm not kidding you, before you come, not clear yet. Grizzly Bear Shower Trainer special training content. He paused quite mysteriously, said this is also considered a rule. Usually we train the Jade Lion of Blackbird for the first time. Only when you arrive at the Grizzly, only then will be informed of the specific content. The entire Black Forest, nearly 100 lion dance performers at the level of first 10 or above. Almost everyone has experienced Grizzly Bear Forest training at least once. This special training is not just about honing combat experience, even more rare benefits. Then Hygiene showed an inexplicable smile. I wonder if you have heard of energy fruits. When Su1 heard this vaguely, there were some guesses. He couldn't help but feel secretly delighted. However, he pretended not to understand. Do you mean that this grizzly forest has energy fruits? The black and orange straightened up, probably explained the nature. The bear forest is rich in male power fruit. This is our black lamp master, the stable source of energy fruits, a way to enhance the power of dangerous organisms' physical strength, endurance, and 3 attributes. Evil system. It is very necessary to breed pets of various species such as beast type and power type. Black Kiku then walked to the other side of the room. 7 completed the curtain, revealed a detailed map of the grizzly forest. He pointed to the map of grizzly forest and spoke again, but it is not easy to obtain the energy fruit. His way of obtaining it is not difficult to say, it's easier said than done. All bears in the grizzly forest bear fruit, all occupied by the bear skins, are Black Lantern Castle's Jade Lion. You can contact the owner of the bear forest. Their skin leader's token can lead pet challenge the owner of a bear standing fruit tree. There is a token. These guardian usually do not refuse. Once defeated, you can obtain a bear standing fruit. Just as the word words fell, Black Orange suddenly showed a serious expression and added a sentence, but any non-my Black Lantern-affiliated Jade Lion once dare to steal the energy fruit will definitely encounter a group of bears in the entire jungle. Even our guarding of the Jade Lion's attack until death do us part. This is a kind, magical fruits that can enhance all aspects of the beast's attributes. Can watch. You must challenge the guardian of the fruit. Just now, in the original jungle composed of towering ancient tombs, continuous bursts of bear roars and roars are constantly heard. Only see dragon, snake, lizard facing off with a grizzly bear staring into each other's eyes. The crab head has a large body and a grizzly bear skin staring fiercely with a grimace. A much smaller dragon, snake, scorpion. However, the 3-4 meter long dragon, snake, scorpion is in front of it undoubtedly appears very petite. Su Huan and a burly young man wearing a cloak standing on an ancient tree, looking at the battle not far away. Lin Jin suddenly smiled and said, it seems this grizzly bear is about ready to take on the challenge. As long as the dragon Vasilis can defeat the opponent of fruit tree over 30 years old, the harvested chestnuts are ready to be picked. Su Huan heard this and sighed. I don't think it's that easy. Find an opponent of equal strength. It's really not easy. Lin Jin grinned. Explain, every bear skin will only receive the challenge of opponents with weaker chi than oneself if they do not consider the opponent to be strong. Even if there is a token in hand, these guys will also refuse to accept challenges. Want to get bear leaf root. Facing risks is natural. Just as Su Huan and Lin Jin were briefly chatting, the dragon, snake and lizard have already begun to confront the grizzly bear. Turned to action. The grizzly bear roared at the dragon, snake and lizard. With a roar it can both exude majesty and attempt to intimidate the opponent. The cowling snake resides as a top-level dangerous dragon species born with the power of the dragon. Almost pressure on all kinds of species. All have strong resistance, and he has long been under the oppressive pressure of terror. At this time facing the growth stage, just the intimidating pressure of the grizzly bear skin approaching the safe period, almost able to have direct immunity. But dragon, snake and lizard were surrounded by the deafening roar of the grizzly bear's growl. As if standing firm like a rock, he also in the show was smiling expression. Mock the other party. This expression is remarkably like mocking a grizzly bear's, for the roar is weak and feeble. The grizzly bear was suddenly provoked by the dragon, snake and lizard can no longer suppress the anger, directly launched an attack towards the dragon, snake and lizard. Su Huan, who was watching the battle not far away, saw the scene. My heart suddenly felt a bit speechless. I didn't expect this guy long snake lizard to have a talent for sarcasm. He then turned his head towards Lin Jin and asked about the grizzly bear skin. This is considered accepting the challenge now? Lin Jin responded with a smile. Of course, just only dragon, snake, lizard. I may have never dealt with this kind of oppressed dangerous species. I'm afraid I might suffer losses. The two once again turned their gaze towards the battle grizzly bear skin. Although the size and weight compared to the black donkey armored vehicle still need to improve a bit. With the momentum of the roaring it starts to run wildly, more determined than an armored vehicle. The dragon and lizard are fearless. After enhancing the strength with dragon power, directly facing each other, planning to collide head on with the grizzly bear. The grizzly bear skin is also not weak. The power enhancing ability is activated while running. The growth stage of the grizzly bear skin brings a significant overall strength increase. It is much stronger than the dragon, snake and lizard. The dragon, snake and lizard have only recently entered the mid-growth stage. Their strength is equivalent to the ultimate dangerous species in the mature stage, while this grizzly bear skin clearly has reached the limit of the mature stage, very close to the complete stage. Then a loud bang was heard. The two fierce beasts fiercely collided. The soil and grass under their feet were lifted up. Compared to the dragon, snake and lizard, who excel in endurance and defense, in direct power confrontation, the dragon, snake and lizard are slightly weaker than the grizzly bear skin, and the enhancement of dragon power is offset by the grizzly bear's brutal power enhancing ability. Dragon, snake and lizard that has not yet fully grown actually chose to challenge the grizzly bear, which is several sizes larger. The proud dragon race never backs down. He is not afraid at all, directly engaging in a strength duel with the grizzly bear. The dragon, snake and lizard were immediately overwhelmed by the fierceness of the grizzly bear skin. They took several steps back. The grizzly bear skin immediately leaped up, swinging its huge paw fiercely. It heavily slapped the head of the dragon, snake and lizard. Then a loud sound was heard. Dragon, snake and lizard fell to the ground with a bang. The grizzly bear, known for its powerful strength, with a casual slap directly sent the dragon, snake and lizard flying several meters away. The grizzly bear skin then moved again, immediately opening its mouth full of sharp fangs, pouncing towards the dragon, snake and lizard with its biting force. Once it bites into the scales of the dragon, snake and lizard, it will be extremely difficult to resist. It might rain jury. Lin Jin, who knows the strength of the grizzly bear skin, was shocked. He was immediately alarmed. This is not good. Something is about to happen. Quickly recall your dragon, snake and lizard. Lin Lin Jin immediately wanted to summon his pet to save the dragon, snake and lizard, but Suwon suddenly reached out, blocking Lin Jin, who was preparing to intervene. Lin Jin was immediately attracted by this. One hand made me a little confused. Suwon quickly spoke, "Senior brother, please wait a little longer. I see CLC, he should still have a trick up his sleeve. He knows clearly, even if really hit head on and renowned for their vitality and resilience, dragons, snakes and lizards. Also, it's not like my life will be taken away just like that." Just as the words fell, the dragon, snake and lizard suddenly let out a roar, the dragon's might emanating from him like the tide coming back after revving, surging towards the unguarded grizzly bear skin, directly affecting the mind and spirit of the dragon's prestige. A menacing grizzly bear skin. One stumble, underfoot stiffened directly in place. The spiritual pressure of Cool Long Wei just lasted a moment. The bear skin recovered. He immediately whitened his round eyes, staring angrily at the dragon, snake, lizard, immediately followed by a bear's roar. The bare paw of the grizzly bear fell heavily to the ground. That fierce bear mouth opens and closes, but he bit into empty air. While the dragon, snake and lizard algae were stunned by the grizzly bear skin, began to run quickly, easily dodged this wave of attacks. The dragon, snake and lizard move apart, immediately activate the skill dragon power enhancement. Majestic dragon energy instantly spreads throughout the body, condensed on that sharp dragon claw. Right after that came a swoosh sound. The dragon, snake and lizard all kicked their legs on the ground. He suddenly raised the dragon claw, amplified by dragon power, straight towards the grizzly bear skin, quickly attacked. The next moment the dragon, snake and lizard dived down, all fell fiercely. 3 claw marks immediately appear. The dragon, snake and lizard originally had 1 claw. It is drawn on the head of the grizzly bear skin, but the grizzly bear's rich combat experience, it is better to let him timely dodge away from the head. Let the claws of the dragon, snake and lizard barely slap against his shoulders. The painful grizzly bear skin immediately whitened, its round eyes staring at the dragon, snake, lizard to death, and the dragon claw that can tear through steel only in the thick skin and flesh of gray. The bear left 3 not too deep nor shallow claw marks with its pointed fore. Lin Jin nodded at the sight. Praise, looks like this dragon, snake, lizard is going to be cultivated very well. I have actually developed an instinct to be online. This is a rare feature, but it's still not enough to break through. The grizzly bear's defense still need to grow. This only passed the perfect formula of the dragon point. Cultivated dragon, snake, lizard, start with all your might and unleash the power of the dragon, but only on the shoulders of the den. Leave 3 not too deep nor shallow claw marks. Suwon looked at him in surprise. Only the grizzly bear skin with 3 claw marks from dragons, snakes and lizards. The defense of the open mouth stick beast is too exaggerated. This defense power, I'm afraid it's no less than some mature high-level dangers have been hit. Lin Jin saw the shock on Suwon's face. He explained with a smile that this is the effect of bearberry fruit. If the dragon, snake and lizard can win, you can also get shown. Ligu. Suwon nodded slightly, immediately shouted towards the dragon, snake and lizard to cheer them on. Little lizard, if you win, you can eat that kind of rare fruit. The dragon, snake and lizard hear the sound, suddenly stunned in place. The grizzly bear became even more furious after being scratched by the claws. However, I dare not be reckless like before. He carefully used the beast's self-healing. Within a few breaths his shoulder was bleeding. The scab has already stopped bleeding under the healing skill. At the same token, in the snake suck the 4 limbs and lie on the ground. See, the other party has no movement. His strength has always been just 1 step behind. Choose to take the initiative immediately. He suddenly opened his mouth and began to breathe out evil thoughts. Evil thoughts pop up the next moment. Dark purple evil thoughts burst out in the morning. The sharp arrow that just stopped bleeding and scabbed on the grizzly bear skin shot. Ouch. The dragon, snake's card sucking time is very accurate. The bear skin had just finished healing at this time. Get ready to climb up and stand firm. The heal cannot be avoided in time, can only desperately lean over the shoulder. Evil thought sag immediately fiercely. The ground hit the site of the grizzly bear's body as it turned around. Immediately in the smoke came the sound of angry roars. Smoke dust permeates the grizzly bear fur, also began to slowly dissipate. Only see the smoke dissipate. The surrounding large trees were all affected by the aftermath of malignant energy hit until it breaks. But the grizzly bear skin stood intact, and Vasilis didn't even break through the defense. But it also made his firm feel like it was burning and tingling like an electric shock. The grizzly bear's skin hurts with anger. Strong bear paw suddenly grabbed the fallen tree trunk to the side. Immediately afterwards, the grizzly bear lifted the thick trunk, suddenly stood up, roaring angrily towards the dragon, snake and lizard. At the next moment, countless sounds of breaking through the air came out. The tree trunk, as thick as a person's arm, was swiftly pierced by the grizzly bear's claws, directly shoot towards the nearby dragon, snake, lizard. Facing the continuously falling tree trunks, dragons, snakes and lizards also dare not resist. Head on hastily began to constantly move around and dodge, immediately followed by the loud banging sounds. The dragon, snake and lizard aim for the landing spot on the tree trunk. 1 kick with the hind legs, twist the butt, swing the tail, continuously dodge in a narrow space. However, at this moment moment, the thicker trunk of the lantern tree fell to bang directly blocked in front of him, narrow space filled with tree branches. He has no way back at this point. The retreat route has cut off the situation of long. She heightened feels bad. Hastily turned around and looked behind. The grizzly bear skin let out a deafening bear roar. The whole body exudes a majestic and imposing aura. With the continuous emergence of the anger energy in his body, his originally huge physique, it surged up more than a full circle. Lynch and suddenly exclaimed, his pupils dilated. Disaster is the talent's sudden attack. This guy was also pretending to be a pig at the beginning. This little dragon snake lizard launched an all-out attack. There is no way cause a slight injury to this big grizzly bear. After using tree stumps to block the retreat of the dragon snake and lizard, the grizzly bear furiously uses the skill of wild suction, increased the size of my body by several rounds. Linjin saw the grizzly bear skin unleash the talent skill of crazy absorption. Immediately persuade this kind of talent skill not every be mastered after firing, being able to instantly increase one's own strength and defense. Now the dragon snake lizard still unable to defeat an opponent of this intensity. It's time to stop challenging. Su-won heard the words. His expression also became slightly serious. He looked firmly at the dragon snake lizard, responded, senior brother in my spiritual world. Up to now I have not received any call for help from the dragon snake lizard. I choose to believe him. At the same time, the bear paw, which has grown several circles in size, is approaching the dragon snake lizard step by step. See no way out. The dragon snake lizard suddenly panicked. He kept looking around, trying to find an opportunity to escape. The next moment the bear's body let out a thunderous roar that echoed through the sky. His running speed suddenly increased. The terrifying bear paws suddenly lifted directly towards the dragon snake lizard. However, just one body length away from the dragon snake lizard as it was about to pounce and grab the dragon snake lizard. But dragon snake lizard immediately activated the crocodile lizard's second acceleration. The next moment the bear's paw slammed down. The surrounding tree trunks were instantly shattered, and with the boost of the crocodile lizard's energy, his speed was greatly increased. He suddenly pounced to the side, avoiding this terrifying claw. After dodging the attack, the dragon snake lizard dared not stay under the boost of the second acceleration. He began to run wildly. But not far ahead of him was a towering ancient tree. The ancient tree was 7 to 8 meters long just on its horizontal surface. It was almost impossible for the dragon snake lizard to avoid it at his current speed. He was about to crash into the tree. Seeing the situation, suddenly exclaimed, oh no. At this speed, the dragon snake lizard cannot shake off. He will be injured. At the same time, the bear skin also noticed this. His mouth suddenly split open, his eyes filled with crazy malice. Sweat rag and snake lizard into pulp. The mad lizard also used the second level evolutionary ability to attack fiercely. In the state of fierce attack, the speed was surprisingly close to the dragon snake lizard under the second speed boost. The next moment the dragon snake lizard felt the huge pressure coming from behind, couldn't help but turn around to look when he saw the bear skin charging towards him at an astonishing speed. He immediately came up with a plan. He suddenly slammed on the brakes and came to a sudden stop. The dragon tail fear asleep slept on the ground. In the next moment a majestic earth energy gushed out from under him. The second level activation ability of the earth spear technique was suddenly launched. Countless solid rocks kept breaking through the soil, quickly spreading towards the grizzly fur, followed by a loud bang. The grizzly fur, which was running fast, had no time to dodge at all. His huge body directly collided with the emerging stubborn rocks. The grizzly fur hindered by the stubborn rocks and then hesitated under his feet, and fell heavily on the ground. But under the inertia, the grizzly fur couldn't stop. In the blink of an eye he turned into a big ball of flesh and began to roll frantically, followed by a thunderous, muffled sound. The grizzly first slammed heavily on the ancient tomb. The ancient tomb immediately shook. Leaves felt like rain. Even many branches of the ancient tree fell off. This dragon snake lizard, which was being chased by the grizzly four, when faced with a desperate situation, had a sudden inspiration and used the stubborn rock skill. The clumsy grizzly four couldn't avoid it, and directly collided with a giant tree, seeing his plan succeed. But dragon snake lizard immediately showed a smug expression. Obviously, he was very satisfied with this victory of intellectual suppression, only to see that pitiful grizzly fur had been knocked down by the huge impact and was lying limp on the ground. Icing stars foaming at the mouth, completely powerless to fight back. And Linjin will process instantly widened his eyes and shocked, but was left speechless. It took him a while to say, this is really a stupid bear. Why can't I ever encounter one? While Su-won quickly waved his hand, smiling and saying, it's just luck. It's all just luck. Then Linjin used mental energy to lift his body, slowly floating down from the tree. When he looked at Su-won, who was holding onto the tree trunk, he couldn't help but apologize. I forgot your current spiritual energy is not enough to support yourself. Then he reached out his hand, put it in his mouth, let out a sharp laugh. Immediately a giant eagle slowly descended from the sky. This is Linjin flying desire to cherish the head. A blood-tailed black guanine that is 7 or 8 meters long. Then when the blood-tailed black wanting to send it over Su-won suddenly stretched out its claws grabbed his shoulder tightly. The blood-tailed black guanine grabbed Su-won's shoulder slowly began to flap its huge wings, sending him down more than 10 meters. After getting off the tree, Linda looked at the fallen bear skin. He immediately became excited. Sure enough, he is the proud disciple of the teacher. In this battle, it seems that you have put in a lot of effort with the dragon, snake and lizard. Then Linjin quickly reached out his hand, shouted, "Come out Himao grass!" Immediately, the jade seal ring in his hand began to emit a faint green light. Lynchpin's healing jade pex is a natural and healing Hima grass, Himao grass topped with a large lotus leaf like a hat. Hence the name. It can root in the soil to absorb nutrients. It can also pull out roots, walk with the roots with each step. The branches and leaves on its body will sway. Like a moving shrub, just see its way, moving branches and leaves in front of the bear skin. Green natural energy like sunlight falling on the bear skin, and Linjin begin to explain at the same time. This is also one of the challenge rules of the bear forest: cannot harm any bear group at will end. After the challenge the bears and ensure that the battle does not endanger the life of the bear skin. Otherwise it will be attacked by the bear group and the bear forest. And Su-won has no healing. Fine Pat. He quickly said, "Thank you." Seeing your brother Lynch and laughed and said, "It's just a small matter." Under the influence of natural credibility and energy, the wounds on the bear skin quickly healed. The dizziness caused by the shock impact also eased, gradually began to regain consciousness. And as soon as Grizzly Skin woke up, immediately you can see the big head of the dragon snake lizard Nico Kozen. The most hateful thing is at this time the dragon snake lizard was showing a mean expression, continuously pointing at oneself amid bursts of laughter. The grizzly bear skin immediately stood up suddenly. Amid a furious bear roar he angrily headed towards the big heads of the dragon snake and lizard. Want to bite over. This silly bear actually crashed into a tree during the duel, causing to lose contempt. When he was healed, my opponent pointing at himself mockingly. But grizzly bear skin instantly exploded on the spot. Jump up immediately prepared to tear the sneaky dragon snake lizard to shreds. However, at this moment Linjin immediately stood sideways, blocked the grizzly bear skin. He smiled and said, "The challenge has ended. If you want to play again you have to eat another bear power fruit." The grizzly bear skin listened. "I dare not move my hands anymore." Immediately can only turn around and glare fiercely at the dragon snake and lizard. Full of resentment, Su-won couldn't help but feel a little confused. Did he just leave like that? Said bear. League was stood there and Lynch and smiled slightly when he heard the words, responded, "Let's go follow the past and you will understand." The grizzly bear skin could only drag its tired, bulky body shaking and swaying with the dragon and snake sucking walk into the deep forest in the morning. The bear standing fruit tree he occupies just deep in that dense forest. He is closely guarded by his group of grizzly, that is his territory. The grizzly bear skin swayed back and forth in no time, passing through a dozen towering ancient tombs. A tightly covered dense forest arrived to the small open space. In the middle of the cave, there is a tree. Even in the cold winter, the leaves are still lush and dripping green, as if a strange little tree unaffected by the weather. The small tree is only 4 or 5 meters tall. The round head is inconspicuous. Among the ancient trees around there are more than 10 crystal clear beads hanging on the branches of the small tree as if carved crystal collectibles. Gorgeous fruit can't move away at a glance. The grizzly bear skin is close to the fruit tree on a fat face, immediately showing a humanized painful expression after a battle between heaven and man. In the end, I was so confused and painful, but I had to choose between left and right in the tree crown, but I opened my mouth. After thinking about it, bite one off the tree crown and it looks a bit small, just matured not long ago. Male standing fruit. But grizzly bear skin, after picking that, he walked slowly to the front of the dragon snake and lizard. He opened his mouth and spat out that crystal fruit is not full of saliva and mucus immediately spit out by him on the ground. But dragon snake and lizard immediately showed a look of disdain upon seeing the situation. Although he knew that this fruit was a big treasure, but he still finds it a bit difficult to speak. He then used his claws to pick up the fruit after shaking off the mucus above, just bite with teeth on the face of the bear loot sore muscles. In the comical expression mixed with various emotions of reluctance, go outside in the morning. Not long after, in the face of the dragon snake and lizard, the bear Li Bao came out. He mentioned that this round should have been brought up to you. Every area guarded by a grizzly bear skin, and there must be a small tree growing bear standing fruit just in the middle of those trees. That is the treasure of the bear skin tribe. The dragon and the snake she like came to the front of Su-won, who was waiting outside. Open urine fully bear the fruit, vomit on your own poop scooper's hand. Su-won took over shield Liga. I couldn't help but wonder if this has shown Liga smaller than I imagined by quite a bit. He then turned his gaze praise to Linjin asked senior brother how should this thing be used. Linjin couldn't help but show a hint of envy on his face, responded directly by eating it. Once this thing is picked, the mysterious energy contained within a few minutes later, it will begin to evaporate and disperse without special preservation methods. The earlier you eat, the better the effect. Suwon heard the words, immediately reach out and call the dragon, snake and lizard to come over eat up Shield Liga. The dragon, snake and lizard all had a dull expression on their faces, obviously very unwilling. He suddenly remembered this fruit just now was held in the mouth by the bear, skin full of the appearance of that stinky bear saliva and mucus. He suddenly felt a little nauseous. Suwon saw the dragon, snake and lizard and shook his head. Directly eat him. It suddenly exploded on the spot. Damn it. What's your expression? This is good stuff. Helpless Suwon hastily asked Linchin's senior brother. Do you have water? Linchbin's face turned black involuntarily. You shouldn't have to slice it later, right? This dragon, snake, lizard, after a hard-fought battle, the rewards obtained it is a fruit covered in saliva. Even this precious fruit can help him improve his strength. But dragons, snakes and lizards find it disgusting. I do not want to take it to prevent the decline of drug efficacy. Suwon, with the help of Linchin, hastily wiped the saliva off the surface of the chestnuts. All cleaned up. He then handed the chestnut fruit to the dragon, snake and lizard. This time the dragon, snake and lizard reluctantly opened their mouths wide after biting Shon Liga. Swallow Hulu, and in one gulp bear fruit in one gulp. But the dragon, snake and lizard did not show any immediate reaction. Linjin suddenly spoke. Junior buddy, let the dragon, snake and lizard absorb the bear chestnuts here. Absorb all the energy of the bear chestnut fruit. Let's leave again. Otherwise, it may waste a lot of energy. Suwon heard the words, suddenly felt a little confused. What are you preparing? Isn't it effective after eating? Linjin, however, did not offer further explanation. Just raise your hand and shouted out the disappearing plate of the yen. One horse in the blink of an eye. A completely wild, advanced, dangerous and estrus disappears, suddenly fall to the ground. Found another one is as thick as a water bucket. A mature period of 10 meters long at both ends of the first-class dangerous center. The Yama horse of the flatland also appeared at the disappeared side. After that he ordered the 2 jade pets to charge into battle. You are responsible for guarding around the perimeter. Be on guard against dangerous organisms approaching and attacking. Suwon looked at the disappearing river plate. Rock King Wonman walked towards the surrounding woods separately. He couldn't help but saying, it seems like you want to absorb bear grain fruit. It will take some more effort. Suwon quickly turned around. Thank you very much, senior brother, for speaking up. Waved his hand before the battle, responded, no need to be polite. Bear Valley cannot be preserved. So after picking, usually there is no time to return to the base to take and digest in the dense forest. After a while the dragon, snake, lizard was lying on the ground. Suddenly, I felt restless all over my body. At the same time, there was a feeling of discomfort in the body under him. At the same time, a dazzling golden magic circle began to emerge. After taking protective measures, Linjin then began to explain, if there is not enough strong pet protection, it's best to find some tree holes or stay in more hidden and safe places such as caves. This kind of situation happens a few more times and you will get used to it. At the same time, the dragon, snake and lizard are becoming more and more intense. Even lying on the ground, his body also cut to gently undulate. The body keeps trembling. The muffled low growls occasionally came from his mouth. Suwon also looked at the dragon, snake and lizard with some monies. Being able to take energy fruit. Dragon, snake, lizard for the first time, he shouted senior brother in a somewhat bewildered manner. Dragon, snake, lizard. He seems to have noticed Suwon's uneasiness in the face of the situation. He quickly comforted that this kind of reaction is very normal. The mysterious energy of the energy fruit transforming biological organisms at supernormal speeds. Mast cells. It will definitely cause the body to produce a stress response. After all, Shon League-wide is among the energy fruits, also known for its remarkable dominance and efficacy. The two of them waited for more than an hour. The restlessness and discomfort in the dragon, snake and lizard gradually subsided, and its outer skin layer also begins to shed at the same time. Immediately after, the dragon, snake and lizard suddenly stood up, sent out a loud dragon roar, and extreme energy force rushing out of his body. The original skin suddenly began to continuously peel off, expose new skin. This is a bare-licked nut and full of foul-smelling exotic fruits, and this dragon, snake, lizard, after swallowing this fruit, his combat power instantly received a large increase. In less than half a month, time flies by. Distance. Eat the first bear grain fruit. It has been 13 days. Suwon sat as steady as a rock on the 3-9-meter long foot. Raise your head. Already on the backs of other high-nosed dragon lizards running in the jungle. During this period, dragons, snakes and lizards are not only rapidly growing in size, close to most of the boundaries of the late-growth dragons, snakes and lizards, and in terms of strength, endurance and physical fitness, already not weaker than the late stage of growth of dragons, snakes and lizards, even more more than that. After all, in these 10 days, he ate 8 or 9 male power fruits. The dragon Vasily seems to be born with the talent of prevailing. He challenges the success rate of bear skin. Even Lin Jin was shocked beyond words. I am ashamed of myself. In these 13 days he and nearly 20 others a bear skin battle occupying a bear standing fruit tree, winning rate close to 50%. This amazing record makes Lin Jin envy. Dragons, snakes and lizards aside, try your luck on the first day defeated that stupid bear outside the reason for such a high success rate. Afterwards, all credit goes to the behind-the-scenes hero searching for treasure beasts. Treasure beasts are not only naturally sensitive to treasures, which location is easier to obtain the same treasure, having almost mysterious, accurate predictions. These days, the dragon, snake and lizard challenge the bear skin. Almost all are chosen by the treasure hunting beasts. This is only within more than 10 days. The grizzly bear skin on the scene only harvested 1 bear berry. The dragon, snake and lizard later harvested a total of 8 beads. The real reason just this secret is probably some to figure out for the time being. Running wildly in the jungle in a while, the dragon, snake and lizard that went into the depths of the jungle in the morning suddenly slowed down his pace. A low growl erupted. Suhan, who was spiritually connected with dragons, snakes and lizards. Not by a slight days you mean to, since the first day can that bear skin attack wildly? Dragon, snake, lizard immediately affirmatively nodded at that huge head. He has enough confidence in his own intuition. Suwan immediately slapped the head of the dragon, snake. A lizard smiled and said, let's go over and meet him. The dragon, snake and lizard suddenly let out an excited roar, quickly fly towards the nearby dense forest. He really wants to know my greatly increased strength, and that had once easily suppressed the bear skin of oneself who was stronger and who was weaker. Very quickly, the dragon, snake and lizard carried Suwan to a forest. Suwan quickly got off the dragon, snake, lizard. Start to sneakily observe, seeing from far away that head is fiercely fighting with a dangerous gray one. The bear's body. Suwan was shocked at the sight, although it has already started. He then began to ponder secretly. Gray armored wolf. It is a creature whose race level is the ultimate dangerous species. Usually lives in dark caves in mineral veins, wearing a carapace like black armor. And this is grizzly forest. In that case, he must have encountered favor. Sohan and the dragon, snake, lizard are hiding in the bushes, closely watching the battle between the two. Don't let him wait long, a cold voice came. Sure enough, the armored wolf is still a bit lacking. Come on, Chinese League 1 wolves, go solve this bear skin. Immediately followed by a loud bang. The Black Walker heavy armored vehicle is even more massive, pressing the terror of the teacher, terrifying evil wolf. A huge creature appeared on the grass. Su-won heard this voice full of wit and cleverness. Heavy armor wolf is the evolved form of armor wolf. Almost node weaknesses located in the first tier, top level dangerous species comparable to the existence of top dangerous species such as weak ones. It is a much stronger presence than the red-eyed tiger of the black chrysanthemum. This man relies on a little yellow duck that can find treasures, crazily foraging berberries in the forest. When he arrived at the next hidden fruit location, someone actually found out that someone else had taken the first step, fight with the bear skin. Su-won saw the situation. Suddenly the pupils contracted. My heart immediately felt heavy. Top level dangerous species heavy armor wolf. This head is definitely a perfect 7 and the cultivation condition is extremely perfect. Just in Su-won's mind, thousands of thoughts, feeling nervous and unsettled. Joan Jalon landed and immediately stomped on the ground. Strong sound waves suddenly accompanied by the sound of flying grass. Joan Jilong instantly turned into a black line and dashed out. Originally he was still fighting back and forth with the armor guy, sprayed with in a hurry, just like being not flying like a kite. Soon after, there was a thud sound of a bear skin pull out. A bloodline in the air fell into the stream. Life and death unknown. And Su-won, who was watching the battle in the bushes at this moment, not even daring to take a breath. Surprisingly, the bear skin was defeated so easily. He immediately began to think. One goose said, Black and Castle stands on the great wilderness. A century-old standing career in the process of development. Naturally, battles and even military conflicts are inevitable. So I also made some enemies, and Edinburgh is a powerful hostile force. It seems to be abundant control this armored wolf and heavy armored lion, because they control a habitat of armored wolves. Just like the grizzly bear spirit mastered by Black Lindbergh, just not as large in scale as the grizzly bear spirit. Suwon looked at him with great confusion in his heart. Approaching the masked man near the bear fruit tree, they are now appearing in the grizzly forest. Sure enough, Liga, however, how did this guy manage to save it? Even our Black Lantern Fortress, I haven't mastered the preservation techniques, have shown Liga. Just when Su-won was puzzled and confused, the masked man suddenly pulled out a combat waste pack from his body. Take out a needle-shaped instrument. This syringe-shaped device has a very thick needle. The masked man then stabbed the needle into the bear fruit, suddenly twitching with just a few strokes. The flesh and juice of the bear green fruit or sucked dry, only one shriveled fruit left. Su-won was stunned on the spot when he saw the situation. He has never seen or heard of such a device. I can only firmly remember its appearance. Ask others after returning to the base. Just as Su-won thought he could still hide, the masked man actually released another one, a lamp over a meter-tall jade pet resembling a dragonfly. And this jade beetle is obviously a reconnaissance jade beetle. He turned around and casually observed the surroundings in a circle. Not long after he called out in Su-won's direction at the st just finished the first. The mysterious man standing among the bear-shaped fruits just holding the syringe ready to extract the juice from the second fruit. But this sharp chirping sound immediately alarmed. Prepared to start liposuction on Lingual with a masked man. The masked man, when Shanghai had to dispose of the syringe after extracting the fat, put it back into the combat waste pack. At the same time he angrily scolded that he didn't expect there was still a little moss hidden. It's really unlucky. He then lightly clapped his hands on the side. Joan Jet Long's big head opened. Away we go. Over look at what the situation is. Soon the man in the mask quickly stepped onto the stage of the Chinese Football Association League that brought back John Jia, who was sitting down. Immediately whipped up a gust of evil wind, quickly run towards the direction where Su-won is in the morning. And Su-won had already detected the insect surveillance pets chirping. He had already mounted the dragon Vasilisk and started running away. I saw the dragon snake lizard running away, and Zhang Jiang was galloping behind like lightning, chasing after each other. This distance is very difficult to catch up for ordinary people, for dangerous species. Just a short distance. This man is training in the forest. Unexpectedly encountered poachers from hostile forces. After being discovered by the opponent's scouting pet, he hurriedly fled in confusion. The other party obviously has no intention of letting him go easily. Both sides thus began a long chase. Dragons, snakes and lizards have not yet reached the later stages of growth, but in terms of speed, already no weaker than the advanced danger in the mature period. Plus, they also opened up a distance of several 100 meters beforehand. And there are trees blocking the view. Even a completely mature special great dangerous species heavy armor wolf. For a moment, it was difficult to catch up. Su-won looked at the rapidly approaching heavily armored wolf. Pressure suddenly increased. Can drive the special dangerous species heavy armor wolf. There is also the ability to enter the to conceal one's identity needs not discovered by the bear skin. This guy is definitely a big fish. Leeching spots. Afterwards, Su-won quickly took out a walkie-talkie from his waist bag. Immediately afterwards, he called urgently into the walkie-talkie, emergency situation. Discover poachers. Su for reinforcements. When I heard the sound of a click from the walkie-talkie, Su-won's face immediately darkened. Ran out of battery. Su-won knows well, I am not a match for that poacher at all. He couldn't help but feel that something was wrong in his heart. Sure enough, I've been living comfortably in the gathering place for a long time. In addition to the teacher's reputation, you really underestimated it. Su-won immediately made up his mind. Today, we must get the message out at all costs. Never let poachers get their hands on the male standing fruit. After making up one's mind, Su-won quickly took out from the jade seal ring, summon the treasure beast out. After all, the treasure hunting beast has a very keen perception of the territories of the three most dangerous bear skin leaders in Grizzly Forest. He also knows it very clearly. Shortly after, Su-won signaled for the dragon, snake, lizard and horse to go full speed. Only see the dragon, snake and lizard entwined with evil energy fleeing ahead, and the crowd of wolves then chase relentlessly like the wind and lightning. Masked man looked at the secret base of the grizzly bear spirit, the little mouse running all the way. He suddenly felt a little annoyed. Both sides chased for so long, but the distance did not get much closer. He immediately gritted his teeth and ordered the armored wolf to quickly catch up, kill this little mouse and his trash pet. Just as the words fell, the wolf claws of the armored wolf suddenly lay on the ground, immediately stopped his figure. Then he suddenly burst out a roar using the move that killed the bear skin in seconds. Also a bad habit, but it was a fierce attack. One of the 5th level cultivation abilities. Fierce Black Lion attacked the armored wolf instantly. Black Lion. I don't know how many branches and trunks were broken along the way, directly chasing towards the dragon snake lizard. Su-won and the dragon snake lizard noticed the abnormality behind them. They quickly looked back only to see the armored wolf approaching quickly not far behind. Su-won's heart trembled when he saw this. He knew he absolutely couldn't be stopped by the armored wolves. Once stopped, he would definitely die. Then he quickly ordered the dragon snake lizard use the second stage of the speed attack to escape. Remember to run towards the direction of the giant tree forest. The dragon snake lizard immediately burst into a loud dragon chant. A majestic evil energy suddenly surged out of its body. The speed of the running feet was once again increased. Su-won couldn't help but analyze secretly. Although the acceleration effect and duration of the second stage speed attack are not as good as the black line attack, but the second stage speed attack has one advantage: it can change direction during the second stage acceleration in this very effective and dense forests. Since you like to charge around, then have a good crash in the giant tree forest. After making up his mind, Su-won couldn't help but show a smug smile. You better make some noise, lead Linzen over, then I will be saved. Although this man has a dragon beast, he was still chased and fled by the wolves. Hindered by the huge gap in strength between the two sides, he cleverly chose to escape towards the dense forest, trying trying to cause a commotion to let his companions come to the rescue. For a while, the whole forest was filled with various cracking sounds, wherever the armored wolves passed. Not a blade of grass grew. Lexi's black line seat is a linear assault acceleration skill. The armored wolves simply cannot flexibly avoid obstacles. All the trees in front of him all were broken fiercely by him. Masks are hard to see. The dragon, snake and lizard carried Su-won very agilely in the jungle turned to escape. For a while Joan Jilong seems to have no hope of catching up. He signaled for Jilong to face immediately darkened. The little mouse can really run, although the guardian of the grizzly forest Sukkot is not present. But if it is taken over by the other three, encountering trouble finding one's own whereabouts is also a troublesome matter. To quickly get rid of this troublesome mouse, he decisively raised the jade seal ring on his hand. Summon another pet again. In the blink of an eye, a body full of silver light, curved hair all over like lightning. A tiger-shaped jade ornament with blue patterns appeared on the spiritual wall. Electric Tiger is a lightning-type beast known for its Speed Light System 3 series top-level dangerous masked men. Hastily laid down on John Lane's back directly fall onto the back of the Electric Light Tiger. When he was seated firmly on the back of the Electric Tiger, he is full of malicious orders to the Electric Light Tiger: catch up to me, the little mouse in front. Although taking advantage of the masked man's opportunity to change the jade pet, Su-won opened up a distance of several tens of meters that give the Electric Light Tiger is really too fast. In the blink of an eye, the distance between the two sides was brought much closer. He likes the ability for long distance running and not very flexible. Heavy armor wolf improved by more than one level in terms of speed. The next moment, the Electric Light Tiger closes and directly leap fiercely at the same time. Activate the long-range development ability of the light system Light Beam. Rushing towards Su-won, the dragon, snake and lizard are sword-shaped. Quickly stir up those dragon wings immediately. Although we used low-altitude flight to evade the attack, but I didn't expect that the Electric Tiger shot out a scorching beam of light. Although there are dense jungle trees blocking, but the dragon, snake and lizard were caught off guard and still got graced by the beam. Su-won's face changed instantly. Very serious expression. It is a super dangerous Electric Light Tiger, and it has definitely reached the full term. Su-won couldn't help but touch the snake lizard's wound with distress, at the same time really analyzed that even if he continues like this, he won't be caught up. They will also be saved just at this moment. Su-won suddenly had an idea. He quickly spoke to the treasure hunting beast: quick, take us to the nearest bear skin leader territory. The treasure hunting ability of the treasure beast is not limited to just treasure hunting. After more than 10 days of exploration in the world, he is familiar with grizzly ridges if he knows it like the back of his hand. The treasure beast also knows that the situation is urgent, hastily took on the task of guiding it. Su-won received guidance and then immediately signaled the dragon, snake and lizard to change direction. Su-won can only hope to be caught by the Electric Light Tiger before to be able to reach the territory of a bear skin leader. Let the top danger in their skin leader deal with this leader without bear skin. The creature that nests after Su-won then took the treasure hunting beast back into the nurturing baby ring, commanding the dragon, snake and lizard at the same time: day. Otherwise we will be caught up soon. Use the dark gun technique to stop them. The dragon, snake and lizard suddenly let out a loud roar. Start quickly using the energy in the body, the ability to activate the delivery gun technique. The first time the dragon tail of the dragon, snake lizard then suddenly fell to the ground. Sounds of piercing and rising from the ground kept coming from behind. In the blink of an eye, countless solid ground thorns just blocked in front of the Electric Light Tiger. He dodged the constantly thrusting ground spikes. The speed suddenly slowed down. The man in the mask looks at the distance between the two sides gradually recovered to around 100 meters. He quickly shouted loudly, heavy armor wolf. Opened a road, followed by a flash of red light in his hand. A hidden red light immediately shot out. Only the heavy armored wolf has seen under this red light. Start sprinting fast directly with the body, break all the road spikes. At this time Su-won supported his body low, cling tightly to the back of the dragon, dare not move too much, afraid of the rapid running of dragons, snakes and lizards being dumped. And the unimpeded Electric Light Tiger once again burst out with amazing speed. In the blink of an eye, bring the distance between the two sides closer to within 100 meters again. This man chased by hostile forces in the forest for half a day. Even if the dragon, snake and lizard emerge, the spear will come to block them, but it was countered by the other party. Heavy armor wolf easily cracked. Su-won saw the situation and suddenly felt a sharp increase in pressure. The masked man couldn't help but grin and said, I don't believe you can still turn the tables. Not long after, 1 kilometer away from the leader of the bear skin, it was almost finished, but dragon, snake, lizard quickly rushed into the dense forest. In the blink of an eye it disappeared from the masked man's sight. The masked man felt annoyed at the situation. He quickly ordered the Electric Light Tiger is gone, find him for me. The Electric Light Tiger has a strong ability of smell of the beast's lizard is famously sharp. He immediately stopped, started using his nose to sense announced the location of the dragon snake lizard, but when he sniffed for a while he suddenly let out a loud and sharp roar. His whole fox face also became restless, and the masked man saw the electric light tiger under animal actually trembling constantly and also kept retreating, trying to move away from the dense forest in front of him. He quickly asked what was wrong. The electric light tiger at the next moment a fierce roar came from the dense forest. Then a huge figure with fierce eyes slowly walked out from it. The masked man saw the situation and his eyes widened. He couldn't help but exclaim, "What kind of ghost is that?" Immediately followed by a loud bang, a huge brown bear paw suddenly landed, only to see a deep brown giant bear whose size was no less than that of a crimson-hungry wolf. Even more majestic, the deep brown giant bear suddenly ran out from the dense forest. The masked man saw the situation and his face changed. Not the leader of Fast Fellow looking at the approaching bear-skin leader. He quickly ordered the electric light fox to turn and run, and he was very clear about the identity of the intruder without the special token of blackened bird, even if he had items to conceal his breath. Approaching the top-level danger, the multi-layered bear-skin leader would be discovered in minutes, and once the bear roar that made Suwon and the dragon snake lizard retreat and detour sounded so familiar at this moment, Suwon finally breathed a sigh of relief. The bear-skin leader can call on the tribe to attack fiercely without the teacher's token. Even if the poacher is strong, they can't withstand the bear skins in the entire bear forest. But Suwon is still a little worried. Dragon snake, who still had some 70% physical strength left, gave instructions. "Come on, let's go back to the base and call out senior brother Shuayu if it's too late." The bear power of the grizzly forest is unknown how much it needs to steal. After that, the dragon snake and lizard cannot use the bad habit of the second paragraph. Two attacked quickly come to run wildly, ran more than 1,000 meters in no time. Soon the dragon snake and lizard were carrying Suwon arrived at a forest with a relatively wide field of vision. One can welcome them with a light performance followed by a light beam. Suwon saw the situation. The pupils immediately contracted sharply. That deadly sense of threat strikes again. He quickly shouted, "Dragon snake lizard, quickly get out of the way." The beam fell to the ground with a bang, and the dragon snake lizard that has already been through countless battles. There is also a natural sensitivity to danger. Almost at the moment when Suwon opened his mouth, he leapt, suddenly jumped in the air to dodge. The dragon snake leapt into the air and glided through the sky, then fell onto a branch of a towering ancient tree. Although he has a trace of dragon bloodline, but unable to be as powerful as a real dragon, take a long flight, can only glide at low altitudes. The masked man on the back of the ladder staring at Su1 with murderous eyes. It's a real pity to sneer. You actually let this little leak chicken have good luck and dodge it. Suwon, who thought he was already safe, was somewhat incredulous. He actually caught up with this. The masked man controls the electric tiger and heavy armor wolf, one front and one back, approaching slowly towards the big tree where Suwon is located. Looking at Su1 disdainfully mumble and curse at the little spicy chicken. This old man's electric tiger has mastered the technique of calming the mind. "King, if you can run 10 times further, I can find you too." This man, who thought he was about to escape death, unexpectedly I was ambushed again. And then the man in the mask arrogantly expressed, "Got hit by the thunder tiger's heart-locking charm. You can't run away no matter how much you run." Suwon heard this, although I have never heard of what Dingsheng is. Also can guess that the dragon snake and lizard were graced by the beam of light before. I'm afraid I have also won the other party's favor. Especially the men in the mask saw Suwon will remain silent. Immediately show a proud smile. "Let the bear-skin chief hold me, then try to escape back and report the news." Very smart tactic. But you have to know the master has reached my level, how easy it is to lower away an idiot bear-skin. He disdainfully glanced at the dragon snake and lizard, laughed again. "If I were to appoint you as an imperial censor, the low-level spiritual rhinoceros ran away, then what am I still doing here?" The masked man then stopped talking, directly command the electric tiger to take out Suwon. Just as the words fell, the electric tiger suddenly burst out with a tiger roar. He suddenly kicked straight towards the dragon snake lizard standing on the tree flyover. However, just as the electric tiger was about to pounce in front of the dragon snake and lizard, he suddenly showed a horrified expression. Just see, the dragon snake and lizard displayed the second-level awakening ability of dragon's might, the mental pressure instance, the electric light tiger. At the same time, the dragon snake and lizard suddenly seemed to have grown in size larger. A huge figure emerged on the body. Suwon saw the situation. I couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Use the mysterious talent of the treasure-hunting beasts to have hallucinations. Let poachers treat dragons, snakes and lizards as ordinary animals, suddenly erupting with dragon might. Although it cannot deter the entire group, but also can strive for enough time. He then suddenly pulled out a black ball from his waist pouch, at the same time secretly rejoicing. Fortunately, the waste material from extracting black silk juice was used at that time, made a smoke bomb. Now it comes in handy. Right after that came a loud bang. The moment the smoke bomb hits the ground, the whole area was suddenly filled with thick black smoke. The zombies were all covered up. The masked man was caught off guard. Suddenly my footsteps were blocked by this wave of black smoke. One person in one beast accidentally inhaled black smoke. Start calmly immediately. At the same time, the dragon and snake suddenly kicked hard on the branches under their feet. He used the cover of black smoke quickly start fleeing. Su-won made a prompt decision pointing forward command the dragon and snake to inhale go for it in front. Although the terrain is relatively open, not too many obstructions not conducive to escape, but at least you can see there is no ambush in that direction. After the smoke began to dissipate, the masked man immediately showed a disdainful smile. If you still want to run, I'll see if you can escape today. After passing through the smoke, he immediately pointed at Su-1 not far away, commanded the electric tiger with the electric power. He quickly caught up. As soon as he finished speaking, the electric tiger's running speed suddenly soared. In a few breaths it crossed tens of meters, pounced on the fleeing dragon snake. The masked man immediately said, first kill this little chicken and then kill his trashy pet. In the blink of an eye, Su-won reacted. A cold gleaming big claw directly slapped towards him. He suddenly felt his hair stand on end. For the first time in his life truly felt the threat of death. Just when Su-won thought he was about to die, the fire jade ring on his index finger actually emitted a dazzling red fire light. The red light instantly extended into lines of fire around him. Countless fire lines in an instant formed a layer of fiery energy film covering his body and the roof. Lately tiger claw coming towards him in the moment before contact was actually blocked by that energy film. This is the 6th level fire jade hand of the fire domain. This man had only recently become a prison teacher, but was about to face death. Just when he thought he was about to die, the fire jade ring given to him by his master suddenly unfolded a passport to protect him, and the electric tiger was like being hit by an invisible force along with the masked man on his back. Both were sent flying by this force. Su-han, who had narrowly seen, couldn't help but say with lingering fear, teacher, oh teacher, the fire jade hand can defend oneself. Couldn't you have said that earlier? Even if I wasn't killed, I would have been scared to death. And after the masked man regained his footing, he shouted in shock and anger, actually sealing the ability usually only possessed by mature top-level dangerous executives in a strange ring. This ring, even among medium dangerous artifacts, is considered top-notch. I don't even have such a good thing. Who the hell are you, kid? And Su-won glanced at him, the lightning tiger queen who has lost her fighting ability. He quickly shouted to Dragon Vasilis. Dragon Vasilis, what are you still standing there for? Run quickly. The masked man saw this, hastily retract the already fainting electric tiger. The late heavy armor wolf at the same time angrily shouted in Ran loves, he doesn't care who you are. Do not even think about reporting. Come on, Baishan lion. Just as the words fell, a huge lion come head to toe suddenly flew out of the parenting reining. This is a mature period top-level dangerous white mountain lion. The Baishan lion is good at running in the mountains and forests and far surpasses the dragon snake and lizard in speed. Su-won saw the situation, suddenly exploded on the spot. Damn, how many jade beasts does this old thing have? Don't bully people like this. The man in the mask sees the situation, suddenly grinned and laughed out loud. I don't care who your master is. You little jerk, today I will slaughter you. He now the intention to kill has arisen since I have already offended, that must be nipped in the bud. However, at this moment, the running dragon snake lizard suddenly stopped in its tracks. Only see the dense forest in front of Su-won. It unexpectedly came with a rustling sound. The sound of brushing the branches of trees. A small green bird no bigger than 2 poems, extremely fast like a blue lightning bolt piercing through the leaves, quickly flew to Su-won's face. Now the green bird, first surprised shortly after he was overjoyed. He immediately grinned. Turn around and say, old stuff, do you know this royal pet? Masked man, at a glance I recognized the origin of this unique royal pet. He couldn't help but exclaim and surprise the clear wind bird. This is a reconnaissance royal pet on the eve of battle. Right after that a roar came from the sky, only saw a body pitch black, slender figure, elegant posture, back and cheeks. A fierce beast with moonlight crescent patterns leap out of the jungle. When I saw this fierce beast land, Su-won finally breathed a sigh of relief. It is the moonlight leopard riding on the moon shadow panther. Linzen immediately shout, who dares to hurt my junior brother? And the masked man who chased after him from not far away. After seeing the moon shadow leopard, he suddenly shouted with an ugly face, do you dare to stop me? Linjin disdainfully glanced at him with a cold smile. I not only dare to stop you. Still Linjin, whose eyes widened, watching the masked man. The killing intent was suddenly revealed with the most popular miscellaneous pieces. And when Suwon heard the name of the most popular formation, and feeling his sudden shock in my heart, I have heard of their hottest formation. Full name is called the hottest gathering place. Just like the black lamp for it, it is also a large gathering place. The most popular lineup has a deep foundation. In a large gathering he stands out as exceptional, but different from Grizzly Lin, their leader. It seems to be a secondary wolf-shaped breeding ground, deep intersection. No wonder his main nurturing pet is the wolf-type Danger. The masked man, upon hearing Lincoln's words, was in danger, but suddenly burst into laughter. You kid, your attitude is getting bigger and bigger. Just afraid you don't have the ability. Following that, the jade seal ring on the masked man's hand. Suddenly a flash of light. A completely 7 high-level dangerous species wind speed wolf with a completely 7 special grade dangerous armor wolf summoned at the same time. This man was chased in the forest for half a day finally welcomed his savior. And this masked man is not afraid at all. Casually, some are not too powerful wolf-shaped jade beasts again come to meet the heavy armored wolf after landing immediately amid a strong aura of evil pressure quickly rushed towards Lin Jin for a sudden attack. At the same time came the laughter of the masked man, slow and sinister. Tear him for me. I want to see him after he hangs up. Is the mouth still not hard? Lin Jin already has a divine power barrier. Withstand the pressure of the heavy armored wolf, but revealed a hint of mocking smile. He quickly began summoning the jade beast at the same time, sneered and said, "Wait until I knock you down. You know whether I have the ability or not." Just as the words fell, top-level dangerous mid-moon leopard first rushed out and completely disappear in high-risk futures, and the mature period of the top-level dangerous mid-played rock python summoned at the same time. White Line's attack suddenly was blocked. After resolving the offensive, Lin Jin couldn't help but snort coldly. At present, there is not much difference in the combat power of the royal pets between the two sides, but at this moment, all the armored wolves suddenly swooped in from the side. In the blink of an eye he arrived in front of Lin Jin. Suwon saw the situation, hastily rushed towards Lin Jin at the same time. Shout out to remind senior brother, be careful. But just at this moment, a giant dog with raging flames suddenly fell down, fiercely smashed on the heads of the crowd of armored wolves. Only see a foot high, several meters, muscles all over the body seek relief, and burly and strong skin is red as molten lava all around emanate scorching and overwhelming heat waves. The giant appears in time, blocked the sneak attack. The crowd of armored wolves was instantly blasted several meters away. Thick head armor, there appeared a small concave pit. The masked man was immediately engulfed by the fire giant. A terrifying punch shook and he was stunned for a moment before reacting. This is a rare humanoid dangerous species, fiery poisonous man, deeply poisonous martial arts, heat and magic systems, and the special dangerous species with the ability of Charmin co-dancing. Suwon saw the situation, unable to help but secretly ponder. Originally senior brother first released the disc of the yen wine. Mang just showed the hot poisonous man just used the invisibility skill of the magic system, waiting for the hair by the stump. Soon Suwon couldn't help but slightly clenched his fist. This is the strength of the martial arts royal pet. He has already shown his strength by the fiery toxic man. Shocked, and at this time, countless wolves' heads are constantly emitting hot flames. The heat and toxins carried on that fist already infiltrated heavy armor. He felt a strong burning sensation, continuously emit painful low growls. Immediately after, the heavy armored wolf let out roar, his armor energy throughout his body continuously getting injured area. In the blink of an eye, just completely remove the fire poison that has penetrated into the body. Masked man sees the situation. Suddenly the pressure surged. He couldn't help but speak out with a fiery and poisonous tone, "I chilly have such a rare pet, no wonder he dares to challenge me, hidden really deep. Our most popular intelligence agency never collected your Black Lantern Castle has information about this rare pet." Hearing the words before the battle immediately show sarcasm, he opened his mouth and said with a smile, "If I let you know, how can I still kill you today?" The man in the mask had a face full of gritted teeth. "A fierce and poisonous man wants to kill me. I see you're still not awake yet." He then suddenly waved his big hand, order Zhang Gel on to attack. At the same time, he angrily shouted that Joan Jalon was among the most dangerous species, also belongs to the first tier. The mere fiery toxic man still cannot harm me. Just as the words fell, complete stage of growth, really armored wolf with nearly perfect growth. Suddenly, 5-level opening ability is the shot. Bad habits attack him, suddenly turned into a black line, instantly passed through a distance of 10 meters, fiercely by towards the hot poisonous man. The fiery poisonous man looked at the wolf's mouth coming towards him, but with a sneer, scalding heat and pitch black toxins rapidly condense on his fists. This seemingly ordinary fire giant, just with a casual punch, he sent the super dangerous species flying, and then he faced the full force of the pack of wolves' fierce attacks. He even showed a mocking smile. At the moment when the wolves pounced in front of them, the fiery poisonous man's footsteps, or as fast as a ghost, lightly shake, just avoided the heavy armor wolf's bite. Immediately following, a hot poisonous man suddenly stomped down a tower burning with raging flames. Both fists are raised simultaneously, quickly assume a stance of gathering power. The next moment, a hot and poisonous man twisted his waist and thrust his hips. A punch that has been thrown out like lightning hit the face of the wolf in the Chinese Football Association Lee, slightly tilted. Immediately followed by another loud bang. Second fist directly hit hard on the heavy armor wolf because of its tilt and the exposed chin position. The fiery poisonous fist's enlightenment ability, fire poison chain heavy punch, directly blast the heavy armor wolf out a distance of more than 10 meters. The heavy armor wolf was immediately smashed and fell awkwardly on its side, lift large pieces of grass and soil on the ground. And this scene let one who was watching the game open his mouth slightly. The shock in my heart is self-evident. Seeing your brother is unexpectedly so strong before the battle. The masked man immediately gritted his teeth and said, "What an amazing power, but you think you can pierce my Zhang Jiang with this?" The words just fell. Zhang Jilong who was knocked to the ground by 2 punches already shaking his head and swing he climbed up. Apart from the heavy armor that was hit slightly showing signs of being slighted looks perfectly fine. Immediately, the masked man shouted loudly, "Heavy armor wolf uses armor heavy armor." Suddenly the heavy armor wolf's entire body was covered in gray-black heavy armor, quickly covered with a touch of crimson-red crimson color spreading in the water base and light dye. In an instant, it extends to all parts of the body like splitting through. A set of crimson heavy armor defense power has been greatly increased again. Lin Jin saw the situation but complexion looks a bit serious. The tone is flat. Hot poison man uses hot dynamic fist. Kim Tae-yong give him some color to see the hot poisonous man immediately smiled. Slightly nod in the blink of an eye the fiery poisonous man's red palm gradually turned into a dark red color. With his hands separated he clenched his fists. The flowing material instantly solidified into dark red crystals. It's as if wearing a pair of flame crystals on my hands. The whole set is scorching hot. Let the cold and sharp air in the surrounding winter. Everything is a hot summer day. In the next moment John Jel-on once again displayed his bad habit. Black lines attack him, suddenly transformed into a black line and fiercely attacked, and the fiery poisonous men immediately moved just used to dodge the heavy armor wolf response. Bite 5 element systems energy technique. Flash step instantly launched. He dodges at the same time still use the hot dynamic fist, one of the abilities of level 6 opening power. The fiery dynamic fist. Super hot. Right after fiery crystal wrapped in the fiery fists of the poisonous man instantly burst into rolling flames. 2 long and strong arms like to fire dragon smashing towards the heavy armor wolf. Facing the strong Chin Tion and the double fists with super hot kinetic energy stacked on top, heavy armor wolf chooses to activate rending claw tear to resist. He suddenly stretched out his huge wolf claws. Beast and fake energy quickly condense on the beast's claws trying to resist the onslaught of the hot toxic men. Under the fiery there was a sudden burst of thunderous noise in the arena. The scorching hot red light and the red energy of the armor system bursting with dazzling light making the onlooker Su Wan's consciousness difficult to open his eyes. When the central light the two sides gradually dimmed in the battle, Su Wan opened his eyes again to look only to see the heavy armor wolf covered in black. The crimson armor belly had already shattered and dissipated. At this moment, even his combat power was trembling constantly, while the fiery poison man stood like a straight spear wrapped in the golden T-on with double fists still emitting heat continuously. Who was stronger and who was weaker? It's clear at a glance. The masked man was suddenly shocked and lost color. Truly the fiery poison man. This rare favor. Actually mastering to 6th level evolution abilities. No wonder he could injure my heavy armor wolf so badly. Just as he finished speaking, the jade seal ring on his hand suddenly emitted a faint light, only to see a giant beast overall, 6 to 7 meters long, with extremely sharp teeth completely fiery red. The fiery red scales faintly seemed to have flames rising on the tip of the thick tail. A giant beast with a tuft of deep red flames burning, suddenly summoned by him. This is the evolved form of the red spirit beast, a special dangerous species, the fire spirit beast. And Lin Jin looked at the fire spirit beast that appeared in front of him with great surprise. He grinned and said, "What's wrong? Do you think adding this trash can deal with me?" The killing intent in the masked man's eyes was revealed. He coldly smiled and said, "I don't need to deal with you. As long as I can stop you, someone will naturally come to kill you." He had just finished speaking, immediately took out a portable short-range communicator, then quickly pressed a few times and said again, "I have Legend down to half health. Who among you is interested in coming to take him away?" This man's beast was only punched by the fiery poison man and directly lost its combat capability. Then he special dangerous species of fire spirit beast. He knew deeply that he was not a match for this fiery poison man. He even directly took out a walkie-talkie to call for help. Su Wan was immediately stung. This guy can actually call people. Lin Jin also took out a short sentence. The communicator quickly pressed a few times. Su Wan saw the situation. "I couldn't help but ask senior brother Tao." Lin Jin smiled calmly and said, "You're right. Just as you thought. I have already informed Chief Su." Afterwards Lynchpin's face showed a serious cold voice and said, "Next. Just see who arrives first." Su Wan heard the word, suddenly said, "Maybe there is still a way." Lin Jin suddenly grinned and said, "Do you dare?" Just at this moment, impatient masked man waiting suddenly shouted loudly, "What riddle are you playing? Fire spirit beast attack me, trap them." Just as the words fell, the huge body of the fire spirit beast immediately leaped up. Although the fire spirit beast is among the super dangerous, belongs to the existence of ordinary strength, but the fiery poisonous man will want to defeat him for a while. It is also very difficult. Lin Jin saw the situation, hastily signaled the fiery poisonous man to go intercept. At the same time heading towards Su Wan, "I should be able to hold them off for seconds." The next moment the fiery poisonous man's fists in an instant to raging flames burst out. 2 long and strong arms are like to fire dragons smash on the ground. The moment of super hot and explosive ignition. The entire ground cracked instantly, Countless scorching flames immediately gushing out from the hot poisonous man's body quickly swept towards the fire spirit beast. At the same time, the fire spirit beast suddenly burst out with a roar. Fierce fire elemental energy suddenly gushed out from him continuously. In the blink of an eye, a huge fireball formed. Immediately after, the masked man shouted loudly, the last of the strong crossbows. The fire spirit beast uses fire real as well. That the fire spirit beast is also a top-level dangerous species of the fire element, although slightly inferior in combat power, but he does not think he will immediately surrender. The next moment, both sides' energies fiercely collide together. Suddenly the whole area erupted into a violent buzzing. The wind suddenly rises. The smoke and dust suddenly obscured the view. The next moment, the dragon Vasilis has been waiting for an opportunity for a long time, suddenly rushed out from the side of the fire spirit beast. But the masked man didn't panic at all when he saw this. Even a dead rat dares to get close to me simply seeking death. At the same time, Su Wang suddenly ordered loudly. His jade beasts were all entangled. The dragon, snake and lizard take advantage of the present moment, quickly use the evil thought bullet. Just as the words fell, the dragon, snake and lizard suddenly landed with both claws. A wicked thought bomb containing a powerful evil energy suddenly shot out at the same time. The entire centered around it immediately start vibrating and shattering. This is the fusion skill of evil 5 bullet and earth spear technique. The earth gun barrel is connected in a row. The vibration brought by the next moment's geothermal energy immediately restricts the masked man, and that evil thought bullet also shot towards him at the same time. Avoid the hopeless masked man's sight. I couldn't help but exclaim that this is bad. The gun barrels fell to the ground in rapid succession. Double energy of earth system and evil system suddenly burst open at the position of the masked man. The dust immediately rolled up in the field. As the smoke disperses, imagined evil thoughts, but the scene of the man with the explosion mask did not appear. A head taller than the fiery poisonous man, he is no less impressive. The huge monster blocked in front of the masked man. This is a 10-meter tall, thick and jet black hair all over the body. Giant ape with 2 huge feet, and giant only stretch out a pair entwined with battle energy for reblog pong at blood-stoppable attacks of the dragon, snake and lizard. This is a top dangerous species in its mature stage of combat. Black-hearted tribe. This dragon, snake, lizard, he actually dares to launch a sneak attack with his long-term strength completely 7th class, a dangerous fire. The spirit beast watches this masked man about to lose my life to the first shot of the dragon, snake and lizard. Continuous beads. A top dangerous mid-war clan with a mature top suddenly appeared. Help him block the full force blow of the dragon, snake and lizard. Masked man who escaped death unable to do anything. He sat down on the ground with a thud, burst into a triumphant laughter. Afterward, one similar to the masked man, middle-aged bath attendants dressed in the same clothing, sitting on the back of a fierce and dangerous creature slowly walking out of the woods. The masked man immediately smirked and said, "You guys are really unlucky. My people arrived first. Scorpion, take them out. Let's retreat before the battle so that Su cook us." Only to see this dangerous creature with a tail resembling a poisonous scorpion, wild mane on its big head, like a lion, dark brown all over. This clearly a top dangerous species in its mature stage. Scorpion tail demon lion. The next moment, the scorpion tail demon lion suddenly swung towards the dragon, snake, lizard. 3 scorpion tails with shimmering green spikes instantly shot out, and Linzen, his face was already extremely ugly. Even if his fiery poison was strong, it was completely unable to resist the combined attack of 2 top dangerous species, and the dragon, snake, lizard could only grit its teeth, swinging its huge tail to block these 3 spikes. Once it retreats, Su-won will be the one injured. The next moment, the tail of the dragon, snake, lizard seemed to be infected. The unknown toxin quickly began to spread from the sting, and the dragon, snake, lizard suddenly felt something was wrong. He looked miserable, could only awkwardly self-amputate its tail to stop this. However, at that moment, the battle tribe's Blackheart suddenly opened its fierce giant mouth, bursting out an angry roar. Then he swiftly leaped forward. The battle tribe's Blackheart, with its huge body soaring high, suddenly raised its massive arms. Wild and majestic energy instantly surged out from his body towards, rapidly converging into fists. Su-hwan and the dragon, snake, lizard watching the mountain-like battle tribe's Blackhearts flying towards them. They were almost scared to death. Once crushed, they would probably turn into a puddle of flesh. Seeing the situation at hand, his pupils immediately contracted, quickly reminded his junior brother, be careful. However, just as the battle tribe's Blackheart swung down its heavy fists, the fiery poisonman unexpectedly rushed to the front of Su-won, blocked a terrifying blow with his body. The warrior cleanse Blackheart felt angry at the sight. Those big eyes immediately stared and rolled. Suddenly exhaled a breath of turbidity. He quickly stood up. At the moment when he lifted the giant horn again, he began to unleash the power of the giant foot lamp. Instantly the energy of anger on his body quickly gathered towards the giant horn. But just as the giant horn was about to fall, suddenly a female voice came from the dense forest not far away. Red-eyed tiger rocked down a thick pillar of flame, immediately shoot out of the jungle, straight hits the black heart of the war tribe. Su-won quickly looked into the distance. When he saw those 2 familiar figures, exclaimed in surprise, "It is to Jia and Sui Yu saves now." Shuyo saw the 2 men being brutally beaten by Wei. Suddenly his face turned black. Open coldly said, "Son thief, bully us house when the lights are out. The bald man heard the sound, surprised by Shuyo should be in looting town. How could it come so quickly? Shuyo immediately rubbed his hands in anticipation, at the same time reveal a hint of a proud smile. If Laozi is not here, you miscellaneous scum of the most popular gang. Did the scheme succeed today? You all have to stay here. The masked man just chuckled and said, idiot grandpas dare to come. Just be prepared it out. Stop hiding and concealing. Boldman heard the words and immediately clapped both hands, coldly said originally it was kept as a secret weapon. To deal with Suka this time it's used to bury you for miscellaneous pieces for jade lions died all of a sudden. There are also 3 high-level jade disciples. Even the Lord of the Black Lantern Castle Jovi. I'm afraid it will be too painful to breathe. Golden Shell Strong Army. Approaching complete 7 is super dangerous heavy Golden Shell Strong Army compared to the War Tribes Blackheart and Scorpion Tail modes. Much stronger. This poacherman to quickly resolve the enemies in front of us. Raise your hand and summon a power that reaches a complete 7 super dangerous species of Golden Army. Golden Shell Gang Army appears, just burst into a deafening roar. The scene was immediately rolled up. A powerful surge of oppressive energy suddenly burst forth around him as the center. Black Chrysanthemum sees the situation, suddenly turned pale, wickedly. Super dangerous breed. This is bad now. A moment ago, the Golden Army began to sprint in high speed. The terrifying momentum of the super dangerous species immediately filled the whole scene. He is like a general charging into the midst of 10,000 troops. Instantly lock Hidden Bird's important task. Then I became a local member in Jean Bay. When I'm about to rush in front of everyone, a majestic golden energy struck instantly. His footsteps immediately came to a sudden halt. Even the chest was directly crushed in. Afterwards, Jean was caught by the arm of the 8th. He actually sped up faster than the speed of escape. Fly out backwards. The most popular array of Imperial teachers suddenly whitened, their eyes stunned in place. Jean was slammed to the ground by gang. These are made. The most popular formation is the Jade. It was the moment when Jean Bagan's arm 8 landed. Turn around immediately and run. It's as if I saw some fierce flood beast. Su-won couldn't help but stare in astonishment, muttering to himself, what is going on here? Let out a sigh of relief, explained that it is Chief Su's first main force Fear Side Ground Dragon. Just see a huge dragon beast wrapped in a faint green light, slowly stepping out of the dense forest belonging to the completely 7 super dangerous species of awe-inspiring momentum immediately burst out. Sure, you also breathed a sigh of relief when he saw the situation. Truly the strongest under the horror species, completely 7 super dangerous species. The army was killed in just 2 hits. Following closely, the Night Eye Dragon suddenly burst out, a resounding dragon roar that echoed to the end of the sky. Roar. Watching his companion being brutally beaten up made him extremely angry. So in Jen, the locals of Jean Bay are like bronze skin and iron bones. Surprisingly, he was killed in just 1 encounter. He suddenly stood still in the same place. He couldn't help but his pupils contracted, shocked and horrified. Is this the way you're in super danger? The most popular formation master immediately recognized this as Suka's impaired to quickly summon their mounts known for their speed. The Jade Beetle is ready to slip away. However, at this moment in front of the two there is a dense forest. Suddenly burst out a dazzling silver light. The two of them were suddenly shocked, immediately followed by several extremely cold and chilling gusts of cold air. He attacked the two of them, this majestic ice elemental energy. Suddenly, the 2 jade insects were blasted and fell. Ask, you can't even stand steadily. The weaker Thunder Tiger and Masked Man in this cold air, it is directly frozen into an ice sculpture, instantly killed on the spot. But the bald man didn't dare to stay any longer. He saw that the situation was not good. He quickly signaled the royal pet under his crotch to run away with all his strength. I saw only the dense forest walk out of a super dangerous breed wrapped in frost all over. And on this dangerous heavy back, sitting upright, was a middle-aged man with graying temples. After scaring away the most popular bathroom fire, that super dangerous species, he middling aura slowly take those heavy steps straight towards the crowd. Soon Suka looked at Linjin and others who looked miserable. You little guys have worked hard. Did not expect these guys actually sneaked into the grizzly bear while I was away. Lin Suwon and others couldn't help but look up, looking at the super dangerous species in front of me like a small mountain. At the same time, he opened his mouth in surprise. They know, finally safe now. Suku was already considered one of the top combat forces in Blackened Bird. Just as he suddenly caught sight of that spot out of the corner of his eye, his expression suddenly changed slightly. Lynchman's face was full of sorrow when he stood still in place, and the plate of Yen Wang Mang has already been lost and separated, completely silent. Linjin touched the plate of Yen Wang Mang, which I have painstakingly nurtured and grown. Suddenly a look of sadness appeared on his face. Linjin is considered Su because disciple. He is naturally very familiar with Lynching's pampering. He immediately asked who did this, when he immediately replied with full of anger, it is Drunken Fire Town that says, thinking miscellaneous henchman's fierce ground dragon. Suchi remained silent for a moment after he spoke to Black Chrysanthemum. Take them back to the base for rest. Black Chrysanthemum quickly straightened up. Show that you will definitely complete the task. Immediately following that super dangerous one wrapped in frost from head to toe under Suko's guidance quick turn heading towards the direction where the people in Drunken Fire Town are fleeing. Suko's tone carried a hint of killing intent. Ren said firmly, leave the rest to me. This man who uses a super dangerous species as a mount top combat power of Blagden bird, just casually spitting out a frosty breath just freeze the hostile little Ganga in place. The little Dees escaped into the depths of the jungle already gathered together. The bald man spoke first. It was a surefire plan. He was actually hit by a little bastard. Neither Red nor Territory nor Mahjong escaped 80% of Baisuku on the side. Little Gage also quickly spoke up agreeing with the real damn gloomy. I would say those intelligence officers should be taken out. Shuyo and a small miscellaneous news from the Grizzly Forest cannot find anything, only let us avoid Linjin and the Black Bureau. The men with the headscarf on the side couldn't help but frown. Now it's too late to say this bullshit. Our operation this time was caught by Suka. The task has already been declared a failure. Still pass the message to the gathering place. Let them prepare early over there. Black Lamb gathering places are not word good people who have suffered losses without seeking revenge. As soon as the voice fell, a group of little ducks raised their hands one after another to indicate a reconsideration. Only the bald man remains unmoved, still embracing both arms. Little Gauges sees the situation, hastily turned around and asked Luo Yu, what do you mean by this? At least show some attitude. Lu Yu heard the words, suddenly frowned. Do not come, see you decide for yourselves. Just at this moment, the entire area suddenly shook abruptly. The tremors are becoming stronger and stronger. Continuing deep into the jungle suddenly came my heavy and rapid footsteps. The ground began to tremble continuously with the sound of footsteps. The little Gogi in the most popular formation was suddenly shocked. What is the situation? The next moment a giant skull comparable to the size of a tree crown. It suddenly emerged from the dense forest, and above that head, a man's figure stands tall. The little ducks quickly raised their heads to look. When I saw that familiar jade beast, suddenly panicked. It's Suko's quick escape. Just as the words fell, the four people quickly turned around. Start fleeing everywhere. Owns a completely 7 super dangerous species of Shuka, not something they can handle. The screen turns Turtle Bear Forest Base. Suwon and others. At this time I had safely returned to the base. With Suko's return ace immediately there are many more super dangerous heavy bodies. These are obviously the favorites of the most popular little Gaga. After finishing things, Suka summoned the 4 of them Suwon to the conference room on the first floor. Then he smiled faintly. Most of the invaders this time were killed. There are still 2 fish that got away, not worth chasing. Black Chrysanthemum immediately nodded. Responded, indeed. In case of being lured away from the mountain it would be dangerous. Afterwards, Suka looked at the information in his hand. Speak again. I roughly looked around in each area. This loss is not considered significant. Hundreds of bare chestnut trees in the bear forest. Only a few dozen chestnut trees were harvested, 1 tree less than 1/10. Just bear skin killed or injured nearly 100. This is the entire group of bears with gray fur. It is also a very heavy loss. The owner of the bear forest, that bear skin leader, will definitely be furious when he finds out. We need to give the other party an exploiter. We are not responsible for what happens next. Hide Bird will launch a revenge attack on the hottest formation to give the bear forest master people hand over immediately. He spoke to Lincoln. Your loss is not small. I will report. Blagden Bird truthfully strive to make it up to you. A top quality special grade dangerous species young pet. As for hate, you ensure Shuyo to timely support also counts as meritorious service. I will report it up. As for how to reward, it depends on the castle lord's meaning. Shuyo heard the words in my heart. I couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Fortunately, the young master was not held accountable for why he left his post without authorization, staying in Grizzly Forest. Afterwards, Suka seemed to think of something. Throw the information and Shuyo faced directly at the same time. He shouted out, almost forgetting to ask, you should be in River Town, kid. How in the Grizzly Forest? Shuyo quickly smiled, kindly explained that I'm not here to support Linjin and Suwon. Immediately said, stop pretending to lazy to talk to you. I am back now. Now you immediately roll back to River Town and take charge. Shuyo was granted amnesty on one side of the mouth. He quickly replied that he would go to the foot, immediately walking quickly towards the base outside. Suka then smiled at Su1 and said, the most popular conspiracy this time, the reason for being defeated. Su1, you are indispensable. Observe the merit immediately. I believe the castle owner will also be very pleased. I won't hesitate to reward you. This little yellow duckling can actually be bred through postnatal cultivation, transform into a dragon just now. Suka held a commendation meeting and he said that Su1 will definitely receive the praise of the castle lord. He paused shortly after, once again, just speak these awards. I'm afraid I have to wait for you to return to the gathering place to fulfill it. Since you are now in Grizzly Forest, I cannot turn a blind eye to your contributions to Ware Base's warehouse also has a lot of good stuff. You can choose 1 or 2. Sawani immediately looked embarrassed. At the same time, he waved his hand and insisted that if it weren't for Lin Qing's timely arrival, even if I break the other party's conspiracy, I estimate my life is also in danger. After he suddenly reached out and patted Lin Jin's shoulder, smiled and said, let's just give this reward to Lin Jin. Lin Jin couldn't help but look at Su1 unexpectedly. Suchi immediately laughed out loud. How harmonious you two juniors are, it's really a good thing. He paused, continue to speak, and rest assured both of you linchpins rewards and compensation are indispensable. Believe that the castle owner has the final say, you don't need to decline. After that, Suka spoke again. Let's go, I will take you to the warehouse right away. Su1's expression immediately turned difficult, kindly smiled and raised his hand. Can we wait until tomorrow? I am not very convenient today night. For why? Su1 requested to postpone until tomorrow, not because of physical and mental exhaustion. The reason for this request, it is because Su1 wants to browse through it again carefully. Various materials in the old Dragon Point to seek to find something in the warehouse in the Grizzly Forest tomorrow. Suhan flipped through long DN, muttering to oneself, the ultimate direction of evolution for pets is consistent. It is the transformation of the dragon into the top of the food chain. Only the intention to transform into a dragon is extremely dangerous. More need countless precious materials to assist, only able to win that 1/10,000 probability. He couldn't help but touch the head of the treasure hunting beast, pondering these words in secret. The cost effectiveness of transforming the treasure beast into a dragon is even higher. With the treasure hunting dragon beast, the probability of obtaining evolution materials should be much higher. It's the same as Lynx's path to transforming into a dragon. There is more than one way for a treasure hunting beast to tow a dragon. However, compared to Lin Qi's dozens of ways to transform into a dragon, there are far fewer ways for treasure hunting beasts to transform into dragons, only 9. But the abilities of the treasure beasts after transforming into dragons all are mainly of other dragon races want to retain the ability to have the treasure beast find treasures. Only the treasure beast can transform into a treasure dragon beast. This treasure hunt is mainly themed with mysterious and plant attributes. Dragon beasts always seemed stronger than others very quickly. Su1 found the formula for the dragon beast that searches for treasures. Search for the treasure beast that transforms into a dragon. Search for treasure beast plus tail dragon 0 plus 500 grams of treasure experience and floating food to find a pillow. Quickly add 100 grams of spiritual essence. Search for the treasure and transform into a dragon equal to the treasure hunting dragon beast. When the formula is firmly remembered in mind, Su1 finally breathed a sigh of relief. Get up and wait for daylight to go to search for treasure. The next morning, Su1 did not meet Suku was scheduled. On the contrary, I heard a piece of news from a Jew. I can't go to the warehouse today. Black Chrysanthemum quickly explained to Chief Su, let me tell you, we are a cutting-edge observation station. Last night I accidentally discovered a drunken fire array supply convoy. Traces things should not be delayed. Su Shoshi had already set off last night. Go destroy that convoy. After finishing speaking, hey, Jews still shrug, shake your head and ask who told you not to go yesterday. Your reward can only wait for him to come back now. Su1 couldn't help but sigh in his heart. He is indeed the chief imperial physician in charge of a region, still have to go on a mission late at night. Not easy. When he saw the brush and Hydra's hand suddenly inspired, a bold idea flashed through my mind. After Su1 glanced at the dragon and Snake Creek lying on the ground, open mouth dragon Snake Creek, I suddenly thought of a big deal. And Long Shi Creek, one sinister smile. He immediately fell into a state of confusion. Su1 didn't even have time to eat breakfast, just take the dragon and snake and gallop out of the base without stopping. Black Chrysanthemum saw the situation, can't help but furrow my eyebrows at this little junior brother. How can a day be so annoying? This man just took a glance washing the Black Chrysanthemum for the bath bug. He suddenly had a bright idea. The idea of a big deal arises. Su1 took the dragon snake lizard into the forest. While secretly proud, the Black Chrysanthemum washes the red-eyed tiger with water. I raised an alarm. The bear skins in Grizzly Forest must have never been taken care of, not to mention special dietary formulas. After this invasion by poachers, the bear skins in Grizzly Forest are also often damaged, and the old dragon just happened to have a formula suitable for bear skin. In addition, you can use the treasure hunting beasts to find the gentle bear skin. As soon as I think of this place, he couldn't help but look forward to it. The only way to obtain bear green fruit is through battle dragon snake and lizard. Let's make good use of our time. Go further. In the final time in the Grizzly Forest, the dragon snake and lizard are all impressed by Su1's energetic performance. Feeling very puzzled, clearly some time ago still fighting tooth and nail for a single fruit. Following Su1's lead, relying on treasure hunting beasts and dragon snakes, lizards, and the special formula of the old Dragon Point, one person two beasts. Another delicious feast is being prepared, another treatment for bear skin injuries, another bath for the grizzly bear skin island. It can also be considered quite fruitful. In addition to 3 bare green fruits, there are also some rare bird eggs all given to the dragon, snake and lizard were sent down the throat. This smooth fruit-picking journey it encountered a little accident in the evening. At this moment in a dense forest, a completely fat and strong grizzly bear skin confronting dragons, snakes and lizards. The battle gout this grizzly bear for compared to the grizzly bear for I have encountered before much stronger in strength. He actually mastered a kind of roaring technique. The ability to open up in all seasons the bear roar is lovely. Su-won feels like a hand grenade explode in front of oneself. Ears are almost deaf and the roar ability is no longer just a pressure agent. He even displayed the trace of the special effects of sound wave memory. Soon Su-won quickly spoke up to encourage the dragon, snake and lizard. He said, our recipe is very delicious, so I want to reward you with a battle. You have to refuel. In the center of the giant roar attack is the dragon, snake, lizard at this time. Even if covered all over with the majestic dragon spirit, it is still extremely uncomfortable. He couldn't help but turn his head and blare at Su-won. While the grizzly bear skin let out a huge roar, it began to accelerate. Approaching the dragon, snake, lizard quickly is huge bear paw condensing yellow beast energy, the bear claw at the edge of the berry sharp, obviously using beast energy to tear the claw, and the dragon, snake, lizard under the pressure of the roar. Its mobility suddenly decreased, its speed was even slower than the opponents, unable to dodge, could only quickly swing its huge tail to counterattack. Seeing this, Su-won's face sank. The dragon, snake, lizard severed tail had not fully recovered. The injured tail could not stop the grizzly bear skin's pounce at all. The dragon, snake, lizard was instantly suppressed by the grizzly bear skin. Immediately the dragon, snake, lizard fell to the ground with a bang. The sharp bear paw of the grizzly bear skin firmly grabbed the neck of the dragon, snake, lizard. At the same time, he also let out a triumphant bear roar. Seeing this, Su-won shouted quickly for the dragon, snake, lizard to surrender. We won't fight anymore. Your injury hasn't healed yet. But the dragon, snake, lizard seemed to ignore it. Faced with the ferocious bear mouth, it showed no fear at all, even showing a never surrendering attitude. The tired grizzly bears with the ungrateful dragon, snake, lizard, in a disadvantaged position, still dared to provoke him. Those bear eyes immediately widened, followed by an angry bear roar. The grizzly bear skin suddenly stood up, holding up the bear paws that had been enhanced by beast energy. However, just as those bear paws were about to fall, the dragon, snake, lizard swiftly reached out its claws, firmly grabbing the grizzly bear skin's paws. The blood flow throughout the dragon, snake, lizard's body became extremely fast. The mysterious power contained in the large pile of male power fruits just consumed was brought to the extreme. Then the dragon, snake, lizard suddenly raised its head, roaring loudly, a wave of air visible to the naked eye. The mysterious power contained in the large pile of male power fruits just consumed was brought to the extreme. Then the dragon, snake, lizard suddenly raised its head, roaring loudly, a wave of air visible to the naked eye suddenly emitted from its mouth. The sound wave mixed with the amazing pressure of the dragon's play roared towards the grizzly. Su-won was immediately dumbfounded after he came to his senses. I couldn't help but excitedly said that this is the dragon's mighty dragon's roar warhammer. At this time, the grizzly bear skin felt as if it had been hit by a giant hammer, heavily fell to the ground. He seemed to sense a great threat. With a howl he slinked away. After, Su-won's face looked a bit strange as he walked towards the dragon, snake and lizard slowly opened his mouth. You actually unlocked a level 4 ability. This dragon, snake, lizard that only eats and sleeps after following the master around and eating and drinking recklessly, unexpectedly awakened the 4th level cultivation ability of dragon power, rapidly advancing by leaps and bounds. Dragon, my dragon chant warhammer. It is to regard long way as the killing ability of soundwave attacks in Die Hard's 4th level ability. It is a very powerful one, can directly transform into a substantial merchant, and the damage can also directly affect the mind. The dragon, snake and lizard after dominance raised the big head high in front of Su-won with a hint of pride in his expression. 1 minute of show off, 1 minute of arrogance. Su-won couldn't help but grin and said, I didn't expect you this guy. In the end, it still relies on Longway's talent better than the rest. He has actually developed to a level 4 ability. Su-won originally wanted to praise a few words. Take a closer look. The expression on the face changed in an instant. The skin of the dragon, snake and lizard began to rapidly shed. This sudden change suddenly let Su-won stunned in place. Sawani immediately became anxious. He completely does not understand. Why did this sudden change occur? Only see the dragon and snake fiercely emit a roar he had not yet fully formed. The slightly messy patterns on the scales already completely formed a dragon pattern, and the old dragon point records are almost identical. The dragon pattern, even the originally injured dragon tail, also healed at a visible speed. It's back to normal, even become more robust. A moment's effort. The mysterious energy on the bodies of dragons, snakes and lizards slowly began to dissipate. At this moment, the natural pressure emanating from the dragon, snake and lizard's bodies seems to be a bit stronger than before. The originally deep blue skin has become even more profound. In the calm eyes without sensitivity, this is obviously a stage of growth. One of the symbols of reaching the late stage of growth. Su-won suddenly hugged the dragon, snake, lizard excitedly laughing winding road in the later stages of growth. It is the later stage of growth dragon snake lizard. You have finally reached the late stage of growth. In the evening, Su Corona ice kettle grinder, returning to the grizzly forest base covered in dust and dirt. After talking with Heiju, he couldn't help but be surprised. Su Wan's dragon snake lizard has already reached the later stage of growth. He quickly ground the icebot tools. Is what you're saying true? Black Chrysanthemum Quest said yes. It is truly unbelievable. Linjin is testing him. Suka suddenly became interested. He couldn't help but ask if they were on the training ground, and Black Chrysanthemum nodded slightly to indicate yes. Subsequently, Sukkot hurried to the training ground without stopping. At the same time he kept calling Su Wan's name. The two people are testing the dragon snake and lizard. Hearing the sound, I couldn't help but be stunned. Linjin quickly turned around and said, "Chief, you came back so quickly." Suku responded lightly and casually. "That trip did not provide meals for the convoy, slightly delayed a bit of time." Su Wan, have you heard that your dragon snake lizard has already reached the later stage of growth? Linjin quickly nodded. I have already tested the dragon snake and lizard, basically confirmed completely meets the standards of late stage growth. Sukkot couldn't help but marvel at the amazing progress. The castle lord originally only hoped that you could break through being able to enter the later stage of growth. Nest can't do it within 1 month. Also need to significantly increase the strength of the dragon snakes and lizards. Deal with the 6-way duel. He patted Su Wan's shoulder. Very satisfying. I didn't expect you to exceed the task. Not bad. I have the style of a black lampman. After Suka spoke to Linjin, tomorrow as soon as it's early, you just arrange it. Go to looting town with Su Wan. Arrange the leader to send him back to Black Candle Castle. Su Wan has completed special training. He then turned around and smiled at Su Wan, saying, "Let's go, young man. Now I will take you to the warehouse to pick things." Su Wan couldn't help but show a surprised expression. I didn't expect Chief Su to be more anxious than myself. He quickly spoke to Chief Su. You just came back tired from traveling by boat and carriage. Take a rest. It's not too late to pick again tomorrow. Sui Hark suddenly laughed and said, "Now I've already broken my promise, delayed for a day. It's better to cash out early, almost to give you 2 pieces, just compensate you by choosing 1 more." This man finally cultivated the dragon snake and lizard to the later stage of growth. Due to special training completed, Su Qigong rushed back to the base. I can't wait to take him into the base treasure vault to choose treasures. Suka walked straight towards the depths of the base, and Su Wan could only follow along. The warehouse of the grizzly forest base is located underground. The entire bare forest has been dug out with reinforced concrete as the skeleton and pouring concrete to build a basement. Su Wan looked at the various rare treasures in the treasure house. Can you really pick whatever you want? I saw a dazzling array of materials piled behind Suka. He laughed and said, "These things, Su Wan, you can choose it well. I will not be stingy with what I like." Su Wan quickly nodded and thanked. Immediately take the treasure beast and dash towards the pile of treasures. After entering the treasure pile, Su Wan couldn't help but feel a little confused. According to the Black Bureau, feels Heiken Dwarf has a convoy coming to transport once a year. At that time, Grizzly Forest's assistant user will also be rotated and escort the materials returned to Hohenzollern Castle, and this time, there are still several months left until the deadline of 1 year. Su Wan looked at the pile that had been sitting there for half a year, filled up half of the warehouse with stuff. Have the intention but lack the ability. Rely on him to pick one by one. Can pick it for a day and a night. He was somewhat shocked. Is this the warehouse of Grizzly Forest? The area of Grizzly Bear Forest is extremely vast. The scope includes not only forests, there are lakes, rivers, valleys, and even mountain forests. Various materials are produced in different regions. Since you can only choose 3 items, he then quickly used his fingers, poking the treasure hunting beasts drooling in the big stream. Little guy on the road, revived immediately. Su Wan will describe the characteristics and appearance of several specific materials, all transmitted through Mint, the treasure hunting beast. See if he can find it. He then grabbed the treasure hunting beast. Remind if there is inside this warehouse. Just find it. Then I will help you evolve into a treasure hunting dragon beast. The treasure beast heard it. It's a big deal, like whether you can transform into a dragon. He straightened up immediately, firmly expressed that you will complete the task. But treasure hunting beast truly lives up to his reputation as a treasure hunter. Just entered the treasure pile not long ago. I actually made a discovery. Start sprint mode, directly rushing towards the goal. Su Wan saw the situation. I can't help but look forward to whether I can find it. It all depends on luck. Later, when he saw the treasure hunting beast, the pupil suddenly contracted with a look of horror. I saw the treasure hunting beasts turning a blind eye to the treasures around it, directly fly and pounce between the twin peaks of a beautiful woman statue and keep making the owl sounds. The joyful chirping of the magpie. Su Wan saw the situation explode. You right, he got honest. I'll let the dragon snake and lizard eat you. Believe it or not, go find it quickly. And the treasure beast heard the words, suddenly stunned in place. He has clearly found the treasure but do not understand. Why is my master still there? The ghost won't be long. With the help of the treasure beast, Su Wan soon walked out of the warehouse. When Suka saw, after selecting 3 types of materials in his hands, can't help but feel happy. This large block of music must be routed. There is also this withered illusion demon flower. It is indeed a good thing. The former can enhance the malignant ability of pet control. powerful. The latter can enhance the spiritual practice of giving. What are you doing with that thing in your hand? Are you sure you don't want to change one? Su-won smiled and replied, thank you, Shih-tzu, for your kindness. I'll just choose this item. I remember my sister seemed to have mentioned a fertilizer that can improve plantation soil. That's how it is. Suka saw that Su-won had already made a decision. No longer say anything. A casual wave. The warehouse's big door made of steel just directly crashed to the ground. Afterwards, Suka smiled and said with a smile, the cabin door is already closed. Congratulations to you, got the crocodile beard root and demon illusion flower. There is soil on the drill bit. Su-won smiled. No more words, he secretly thought in his heart. This thing is the main material for painting dragons' precious gold. How is it possible to change to something else this time? Made a big profit. This little yellow duck is born with the talent of treasure hunting, can be found in the warehouse of power and treasure. But he excitedly threw himself on a statue of a beautiful woman. Then under the selection of the little yellow duck, Su-won successfully obtained the precious crystal, the main material for painting dragons, and crocodile fibrous roots that can enhance the evil ability of pets. The demon flower that can enhance the spiritual practice of the imperial teacher. The center of the rivet array. The next day at this moment, looking at the soldiers of the garrison transformed the colored stones he has been thinking about from the warehouse inside the town management committee building safely load into the trunk of an armored off-road vehicle. The leading captain couldn't help but lovely remind to be gentle when placing, be careful. These are all treasures of the royal master. Linzen suddenly reminded Su-won junior brother. Recently Chief Su forcefully destroyed the hottest formation. Many strongholds are based on the most popular formation. Will definitely retaliate. Better be cautious. Be extra careful on the road. But Sway, you just grinned. Pat Su-won's shoulder opened. The way, Linjin, what are you talking about? Who are you looking down on? He paused, continuing to say that Su-won arrived at River Town, just entered our territory, ensure to safely send you back. Linjin heard the words. This is the hand that finally came out peacefully heading towards Su-won. He smiled and said, okay, I'll go back first. Chief Su asked me for something. Su-won's hand. Thank you, I will definitely come back. Thank you all for taking care of me during this time. Linjin nodded. Should Tao junior brother, welcome back to Grizzly Forest. Shoyu on the side watched this difficult to separate scene. I can't help but shake my head and exclaimed that you two are really cheesy. This time, escort Su-won back to Black Lamp Island in an armored off-road vehicle with accompanying personnel. Naturally Ryu as the leader of the Rivet Formation. This guy arranged these personnel. All are good at handling the golden eggs in the Rivet Formation guard team. Everything was loaded onto the truck very quickly. CIU immediately ordered to proceed. Check the firepower unit again. We are about to set off soon. The goal is the gathering place of the black lights. A group of soldiers heard the words, immediately stand up straight and answer loudly. Although in Su-won's view these people are far from sending themselves. River Town's blackout guard Zhang Chong and others are strong. It is very normal to have such differences in these people are the teacher's imperial guards, and these people are just the guards of River Town. The two sides are not a heavyweight at all. Soon the team members were filing in. Same 5 people in the combat team. After the armored off-road vehicle team slowly drove out of River Town at the same time. At a distance from River Town within a forest less than 10 kilometers away, 3 figures completely shrouded in gray cloaks gathered together. Speak. In a low voice the masked woman gritted her teeth and said, it has been confirmed. The informant from River Town brought news. River Town has a team of town guards today. Will escort a VIP to Black Lantern Castle. That they shot. It is very likely that they will catch us in the act. The little demon with the fire jade ring to protect himself. The bald man in charge immediately coldly said, very good. I also received the message. Linjin has also left River Town shortly after. The bald man took out a map from his body lying on the ground. Continue to speak. Wait a moment. According the little mouse will pass through here. We are waiting for them in this valley. Afterwards, the most popular formation masters all moved forward. Go to the designated locations and lurk there. The off-road vehicle is getting closer and closer to the forest. The bald man's gaze coldly pierced through the military binoculars, surveying the car that Su-won was riding in. He touched the jade seal ring on his wrist. The killing intent in my heart immediately soared. Little mouse, I deliberately formed this hunting team just to let you taste the fear of death. You can rest assured I will definitely make you pay for my brother's life. However, at this moment, the woods behind the bald man suddenly a loud rumbling sound came from far away. Focused on observing the bald man in the car fleet. Hearing the sound, I couldn't help but be surprised. He couldn't help but furrow his brow. Hastily turned around and looked towards the source. What on earth is going on? Linzen is seen with a hot and poisonous man slowly walked out of the dense forest. When approached not far away, he suddenly stopped. The hidden one in the tree said coldly. Linjin paused. You two companions companions of yours. The murderer has already slaughtered them. As for you, I will personally take care of it. Baldman heard the words sudden cold sweat and wild gusts. Sukin is super dangerous breed of terror. It has been deeply ingrained in his mind. He couldn't help but exclaimed no. This is impossible. These little quacks after suffering layoffs. He actually attempted to ambush for revenge. And just as they lay in wait, Linchin suddenly appeared with a hot and poisonous man and Express Shitsu has already taken out all the remaining hidden people. See the Baldman don't believe Lincoln suddenly snorted coldly and said then take another look. Suwon's convoy is it parked at the entrance of the valley without coming in. The Baldman saw the situation was not good. Immediately scolded angrily. He actually used this intelligence as bait. Personally get involved just as the worry to other most popular formation masters suddenly thrown to the ground. At the same time came the sound of soup because cold laughter disgusting. Despicable illness that is not as hot as your most popular formation. Subsequently, Sukka pulled out a smile without expression. Sneered coldly I am purely here to protect our Black Lamp Master. Otherwise, how did you feel miscellaneous people end up in front of the gun? Let's do it. Linjin new and old grudges are counted together. Get lynching's indication from Suku immediately signaled the hot, poisonous man to attack. At the same time he shouted loudly with this intention. The bald man is now caught in a pincer attack. He who knows he will die can only stand foolishly in place. At the same time, Suwon and the 5 members of the town guard on the car unaware of what is happening in the jungle. Still driving steadily on the way to Blackbird. Suwon looked around at the battle traces. I can't help but secretly pondered the extent of this destruction. Top level danger is back for Main. Your brother especially instructed me to leave half an hour later. Just at this moment, he suddenly noticed an anomaly ahead of the convoy. I couldn't help but quickly raised my head and looked not far away. When he saw Sucre riding on the ice grinder walking ahead on the road, he also probably guessed what happened to the battle scars all the way just now. Suwon quickly got off the car and respectfully said thank you Chief Su for your support. In the future Chief Su will return to Black Lantern Castle. Suwon will definitely come to thank you in person. And Sukkot waved his hand and smiled at a few little flies. Let's hurry up and not keep the castle lord waiting too long. Time passes quickly. 2 days later, after the group of people finished the inspection at the dark gathering place, drive into the safety zone after entering the southern section of the defense line. When the vehicle drove into the south gate of the black light gathering place was guided into the parking lot. Soon the castle lord met with Suwon. He looked at the dusty Suwon with a smart have worked hard all the way. I have already heard you have gained a lot this time. Let me see your training results. Suwon smiled slightly. Do not let you down. Teacher. Shortly after Suwon quickly summoned the dragon snake and lizard after reaching the late stage of growth. The body shape is advancing by leaps and bounds grown a lot. There is already a 2 meter long dragon snake lizard immediately appear in the study room. And Joe's burly and strong figure stand up from the chair immediately walk with your head held high. Already in front of other highbrow dragons and snakes. He looked around at the dragon snake and lizard from time to time also opened the mouths of dragons, snakes and lizards to check their teeth. But dragon snake and lizard did not dare to resist at all. Once again incarnate as a pet lizard, he knows well the horror of this human before him. Even if he resists in the slightest will also be ruthlessly suppressed. Suwon saw the situation and couldn't help but secretly complain you better not if he is not happy can tear you open directly. Joe was very satisfied after the inspection. He suddenly spoke the most popular town these days already been taken care of by Webster's people. Many vassals were uprooted even the place where they produce armored wolves and medium armored wolves also plowed by your senior brother personally. However, the other party at least did a shoulder to shoulder with the gathering place of the Black Lamp large gathering place. Suwon thought of Hey Joe and others who are far away in the Bear Forest. Some worry about teacher doubt they will not go to retaliate against Grizzly Forest again. Joe he smiled lightly and said reassuringly, the owner of Grizzly Forest has secretly returned to the Great Bear body unless the ruler of the Drunken Fire formation personally makes it, otherwise whoever goes will die. After that, Joy turned around and said to Suwon this time, I am very satisfied with your performance. Joe he sat down watching Suwon suddenly asked special translation without saying still made great achievements in the most heated poaching incident. Tell me what reward you want. This man accidentally obtained the main material Balkan for painting dragons, and then his master in order to reward him. He even asked him directly to tell him the reward he wanted. Suwon heard this. My heart suddenly felt happy. If you are really sleepy, take a pillow. He quickly smiled and said, Teacher, I don't know, do you still have the high-level dragon scales you rewarded me with before? Can you come back again like that? But Jay smiled and asked naturally, just one piece. Although high-level dragon scales are not common, but there are still some in the castle storeroom the teacher can give you. Is there anything else you want? And after a moment of contemplation, Suwon came up with an idea. Can I open my mouth, apply for a reward for senior brother Linjin? Suwon couldn't help but think back to when Linjin stepped forward. Protect yourself. He paused. The tone was complex when he spoke again. In the grisly forest for senior Linjin, sacrificing his main force. I want to be saved. Maybe I will come back. But Zhou in Yen did not answer. Instead, he tapped on the chair next to him with his fingers. He then spoke lightly. Linzin is indeed a good seedling. His spiritual practice has also reached a critical point. Let's finish the new year like this. The master will have someone deliver it a tiger cub that has been cleaned and refreshed. He didn't save your life in vain. Suwon heard the words. My heart was suddenly filled with great joy, overlooking the clear and beautiful tiger, urgent dangerous species. Lu Yu's total training has won on the spot, senior brother. This time you benefited from a disaster. Just at this moment, Jovi smiled and spoke again. In addition, I have arranged a villa for you in the inner security. Take advantage of this. Go home and take a look around. Your sister has arranged for you to move. The Six Brothers Big Pan is about to start soon. Don't delay the important matters. Suwon heard the word falling slightly to thank the teacher. Su wandering lives up to the high expectations of his teacher. Shortly afterwards, Suwon did not stay long. Very decisively turned around and was about to leave. But he showed a strange expression. Just as Suwon was about to leave, he suddenly sighed and said, Suwon, I have a sentence to give you. You're always too modest, child. This is not the world of a good jade master. Strength should be respected. When you fight, Jay paused, smiling slightly. He said, on the second floor of the material library, except for that dragon scale, you can go in and choose to more. Remember, only those who survived have the qualification to be humble. Suwon heard the words. My heart couldn't help but tremble. Only those who survive are qualified to be humble. He quickly stopped his steps, turn around respectfully and respond to the teacher. I remember on the way home. Joey's words made Suwon ponder for a long time. Experience the hottest thing. Suwon understand. One can choose to be a righteous person, but this premise is one's own strength. Being able to make others sit there honestly. Listen to your own sense of morality. Soon, Suwon rode away from the castle on a dragon snake lizard. In the evening, finally returned to the outside of the house. He suddenly heard my older sister keeps talking about her embarrassing childhood stories. Suwon suddenly felt somewhat puzzled. Older sister is fighting with who again? Where is my blackmail? Shortly after, Suwon knocked on the door at the same time. Slowly opened the door. Sister, I'm back. He was just about to enter the house. Immediately, I saw the figure of my older sister running out of the house. Immediately searching, pounced and tightly hugged Suwon. The voice is filled with excited emotions. Open the small loop. You finally came back. This cute little yellow duck ended up as a tool for men to pick up girls. Just now, Suwon returned home. Suchang flew directly and tightly hugged her. After choked up a bit as she said, I heard the guard say you are attacked on the way. You can come back safely. It's really great. Suwon fell silent for a moment. I touched my older sister's head. Brain apologized and said it's okay. My older sister has passed away. When Suwon got up, he immediately saw two other girls sitting indoors. He couldn't help but wonder, older sister, what is the situation? Suchin quickly introduced Suwon warmly. These to the General Affairs Department of our Plantation Management Office, colleagues from the Resource Bureau's Allocation Department. After Suching pointed to the girl with short pink hair on the right and said, this is Lin Matuan. Then he pointed at the girl with long blonde hair on the left and said, this is Jean Melee. All are my good girlfriends. Suwon quickly smiled and greeted the two people. I often travel around outside for years. It's a good thing for my older sister to have a few friends. Later, Suwon seemed to have remembered something. He frowned and whispered, son, with an unpleasant expression, and older sister, you wouldn't happen to be thinking. And Su Chien heard the words directly, pinching Su 10 and walking out at the same time, blamed a stinky kid. Our father and mother left early. You have to fight for some dignity. Start a family and establish a career early. Let the two old men have it under their fists. Also can be relieved quite a bit. Sister has already picked it out for you. This table of dishes was also arranged by them. Su Chien saw that Su 1 did not agree, not concerned at all about this matter. Another round of nagging, like you who works as a lawyer usually always together, definitely need to find someone who can take charge. Su 1 heard this and suddenly felt speechless. Older sister, I am a bit tired. I want to go back to the room and take a nap. I don't know if it will work, and Su Chien very decisively expressed his refusal. He is determined hearts. He wants Su 1 to participate in his long-planned blind date event. Although Su 1 refused this blind date away, but still can only go along with Su Chi's meaning. The whole dinner proceeded in an awkward atmosphere, until Su 1 took out the treasure-hunting beast. This attracted the attention of 3 women. Just a cute and silly-looking treasure-hunting creature, also almost all been stripped by people. Dinner ended quickly. Su Chien waved her hand. Su 1's request that Shell 1 could not refuse. Make sure to send them back home to you. No, helplessly. Su 1 can only send 2 girls home. He nodded quickly. Show that you will definitely complete the task. Jean Melee suddenly spoke to lured Su-won. You don't need to send us, we live nearby, and Su-won heard the words. Embarrassed smile. Jean Melee sees the situation, immediately laughed and said just go through that road and you'll be there. Very close, and Lin Main Won also agreed. Sir Su-won, don't bother. I originally wanted to be lively today. I didn't expect you to be so cautious. But at this moment, there was a strange roar not far away. Won's keen sense of indifference. Soon I heard the hoarse roar of distress. He suddenly changed his complexion. Su-won almost instantly guessed what had happened. He immediately reached out to stop the two beautiful women's steps. Be careful at the same time. There is a problem ahead. Just ahead, not far from the corner, slowly walk out a path. A strange figure larger than a fierce dog by several circles. This is a body length of 2 to 3.5 meters high. Sharp claws and teeth, giant mouse with flickering cold light. The giant rat kept roaring continuously, obviously starving. It only took a few months. Carefully cultivated dragons, snakes and lizards. After it successfully breaks through to the later stage of growth, finally welcomed its first battle. Just now Su Huang'an just finished participating in a blind date meeting, just about to escort the beauty home. Just walked out a few steps. A giant rat larger than a vicious dog suddenly emerged. Jean Melee sees the situation, surprised to exclaim, outlaw rat gathering. How could this kind of thing break into the settlement? And Su-won responded seldomly. It is a mature, low-level, dangerous species of ferocious rat. Lin Mang Won, who has seen a lot and has a wide range of knowledge. Looking at the terrifying rat in front of me, suddenly surprised. Can violent rats grow this big? Su-won heard the words with a frown, guessed possibly accidentally ate the corpse of some jade beast. As a result, it caused mutations. The ground in front of everyone suddenly cracked. It seems like something is about to break through the ground from underground. Su-won saw the situation, hastily reminded that the ferocious leopard rat is a social animal. You guys step back. In the blink of an eye, to mice larger than several rounds of fierce dogs suddenly leapt out. They seem to be attracted by a delicious aroma. It keeps making a chirping sound, slowly approaching the crowd. Su-won's dance feeling follows spiritual practice. It has already exceeded many ordinary people mental cultivation or fitness. It's subtle. Continue to practice, can have strengthened physique beyond ordinary people, even indifferent. He immediately noticed the anomaly. When he saw the one in Jean Melee's hand, the aroma of the spicy chicken is constantly wafting, immediately understood it. This is the favorite food of the ferocious leopard rat. No wonder. Right after Su-won smiled indifferently and said the dragon, snake and lizard are having a late night snack. Just saw the light flash in his hand, a loud dragon roar immediately rebounded from within. The dragon snake lizard has reached over 4 meters in size. In an instant it flew out of the parenting world, mature, low-level, dangerous species of ferocious rat, even if it undergoes mutation, causing a massive increase in body size. But under the pressure of the top dangers of dragons, snakes and lizards immediately felt comfortable. When realizing the enemy in front of you, it's not something that can be shaken by oneself. But ferocious rats immediately began to slowly retreat. Three fierce rats quickly turned and headed towards the ally, crazy fleeing. The dragon, snake and lizard only emit a faint dragon's might let them tremble in fear. Su-won saw the situation, immediately snorted. Do you think you can outrun dragons, snakes and lizards? Following that, Su-won's hand flashed with a bright light. Majestic evil energy immediately gush out from the bodies of dragons. Snakes and lizards start quickly swirling around his body. Gathered. The evil system can continue to complete the moment. Dragon, snake, lizard immediately erupted, a dragon roar that echoed throughout the entire area. He is like a cannon out of its barrel, shooting towards the violent rats, fleeing violent rats. When feeling that immense sense of oppression, I can't help but look back when I saw the dragon, snake and lizard that had already arrived behind me, suddenly showing a look of horror. Then there were several sharp wails, only see dark purple streamer facing the first fierce rat. Wave off the claws with 4 light flashes by the giant rat, immediately opened its belly and chest. The following light quickly rushed towards the second aggressive rat. A sharp claws thick as an adult's thigh easily pierced through the second head of the ferocious rat. The third giant rat is also unable to escape. The acceleration of bad habits makes it inevitable for him to avoid the sharp claws. In the later stages of growth are just like chopping vegetables. Strength has been achieved. Late growth dragon lizard, just one glance and everything changes. Easily kill 3 mature mutated aggressive rats. Su-won saw the situation, suddenly showed a satisfied smile. Mature, low-level, dangerous species mutated ferocious rat 2 months ago. Dragons, snakes and lizards also need to be dealt with seriously. Now it's as simple as killing a chicken. This man is trying to increase the bond between him and his pet. He actually used medicine to make the little yellow duck think of him as its father. Just now, in the later stages of growth, the dragon, snake and lizard only meet once, the low-level dangerous species. Just at this moment suddenly came a rapid sound of footsteps from not far away. The guard team of Black Candle Castle finally arrived at the scene of the crime. They saw Su-won from far away, and the ferocious claws next to Su-won were still dripping blood. The captain of the security team led by dragons, snakes and lizards couldn't help but sighed. 3 ferocious rats were directly killed, truly worthy of being an adult in handling matters. Several police guards came to Su-won's side. Su-won nodded slightly. Open this season. Ferocious rats food shortage will forage for food relentlessly. Apply for a slanted-tailed cat with the security bureau. Otherwise, this kind of thing will invade the poor areas. It's going to be a big deal. The police officers immediately saluted respectfully. I respectfully follow the instructions of the master. And Su-won waved his hand. There are still these 3 fierce rats. Send me to the inner fortress interior ministry. He then scratched his head. Or in say that villa number 73 is collected by Su-won. Danger is always good after all. Materials can be worth a lot of money. Of course he won't want it. Black light gathering place villa area near the inner fortress. It can be said that either rich or wealthy and mostly the residents of the bathroom. Joe gave villa number 73 to Su-won. Originally, it was a private residence for Joe and himself. Because of this, Su-won also suffered a lot of jealousy. The most likely one is Luling, who lives across from me. He just saw his older sister Su-chien. Luling shut up all of a sudden. Su-won suspects, will this old guy have any thoughts about the older sister? But if my sister is also interested in this guy Luling, he is not good at playing badminton. He always feels that the 3rd senior brother is a bit of a tough guy and shy. The security team quickly disposed of the body of the violent rat delivered to Su-won's residence. The captain in charge also reminded everyone to be careful. Don't dirty Mr. Su's yard suits. The bodies of these violent rats also have other plans, as a jade lion with 2 jade beasts, especially the dragon snake lizard, this big eater. In addition, the consumables for transforming dragons and skills. It's all a big expense. The black self that previously hoarded wealth. After all, it is material used to make strange objects, belongs to strategic materials. If sold in large quantities, easy to trace, not suitable for further operation. And this time happened to encounter a violent Newton rat. This made Su-won think of another thing in the old dragon scriptures, that is bloodline fragrance. Bloodline fragrance. As the name suggests, this is a kind of perfume. However, this is a kind can increase the relationship between the bath attendant and the pet. Special perfume of soul bonds and spiritual connections. The principle of this perfume just be able to switch between royal lion and royal pet, simulate a kind of almost blood connected fantasy, being able to let the royal pet and thoroughly immerse themselves in establishing soul bonds faster. The biggest feature of this perfume is not only can you sure use it, even the trainees who have not yet become royal lions also can borrow this. Accelerate the establishment of a spiritual connection with the young pets born in the imperial pet palace. Bloodline incense is a divine object for new members of the lion guard. Once this perfume is launched and widely circulated, it is bound to enhance the foundation of the gathering place of black lights. The impact is enormous and it will soon become a hot commodity. According to the old long DN formula, after extracting the beginner agra wood from the body of the ferocious rat, add the venom from the poison sac of the dream-eating insect, the fluff on the back of the blood orchid-based liquid. Use the fusion agent for fusion. Finally distill and purify. In order to avoid wasting materials, Su-won only used 1/5 of the materials for the first configuration. After a vigorous shaking and stirring, blood original fragrance mucilage 5 pure and transparent light red color like red amber. It looks very crystal clear. Su-won couldn't help but look at the blood original fragrance in his hand with some suspicion. And is this the blood original fragrance? If this thing really works, it would be a way to make money. After all, the cost is low enough, just don't know if it works. Later, Su-won locked his gaze tightly on the treasure-seeking beast. He was ready to try the effect of this bloodline fragrance. As for the dragon snake lizard, he and the dragon snake lizard, the unbreakable mental bond doesn't need this stuff. Su-won directly raised the bottle, shaking the bloodline fragrance in his hand towards the treasure-seeking beast. The bloodline fragrance immediately began to remit a misty fragrance, slowly drifting towards the treasure-seeking beast. And before the treasure-seeking beast could react under the action of the blood original fragrance, you entered the illusion at the same time as Su-won. However, this kind of illusion can be dispelled by willpower. Restored to zero in Su-won seemed to have become the treasure-seeking beast's old father, an adult treasure-seeking beast. After the birth of the young treasure-seeking beast, going out to see treasures every day with the treasure-seeking beast, and even found a huge treasure mountain. The treasure-seeking beast looked at the pile of treasures like a mountain, directly turned into egg. Flower eyes fell into endless excitement. After a full hour, the illusion completely dissipated, far exceeding the recorded 15 minutes, and when Suhan woke up, couldn't help but feel a headache. Then he quickly shook his head and waved his hand, started to dispel the mist emitted by the bloodline fragrance. He couldn't help but sigh at how strange the spice was. Later, Su-won couldn't help but but think about drawing a dragon for the treasure-seeking beast. It's better to draw a dragon for this guy quickly. This guy is still too weak. Unless the dragon, otherwise it's not very useful in battle. Tomorrow go to the teacher's warehouse to find materials. However, at this moment, but treasure-hunting beast suddenly looking at Su-won's eyes also filled with admiration, just like looking at an old father. Immediately the treasure-hunting beast started to jump rapidly, directly pounds towards Su-won. Su-won suddenly felt a chill, couldn't help but shiver, shouted, "I'm not your dad." Although this little yellow duck has a natural talent for treasure hunting, but he has no combat ability. Su-won couldn't wait to help him draw dragon-enhanced combat power. He secretly decided to go to the teacher's warehouse to find materials tomorrow. Early the next day, after breakfast, Su-won came to the castle and found the steward as the steward of the entire castle. The spirit symbol naturally also resides in the Lord's exclusive Black Lab castle. After Su-won explained his intentions, the steward looked at Su-won with a smile, saying, "If you don't come to me soon, I'll have to come find you." Su-won scratched his head apologetically, saying, "I'm really sorry. The steward has been busy moving house these days. I forgot a board, didn't waste any time." He smiled faintly, turned around and said, "I know you've been busy lately. Let's go, follow me." Soon, the steward took Su-won to the entrance of the castle storeroom, but the steward didn't use a key to open the door. Instead, he reached out his hand. Several snake tails immediately extended from the door. In the blink of an eye, one of the snake tails automatically wrapped around the steward's arm, but then nothing else happened. In a moment, the snake tail that extended from the door suddenly retracted quickly. Su-won couldn't help but be secretly shocked. Parasitic guardian beast, top level, dangerous and evil slave. Mysterious and protected dual talent skills are as solid as gold. Soup can strengthen the entire treasure trove strength, and the opener must receive the Lord's verbal promise in order to open the door. Otherwise, it will be swallowed whole. Su-won looked up and down at the scale of the entire treasure trove, couldn't help but secretly compared to such treasure trove. It's not even on the same level as the teacher's. The next moment, the door suddenly made a creaking sound. The whole door suddenly opened. A strong airflow immediately swept out of the room. Then the chief manager introduced with a smile the second-floor treasure houses for the gathering place of black lights, also counted as a middle reserve. I have followed the castle lord for so many years. Still the first time seeing, he promised to try the low-level desire. Take 3 things at once. The chief commander finally reminded Su-won, don't disappoint the castle lord. Su-won heard the words immediately. The body shook. Respectful boys. Thank you for your kindness, lord of the castle. Thank you, chief manager. The warehouse is different from Chief Su's messy treasure trove. Black lights gather on the second floor. The treasure trove inside seems like a huge library. All treasures are neatly arranged. There are also boxes that look like plexiglass covering the box still emits a faint silver light. Su-won looked at the derringers. In my heart, I couldn't help but silently complain. Where is there anything that doesn't disappoint the castle lord? Just implying that I shouldn't take too much. I am not stupid. The entire warehouse inventory is documented. At the warehouse ceiling, those few eyes, the top-level dangerous species with rotating, slanted eyes monitor who dares to take more things from the warehouse, simply recording death. Su-won's pressure suddenly increased. The slant height monitor, although not strong in strength, but it holds a kind of a race potion called light and shadow retrospect. Looking back at the scene is clearer than taking an X-ray. Moreover, inside this entire treasure trove there are still many other security measures that are not known yet. This time, Su-won even dared not release the treasure hunting beast. He helplessly turned towards the baby care ring and started searching for the treasure beast. This time you can only search for treasures through the baby care items. Take me to find the dragon scales. There are also the 2 materials you use to transform into a dragon. Then to help his jade beast transform into a dragon. Finally arrived at the castle warehouse to start searching for materials. Can warehouse inside standing there is a slanted monitor that rivals X-ray scans. He cannot summon the treasure hunting beasts to help. He can only settle for second best. Let the treasure beast be separated by the alien response. Come help find the materials for transforming the dragon. In the space of the fire jade beast search for the treasure beast immediately after receiving the command, and immediately indicate that there is no proof that he has enough confidence in his treasure hunting abilities. Due to the anticipated space, the barrier treasure hunter beast is a bit difficult to sense. Soon Su-won, under the guidance of the treasure hunting beast, found the high dragon scale, and it's the one that contains the strongest bloodline power. Another 100 grams of miscellaneous items also smoothly went into the bag. But strange is that floating food search but can't find it. Not long after, the treasure beast actually excitedly called out he was Lee, making a clattering sound and guiding Su-won, arriving at a corner of the vast warehouse. And Su-won looked at the empty roof. I couldn't help but wonder if there isn't anything above. This thing is definitely not floating food foraging. Not long, Su-won, who had selected the treasures that left the warehouse. The chief pointed to the box in front of Su-won. Leah, and Leah nodded and said, this is high-level dragon scale. This is 0 Tway. Suddenly the Grand Commander picked up the bricks inside the box, jokingly said, little boy, how did you take down the ceiling? Suwon suddenly felt embarrassed and started making up nonsense. My home just happens to be missing this piece. The commander-in-chief immediately laughed out loud. Throw the bricks back into the box and be careful not to miss this break is mixed with floating food seeking. But floating food searches a treasure that only exists in 3 layers. You have poisonous eyes. Suwon couldn't help but smile kindly. I secretly complained in my heart that my eyes were poisoned. It's really cools your beast. Even the treasures in the ceiling can be found. Soon Suwon returned to his home in the villa area. He flipped through the dragon point on one side. Satisfied now, materials needed to paint a dragon for a lifetime. Everything is already ready. Just missing the key step, painting a dragon for a lifetime. Suhan quickly found the treasure hunt in Login Joan. The main content of the painting dragon ceremony, it's searching for treasure beasts through treasure hunting ability. Find a level higher than the current level of the treasure beast and containing treasures with extremely rich dragon bloodlines and eat it before completing the dragon transformation ceremony. To find the treasure beast you need to harness the energy contained in 4 types of materials. All digested when Suwon finished reading. I couldn't help but chuckle. He did not expect the transformation ceremony to be so simple and plain. This saved him a lot of effort. He couldn't help feeling somewhat surprised, seeking the way to extract energy from the treasure beast's material. Phosphoricides. Dragons are different from dragon snakes and lizards. Dragon, snake and lizard rely on absorbing energy and the permeation of energy and breath. The way of the treasure-seeking beast is more rough. He actually just eats everything directly. Then he wastes no time immediately grabbing the treasure-seeking beast who was daydreaming on the side. Suwon knows that swallowing treasures is nothing to the treasure-seeking beast. Although his combat power is close to 0, he has a mouth that can almost crush anything. Immediately, Suwon throws the treasure-seeking beast in front of the treasure and says, "Eat." Start the dragon transformation ceremony. But treasure-seeking beast, upon hearing this, instantly widens its eyes with stars in its eyes. As long as it's a treasure, whether it's a stone or metal, it can crush and swallow it. As long as it puts in enough effort, even crushing high-level dragon scales is no problem. Lord Haedang in his previous total of 8 disciples. Suwon is the newest 9. Suwon's 8 senior brothers and sisters hold important positions in Haedan castles. They can be said to be the most core and central force in Haedan Castle, and are all quite powerful spellcasters. True spellcasters almost all have the strength of quasi-professional spellcasters and above. As for this temporary meeting, it was originally 8 SR by Susu and 7 SR China, who were going to find Lu Ling to discuss the selection of the next Beast Wilderness candidate. Due to the special instructions of 3rd senior brother, Suwon arrived early at the castle banquet hall. The reason for inviting Suwon was that 3rd senior brother happened to want to take this opportunity to let Suwon get to know the 2 senior sisters. So this sudden visit happened in front of the group of senior brothers and sisters. Suwon, as the 9th junior brother, obediently started the reconnaissance. Worked for the big shots. Shuna, wearing a white dress, was the first to speak. "I heard that the teacher intends for you to form the 8th Beast Wilderness T. Gathered all the team members and protectors." While by Susu with purple hair honestly replied, "The protectors are all gathered. We are just selecting the final member." Suwon on the side listened with some confusion. Beast Wilderness Division 4. Someone like him who doesn't have a position yet in the Beast Wilderness Division. It is still too unfamiliar. Seeing Suwon's puzzled look, soon I began to explain slowly. "Junior brother, you are unaware that the Beast Wilderness Division is the gathering place of the Black Lamp, a special group of priests, more than just a black light gathering place. Other gathering places usually also form Beast Wilderness teams. The Beast team is in the middle of nowhere hunting the offspring of various dangerous creatures and search and collect various materials. The main purpose is treasure every beast in the gathering place of the Black Lamp Wilderness team, composed of 4 jailers and 12 attendants. The entire Black Lamp gathering now has a total of 7 Beast Wilderness teams. We gather in the dark woods for use by the jailers, all brought back by the Beast Wilderness team. So this is a very important organization." Su now paused. Suddenly look at Bai Susu opened the way to Susu Senior. "SR can introduce you to a good newcomer that just became a prison over 2 years ago. Teach Lina's little girl. She has a completely 7 iron magic and a completely 7 sleeping butterfly. All are among the most dangerous species, a race with good immediate combat capabilities. And he recently a new juvenile stage of a high-risk species has been added, Blood Lion. Blood Lions considered a high-risk species, a race with relatively balanced strength. Located in the 2nd tier of high-risk species, combat power is good." Su now waved her hand. "Recommend Dorena, a newcomer with both good strength and potential." But Suwon frowned while listening on the side to Lina. "Iron magic sleep butterfly. This is not what I will do next. Are you one of the teammates participating in the duel tournament?" Is I didn't expect less than a month. Rina not only matures the sleep butterfly cultivated to full term and also attained the poetry writing cup of high danger. Bai Susu heard the words but frowned. It seems like the strength of Rina introduced by SR Senior. Not very satisfied. "He is not good with words. I can only politely decline. He still can't keep up with my current staffing. If you still have to be distracted to protect the newcomers, It's just too cumbersome. Sunai then introduced several more candidates, but Bai Susu still did not show much interest. Third senior brother Lulin suddenly tapped the cup. Later Luling slightly exaggeratedly said, "Senior sister Susu, I introduce to you a super rookie with great potential, absolutely can meet your needs. This man ranks at the bottom among his senior brothers and sisters. Originally I just wanted to meet the senior sisters I had never met before. Get familiar with it, didn't expect." Third senior brother Luling actually recommended position of Bai Susu disciple. Luling's slightly exaggerated tone not only aroused Bai Susu interest, he recently indeed for the last member of the 8th Beast Wilderness position. Frazzled Bai Susu said with anticipation, "Hello, third senior brother." After that Lulin directly pointed at Su-won and smiled just there on the side. Su-won in the diving hall with relish, being suddenly plunged into confusion by this piece of paper. Bai Susu saw the situation, looking at Su-won, smiled and said, "So it's junior brothers connections, come and talk to SR senior. When the time comes SR will get some good stuff for you to share." Su-won heard the words, I can't help but be surprised what connections he doesn't know. Several imperial physicians only know Linjin, and a few of them still have important duties on hand. So nothing what can be introduced soon. I couldn't help but frown. Look at Lu Lindaus and stop messing around. The German imperial teacher only 2 or 3 months ago. You let him go to the barren place. Isn't it pushing others into a fire pit? Bai Susu just realized this, curiously asked the senior brother. The super newbie you mentioned is the junior apprentice. Lolan immediately laughed out loud, probably smiled and said, "That's right. I recommend, it's our super new junior brother Su-won." Lulin paused after putting down the teacup in hand. "This is just the beginning of explaining that I didn't cause any trouble." Xiaoqi suddenly stood up, suddenly pat Su-won's shoulder. "Don't underestimate the junior brother just because he recovered in 3 months and only 1 pet, but it is top-level danger." Lolan raised his eyebrows, smiling with a smirk. "And the little junior brother's dragon snake lizard over a month ago in the northern section of my defense line. The magic power has already reached the mid-state of growth, according to the junior brother's talent after the great bear spirit. Now the dragon snake and lizard should have almost reached growth, adding the race's impressive combat talents of dragons, snakes and lizards in the top tier of dangerous species. It can be considered the first tier." Lolan immediately looked at you now with a look of dismay. "The dragon snake lizard in the late growth stage of laughter, isn't it better than the special dangerous species at the end of growth? So we have the top dangerous species in the later stages of growth. Are you considered a super newbie?" Just as the words fell, the expressions of the 2 senior sisters immediately became lively. Bai Sus, his pretty face was slightly stunned. His gaze immediately turned to Su-won, asked, "The little junior brother is your dragon snake lizard really in the late stage of growth sooner?" Smiled slightly, "Wave your hand and ask her to show it directly." Su-won looked at this situation, just no, can't hide it anymore. He smiled slightly. "Slowly raise your hand, summon the dragon snake and lizard." A dragon snake lizard with a body length of over 4 meters immediately jumped out of the nursery space. Please, spacious living room. At the moment he came out, immediately appear. It's very crowded. Su-won looked at the dragon snake lizard about to land and really thought it was not good. These furniture are terrible. What should I do? Afterwards, the dragon snake and lizard shook their heads and wagged their tails. Lying on the marble floor of the banquet hall directly shocked everyone. Everyone is a senior imperial physician. Nature can communicate through body size and scent, determine the growth stage of the jade pet, even able to roughly estimate the strength of the jade pet. Lolan was suddenly excited by this physique and aura. Late growth didn't run. "I know you little guy have skills." Su-won quickly responded modestly. "Where did it just arrive yesterday?" Originally introducing the team members to Bai Susu, 7 SR Suna took the lead in speaking. "Little junior brother, I think what you liked most now is practical experience. Come SR senior, my desolate position, I will take you with me. Also can quickly nickel combat capabilities." Bai Susu heard the words, immediately pouting and saying aggressively to 7 SR senior, "Your famine relief stations are all fully staffed. I still need 1 more person." Soon I saw Bai Susu looking very aggrieved, quickly grabbed his little mouth, smiled and said, "Okay, I'm not kidding you. Little junior brother will be yours from now on. Go and stand aside." Watching Su-won, who decided her own belonging with 2 senior sisters. In my heart, I couldn't help but silently complaining. I seem to have not made a decision yet. Just at this moment, suddenly there was a knock on the door. Lulin couldn't help but feel a little surprise. Are there so many guests today? The man who came to see Su-won was named Tim. He is Mr. Uli's son. It's the pharmacy of the Su family and shows you a bloodline village. In order to be able to deal with the 6 brothers challenge, Su-won plans to make the blood original fragrance all change to steel tide, upgrade the strength of the dragon snake and lizard his suit, because Shuai Yuan Shang is a gathering place place for black lights, a new drug that has never appeared before. Each bottle is priced as high as 100,000, so the sales have never been opened. Soo-won can only deliver the medicine to the pharmacy for trial sales, but the effect has always been poor. But today Tim came mysteriously to find Soo-won. It is said that they are requesting to purchase a large amount of blood origin incense. As soon as there is business to be done, Soo-won quickly brought the goods to the pharmacy. Yuli immediately smiled and said, "Mr. Soo, this time I want to purchase more than 10 bottles of Zhu Wang Xiang from you." Soo-won heard the words, unable to help but slightly frowned, nodding. "I said, now I bring sample for sale, already sold for 10 days. You are purchasing food this time. I cannot accept credit." Uli loud. I quickly smiled, kindly explained to Mr. Soo, "You misunderstood. I pay cash, and how much blood kinship needs how much help. Never on credit." Tim and Need from the side opened the way to Master Soo. "Each card here has 1 million grams of steel. It was prepared by my dad." Soo-won saw the situation in my heart. I couldn't help but feel puzzled. How did it suddenly become so smooth? This meant to further enhance the strength of dragons, snakes and lizards. He chose to sell the bloodline incense and buy materials for engraving steel seals. The bloodline fragrance that was originally ignored, but suddenly it became a bestseller. Yuli's father even said he wants as much as he can get. After Soo-won placed the bloodline incense, he brought out. Yuli's father hurriedly smiled. "Take the bloodline incense, Mr. Soo said, so let's settle the accounts." He then pulled out a stack of gold cards, counting on one side. On one side. He smiled and said, "What new things do you have to sell next time? You can come find me anytime soon." One did not stay long. Yun directly folded up the gold card, waved his hand and said thank you. George Lee's father stood with his son at the counter watching Suli. Then Dad Yuli turned around. "Keep your eyes on your son. He seems to be very dissatisfied with him just standing there all the time." Immediately after, Mr. Hughley raised his hand. "Just punch his own son. What are you staring at? Hurry up and come help." He touched his head, a face of confusion. Asked Dad about Dad. "Why did you tell Mr. Soo that bottle of goods has all been sold?" He then glanced at the blood incense under the table. "You clearly just asked me to put it in the counter." He continued to speak with a somewhat worried tone. "Let's empty our pockets. So many activities have been entered. If it doesn't sell, it will be miserable." Yuli Dad glanced in the direction Soo-won was leaving, then disdainfully, "Educate the stinky kid. You are still too young." He paused. "Start analyzing it. Let's not talk about the new person Jade Lion, and even the old brand Jade Lion contain new jade beasts also used once this thing spreads. Absolutely in short supply." His son heard it, suddenly laughed. "Father, lawyer, you don't know if this thing is good or not." Uncle Billy gave him a punch directly. "Let him shut up." Immediately angry, scolded, "You for being so useless. Do you know who this Mr. Soo is? That is the genius disciple of the Lord of the Castle. Top-notch bathroom talent, still can make such a magical perfume effect. Such characters, even if it means losing everything to make friends. I don't know where to find a way. How can you do business by only looking at the present moment?" A son who has already been beaten quite severely, suddenly crying with a sad face, he said to his father, "I said we talk, can you not knock on me?" The next morning, Soo-won and a group of teammates participating in the 6th region duel competition. Under the leadership of Lu Yu, they have gathered together. Lu Yu saw that everyone was present. "This is the 6th regional duel concerning the honor of the gathering place of the Black Lights, and for each of you, it is also a great opportunity. If you can get a good ranking, the career path of a lawyer water. Remember, you are a team. We must unite and help each other." All the people heard the words immediately sell and face. Everyone admires Mr. Lu's special training from the bottom of his heart. Finally, Loyo stood at his feet. "Step on your body." After a loud shout, "Do you all understand?" All immediately shouted in response to the world Soo-won. He finally embarked on his 6 brothers duel journey. After that, Lu began to arrange the road very well. "Let's all get on the car and get ready to depart." Wang Xing, Yu and Luo Chun sit in the 3rd armored vehicle. Rina, Yu and Lin using sit in the 2nd armored vehicle with Lu Yu's arrangement. The guards of the blacked out guard one after another. The luggage of the crowd was loaded onto the armored vehicle. Suddenly, Loyo reached out his hand pointing at Su when he opened his mouth and said, "Soo-won, you and I sit in the 1st armored vehicle." This little yellow duck is eating a large pile of alchemical materials. Finally welcomed evolution. Just now Satya is ready to go to the venue of the 6th location duel tournament. At the same time, he also specified that Soo-won and he should sit in the same car. Weighing Soon and Luado and get on the car on one side, holding back the fire. No matter how much they hold back their anger in their hearts, I can only accept reality after all. This was personally arranged by Lu. They don't have the courage to challenge Lu's reputation. Wayne's son gets on the car, immediately became angry. "Why don't we in General Lu's special training? Why would good thing let the guy Su-won get blown up after all General Lu's special training? However, under the rare profession level Imperial Master, the strongest semi-professional Spirit Master, they naturally also want to have a lot of contact with him along the way. Get closer. Luo Chung heard the sound, hastily laughed. Comfort King brother, that kid has only been a lawyer for a few days. Maybe he's always training because he's afraid we'll bully him. Don't light a fire. There are plenty of optical with him along the way. Compared to the Bear Forest, the competition venue of the Six Realms dueling tournament further away from the gathering place of the Black Lights, but due to smooth roads, the actual time used is even shorter. It will probably only take about 2 days to arrive, and the gathering place for this participation in the Six Emperors duel tournament. Besides Hohenzollern Castle, there is chaos in the town of Sand Crab, the Iron City version, and the Cloud Castle Sand Town and Flowing Cloud Town. Although Black Lindbergh is strong, but the other 5 emperors also have their own means of keeping watch. The one who will kill the deer is still unknown. I spent most of the past 2 days training in the car. Breeding pets is no longer possible. Inside the armored vehicle of the leading black donkey, Su-won has already entered into spiritual practice. Depart early in the morning. By the time it was approaching evening, a convoy of the dark lamp gathering place just stop on a flat wasteland. Set up camp and rest. Lu Yu, after looking at the map, started to arrange them into 3 groups. You are responsible for guarding the front. Check the formula near the camp again in the middle of the night. 1 group and 2 groups go and move the stones from the car. Meanwhile, Su-won, who was cooking dinner on the side, saw the situation, unable to help but secretly ponder headquarters special training probably will take a while. Also heat up his portion first. Just at this moment, Su-won unexpectedly discovered a burst of restlessness emanating from the Jade Seal Ring. He suddenly felt somewhat surprised. Immediately afterwards, the Jade Seal Ring emits a dazzling light. Su-won immediately burst into laughter when he saw the situation. It's really great to search for treasure beasts. Have you finally digested the materials you ate? Afterwards, Su-won summoned the treasure hunting beasts. The treasure beast has been missing since last night. Digesting 3 out of the 4 types of dragon materials, there have been some small changes in appearance. Only see the navel of the treasure hunting beast, a peculiar beard and the originally furry back covered with brown scales. Su-won touched the back of that scale armor, eye shining with stars. It is the effect of the dragon scales in that area of high-level dragon scales. Let the treasure hunting beast gain a trace of dragon bloodline. Just at this moment, Su-won suddenly remembered something. Generally speaking, since dragon scales can allow treasure hunting beasts to obtain scale armor, where is the floating sky searching for food? As soon as I think of this place, Su-won immediately spread out his hands, but treasure hunting beast is like floating in the air searching for food, relying on its own levitation. Foraging, endowed with special abilities, suspended in the air, he suddenly became very happy. Did it swallow? After foraging in the air, can the treasure beast also gain the ability to fly? Su-won immediately embraced the treasure beast in his arms. Happy you. What good luck. Just at this moment, Lu Yu clapped his hands fiercely, bring everyone's attraction together. He then shot several jade masters. Everyone first feed the jade insects. Let's go to town to find a place to eat. So several young jade masters, they all started to get out of the armored vehicles they were riding and find out the rations prepared for the jade bugs. When the sea base came to Wang Sun and Luo Chom, unable to help but doubt Su-won people, while Luo Chun cutting carrots on one side. On the other hand, he responded with a disdainful tone, I don't know where to get paper-wrapped crab. The spirit beasts are communicating their emotions there. Finally, he did not forget to mark with a sentence, mixed people with mixed animals, good combination. And 1 person and 1 beast are currently immersed in the joy of successful evolution. Hearing the sound, he immediately turned around and stared at Luo Chun and searched for treasure beasts. After pulling the big head out of Su-won's arms, immediately fall into a brief state of confusion. When the treasure beast realized the Luo Tian was scolding him, he immediately began to make a strange squeaking sound and a bad temper. However, Su bothered to deal with his sarcasm and ridicule, just because he knew the treasure beast has taken the first step towards transforming into a dragon spirit beast. It refers to creatures like the red spirit beast, spirit armor beast, and fire spirit beasts are the collective term for dangerous creatures born with scales and armor, and mixed blood spirit beast refers to offspring of spirit beasts and other dangerous creatures. According to common sense, any dangerous hybrid creature in talent, they are all weaker than pure blood. Su-won had already met for the first time, just saw that among the 4 people, except for Ling and Xian, 3 other people showed a slight hostility towards him. He quickly comforted the treasure hunting beast. On one side, it is muttered that a dog's mouth cannot spit out ivory. This only after devouring several dragon materials. The little yellow duck evolved dragon scales and flying ability in the air, and the team already hostile towards him. him. Luo Chun, the mixed people are matched with mixed animals. The Bastion. Wang Sun heard the sound and looked at the treasure-hunting beast for a while. Suddenly showing disdain, turned his head to look at Su1 with a bit of arrogance and disdain. The Tao was not a mixture of people and beasts. Watching the six brothers duel is about to begin, still don't know to imply 4 digits. He then looked at Luo Chun smiling, but the conversation came back with those miscellaneous beast taming skills. What kind of strength does he have? Come on, let's first feed the royal beast, don't mind him. All the people are ultimately imperial teachers from a powerful background. Instead of taking the wild path in the wilderness, the jade lion walks on the road when conditions permit, all in advance for their respective jade insects. Suitable formula food is ready instead of eating what you have with extremely low growth efficiency. Wayne Sun first released his maturity midterm extremely endangered species high than mountain lion and armored helmet Rena. Also follow released his completely and ultimate dangerous iron magic seed. The ultimate disease of the completely period is the sleep butterfly and the blood corpse in the young pet stage. Lin nuisance pets are not many, only to ultimate danger. He also summoned the mature flower tiger and electric swallow. Lin Yusen then walked to Su one side, opened the way to President Lu. Special training said we are representing the gathering place of the Black Lamp this time. It is a small team. It's not good to speak ill of others like you do. And when Luo Chun released the red spirit beast, still deliberately glanced at Su1 provocatively, smiling broadly. A small team is also whoever is powerful. Just listen to them. If you are a third wheel, you never know, they might end up holding back the team. When the time comes, everyone will still have to rely on me, brother Wang. However, at this moment, the red spirit beast suddenly widened its eyes as if facing your great threat. Only see dragon, snake, lizard appears just facing the completely perched red spirit beast, nearly 4 meters long, roared loudly. Presence of a dragon carried within, slightly spreading towards the direction of the red spirit beast. Last time this guy summoned the red spirit beast in response to its owner situation. Dragons, snakes and lizards, even if they are in the jade seal space, also can feel if Su1 did not summon him, even refuse him to come out. He was about to jump out and have a big battle with the red spirit beast. The red spirit beast is oppressed by the dragon's might, backed away in fear, watching the dragon, snake and lizard as if facing a great enemy. My whole body couldn't stop trembling slightly. The dragon snake absorbs light with a body close to 4 meters long indoors. One can suppress the red spirit beast in size. Not to mention the powerful aura of pressure all over the body, much stronger than the red spirit beast. Right after that, there was a loud bang. The dragon snake sucked in that thick dragon tail and directly swung it out violently. Fiercely slapped the big face of the red spirit beast. Only saw the long sheep creep twist its body, but suddenly exerted force. He actually whipped the red spirit beast into the air. Wang Sun and Luo Chun saw this immediately. I was shocked and my eyes widened. I can't even close my mouth. Our Luo came back to his senses, immediately frowned. Sternly scolded the surnamed Su. What do you mean by this? Su-wan suddenly showed a confused look on his face. Are you talking about me? As for this guy Luo Chun, he didn't even have the interest to fight back in the final analysis. The difference between him and the other party is too big, and Luo Chun obviously doesn't have enough brains to us. Unable to determine the specific strength of the dragon, snake and lizard, he only felt his red spirit beast Suan's dragon, snake, lizard was swept away. Last face, he immediately summoned his other head, desire to pamper the mature atmosphere of the bloodhound wolf, and provocatively looked at Su1 with his head held high. Are you looking for trouble? This vengeful dragon, snake, lizard has just been summoned. Just swing the giant tail. Little Gage, who used to be arrogant in front of his master, give a flying draw. Luo Chun, who was humiliated, immediately summoned the bloodhound wolf, at the same time questioning whether Su1 wants to cause trouble. Su1 saw the situation, hastily waved his hand. Good smile. No. Misunderstandings are all misunderstandings. You see, I never gave the order to start the operation. The dragon, snake and lizard seemed to be in a bad mood. Maybe someone spoke ill of him. Just as the words fell, dragon and snake slowly walk up to the steel armor-clad figure that is about to eat. Wave the claws. A slap pushed the head of the steel helmet into the water basin. Su-wan saw the situation. The face turned black. Turn around and say, oh my god, dragon, snake, how can you be like this? It's very difficult for me to be a person like this. Wayne Stone sought his beloved jade pet being attacked. Unable to move, he immediately angrily said, Su-wan, you. Lu Shan, who was slapped in the face, immediately, expert. What exactly do you want to do? Su-wan, we are a team. You don't know how to unite. Su-wan disdainfully glanced over 3 teammates who are dissatisfied with themselves. We humans are just animals. Is it normal to be a little rude? A team as well. Whoever is powerful, just listen to them. If you are a third wheel, it might even hold the team back. Su-wan saw that he was still chatting non-stop just now. The two of them were silent. I couldn't help but sneer, isn't it? Wang Sun was suddenly speechless. He watched as the dragon, snake and lizard pressed their heads into the rice bowl. Can't pull it out. Under the intimidation of its dragon might, the steel helmet dared not resist. He is clearly stupid. My own steel helmet. I'm afraid Su-wan is far from being a match for that dragon, snake, lizard. But Su-wan kept getting closer. Step by step, continue to mock. When the time comes, arms. It's now I'd like you all have to rely on me, king brother, right? Those brother Wang want to fall in love. Just as the words fell, dragons. Founded in the later stages of growth, the dragon and snake sacrifice for the top level. The imposing momentum immediately burst forth in danger, suddenly roar full of deterrence. The sound reverberated throughout the entire camp. Wayne's son looked at that turbid the red spirit beast, suppressed by the slight pressure of the body's aura, not daring to resist. The dragon snake lizard swallowed a mouthful of saliva difficultly. The beast I'm talking about, not your dragon snake lizard. Are you mistaken? Suwon saw the situation and couldn't help but chuckle and say, that's right. I am talking about dragons, snakes and lizards. How could you not dare to exchange pointers, even dare not to spar? What other 6 territory dueling competitions do you participate in? Wang Sun did not expect Suwon actually didn't give him any face. He suddenly felt bitter in his heart. Self-made one-on-one has no chance of winning. He quickly admitted that we are a team, isn't it? Suwon smiled at the words called dare not. You can go with Lum. I left the dragon snake spar with you for. Even the onlooker, Lu Yuan, in the audience. Both of them showed a keen interest. Su won this kid during the training camp. He is a good gentleman. I didn't expect there to be such a tough side. Interesting. This man was verbally insulted by his teammates. He actually publicly stated that he wanted to let the dragon and snake suck out a thorn. And just now Wang Sun, who was still full of arrogance, saw the situation suddenly start to admit defeat. Even Lu Yusuan, who was watching the show on the side, also not by the strong attitude displayed by Suwon. Feeling surprised, this is what Suwon said. Wang Sun naturally couldn't find any excuses for refusing to discuss. He and Luo Choni exchanged a glance immediately. Each signaled his own beast approaching towards Suwon in the morning. Suwon nodded, slightly satisfied. I won't bully you to either. Let your royal pets go together. This can save some time. Wang Sun looked inwardly as a senior bring up the momentum expression. I feel very frustrated. Damn. You became a master in the shortest time, still put on a senior appearance. Labor and management fought. Dragon, snake, lizard. At this time, there is not a trace of fighting spirit in the whole body. It's as if facing not 4 opponents, but 4 pieces of wood. This silent contempt angered the 4 creatures eager to be favored. They do not have the confidence to compete with the dragon, snake, and lizard one-on-one. However, the 4 of them joining forces have greatly increased confidence under the command of their master. Immediately all rushed towards the dragon, snake, and lizard together. Suwon saw the situation, a slight smile. Simple and effective tactics for channeling in the face of absolute strength appears so childish. Let's go. Dragon, snake, lizard, do not use too much force. It will break easily if not careful. At the next moment, a wolf roar suddenly rang out. The bloodthirsty wolf opened its fierce mouth wide and dragon, snake, and lizard flew past. Following the dragon, snake, lizard's dragon power energy, the momentum gathers at the thick tail. The tail instantly swung up, creating a black shadow want to flank the bloodhound wolf coming from behind the dragon, snake, and lizard, directly being swept away by the tail of a dragon, snake, or lizard. Soon after, there was a loud bang distance under the influence of gravity energy. Let the bloodhound wolf fly directly to a distance of more than 10 meters after falling to the ground with a bang. He didn't make a sound when he played. This scene suddenly stunned the onlookers present. For a moment the whole field is silent. Only the wind is still so noisy. The scene of the bloodhound wolf being pulled away but did not scare the other 3 who wanted to pamper when the speed of the armored helmet is slightly slower than that of the blood-hunting wolf. When the bloodhound wolf was drawn away, it has also rushed to the sacrifice of the dragon and snake. The actions of the Highland Mountain lion are not slow. At this time, it was already rushing in snake lizard less than 10 meters away. Just in the Highland Mountain lion and the red spirit beast when only a few meters away from the dragon, snake, lizard. Dragon, snake, lizard claws flickering with a faint purple light of dragon power. The hind legs suddenly kick the ground, roll up a shadow and rush out. The moment when long leaves dragon claw is activated, just fiercely whip on the bodies of the 2 jade pets. Immediately after, the dragon, snake, and lizard launched a vicious attack to trace him back. The figure flashed by and disappeared, passed through between the Highland Mountain lion and the red spirit beast. Raise your hand and it's a claw fiercely strike towards the chin of the steel helmet. Shortly after, there was a muffled bang. Dragon claw amplified by the power of the dragon's fissure directly hold the head of the steel helmet, smashing down towards the ground. Lin Yuxing and Lina, who are watching the battle from the side, saw the situation, suddenly turned pale with fright. When did he become so strong? This dragon snake attracts one enemy. None of them could withstand his attack. He simply just moves his body a little. At the same time, cast out 2 skills, just flip all 4 jade pets. At this time, it has been a long time since the last bloody battle between Kingston and Luo Cho. 1.5 days have passed. A crowd of people are resting on a small hill in the wilderness because the destination is not far away. Luo Chun is holding an open camera and in front of Suwon sincerely asks Sugu, eat good food, snowy yak jerky. Suwon casually asked, salty or not? That variegated fish she made last time was too salty. Luo Chun quickly suggested not salty last time I didn't think it through Su brother you try it first. If you think it's salty, I will wash you with pure water again. Ensure not salty sitting on the side or the other teammates immediately look with a speechless face. Rina couldn't help but sincerely admire what a talented person. How did I not notice before? Lin Yusen asked Wine Soon and Wang's and kept waving his hand show that you know nothing. Lulu Chom has been beaten up by Su Won since then. Directly convinced I've already started shouting without hesitation. A posture of trying to show the head of Su Won's horse. Su Won couldn't help but secretly complain about this saucy Operation Complete Strength Supremacy. This is a common concept shared by wilderness people like Louis Shown. This kind is also rare. Although Su Won had previously looked down on Luo Chun, some even despise him to be a good person is just a teammate of a team he chooses to turn a blind eye. Just reluctantly accepted this little brother. A group of people passed by after a simple rest started on the road again. After 4 or 5 hours of driving, a dense forest of red maple trees appeared in front of everyone. The venue for the Six Realms dueling tournament is called Red Maple Valley. It is named after its production of red bees. The dueling arena is constructed of stacked shadow stones, strong and self-healing. It is billiards of 6 major gathering places, although expensive, but it wins without maintenance. Besides the start of the duel, looking straight ahead, no one lives here. The referee group of the Six Realms dueling tournament from Heidenberg Red Scorpion Town, Iron Talia and Shaw Town, and the leader of the shower room in Ulu Yun Town. Therefore, every referee has a professional and above standard on the one hand serving the competition. On the one hand, it also represents the discourse power of the gathering place. Soon the armored vehicle that Su Won was riding in just arrived in front of a simple building constructed of pile-up soil and stones. Stopped. Lu got out of the car with Su Won after parking. At this time, 3 brown armored vehicles have already stopped outside the high wall. All 3 cars have already turned off. The people on the car have all gotten off. Su Won couldn't help but look over at the opposite side in the morning. Upon closer inspection, I couldn't help but feel a bit surprised. Just see, the other side is died. The other party is also 5 young lawyers. I suppose it is the participants in the 6-city duel tournament. The deer fish suddenly smiled slightly, heading towards Su Won. He explained that he was a member of the Red Scorpion. Our relationship is good. Just at this moment, the person of the Red Scorpion smiled and greeted the deer fish. Long time no see. Just saw beautiful face and the hot-bodied leather-clad woman in the morning. Lu Yu smiled slightly. I didn't expect you to lead the team this year. Based meets old acquaintance. I also smiled for a long time. CRG Fei, I didn't expect that Yuhong Che Town would be the first to arrive. This man just casually wrecked my teammates once he accepted a little brother who looked up to him as a leader. And then came to the Red Maple Valley. Just met G Fei, an old acquaintance of the sea base. The sea base sees G Fei surprised. I didn't expect you home share town or the first to arrive. G Fei suddenly grinned, responding earlier is free. Otherwise, your secret wine under the black lamp will be stolen. The sea base chuckled. Who was missing from the opening? You can't be missing either. Just at this moment, a roaring engine noise mixed with the high-end sharp honking of vehicles suddenly spread interrupt the 2 people who are talking. Ji Fei, who was disturbed, immediately turned around, looked towards the source of the sound. Obviously his mood is not very beautiful. He then turned around directly angry, walking towards the armored vehicle that kept beeping incessantly. Soon after there was a loud clang. The chicken flew to the side of the armored vehicle. He lifted his leg and delivered a leg with kick hard on the armored vehicle's door. Just at this moment, a burly muscular man suddenly walked out from the side, opened the way. Ji Fei. Who provoked you? Muscleman is the leader of Iron Sincerity, Iron Barbarian, and behind him followed it is the Iron Sincere seed player Wang Ye. After Ironman looked at the car door kicked in by Ji to help but twitch a lump of iron from the corner of the mouth. Why did you kick him? Ji Fei immediately had a displeased expression and said, who told you to honk the horn randomly? It annoys me. Iron Barbarian see the situation hastily smiled kindly. I just watched everyone arrived. Do you honk the horn to say hello? Afterwards, Timon had to raise his hand and surrender, blaming me. I will punish myself with alcohol later. Ji Fei saw the other side surrender. This is a smile from the heart. Still want to drink, thinking it's beautiful. The honey wine of the black lamp. I won't let you drink a drop, Timon quickly explained. Ji Fei, listen to me first. While Yi on the side suddenly seemed to have discovered something, shifted attention elsewhere. When he saw Su Won standing next to Lu Yu, immediately locked his gaze on Su Won. Su Won couldn't help but feel surprised. Following the team leader is that Iron Sincere seed player. No one slept well all night because one after another teams. Fortunately, everyone made it. The next day, after the traditional rules were clearly announced by the referee, the 30 preacher participants all gathered in front of the 2 arenas. The 6 territory duel officially began. 6 territory duel adopts a relatively fair point system. 30 people compete in 5 rounds through drawing lots. Lose a match at 1 point, lose a match, deduct 1 point. The top 8 with the highest points advance to the quarterfinals. The quarterfinals begin first. Everyone registered their participating spirit beasts list under the supervision of Ji Fei. It was soon Su Won's turn. The blood-licking G-face suddenly reminded of the competition rules. Each person can only register to spirit beasts. Don't try to be sneaky. When mentioning the race name of the blood-licking treasure beast, Su-won couldn't help but pause, thinking silently. The dragon snake play is easy to fill, but it's not easy to find the treasure dragon beast. He then secretly decided it's best to avoid being coveted after making up his mind. Su-won could only helplessly fill in the 4 words next blood spirit beast. The pink-haired man behind Su-won saw this, immediately laughed. I didn't expect such a big place like the Black Lamp Gathering place. There are also such trashy goods. Actually bringing a mixed blood spirit beast to compete, it's like giving away points. This man in the pre-sale registration of the 6th territory duel actually wrote down the 4 big words of mixed blood spirit beast. Even little Ganga on the side couldn't bear to watch, saying that this kind of trashy goods, there are also people bringing them to give away points. The 6th territory duel officially began soon inside the Red Maple Drum Arena. 30 participating players had already gathered together. The Iron Barbarian, serving as the referee in the arena, shouted loudly, individual competition in the first round of the preliminary qualifiers. Each player can change their pre-sale ticket at most once. Pre-sale ticket loses the will to fight or as combat capability and admits defeat the opponents in the battle or blacklight. Bao Su-won and Lu Yunjin wind bites both sides to enter the arena. Soon both sides entered the arena. Su-won's luck in the first round is not bad. After all, Lu Yunjin ranks at the bottom of the 6 major gathering places in strength. Except for the top participant Lu Liang, the rest of the people have average strength. Beside Yunhua follows an adult stage Ultimate Danger Mid-Cloud Leopard. After Iron Barbarian announced the start of the battle, Yunhua immediately shouted, show your pre-sale tickets. Black Castle's cannon fodder. After Su-won glanced at the Cloud Leopard, he couldn't help muttering, which one of us is the cannon fodder after all? With this ultimate dangerous species, I'm afraid even Luo Chun can't beat it. Yunhua. Su-won, hesitating to summon the Jade Beast, immediately grinned and said, kid, you can rest assured that although you only have a mixed blood spirit beast, I won't bully you either. Let's have a friendly exchange at the point of contact. The practice of a Jade Master focuses on cultivating the heart. Even if I am much stronger than you, you must be brave enough to face the battle. The Jade Masters who are still waiting in line to compete or instantly in an uproar. Nonsense. The ultimate danger lies here. Stop pretending to be a big-tailed wolf. Let's fight quickly, don't waste time. Su-won also no longer wasted time. He directly raised his hand to summon his main pet. Immediately, a dragon's roar echoed in the arena. The huge body of the dragon snake lizard flew out from the ring. But after the dragon snake lizard landed, it only glanced at its opponent with the corner of its eye and then stood still in place. Afterwards, it lazily curled up next to Su-won and began to rest against opponents with a too large level difference. He couldn't even arouse his desire to fight. Yunhua saw that he was being ignored. He immediately irritated Dorian Seaman. No fighting spirit at all. It shouldn't be a high-end variety use ramming attacks. Just as the words fell, clouded leopards are the first to launch a surprise attack. Sweep up a residual image. Claws flicker. The shining light swiftly approaches as the dragon and sneak attack and raid. In the next moment, there was a loud bang in the field. The dragon snake and lizard just swung casually. The dragon tail directly struck on the abdomen of the clouded leopard, interrupt his attack immediately afterwards. But clouded leopard actually moves faster than flying, pounces, suddenly being pulled away. Inside the venue, a piercing wail arose, but clouded leopard fell to the ground with a crash. He actually fainted directly. Yanhua immediately exclaimed in surprise upon seeing the situation. What means did he use that are not suitable for public viewing? But Timon ignored his ghostly cries, immediately announced that, hey, dang, Bao Su-won has 1 game left, please play a Yunhua take the field with the second Jade Beast. Cloudwatch did not continue to summon the Jade Beast. Instead, raise your hand and shout out to the Revlon to report him for fraud. Ironman suddenly felt a headache and responded to the child, you won't even top dangerous species. Dragons, snakes and lizards don't know each other. Yunhua immediately became dumbfounded. What is the dragon snake lizard? His spirit beast is not a mixed blood spirit beast. After that, Yunhua calmed down. His emotions do not accept the sneer. So what, I will not give up. This is a proud head and max out the hate-pulling skills of the dragon snake lizard. Facing maturity, the ultimate danger, the powerful pounds of the clouded leopard. He just casually waved the dragon tail, just easily defeat it. But this little gag is expressed that he would not give up, summoning his other beloved pet immediately. The next moment, a completely perched ultimate dangerous species of hook-tailed beasts fly out. The breeding level of this hook-tailed beast is quite good. At least the breath is compared to Luo Chang's reed scale beast. Still need to come out stronger. The hotel beast held on for a while. Clouded leopard, facing the mighty power of the dragon snake and lizard, plus the dragon's tail sweeping, just got swept out fiercely. And the participants watching from the sidelines suddenly boiled up. People kept uproar and protested that it was unfair. Protest against Black Lantern Castle actually sent 1 participants with top dangerous species come over, and it's still in the later stages of growth. Luo Chun looked around at the people discussing animatedly. The vast majority are questioning top level dangerous species participate in the fairness with Su-won's eligibility to participate. He responded to you with a displeased expression. Your talking nonsense. My Su brothers dragon, snake and lizard have not reached maturity. Even if it's just one day, it does not exceed the upper limit specified in the competition rules. Later, Luo Chun was even more arrogant and shouted with a full face. You have the ability also go to recover the top level danger. He now regards himself as Su Wan's confidant cannot win, saying that his boss is not good. When Luo Chun saw those unfriendly looks around him, what's wrong with speaking again? Are you envious? I'll tell you the truth. Isugu is awesome. People have been growing up in the beast egg since childhood. See, the other party remained silent. Luo Chun started bragging mindlessly. I became the imperial teacher that day. Those imperial beasts all lined up to ask my brother Su the choose. Do you know what genius means? What is strength? Look at me, Sugu. Rina heard the sound, suddenly felt very embarrassed. He couldn't help but glare angrily at Wang Sun. Wang Sun saw the situation and repeatedly waved his hand, saying, I swear that kid must have driven Su Wan crazy. He was definitely not like that with me at that time. How could I get so close to someone like that? I do not know him. The first round of the Six Brothers duel, basically it's also a cannon fodder collision. True masters are basically also be able to defeat the enemy with one move, like Su Wan to pretend to be a pig to eat a tiger. I have been watching the Blagdenberg epidemic all the way. In addition to Su Wan's complete victory, it is worth mentioning Wayne Sun exploded with the power of the ancient times, this time engaged in a fierce battle with an opponent of equal strength. Both sides fought on the stage for over 20 minutes. Just finished the battle. Lina also scored 1 point. Wang Sun, Luo Chung, Ling Yuzhen and Lina scored already separated into 1 point, -1 point, -1 point and 1 point. Until the fourth game, Su Wan net the seed player Wang Ye, who is truly sincere, having 2 mature branches, one of the top 8 hot favorites with high level of danger. Wang Yi is the same as Su Wan. Both maintain a 3-win record. According to previous year's experience, usually only 5 wins can safely advance to the quarterfinals. So this game is very important for both of them. The competition begins. Both of them are firing on all cylinders. One nice mature steel-clawed black tiger and dragon at the same time use bad habits, can remember to pounce on the other party. Cold light flickers. The two separate instantly upon contact. The dragon, snake and lizard land steadily, but a claw mark appeared on the back of the steel-clawed black tiger. However, the claw marks are not even a drop of blood flowed. Su Wan saw the situation. Do not clench your fists. Analyze secretly tempered steel's presale innate skill. Steel claw black tiger used the steel hardening ability at a critical moment, enhanced defense while also stopping the bleeding. After Su Wan glanced at the calm faced, he decided in the dark want to rely on the defense power of the steel system, using business tactics to fight against the dragon, snake and lizard. I'm not falling for your trick. After making up one's mind, Su Wan immediately ordered towards the dragon, snake and lizard. Dragon, snake and lizard stand on the ground. Self-propelled cannon. The dragon, snake and lizard suddenly burst out with a roar of a dragon. He fell to the ground on all fours, a majestic earth elemental energy. Immediately it began to coil around his body from the ground. Su Wan was finally satisfied and secretly analyzed with the restorative power of the earth's amplification. At the same time, used the reinforced evil thought bullet for high-speed mobile shooting, although not fatal, but also tricky enough. This is the dragon, snake, lizard promotion of a brand new offensive after the growth period. At the same time, the dragon, snake and lizard suddenly opened their fierce giant mouths, visible evil energy continuously gathering condensed stones in its mouth. Immediately afterwards, the dragon, snake and lizard began a strong attack on the steel-clad black tiger. Strengthening evil thoughts is like not costing money. One mouth is equal to 4 teeth. Straight towards the steel club black tiger shot and went for evil thoughts shoot out in different directions, reducing the activity space of the steel clawed black tiger. Let its advantage and speed unable to play out the enveloped by evil thoughts. The smoke caused by the swordsman's evil refining of eggs starts slowly drifting, but this wave of attacks did not hit the steel-clawed black tiger. Instead, he was surrounded by a thick and unbreakable wall of ice, completely blocked. After resisting this wave of attacks, the ice wall, only a little bit of soldiers were splashed up. This dragon, snake, lizard directly launches a strong attack at the beginning, opening the ability to spray evil thoughts out of the mouth. Evil rays. The damn radiation did not turn out as expected, hit the black tiger that was just found. Instead, it was blocked by an impenetrable thick ice wall. The main role of the judge is in this situation. Try to ensure that the participants' abilities are not severely damaged to avoid affecting the upcoming match. Instead of just announcing victory or defeat, the royal masters watching the battle couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat, exclaim in surprise. Fortunately, the referee intervened in time, otherwise something bad will happen. That evil cave fierce. The judge's ice wall easily blocked the evil whole rays and announced that Su Wan won the first round. And at the same time, why he quietly withdrew after just finding the black tiger. Start thinking secretly after this battle. The dragon, snake and lizard should have already consumed it. His second spirit beast is a mixed blood spirit beast with less physical strength. There should be no fighting power. It must be like this. No one can in such a short time cultivate top-level dangerous species to the later stages of growth, still able to take care of other pets. Afterwards, one nice hand moved. A dark red summoning circle immediately appeared. He didn't waste any more time. Summon your second spirit pet directly. The second royal pet, just a newly released pet of the same series. This is also the route that Iron's sincerest master likes to take the most. Push the opponent with an unbreakable force like steel, the ultimate dangerous species of 7. The size of the double-tail just bearded beast is even larger than that of drakes and lizard. A punch is 5 meters long, 2 to 3 meters high, to steel tails nearly 2 meters long. Like 2 steel whips, amazing killing power. Suwon saw the situation. Do not frown with a wrinkled brow. First use the evil thoughts to test its weight. Slowly regained strength just as the words fell. The dragon, snake and lizard suddenly leapt up. Strengthened evil thoughts and fire continuously instantly hit out of the body. Although the speed of the two-tail just needs beast far inferior to the previous steel-clawed black tiger, but his defense, but it's even better than the black tiger with steel claws. Strengthened evil thought bullets hit the tempered hard skin on the double tail. Just needed beast. Just listen to the sound, can't even break the defense. Ye saw the situation, suddenly grinned. The rigid demand, beast is my true main pet. I will not lose again. Immediately, Wang Yi waved his hand vigorously. Command tempered steel, just tail double. Refused the duck beast immediately with both hands on the ground. A loud roar erupted, start to stimulate the rigid energy within the body. The next moment, majestic rigid energy continuously surges out from his body, heading towards those two terrifying giant tails. Converge. Stare at the giant tail as if it were to size in the blink of an eye before poles are open and able to calculate the tail double. The right giant vulture has successfully launched. The crowd below sees the situation, unable to help but take a cold breath. Scary 4th level enlightenment skill. This is no longer the category of newcomers. Suwon's second spirit beast is just for show. He's done for now. Luo Chun heard someone say that his boss was not good. He immediately clenched his fists in excitement. Shot lovely. What are you talking about? It my boss definitely still has a big move. Although Luo Chun doesn't know if Suwon really has a big move, but still firmly murmured to himself that there must be. At the same time, one nice expression was called. He gave a faint smile. Command the double tail just needs to be attacked. This is a steel type nurturing pet that can both skillfully attack and withstand. Only with the unbreakable strength of steel can push the opponent horizontally. And he also unlocked the 4th level skill of grabbing details of 2 weasels with this terrifying steel type ability. In the next moment, the dual tail fierce beast suddenly pounced out. He had just rushed to the vicinity of the dragon snake lizard. That long and thick steel with tail just smashed straight onto the head of the dragon snake lizard, hit by a whip. The fierce dragon snake lizard didn't have time to react, instant being hit by the heart and claws of the double tail just beast. The double tail just must beast gains power and shows no mercy at the moment of landing. Stretch out your claws directly, fiercely press the dragon snake and lizard to the ground and rub them. Suwon saw the situation. Suddenly the pressure surged. Sex Nyan Dan can't break the defense, only more advanced evil hole arrays to cause harm to a tough opponent. Just at this moment, Wang He suddenly shouted loudly, Suwon, you lose. We don't need to drag this out with your strength. Securing a top 3 spot is definitely not a problem. He paused, his face turned serious as he spoke again. We continue to fight like this, only cheapen other people. You know what I mean. But Suwon sneered at it. He responded silently, you are right, then you lose the same. Whiny saw Suwon not listening to advice, suddenly became angry. He directly raised his hand, emitting a faint aura. At the same time, he sternly said, then you just wait to lose. Urgent kill of the double tail, just need beast. Just as the words fell, controlling the dual-tailed rigid beast with double claws immediately burst out a roar, red energy drifting from one nice hand, suddenly surrounded by it. The 2 long tails behind him, once again it exploded towards the dragon snake and lizard. The dragon snake and lizard see the situation is not good, haste and claw on the ground. With the eruption of earth energy, solid ground for and immediately rise from both sides of him. The next moment, the gun skill suddenly thrusts fiercely struck on the abdomen of the double tail. Justic our beast suddenly interrupted his skill. The hard and tough skin defense of the double tail just must beast to amazing even ground for nearly 2 meters long pierced his abdomen. It is also difficult to break through the defense. He was pushed away by the thorns, even not forgetting to fiercely throw the dragon snake and lizard towards the ground, smashed down. After the dragon snake and lizard quickly move apart to catch their breath and recover. Waney, however, remained calm and smiled indifferently at the scene. This level of attack simply cannot break through the defense. Suhan nodded when he heard the sound, responded that what if there is a little more. Just as the words fell, the dragon snake and lizard all use up more energy. The earth cavity calculates the second stage of opening the earth cavity and stabbing 10-degree times stamp out 10 ground thorns. Even with the astonishing defensive power of the dual tail, the central beast, this is also very hard to bear. He can only awkwardly awkwardly keep dodging in the crowd. And the dragon snake lizard is at full firepower at this time. The play spread all over the field in an instant. The two-tailed beast has nowhere to hide, although ordinary ground thorn, unable to break through his hardened steel skin defense, but each one is a heavy spear stabbed in the stomach. That impact also made him extremely uncomfortable. The little kids below the stage were suddenly stunned. Such a terrifying battlefield terrain completely changed this one. Those who believe that weighing he can ultimately win also closed his mouth. They can't estimate accurately at this time who will be the final winner. After all, dragons, snakes and lizards are all free. The spikes that were stabbed out were truly too shocking. This unstoppable dragon snake lizard, he was actually abused by opponents even lower than his level. To turn the situation around, use the ground spear timing stab. Even the double tail just needs to be shocked by the amazing defense power. This is also very hard to bear. Even if these ground thorns are just condensed energy, not long after the energy dissipates, it will disappear. But for a moment, it also cannot completely disappear. Hundreds of densely packed thorns messily inserted on the competition stage. The ground gun timing gun stab played a suppressive role. But this high consumption skill, even if dragon snake lizard, it is a top dangerous species known for its physical strength and endurance. Also a little out of breath from being tired. The dual tail just need beast is not doing well either. He faces such intense attacks only by continuously exerting one's strength can it be broken, violently crush the ground, and his physical fitness and endurance are obviously weaker than that of dragons, snakes and lizards. At this time, he was also panting heavily from exhaustion. While he saw the situation in my heart, I couldn't help but feel that things were not good for me to continue like this. Dragons, snakes and lizards can replenish and recover their energy from the earth at any time. The rigid demand beast probably won't take long, will succeed in physical fitness. Looks like we'll have to do our best. Fight a bicycle turns into a motorcycle. Discover that you simply can't afford. Wang Ye decisively wave a big hand command. The double tail just need beast to use the power system, just chicken with rain. The next second, the double tail, the central beast, suddenly swung out its huge claws. Remote attack ability instantly activate several spikes with power comparable to rifle bullets. In an instant it shot towards the dragon snake and lizard, but Dragon Vasilis looked at the spikes coming towards it, react instantly. He knows very well that he cannot resist jump now, launch the speed attempting to avoid so. At this moment, while he suddenly waved his hand command, a good opportunity, quickly use Angel Fisher Residence the transformation. The double tail just needs to endure those two terrifying long tails behind. Suddenly transformed into 6 pieces swiftly towards the dragon snake lizard in midair. At this time, it was flying halfway in the air, avoiding the barrage of bullets from the dragon snake lizard. There is no time to react at all, directly pierced by 6 sharp long tails to pierce into the body. While he saw the situation, in an instant, a touch of satisfaction flashed in his eyes. He suddenly stretched out his hand radiating red energy. Pull it over with a loud shout. Just as the words fell, 6 sharp long tails. In an instant the dragon snake and lizard were securely bound. Injured dragon snake lizard, it is impossible to compete with the distance of the double tail stiff-bearded beast. In the blink of an eye, just pulled down quickly from midair by the double tail scorpion beast. Immediately, the double tail, the central beast, suddenly burst out with a roar. He suddenly pounced to the ground. Concentrate all your strength on your tail. The next moment the snake and lizard thunderously landed to increase the impact force by accumulating energy. Increase the destructive power of this blow and smash it. Just let him get seriously injured, and the double tail just need beast immediately issue a fierce roar that penetrates the entire field. As a top dangerous species of dragon snake lizard, I can't bear this humiliation at all. He suddenly stood up. Raise your head. A deafening roar of the dragon suddenly resounded in everyone's ears. Majestic dragon power continuously surges from within him. The giant hammer formed by the convergence of sound waves and dragon power instantly congealed and emerged. NetEase knows deeply the double tail just mustache beast is completely unable to resist. This comes from the body and the spirit dual attack quadrate enhancement energy agent. He quickly shouted out loudly. Unexpectedly, just at the moment when the dragon's roar, Warhammer fell. The referee suddenly made a move when he heard the sound. He built an ice barrier, although blocked the sonic attack or Warhammer, but ice barrier is also under sonic attack, starts to crack quickly. Then the referee looked at the king and he raised his hands and announced the second blackout castle. Su, watching this dragon snake lizard suffered a tragic battle with the wheels. After being consumed in turn, he decisively used the dragon roar Warhammer to end the battle. This terrifying hammer just fell. The referee directly intervened to secure the opponent's presale. With Su Won's victory, the list of 5 consecutive winners is out, directly advanced to the quarterfinals. The black lamp gathers. Except for Su Won, all have become pacers, and there are 5 people who have won 5 consecutive games. Only these 5 people successfully advanced to the quarterfinals from Hectic Castle, Leonian Castle, Luyin Town and Red Scorpion Town in the Luncha formation. Each gathering point has 1 person. All are seed players from the big gathering place. It's just a pity Iron Sincere Wang Ye Su Won was eliminated from the arena break from Su Won's Dragon War Warhammer. There are 6 people who have 4 wins and 1 loss, earning 3.6 people will compete again in the rematch. 3 more quarterfinalists have been decided, and among these 6 people Wang He is undoubtedly the top favorite to win, although he was pierced by Su Won twice, but no one dares to underestimate him. He can only feel that his opponent Su Won is too abnormal. 6 people will have a total of only 3 battles in the semi-finals, and quickly Wang He successfully secured his spot in the quarterfinals of the rematch, and the other 2 of the top 8 are all from Leon Young Bale. The top 8 have been decided. Just wait for the final battle tomorrow. The format of the quarterfinals is very simple. Eliminated contestants will compete one-on-one. The winner continues to move forward. Losers are peacefully eliminated. The winner and loser are determined in just one game. First is still the drawing lots process. Su Won once again showed the luck of the European king. Selected as the first draw happened to draw 1 out of the 8 people. The weakest alliance nursery teacher Li Fei. From the lottery results perspective, his chances of entering the final are very high. Li Fei only has 2 fully matured extremely endangered species, but he still wants to take a chance in front of the dragon, snake and lizard. 2 jade pets together couldn't last for 10 rounds, but the gap is just too big. Li Fei finally spoke up to admit defeat. Su Won saw the situation, also politely returned the courtesy and responded with a gesture of deference. Li Fei recovers well when encountering problems, looking forward to playing against each other next time. This scene let the audience watch the quarterfinals with great interest. They all started to jump. What is it? Less than 20 seconds both jade beasts were killed instantly. What is clear is that the level difference is too big. Only Luo Chun still grinned wildly. Evening Bao was such a new kill one as soon as it comes. He then shouted loudly towards the opposite stance, suing the actions of extinguishing vegetables are all done without repetition. Study well and look good. Do you know this is the strength of our Black Lantern Castle? And Luo Chang's arrogant behavior suddenly let the bald man on the opposite side of the stand became angry. He is none other than the seed player who are hung from leaning forts. Afterwards, while Hung ignored Luo Chang shouting, instead focus on tightly locked onto Su Won in the field. Just at this moment, the referee suddenly shouted today's second battle. It is Lu Lan from Lu Yun Town who was fighting against Gender each one's chaotic killing formation. The 6th duel tournament has started. Until now, apart from SU1 alone, all of summoned to Jade Pets for battle. All people type strength and growth stages of Jade Pets. All have been revealed. Lu Lan's contest pet high risk cancer wine sun bamboo shoots in the mature period and the mature stage of the highly dangerous species the red extreme sitting wolf, and Chin Ding Swan's competition pets a late stage mature special grade dangerous fire spirit beast with a sands system insect system combat system 3 system abilities the ultimate dangerous species of Sand County Knife Hall 7. This man's luck can be described as against the odds, but quarterfinals unexpectedly drew strong opponents. The bottom opponent only 10 rounds won the game, and the second game also began. It is Lu Lan from Lu Yun Town against Jinding Shin in the battle. 2-person battle. The first battle was undoubtedly a hard-fought one. Lu Thing's warehouse falcon has beautiful dark blue feathers all over its body. I don't know the ferocious personality of shots and knife barrel. How much is it? Only finally rely on the powerful 3-stage enlightenment atmosphere can defeat the opponent. The second battle, Lu Fang Sun haven't had a chance to consume chanting Xuan special great danger. How much physical strength just in a hasty defeat just because after losing Sun Falcon experienced the first battle, only less than half of his immediately afterwards. Lu Lan sent out his most powerful desire pet, the red sitting wolf fire spirit beast, to be much stronger than the red wolf. Originally, the red extreme sitting wolf was no match for the fire spirit beast. Lu Lan's plan to become the top leader backfired. He actually defeated Jinding Swan's fire spirit beast with commerce. The powerful and bold appearance of the red extreme wolf thoroughly conquered the audience off the field. Apart from the desire to participate in the chaotic killing array because of Chin Ding Swan's defeat, signifying their chaotic killing formation, formally withdrew from the competition for a spot in the blood spirit. The third game of today selected from the seeds of the red scorpion array contest in Chi Mei Yu. The second player of the Battle Union Castle is Kwang Jiang. Ji Mei spirit beasts are 2 scorpion-like spirit pets, a mature high-risk species of black needle bloodline. The other one is a special great dangerous species in the late stage of growth. The participating pet that corrects the Doan lion's dangerous species of explosive beast in the mature stage, and mature advanced dangerous explosive staff. The first round is played by Black Crab Scorpion against Explosive Staff. The Black Crab Scorpion, wearing a hard armor, relies on its high blood defense, swinging its tail. It's time to give the fiery employee a blasphemous training. However, I didn't expect to be directly caught by the fiery employee's tail. Throw it on the ground just when everyone thought the outcome was already decided. Lesion threw out a deadly poison needle, directly reversed the game. And the second battle corrected. Unleashes Explosion Beast. I want to launch a wave of long-range firepower. The result just happened to match the underground expert. The Great King CNW hit the iron plate all at once. It is obvious that this time Kwang John lost to luck. Him URI successfully advanced to the top 4. Only one spot in the top 4 remains when he summoned his most powerful nurturing pad. Dual dual tail just need beast and the fiery red pet breeding. It is a head with brain majestic body of a lion. There are two massive creatures with powerful wings. This is the eagle lion beast at the end of its growth possessing flying beast. Attributes super dangerous species with the ability of the three evil lineages. At this time, One Yu's expression had already become extremely ugly. He couldn't help but silently complain. It's really unfair. First I met Su-won, that big pervert with top-level dangerous species finally came back through the rematch Manhwa Hyung. Again, this degree of abnormality is compared to Su-won, a guy who doesn't lose much. But we have come this far. How could Wang Yi lack the courage to go against the current in a battle? He immediately pressed the decision. A sincere man of the Tao will never easily admit defeat. When the competition starts, dual tail just need beast almost being played with by the shadow corpse beast. It was easy to abuse when he couldn't help but feel despair in his heart. This way continues. What else can I do if I don't admit defeat? Just after the petition, standing on the stage while Han looked at Su-won across the way, suddenly came out a few words. Black and Bird Sugu, right now we both have a perfect winning record. Will Hang paused for a moment, luling you, and said, don't draw your gun directly, come down and play a game. Do you dare to answer? Su-won heard the words. I couldn't help but secretly complain about this being ridiculous. Why are you targeting me? I want to draw lots. The eldest brother was standing by at this moment. He suddenly stood up, responded, why not answer, leaning bow spicy chicken. We accepted the job. Watch how my brother Su bullies you. Su-won suddenly understood. He stood up, angrily pick up the net, scolded and said, it's all because you offended them, right? And Luo Chain's face looked ugly as he squeaked and said, brother Su, do you listen to me? Explain. Su-won saw the situation. He directly raised his hand and gave Luo Chom a big slap. Both roar at the same time. What's the point of explained most troublemaker? Since his own little brother expressed next as the big brother Su-won, it is also impossible to admit defeat in public. He entered the arena very decisively. Hone, who was already infuriated by Luo Tone, was now burning with anger. He gritted his teeth and coldly said, Sukkot of Blackened Bird, just now you defeated and humiliated my imperial teacher at Liana and Castle. How many small-minded people have succeeded? You will soon be so embarrassed. Su-won's face immediately turned black when he heard the words. Just a few pieces of garbage talk in his Su-won. This is completely nothing. He quickly waved his hand and said, well, go listen to me explain. There is a misunderstanding here. While Han did not buy it, he stared coldly at Su-won goodbye in a weird way. Hunters are all different, domineering brother Su. Is there anything to explain? Luo Chun immediately exploded when he heard the words, what needs to be explained? Sugu beat him up. Let him know the power of our black land. Just as the words fell, while Hungry called the corpse beast at the same time summon his other desired explosive ape, exploding ape as the evolved form of fiery monkey and stage growth of super dangerous species. Explosive apes, despite their size compared to the golden armored ape that Su-won has seen, he is quite short in stature, but the flames burning on its tail and the hair all over the body is like flames. The fire light on the hair, it all demonstrates its powerful fire-based abilities. Su-won saw the situation. Suddenly the pressure surged, actually put away the main power. Eagle lion beasts change to explosive ape, clearly want to exhaust the physical strength of the dragon, snake and lizard. Another deadly blow. This is difficult now. This little Gagot considers himself as Su-won's little brother, but everywhere he helps to stir up hatred. Establish enemies humiliated. Hua Hong some indirectly the end of growth, top tier dangerous heavy storm hunter. I want to have a match with. Just entered the field. A wave of hot air pressure. The dragon, snake and lizard are coming straight towards us. The dragon, snake and lizard also refuse to show weakness. Use the ground spirit. Will the imminent explosion trap the employee inside? The explosive expert dare not engage in direct confrontation. He suddenly stepped on the accelerator. The flame bursts avoided most of the ground thorns using the burning flames of his fists. Brothers again. Smashed to ground spikes jumped directly towards the periphery of the arena. While Hong couldn't help but feel secretly proud. Very good. Do not engage in battle. Use the flexibility of primates to wear down the opponent. I still have a main force to cherish. I'll see how you win today. The explosive expert leapt high up immediately. He suddenly let out a roar, majestic fire energy. In an instant it gushed out from his mouth in the blink of an eye. Several scorching fireballs condensed the next moment. A series of scorching fireballs. Just attack and shooting and snake burning fire lines are left in the air. And dragon snake was under the remote suppression of this violence. There is northwest way to get close to the source of the explosion. I can only stay in the field and embarrassment avoid falling fireballs. A moment's effort. The ground spikes inside the arena have all been shattered. The dragon, snake and lizard, after a round of evasion quickly planned and executed, pull the distance between the two sides. Immediately after the dragon, snake and lizard next contracted, the sound resonates within the body. To resolve the opponent as quickly as possible, he decisively begins to accumulate power skills, and his eyes were fixed tightly on the battle between the two on the field. Will hang one look at this momentum. Just know that the dragon, snake and lizard are holding back their big moves, developing one's own abilities. The dragon roar Warhammer wants to quietly. Did you hide it from me? After analyzing the other other party's routine. Cohen suddenly grinned confidently. Command detonation officer. Just finished speaking. The explosive member roared angrily. The whole body burst out with a strong aura. The flames shot up into the sky in an instant. Wrap the bursting team quickly and fly. Meteorite on its surface form a suit of armor made of deep red flames. This is exactly what can greatly enhance willpower. Resistance to mental strength. Flame will anger battle armor. Immediately afterwards, the explosive soldier's feet suddenly burst open with a tower of flames. The track surface shows slight signs of cracking. Launched the explosive member of the force rubber slingshot straight towards the dragon and snake. He lunged. The dragon, snake and lizard also stood up, unwilling to show weakness. Roar, emitting a powerful dragon aura to counteract it. Sure enough, explosive aids fire. Tight pressure directly suppressed tightly by Long Wei. Immediately after the two sides collided, both sides keep planning without any progress, competing with each other's physical strength. While Hong saw the situation suddenly at SU1 and disdainfully said, I just know you're going to use the Dragon Roar Warhammer to blow up heads. Are you treating me like that silly Wangu? Soon, while Hong raised his eyebrows decisively, command exploding ape again. Use the angry ape's head to hammer. Just as the words fell, the eyes of the burst ape immediately opened wide. Majestic, beastly energy suddenly rushing quickly towards the head. Immediately afterwards, the exploding age suddenly exerted force. With his hands firmly sucked the dragon and snake in place, and his strong man's ape head quickly raised and leaned back. The dragon, snake, lizard couldn't help being surprised when he saw this. I don't know what the bomber is up to. This is a body with explosive physical strength and can erupt powerful fire energy. Giant ape. He controlled the dragon, snake and lizard. He actually used the skill Furious Ape Headbutt, attempting to smash the dragon, snake and lizard. While Hong saw the situation suddenly with a triumphant smile, he laughed at SU1 in anger. Battle armor head attack. At this moment the strongest defense is the head. The strongest attack awareness. Come on head, just let me resist the Dragon's Roar Warhammer for you to see. Casa 1 responded indifferently. You're self-directing and self-acting. Watts. Who told you that gathering strength in your throat is the Dragon Roar Warhammer? Suwon at this time, weird look watching Hong's expression gradually stiffen slowly. This is an improvement under the talent blessing of Dragon Snake. West throat pouch compress evil cave raise. As soon as the explosive worker faced the Dragon, snake and lizard rushing towards, since Suwon has already communicated through telepathy, order the Dragon, snake and lizard do not use the massive Dragon's Roar Warhammer. Immediately after, the dragon's mouth suddenly opened wide. A powerful surge of negative energy immediately gushing out from his body. Quick compression condensed in his dragon mouth. Originally, the victory was in hand and the situation was fiery red. Sudden with fright, urgently shout bursting. He quickly stepped back the next moment when the dragon, snake and lizard opened their blood base in mouths. When dragon scales erupt, a dark purple evil energy condensed into a beam. A straight array immediately spurted out and compressed by the evil cave arrays of dragons, snakes and lizards hit the exploding ape like being hit by a laser. That massive body directly compressed by the evil hole rate of freeze through. In the blink of an eye the compressed evil hole dissipates completely. The exploding ape just realized, looking at his own frozen body. Suddenly his eyes widened, and Ha Hong at this moment his face was full of disbelief and shock. He didn't expect the compressed evil hole array of the dragon, snake and lizard. The power is unexpectedly terrifying. Everything happened too fast. The referee master didn't even have time to stop it. He came back to his senses, quickly shouted the first stop. Black Lantern Castle. Su hunching while Ha Ha coldly said very good, very strong. Afterwards, he then took the severely injured bursting aid back into the summoning space. Then the late stage growth Griffin Lion Beast was summoned out. Griffin Lion Beast not only has a strong physique and powerful strength, but also possesses superb flying skills. It also ranks first in the top tier of special dangerous species in terms of race. Not as difficult as the heavy armor that increased the chase of Suhan. How weak the level of difficulty is even more superior. Ko Hyung immediately smiled confidently. This time, I won't give you any chance again. Suhan suddenly felt increased pressure, secretly thinking about restricting the field from falling outside. Even if it's unfair to lose to the dragon, snake and lizard, but Golden Lion Beast is very good at aerial combat. The dragon, snake and lizard had never experienced aerial combat before. It's hard to defeat the enemy in one move. And while Hong at this time he also started to analyze in his mind, bursting source had been consumed before. This dragon, snake and lizard still maintained strong strength and almost crazy fighting. Well, it's really difficult to deal with. Then Suhan had a sudden inspiration, whispered to the dragon, snake and lizard, maybe there is a way to try. Dragon, snake and lizard, wait, you just like this. However, at this moment, a crisp voice suddenly came from outside the field. We surrendered to the Black Lantern Castle. Suhan, who was passing on the battle plan to the dragon, snake and lizard, hearing this he couldn't help but be stunned. Suhan quickly turned to look at the high platform. Obviously the surrender just now came from Lu Yu's mouth. Then Lu Yu suddenly stood up, continued to say, I am the leader of the Black Lantern Castle. I have the right to make this decision on behalf of the players. This powerhouse dragon, snake and lizard just used a compressed evil hole array, knocked down the opponent's desire to pet. However, however. Just as Su Han was preparing to take the Lu Yu stood up to indicate surrender. Lu Yu's sudden decision. Su Wan was also puzzled for a while, but soon he understood the twists and turns. It turns out that the 6th place duel match just fight for 3 to enter the blood spirit. Remember the secret locations quota. The rewards for the 3rd and the first 2 are completely the same. There are no additional rewards. According to Lu Yu's statement, empty glory can get the best. It doesn't matter if you don't take it. The key is to maintain strength, enter the most benefits after one season, and that is the real winner. In the end, Su Wan achieved 2nd place in the final, qualified for entry into a season. While Hyung and Jin Meiyu are stationed at Huawei and Sanchi respectively, the 6 brothers' big competition has come to a complete end. The next day, it's the day when the blood spirit's secret key is activated. Nightfall. Su Wan was actually contacted by Lua's soul, mysteriously called into his own tent. Su Wan soon arrived outside his tent. He came and respectfully informed General Lu of special training. You want me to watch Su Wan come in half flying? Lu Yu also sat up straight. Sit down and respond. Surely blood will be shed. The origin of the secret fortress has already been told to you. However, you probably still only have a partial understanding of many details, at a loss. Next, what I say is correct. It is important whether you can gain something by entering the blood soul ruins. You must remember. Su Wan deeply knows the importance of this matter. He immediately had a change of expression and said, I understand. The special training C base only nodded slightly, open the original way. These should be told to you before the competition. But the castle lord is actually not interested this year, can win in the 60 duel hopeful, so now it is only me who was telling you. Su Wan heard this, suddenly felt speechless in my heart. The teacher's previous encouragement was all misleading. He never thought he could break into the top 3. Enter the blood spirit secret plus all. The situation can't help but laugh. Continue to say that you have participated in the last 3 dueling championships in 6 different locations. The second to win a spot is the Black Lamp Castle Jade Master. In the last session we were stopped at the semi-finals at Black Castle, and in the previous session you were 8 SR by Su also want to spot. After saying these, Lu Yu suddenly revealed a mysterious expression. Do you know what is the most valuable thing in the blood spirit ruins? Su Wan naturally knew nothing about it. He shook his head speechlessly. He couldn't help but secretly complain that you didn't tell me. How do I know? Lu Yu then began to introduce the blood spirit eminence blood soul ruins. There are many that are extremely rare and uncommon in the outside world. Always nourished by the energy of many, potential is often amazing in young pets. These young pets are extremely valuable. It is often difficult to find a priceless treasure. You don't need to consider it. After all, you can't bring out a large number. The owner of the blood soul ruins also does not allow. You only can find 1 or 2 young pets that are most suitable for oneself, and subduing it met expectations. This is the most significant opportunity for you on this trip. On this basis, when you still have energy, it is also possible to collect some material resources in a targeted manner. Bloodline ruins produce rare materials such as bloodline and dragon lizard. Although we have the jade lion of black and bird, the vast majority are mainly evil based, not good at bloodline jade pets. It can also be used to exchange materials with other jade lions. Blankenberga dragon jade pat has not mentioned much, but it's also so risky, including your dragon, snake and lizard if used properly. Various dragon resources in the blood soul ruins can make its strength undergo a qualitative change. Su Wan was set by him like this. My heart suddenly started to feel hot demand and desire for dragon materials. He must far surpass others. He couldn't help but joy. Said what was said, it's really a great opportunity. Don't forget, I still have a treasure hunting beast. This is a place nourishing the mysterious relics that nurture countless rare and exotic pets. Even inside various dragon materials are produced a sacred place known as the land of dragon riding beasts. The deer fish suddenly introduced seriously. The blood soul ruins are very vast. Even if we are 6 major gathering places, the sum of years of exploration is only 1 or 2/10, not to mention just us gathering in a dark place. After, Lu Yu took out a thick book from behind. Continue by saying this booklet. It has been over the years we Black and Berg entered the blood spirit ruins as the royal masters in the blood soul ruins. Summary and summarization of the environment and various resources. I suggest you explore areas that have been explored before. After all, it symbolizes safety. Then Lu Yu handed the booklet to Su Wan, and at the same time he warned sternly, I need to emphasize the MTU again. Even if there is blood and tears at the sacrifice, the master's verbal promise protect the safety of those entering the 6 major gathering places. But over the years, there have also been people who completely buried their bones once entered the secret place, never came out again. Su Wan quickly took the booklet. I solemnly nod and promise that I understand. Total special training followed. Lu Yu handed Sohan a talisman light pendant. The opening is right, bring this before you go. Su Wan found that the pendant was carved with a muscular figure the fierce black giant beast's head. Hold in the palm of your hand. Immediately there is a surge of powerful energy transmitted from it. He couldn't help but ask what this is. And Lua's eyes a flash of envy that is hard for ordinary people to detect explained that this is the castle lord use a little bit of his first main force to pamper him. Sealed strange object. Originally, this was a 6-way showdown. The trump card left to me by the castle lord. Since you can, you had better bring this thing thing with you. Time passed quickly. 7 a.m. Blood Soul Ruins is about to open. 3 people who have obtained technical qualifications under the guidance of their respective gathering places bathrooms arrived at the entrance of the Shailene Ruin. Said entrance. It's just a red forest. This grove is just in a more secluded location within the inner circle of the red forest. Soon the 3 of them walked halfway in front of the tall milestone. Each person stretched out one hand, spread out 5 fingers, the palm pressed on the stone tablet. The sea base then began to speak. Just as the words fell, 3 people simultaneously mobilized their spiritual energy. The boundary stone emitted a buzzing sound. Suddenly appeared a golden mysterious magic array, immediately following the 3 people's hands. At the same time, a majestic spiritual fluctuation spreads. A huge magic array gradually solidified under the feet of the crowd, and these 3 mental fluctuations slowly gathering empty space. Suwon saw the situation, surprised. Secretly, is this the spiritual power of a quasi-professional and lawyer? Indeed so powerful. As the spiritual energy of the 3 people continued to drift away, 3 strands of energy quickly gathered and rotated in the air. A golden vortex soon formed above the heads of everyone. Immediately, the golden vortex suddenly opened. A dragon-like giant beast covered in dark red scales suddenly stuck its head out. At the same time, a majestic voice directly echoed in the hearts of the people. Is it time to open the secret ground every year? Iron Barbarian slightly bowed towards the golden vortex, respectfully said it a yes sir. It's time to open the blood spirit once a year. Then the majestic voice rang out again. Then open the relic. Everyone felt a chill in their hearts, involuntarily stood up straight, started to salute. Just as the words fell, the space in front of Suhan actually rippled with layers of energy around it, can accommodate one person, gradually taking shape, hiding countless exotic insects and various rare materials of the blood spirit relic. Finally came to the opening. The recording encounter channel opened, immediately reminded that from that channel, you can pass through the energy barrier. Enter the mystery. You have 1 month to explore. When the time is up, you will be sent back here by the owner of the blood spirit relic. We will return to the gathering place first. After a month, we will come back to pick you up. The golden vortex in front of Suhan continuously rippled with layers of energy, revealing the dark and gloomy scene inside a round energy channel that can accommodate one person, gradually taking shape. Seeing this, Wao Hong quickly walked to Suhan's side, eager to be the first to step into the energy channel. And Suhan also didn't intend to waste time. Just as he was about to enter the channel, a fierce and cold voice echoed in the hearts of the 3 people. The leader, let me come to pick you up next, since my aura on you. In this way, as long as you don't attack first, the creatures in the blood forest will not attack you at will. The bloodthirsty Tyrannosaurus suddenly warned, but my aura is not omnipotent. If you dare to enter the inner circle of the blood spirit, or even the core area, those creatures, even those whose strength is not inferior to mine, not just because of my breath, instead of attacking you, humans must not be too greedy. The words just fell. The teleportation channel suddenly starts spinning and opening, quickly enveloped the 3 people in it. In the blink of an eye, 3 people were instantly enveloped by energy, completely disappeared at the entrance of the energy channel, and the energy channel also slowly began to dissipate in place. At the same time, a corner of the Blood Soul Ruins, 3 people fell suddenly from the teleportation channel, fell straight to the ground, a feeling of dizziness and disorientation. Suwon's eyes constantly changing scenes. When his eyes returned to zero, the scene in sight, one who has experienced many things also couldn't help but shiver in my heart. Just see ahead, a huge creature the size of half a house looking down at the 3 of them. This giant beast is probably close to 10 meters in height. This dragon-like giant beast with dark red scales all over its body, sharp fangs. Each one is as sharp as a long sword. Jinyu beside Suwon looked at this huge creature suddenly with an excited and standing voice said, "Is bloody Tyrannosaurus Rex. You are here to pick us up. Everyone close your eyes." The bloody Tyrannosaurus Rex then raised its head, roaring at the 3 people. 3 people instantly caught in the sticky mucus of the bloody Tyrannosaurus Rex's gaping mouth, splashed all over. Even the body was almost lifted off by the roaring airflow. Suwon and Han looked at the sticky liquid on their bodies, all with a look of disdain and disgust. On the contrary, Jimayu, this girl reacts more promptly, seems to have been prepared early. The sound of the bloody Tyrannosaurus again. The mission assigned to me by the commander has been completed. You can explore freely. Immediately the bloody Tyrannosaurus Rex turned and walked away with heavy steps. At the same time, he mentioned, "A month later I will track and find you. Based on your scent, send you back to the outside world." After the bloody Tyrannosaurus Rex left, Hua Hong couldn't help but shift his gaze, moved to the wet body of Gmayu. Jinyu directly took out a towel from the combat backpack. "Wipe the mucus off your face, take the lead and speak. Each family's gathering place should have video recording. Why don't we split up and act separately next? Let's explore on our own." While Hong Won immediately gathered his thoughts from Gmayu's figure, he came back to his senses. In Taozhong had this intention under Gmayu's suggestion. Su-won and the other 3 people split up, headed towards the directions they had explored before in their respective gathering places. In fact, since meeting with Lu last night and returning, Su-won has been thinking the secret of the treasure beast, but he has not found a good solution. Today, hearing Gmayu proposal, Su-won almost wished to lift this girl from Hyung Shiatown up high. He couldn't help but sigh, this is really timely. Not long after, led by the treasure beast Su-won and Long, she came to a small waterfall. Below the rushing waterfall is a deep and wide water pool nearly 100 meters long. Su-won couldn't help but ask the treasure beast, "Are you sure that thing is hidden here?" The treasure beast, upon hearing this, immediately floated in midair in anger, pointing ahead and continuously making a buzzing sound. Seeing this, Su-won quickly smiled, kindly comforted, "How could I not believe you? Lead the way. Lead the way." When Su-won saw the information recorded in the book, he couldn't help but be surprised. It clearly states that the molten grass likes the sparrow and requires a dry environment. When he scanned the surroundings, he couldn't help but feel puzzled. But this place doesn't see with dryness. This man, led by the treasure beast, embarked on a month-long treasure hunt. According to the description in the booklet, the thing Su-won is looking for grows in a shady valley and the specific location is marked. But at this moment, under the guidance of the treasure beast, they had already passed that valley. While the treasure beast floated in midair, flying ahead of the dragon, Snake Creek starting to lead the way, Su-won couldn't help but complain inwardly. Since the sky digested the floating food, learned to float and fly, he doesn't like being held by others much. But the treasure beast, with its round and smooth body, even if it flies at speed, it's not as fast as the dragon snake lizard running on the ground. Su-won followed behind and pressed down more than 20 pounds, angrily hugged for a long time. It's really too much to bear. Just at this moment, Su-won's dragon snake lizard suddenly let out a loud roar. He brought his thoughts back. Su-won quickly looked up and gazed into the distance, suddenly showed a look of what is the situation here, seems to be another world, only to see the dark and damp mountain stream finally came to an end. The scene suddenly cleared up. Everywhere is a wasteland. Su-won couldn't help but think to himself, dry environment. There is also the flowing water of the Een attribute, maybe there really is here. After that, the treasure hunting beast took Su-won and the dragon snake lizard, arrived at a place with only one stream still flowing down the waterfall above. Suddenly, the treasure beast keeps making a rumbling sound, looking very excited. So one couldn't help but be surprised when he heard the sound. Hurry up and follow the treasure hunting beast. The treasure beast then landed from the sky, fly to the edge of the pond, lifted up the claw with golden fur and shook it, facing the waterfall below. A boulder stored under the shelter of a rock wall pointed. Su-won fixed his gaze in the direction pointed by the treasure beast. His expression suddenly shook violently. That is molten grass. In the information of scene, you'll call this thing molten grass. But this thing is in the ancient dragon scriptures, but the famous rubber grass. The gel grass is the dragon marrow. After the fall of the giant dragon in specific environments, it takes thousands of years to give birth to a strange object, can make species with weak dragon lineage take. There is a chance of transforming into a dragon species called jello. The older the rubber grass, the higher the probability of jubilation. Hydrogen light deep change color once every 20 years. 7 years more a leaf. Su-won immediately came to the boulder directly below the waterfall. A trickle of water falling from the sky. It is the swaying Sichuan pepper grass. Not only grew 7 leaves, and it is actually a pure purple color with even a hint nothing sexy. Su-won looked at this rubber grass, eyes light up immediately. He sighed and said that he encountered the best plastic grass this time. The predecessor who collected rubber grass once favored it is a snake with a weak dragon lineage at the end of its growth. Top level danger. After digesting the rubber grass, the shedding is completed, growing up as lead to a new level. From the late stage of growth to maturity, Su-won's heart suddenly became hot. This kind of premium Sichuan pepper grass. Just eat one plant, the strength of dragons, snakes and lizards will probably also leap forward. Just at this moment, a sudden chorus of frog croaks. Su-won heard the sound and was immediately shocked. Boldly, this man is under the guidance of a treasure beast unexpectedly found, can let the dragon play with the jade beast into rubber grass. But just as he was full of enthusiasm when preparing to collect the rubber grass into the bag, a sudden dream-like thunderous fraud croaking came from not far away. Just at the moment when the treasure beast suddenly looked panicked, a hand pounced on Su-won's head. The panicked expression of the treasure beast immediately let Su-won have a start. He quickly asked, "What's wrong with you? Is there a terrifying presence in this pool?" Su-won knows seeking treasure beasts for dangerous premonitions, almost equivalent to an astonishing treasure hunting ability. He instantly regained his sanity from the fervent desire, suddenly shouted at the dragon snake lizard, "Something's wrong. Dragon snake lizard, run faster." Just as the words fell, but dragon snake and lizard immediately used their acceleration skills, suddenly jumped up, soar high, fly straight towards the waterfall above. After finding a hidden spot to hide, Su-won and the dragon snake lizard this sneaked out cautiously, watch and wait. At the same same time, not far away, the ground suddenly emitted a roar of golden frog's paw suddenly landed on the ground. Suwon saw the situation. Suddenly the pressure in my heart and lost in the dense thicket of rubber grass. There are many creatures like dragons living nearby hunting guard the mature rubber grass to expect to devour the gel. A rustling sound followed closely from the nearby mountain stream. Head of the village, a weird toad the size of a large SUV. I walked over from the mountain stream in a skip and a jump. Suwon suddenly understood in his heart. Such a place, how could there not be any covetous eyes on it? This huge toad is all golden. No disgusting blisters. Instead, it has golden scales make it look like it's covered in a layer of scales. The giant toad jumps out a few steps. It will stimulate the cheeks. A wave emanated from the abdomen, like a thunderous roar. Suwon glanced at the huge toad from a distance. He suddenly had his pupils constrict. Extremely horrified, will lay toad, the top dangerous species of the first batch water thunder poison. 3 elements ability seems to have reached the complete stage. At the same time, toad is getting closer to the water pool. That rubber plant immediately exposed in his sight. The woolly toad has a pair of large eyes like lanterns. Looking at the rubber grass hidden in the rocks in the distance, the eyes immediately revealed a humanized greedy gaze, immediately followed by a loud bang. The powerful hind legs of the woolly toad are thick and strong after being charged. Suddenly kicked the ground. The huge body suddenly leapt high. The black-spotted toad kept emitting excited calls. His entire body is like a golden lightning straight towards the rocky grass meadow under the waterfall. However, at this moment, like a stagnant ancient well with no ripples on the water surface, suddenly there was a continuous rumbling sound. The calm water pool instantly seemed to boil, thoroughly stir up, immediately followed by a huge monster with a body length exceeding 15 meters bring up huge water. Waves suddenly opened its huge mouth towards the already flying the black thunder toad in midair bites. Suwon saw the situation, sudden contracted. Hurry up and hold your breath. Deep pool giant crocodile water music animal power system. This is a super dangerous species with 4 abilities. This one, it looks like it has definitely reached the limit of growth. Suwon couldn't help but secretly rejoice that he didn't act recklessly. At the same time, he felt that the toad was about to die. There is nowhere to focus in the air and the giant alligator is in the water. It is almost difficult to find land creatures below the terrifying species. Able to this is a top-level dangerous species that has completely inhabited rare herbs that no one can resist. The toad immediately spotted the Sichuan peppercorn grass, immediately pounced over with an unbearable thirst. Just at this moment, lurking in the water, the super dangerous deep pool giant mosquito crocodile suddenly opened the huge mouth, biting towards the urea toothless that had already flown halfway into the air. At the same time, the big eyes of the black-spotted toad also glanced at the giant muscle attacking him. It immediately reveals a humanized fear. However, he did not sit idly by. The whole body was instantly wrapped in a light golden electric light. Immediately, the black-spotted toad suddenly let out a cry towards the deep pool giant crocodile. Angry frog. The electric light on his body immediately starts shooting continuously, heavily bombard on the body of the deep pool giant crocodile. Mutual biting attacks were interrupted by the sudden flash of lightning. The deep pool giant crocodile immediately revealed a fierce light in its eyes, staring fiercely at the woolly toad. Immediately the giant crocodile in the deep pool suddenly churned in the water. A thick and powerful crocodile tail immediately violently swung out, heavily slapped on the black-spotted toad. Above that fragile abdomen, will lay toad suddenly burst into a fierce wail, directly was instantly swept away by this terrifying tail. The deep pool with both patience and strength kissed deeply. His physical strength is also very strong. Suwon saw the black time. The situation also made him break out in a cold sweat. Is this the battle between top dangers? Unfortunately, the toad is at a disadvantage from the start, still unable to turn over. However, at this moment above, the sky suddenly kept making a sizzling sound. Furious thunder energy, even reaching Suwon's hiding place. When Suwon looked up, sweat poured uncontrollably. Shocked in secret, so scary voltage. Only saw the toad constantly using thunder and lightning create an electrostatic field to slow down the landing speed. But inevitably, I began to fall, immediately followed by the lightning swirling around the toad's body, from light gold to light gold, even mixed with a strand of silver. Even the scales on his body show signs of transformation. At the same time, the wolfa toad fiercely swelled its abdomen, instantly expanded several circles. The next moment, the wolfa toad suddenly opened its frog mouth. Gold mixed with silver white plasma gushed out from his body. Thin energy columns suddenly struck down from the sky ruthlessly towards the bottom. The giant mouth of the deep pool crocodile opened. The deep pool crocodile was caught off guard, immediately struck by this terrifying blow, turned black all over. Even with his strong defense, at this moment, he was already seriously injured. Even Suwon hiding above the waterfall was also affected by the move of the woolly toad. Obviously, the power of this move definitely reached the level of super danger and was in the category of full force attacks, and it was at a level of relatively outstanding strength. After electrocuting the deep pool crocodile, the woolly toad safely landed on the ground. Even though his skill had ended, the powerful electric light lights still surrounded his body, while the deep pool crocodile was now limp on the ground. Being hit head-on naturally felt terrible. Thunder and lightning were almost the nemesis of any flesh and blood life. Even with his thick defense, he couldn't resist it in reality. Seeing this, Su Holy Frown didn't expect it to turn out like this. The blood spirit was truly full of crises. It seems that this top-grade pepper gra is out of reach. After unleashing his ultimate move, the Willa Toad now appeared somewhat dejected, but he dared not linger, immediately approach the pepper grass. His first instinct was not to escape, but to extend his blood-red long tongue lick towards the top-grade pepper grass. However, at this moment, the deep pool crocodile, which was already limp on the ground, suddenly opened its round evil eyes. Then the deep pool crocodile flipped over on the ground. Leet with a gaping mouth instantly jumped behind the Willa Toad. The Willa Toad, since the movement, immediately retracted its tongue. Suwon was shocked to see this. He originally thought that the pepper grass was going to be eaten by the toad, but I didn't expect the giant crocodile in the deep pool actually still has the strength to fight again. This toad is trying to get the grass in front of it. He used all his tricks, defeat opponents stronger than he was about to enjoy the delicious meal about to reach his mouth. The deep pool giant crocodile, electrocuted, suddenly leapt up from the ground. Counter-attack hit the black-spotted toad. Since something was wrong, those frog eyes immediately widened. He quickly pulled his legs apart and tried to run away. The blood basin of the giant crocodile in the deep pool already pounced on his back. Right after that came a hissing sound. The blood basin of the giant alligator in the deep pool. In an instant, the Willer Toad's hind leg was severed. Tear it off fiercely, tomato sauce overflowing on the spot. Suwon saw the scene, unable to help but feel secretly alarmed. Very evil. Hard resist a big move and then counter kill with an explosion. The battle between the Jade Lions is nothing more than this. The black toad looked with its eyes crimson red. A deep pool giant crocodile filled with a cruel and brutal atmosphere continuously bite him. He was suddenly scared out of his wits. Scatter quickly began to flee. The giant crocodile in the deep pool will naturally lets go the thief who steals his rubber grass. These years he has been waiting patiently. These rubber grasses are too precious to eat. The giant crocodile leopard in the deep pool started to chase the foreland, swing rapidly like propellers, quickly chase after the black thunder toad. Hiding nearby watching the battle, one person and two beasts suddenly stunned in place. He didn't expect the event to end in this way. Suwon couldn't help but be slightly stunned when he saw the situation. He muttered to himself in disbelief. Did they leave shortly after? Suwon no longer wasted time. Quickly bring the jade pet to the side of the painting bluegrass. Pick it. Suwon somewhat incredulously put away the Sichuan peppercorn grass at the same time. He grinned and said, although the process is a bit dreamy, but at least got it. I feel the most important thing now, just run as far as you can. Just as the words fell, he immediately smiled with his eyes and eyebrows, hold the packed peppercorns tightly at the same time, quickly run away. So with black lines on its face is left here. At the same time, the poor toad has been fucked by the giant crocodile in the deep pool. The mucus in the mouth of the giant crocodile in the deep pool keeps dripping. He is about to have the bullfrog for lunch. Then the giant crocodile in the deep pool showed a fierce look, a bite firmly clamped onto the front leg of the black spotted pond frog, about to bite off. However, at this moment, a mysterious fragrance suddenly wafted out from the woods, spreading towards the direction of the deep pool where the giant crocodile is located, just about to break the year frog into pieces. Deep pool giant crocodile, at the moment of smelling this fragrance, immediately look up towards the direction of the painted grass. At the same time, Suwon was riding on the back of a dragon snake lizard, fleeing for his life. He knows that the giant alligator from the deep pool is likely to chase after him. Immediately let the dragon snake and lizard use their flying and swooping abilities that they have developed hurry up and escape. The next moment Sir Beast's knows the child immediately detected it with one sniff. Suwon box kept floating down in his hand. Immediately, the forest behind suddenly rebounded with a loud roar. Search for the treasure. Beast immediately let out a panicked cry. This movement clearly was caused by a giant crocodile in the deep pool. The distant rumbling sound, the slight sound of standing on the ground. Let's see. One clearly feel that giant alligator in the deep pool is showing signs of approaching. He couldn't help but feel extremely anxious for no reason. I have run dozens of kilometers. Why can it still catch up? When he looked down and saw the dragon snake and lizard, that face full of enjoyment, immediately understood the reason. No wonder he caught up. It turns out to be a smell. Suwon couldn't help but pat his forehead, sighed deeply. It seems that I underestimated the attractiveness of rubber grass to dragon-like creatures. To avoid having too many dreams in the long night, chased by a giant crocodile in the deep pool, Suwon in the rubber grass at the same time signal the dragon snake and lizard to swallow it. This man, taking advantage of the two dangerous mounds fighting each other, stealthily collect the rare rubber grass into the bag. To avoid being attacked by a giant alligator in the deep pool, track up by smell, Suwon decisively took out the rubber grass at the same same time. He signaled the dragon snake lizard to swallow it. Dragon snake lizard opens its mouth, a piece of rubber grass that is more than half the length of an arm. Put it all in your big mouth, shoot a few times and swallowed whole. Just swallowed the rubber grass not long ago. Launching Creek already has adult palm-sized eyes, immediately squinted, let out as satisfied how. He followed up as if he had been injected with hormones. As if there is endless energy throughout the body at a speed several times faster than before. Start running quickly. Suwon saw the situation, cold sweat kept pouring out. Does this thing actually have an acceleration effect? So suddenly, in just at this moment, we felt a clear sense of resentment surge towards him. When he looks down, when it comes to the look of the treasure beast, it looks very round. Unable to help but feel that something is not right. Oops, I forgot. After the treasure beast transforms into a dragon, it also becomes a dragon bloodline. Soon. Suwon quickly smiled, kindly soothed the treasure beast on the calming path. You deserve credit for this treasure hunt. It is already the most powerful beast in my mind. You can rest assured if you find the silly baby again, definitely give it to you. How to find the treasure beast? But on this big pancake, feeling a bit hard to swallow, he immediately hummed a sound. Then keep shaking your head. Suwon immediately reached out his finger, continue to soothe the way. Did I ever lie to you on the hook? Treasure beast heard the words. This reluctantly stretched out its little claws. Hook up with Suwon agreed. Not long. The deep pool resounded with the thunderous roar of the giant crocodile. Gradually calmed down. Suwon constantly found the sound of standing on the earth. After a while it finally calmed down. He finally breathed a sigh of relief. Suhan confirmed this, that big guy sure enough. It was trapped by the scent of Sichuan pepper grass. He is finally safe now. At the same time, the medicinal power of the Sichuan pepper grass continues to emerge. The eyes of the dragon snake and lizard suddenly burst out a crimson color. A special scent emerged from his body that was a kind of walrus similar to the pressure of a dragon. Immediately, the dragon Vasily starts running fast through the forest again. It's as if the body is about to burst, need to constantly consume energy in the body. At the same time, the dragon snake lizard seems to have itchy body. The thick scales on the surface suddenly cracked open in his body. That scale that even rifle bullets can't penetrate. It actually emits a strange energy fluctuation wave, then like flakes falling one after another. When Suwon saw with blood-stained scales flying out, he then quickly activated his own heart. Spiritual energy pressed onto the wound of the dragon snake and lizard, healing him. The next moment the uncomfortable dragon snake lizard, suddenly a fierce kick landed on the ground, as if wanting to release the feeling of pain all over the body. Right after that came a swoosh sound. The dragon snake and lizard suddenly leapt out from the hillside but did not make any flying movements. The whole area suddenly resounded with a deafening boo. The body of the dragon snake and lizard is over 4 meters long, fiercely smashed on the ground. At this time, the dragon snake and lizard were already covered in scars. The powerful medicinal properties of the rubber grass continue to evaporate. He simply couldn't continue to be clumsy anymore. Suwon quickly checked the condition of the dragon snake and lizard. He couldn't help but furrow his brows and say, no, the energy of the Sichuan pepper grass is still spreading in this forest. I don't know what will be attracted. He quickly took out his own combat backpack, side groping, muttering to oneself, the dragon snake and lizard do not know how long it will take to recover. We need to figure out a solution. Following that, Suwon suddenly had a clever idea. Take out a bottle of red liquid from the combat backpack. This is a bottle Suwon set off from the gathering place of the black lights before special perfume prepared to cover up the smell. He then looked around at his surroundings. Start analyzing that the current dragon snake knee should not be moved. Tonight we are going to stay up all night. This is a plant that can make all dangerous species all crazy for the top spiritual plants. And this dragon snake lizard, after swallowing it, was almost overwhelmed by the energy contained in the rubber grass. After being stretched to the limit after a bout of crazy venting, he finally couldn't bear the drug's effects and directly collapsed on the ground. Snatch food from the mouth of a giant crocodile tiger in the deep pool. Grab the rubber grass and swallow it. This wait lasted for half a day. Suwon anxiously guarded the dragon snake die, although it was expected early. But the process of the pepper grass, the onset seems too painful. He couldn't help but mourn for the dragon snake lizard from the bottom of his heart. Suwon couldn't help but touch the dragon snake lizard with distress. At the same time he made up his mind. It used to be you who fought to protect, this time it's my turn. From the scale lizard to the dragon snake lizard, then evolved from the dragon snake lizard to surpass the terrifying species of dangerous species behind it is the disaster level. Locusts, every evolution is accompanied by greater danger and pain, and one day it will stop at the limits of its own bloodline. By then lawyers will have to face the difficult choice of changing the main prison pets that cannot keep up with the progress of the prison master. No longer represent assistance to the prison master but a burden. Lawyers will also regain stronger bloodlines, use higher level pets for themselves. Even the strong teachers Joe also have to face this choice. Weak is terrifying species. One of the pets, the Crimson Evil Wolf, is not his beginner pet. Of course, whether based on emotions or actively let go, the spiritual bond between the Jade pet will bring huge trauma to the Jade Lion on the spiritual and mental level. So the Jade Lions will not completely abandon these Jade pets, let them live or die on their own. Instead, they are placed in specific places, artificially fed until the end of life. Thinking of this, Su-won couldn't help but muttered to himself, "Dragon, snake, lizard, I will do my best to help you evolve. We really don't want to be apart." As Su-won's finger Jade pet, even though the Jade Lion values strength, he also hopes that with his own efforts, the dragon, snake, lizard can always follow him. Fight together all night. Time passed quickly. The next morning, Suhan, who hadn't slept all night, suddenly said to the treasure-seeking beast, "Can only fight a little." As soon as the words fell, the treasure-seeking benched its furry little fist. Then came the sound of a bang. The treasure beast flew fiercely towards Suwan's face and fiercely at his face. He unleashed his full strength. Suwan instantly exploded in place. "Okay, you can actually dare to use such force again." After a round of rock paper scissors shouting besides the hand that the treasurer bestowed on Suwan, the dragon, snake and lizard also suddenly reached out their hands, joining the game. Suwan was stunned in place. His gaze looked somewhat dazed at the now hill dragon, snake and lizard. He was overjoyed when he came to his senses. He quickly hugged the dragon, snake and lizard that had completed its shedding and growth. Then the dragon, snake and lizard's dragon eyes suddenly wrinkled slightly. As if remembering something, the dragon, snake and lizard then suddenly stood up and let out a roar. At this point, he already looked drastically different again. The originally deep blue scales had now turned dark blue, and his body had grown by almost as muscles all over, looked more robust and exuded a sense of power. This shedding and growth had made his strength leap forward. This dragon, snake and lizard, after swallowing the precious gel grass, underwent another drastic change. Clearly, the shedding and growth had made its strength leap forward. The dragon, snake and lizard's originally deep blue scales had now turned dark blue, looking very thick and hard. But dragon patterns on the scales had also become much clearer, and after Su-won measured its size, he couldn't help but exclaim. The dragon, snake and lizard had grown to a length of 6 meters. This was a sign of entering maturity. However, at that moment, the dragon, snake and lizard suddenly reached out its claws, gently touching Su-won's forehead. At the same time, a subtle dragon energy slowly burst out, and then Su-won fell into a deep sleep. The power of the Sichuan pepper grass allowed the dragon, snake and lizard to approach maturity infinitely and was about to show it form. The shedding filled with suppression and pain unexpectedly allowed the dragon, snake and lizard to comprehend a new skill, dragon slumber. This move could not only be used on the dragon, snake and lizard itself, it can even help other jade bugs. Even Su-won, the jade master, quickly recover injuries in physical fitness while sleeping. Seeing Su-won long shushi, who stayed up all night, "I hope he can have a good sleep." But neither the men nor the beast had expected this. After this time, the two hearts reached the pinnacle of harmony. The old long DN has also undergone tremendous changes. As a result, added a new part of previously unseen fresh content. Su-won woke up immediately, perceived keenly but wonderful changes of the old dragon point. He couldn't wait to summon the dragon out. After Su-won immediately raised the growth stage of dragons, snakes and lizards, the excitement brought down. All attention was focused on the old dragon point regarding the subsequent metamorphosis of dragon snakes, the content of the evolutionary path above. He looks at it, while on the other hand, muttering to himself before this, the limitations of the bloodlines of dragons, snakes and lizards. It has always been a question that I have avoided thinking about. After watching, Su-won's eyes were filled with shock, surprise and other complex emotions. But looking at the content unlocked by the old dragon points, it can completely solve the problem of restricted blood flow. There are not few evolutionary pathways for dragons, snakes and lizards. There are a total of 60 if you choose lizard bloodline as the theme. Dragons, snakes and lizards evolve towards the path of terror species. There are 23 types among them as the ultimate horror genre. Also, with the ruler of the blood spirit ruins, bloodthirsty dragon lizard at a level of hanging tail dragon, and the footstool dragon lizard and other races. Frilled neck lizard, known for its huge hammer tail like an engineering hammer, the destructive power of swinging the hammer tail comparable bombardment of a heavy main battle tank. And footrest dragon lizards are a kind of dragon lizard that is born with the ability to control lightning. There is a sharp horn that can release lightning and thunder, and that single horn, it is also an indestructible battle weapon of the electric angle dragon lizard. On top of this, there is also located above the ultimate horror species high-level terrifying mountain dragon lizard, magma dragon lizard, fortress dragon lizard and other races. Hill dragon lizard, it is a kind of huge size renowned for their immense strength. The dragon lizard species in battle, often far beyond the size of opponents at the same level, dominating the battlefield on a large battlefield. It can even be called a tireless Big Mac meat grinder. However, while huge size brings huge advantages, the disadvantages are also very obvious. Such a large body size is naturally not agile. And wrong John Lunchy, there is no obvious flaw like Lunchy Hill Long Shi Run. Jiang, they are a reality to control the power of Ron Jiang, control of fire energy. Almost born with it imprinted in their bones. They face the enemy. Often it is with an unquenchable. Fierce flames melt and burn. Destroy the opponent, never stop until the enemy is turned into ashes in the molten lava. This is a very powerful evolution species of dragon lizards. However, Su Wan's favorite is the War Fortress dragon lizard. This is a kind of meat shield, but dragon lizard species with fiery power flowing lines. Having battle type, dragon type, steel type, fire type. There are 4 advanced terrifying species with shared abilities. A mobile fortress of war. Its iconic steel fire fusion metal flame storm war able to make the enemy tremble in fear. Su Wan looked at the evolution route recorded on the dragon point. I fell into a state of confusion. Ordinary encounter teacher. Even if it's a big shot at the level of the teacher, as long as you can obtain one of the evolution methods, I'm afraid they will be overjoyed and cry. Su Wan cuts his head, and now I am actually struggling with which choice is more powerful. I'm really drunk. However, at this moment, the dragon suddenly made a loud noise, actually turned over by himself. When the dragon stopped, Su Wan quickly fixed his gaze and looked at the content above. After watching, he couldn't help but show a look of surprise. There is actually a new evolution route. This dragon snake lizard finally unlocked its evolutionary path based on the bloodline of lizards. There are a total of 23 evolutionary paths. However, Su Wan was entangled. Which evolution route to choose? The dragon point suddenly showed new changes again. If there were no other evolutionary pathways for dragons, snakes and lizards, Su Wan might just choose immediately evolutionary pathways of occupying dragon lizards. If the dragon, snake and lizard choose the dragon and snake bloodline as the main body dragons, snakes and lizards advance towards the evolutionary the path of terror species. There are 37 ways. Fog dragon snake at the ultimate level of terror species. Storm dragon snake, ice dragon snake, double dragon snake, flame dragon snake and other races. Dragon snake, as the name suggests, the main ability is the fog system. Water and dragon type horror species able to ride the clouds and drive the mist. It looks like a divine dragon. However, in Su Wan's Vilu ability is too flashy. The utility value is not very high. Eliminated directly by Su Wan. And with the dragon and snake bloodlines as the main body, the pathway to evolve into an advanced terror species. Only 11 rare species among, including Earth Pulse dragon snake, Vine dragon snake, Quake dragon snake, Thunder dragon snake. Different races such as wind, thunder, dragon and snake of the earth's veins. Su Wan considered for a while. Just choose to give up. Although the earth veins are like dragons and snakes, perfectly inherited the characteristics of dragons, snakes and lizards. Having the earth talent before Revolute lacks evil talent. This undoubtedly makes the main force in the evil system of dragons and snakes. Great loss of suction power. And gather the wind system and dragon system. Evil thunder when dragon snake of the 4th series. It is the top race level in the advanced horror species. This is a kind of dragon snake that can skillfully control the power of wind and thunder. Race potential is close to perfect advanced horror species. Su Wan couldn't help but ponder after reading it. The fortress dragon lizard, although powerful, is clumsy. It seems that being crowned as a dragon and snake is the most perfect choice. Abandon the earth-based defense, but it brought a stronger flying ability with attack methods. Su Wan eventually gave up on the idea of capturing the dragon and snake with a suction net. The original intention of cultivating defensive type guardian pets chose the wind thunder dragon snake resolutely. Immediately after the dragon point appeared, the materials needed for transformation are complete. 7 dragon snakes and breed wind and thunder into systems. Dragon wing bloodline crystal adds wind and thunder dual elements. Stimulate dragon species. Dragon blood essence 5000 milliliters. Add full wind 10. Add full thunder 10. Add 1500 pieces of wind thunder essence. Wind thunder transformation ceremony equal to wind thunder dragon snake. Su Wan will incorporate the additional knowledge data pointed out by Long. Roughly skimmed through, he suddenly came to his senses from the transformation path of dragons, snakes and lizards. He laughed heartily with a big smile. Since there is a direction, let's set off. Su Wan's destination this time. It is an alluvial plain located on the banks of the Hanjiang River, recorded on the map drawn in the brochure. Wheeze of a plane after hovering in the air for a long time. Su Wan couldn't help but sigh silently. Good luck seems to have run out. These 3 days have passed. I haven't come across anything valuable. According to the map provided by General Blue Cross, either ahead is the unexplored dangerous area. Su Wan feels that if he continues to wander aimlessly, he will only waste time. He ordered to search for the treasure beast with a slight frown. Open up the field of vision. The sharing of voices has just ended. Mysterious energy immediately burst out from the treasure beast, at the same time swirling around Su Wan's body. It is the treasure beast that has further digested the dragon materials. The newly developed ability with the blessing of spiritual energy. Treasure beasts can bring the scenes they explore to life. Sheared and Su, the Eye of the Ring. This is a kind of power that can skillfully control the power of wind and thunder. Perfect level horror species when thunder dragon snake. To help the evolution of the dragon snake West dynasty in this direction, Su-won then came to the Moon Bay Plain to start looking for materials. After sharing the field of vision with the treasure hunting beast, Su-won suddenly saw let him have a strange expression seen. He couldn't help but be secretly so. What is this thing? Only a few images from the treasure hunting beast were seeing a semi-transparent scale armor covered with dark green crystal-like structures on both ends. Even on the large head, also hidden are crystal-like scales. The wild battle beast of armor chasing after a strange creature desperately fleeing. Or you can't say one end said to be a more accurate lion because this creature strangely like a walking peculiar tree. Su-won couldn't help but look puzzled and fell into contemplation. Check the situation. It should be too late stage growing Blaziken and Tyranitar. Are you capturing a tree? Can trees walk? Very soon that strange little tree just being caught up by those two fierce fire-cursed dragon beasts. The fierce fire-cursed dragon beasts just roared to intimidate the small tree was scared and quickly moved. Its thick and short roots continuously retreat. Su-won vaguely felt that this tree seemed extraordinary. He couldn't help but feel secretly puzzled. This tree is too range. Why does it seem like I've seen it somewhere? Then Su-lan the Dragon Point start reading quickly. Although he has already unsealed the information about the old Dragon Point most can only be roughly browsed. This part of information is also massive. Su-won carefully flipped through the pages for quite a while, and the discovered content shocked him. Found out it's actually She Knows You. According to the description on Long Point, records of Sheen and techniques are rarely seen among scholars. Almost a unique skill to absolute words cannot express the rarity of this creature. This level of evaluation in the old days of dragons unique in every way. The energy-absorbing tree is not a known species in the world. The energy-absorbing tree clan comes from the outer void. Most of the life of a parasitic tree all spent in the boundless dark void grow by absorbing various energy tides in the void. Life is incredibly long. After they reach the end of life, it will also drift in the outer void in the form of seeds, until in the tight void energy absorbed enough void energy, repeating the cycle, until even the seed form is completely destroyed. As for the appearance of the egg gristle tree in the known world, all our seeds of the outer emptiness along the void crack of Midi enter the tree of the west into the known world. Another rare reason it is this race does not have the ability to reproduce offspring. After watching, Su-won quickly put away the Dragon Point opening. This is really tired. Just send a pillow. The ability of the energy absorbing tree. It is entirely possible to accelerate the transformation of dragons, snakes and lizards. Dragon, snake and lizard hear the sound, unable to hide the expression of doubt, turned to look at Su-won. He couldn't figure it out. No matter what a small tree, why can it still help accelerate self-transformation? Su-won immediately made up his mind to take this tree. He explained towards the dragon, snake and lizard. Shinan has no combat power, so it was caught by the fierce fire-cursed dragon beast, but his ability in normal West Nung belongs to the void system. Magical devouring speed ability departments for special grade dangerous species. Although equally mysterious as the treasure hunting beast, one of the 4 major legendary lineages, but such an energy technique comparable to a mysterious guy like treasure hunting beast, or is it even rarer than any magical race? The energy tree can swallow a large amount of energy and store it in the body, and when needed grow in the form of fruit. This kind of fruit only needs a small one, can make the jade beast full for a long time. When the endurance of the jade louse has exponentially improved, even more outrageous is performance. Tree can devour certain materials. A certain amount of samples also analyze the composition structure of this material and therefore having contact with all components containing this material. The ability of all affect fruits, whether it is male power fruit or other high-level materials. As long as you have eaten it, you can replicate it just like the battle jade master. At this moment, Su-won's heart filled with an unprecedented heat of opening every jade master with the ability to absorb energy. All can easily build a high-quality army of pet guardians. Are you moved? The dragon, snake and lizard listened to this explanation, suddenly bloomed with joy. There is no need to struggle and fight to the death. You can also eat various delicious ingredients. This is truly his dream. Even the Dragon Point is famous for being an extremely rare imperial pet. Just like this close at hand, he feels the appearance in front of him a living dangerous creature but a rare treasure. He immediately ordered the dragon snake suction machine to go rob the technique. Su-won's urgency and passion he was quickly suppressed by him. Now consider, it's just thinking about how to use this energy absorbing tree, but how to truly get the energy absorbing tree in hand. After all, the fierce fire cursing dragon beast is not easy to provoke. This is an extremely rare tree, rare small tree that has skill. As long as you have it, it can replicate all rare plant materials. to quickly bring it under its control. Suwon immediately led the dragon, snake and lizard to go rob the tree. It is no exaggeration to say a fierce fire beast dragon beast can easily deal with eagerly and at the same growth stage. If only it is the maturity period, there is still quite a bit of room for maneuvering. At this time, to constantly bullying lizards can fire the fierce fire dragon beast already pressing down on. The lizard tree gradually approached the edge of the habitat of the fire beast and dragon beast. Just at this moment, a small stone suddenly fell from the sky. It landed accurately on the head of the fire beast Drakman. Then the treasure hunting beast shook its head fly to the distance of fireman Draman, however. In the air about 100 meters away make a funny sound. The fierce fire beast dragon suddenly raised its head angrily looking at the golden little dot not far away. Immediately followed by another round of stone a tone no harm was done. Hatred value is directly maxed out. Fierce fire cursed dragon beast as the most powerful tribe in the entire Moon Bay plain never had by suffered such humiliation. He immediately flew towards the treasure beast to chase after it. The treasure hunting beast saw the fierce fire cursing dragon beast pouncing towards itself hastily fly backwards. He specifically lowered the flying altitude far away hanging him. And the other fierce fire cursed dragon beast. Suddenly he fiercely slapped hard slap on the rhinoceros. His head. Roar and see what you're looking at. Hurry up and go afterwards. The fierce fire cursed dragon beast walked ahead. Grumbling and muttering, the rhinoceros-like creature left with a face full of grievances. Baba stood dumbfounded in place. The next moment, from a pile of stones not far away suddenly came a swish sound. A sharp stone suddenly passed by the energy-absorbing tree suddenly almost scared him to pee on the spot. Then came a puff sound. That stone stabbed directly into the fierce fire cursed dragon beast. His chrysanthemum immediately sprayed a floor of tomato sauce. This tough guy with thick skin and strong flesh, even if the vital part is injured, also cannot achieve instant heavy damage. Just as the fierce fire cursed dragon beast collapsed on the ground continuously touching the wound, a warhammer suddenly appeared. Out of thin air mixed with the strong dragon pressure of the dragon roar warhammer in the blink of an eye. It solidifies dragon's might, bring the fiery cursed dragon beast to the dragon species. A lot of pressure, the dragon roar warhammer fell to the ground with a bang. The fierce fire cursed dragon beast in a state of confusion suddenly was smashed by this hammer on the ground above. Suwon finally approached with the dragon, snake and lizard. The fierce fire cursed dragon beast exclaimed, truly worthy of being the top dangerous species in the mature stage. I was only moderately comatose after being hit by the dragon roar warhammer. Suwon couldn't help but murmur to himself in a stingy and weird way, hits the mark. I can't even pierce my heart. Really awesome. Just at this moment, on the side, there suddenly came angry roars of dragons, snakes and lizards. The rhino art that was originally intended to take advantage of the opportunity to run away suddenly blocked by dragons, snakes and lizards. Rhinoceros art of being squeezed from both sides. I dare not act rationally anymore. Apparently he was frightened by the dragon Vasilis and the treasure hunting beast. And Suwon saw the situation suddenly revealed a smug smile. He quickly pulled out the special rope ready to block the lizard technique. Immediately following she was given a double by one person to touch his hands up and down, facing the tragic fate of being relegated to picking up balls again. A moment's effort. Suwon successfully planted the sheen and tree tied up with 5 flowers. He couldn't help but smile. Get it done even more smoothly than expected. This poor cursed dragon beast, just because I picked up a strange tree, just encountered a violin. And then the dragon and snake carefully for safety even gave him a dragon roar warhammer, let him fall into a coma. After being tied up with 5 flowers, the dragon, snake and lizard looked somewhat speechless. The energy absorbing tree firmly bound on the back. He has already grown to 6 meters, already become a miserable transportation tool. Long. Suwon dared not continue to stay, but dragon, snake and lizard are carrying a strange tree with Suwon towards the Moon Bay. Outside the flat plain, the wind gallops like lightning. I kept running until evening before stopping to rest. Afterwards, the dragon, snake and lizard released the absorption technique from their backs. Untie all the ropes on him, let him regain his freedom status. Looking at the absorbing technique that still seems very confused and at a loss, Suwon really couldn't contain the excitement in his heart, start trying to communicate with soul energy. Suwon, the master of absorbing energy, couldn't wait to raise his hand. At the same time he successfully spoke the words to form it. Dragon and snake have deep roots, looking for treasure beasts will never worry about eating and dressing. Immediately, Suwon's hand began to emit a faint golden light. The spiritual energy starts from his hands, quickly pass it onto the energy absorbing tree in Suwon's spiritual energy. The moment connected to the energy absorbing tree, a strange picture immediately appeared in Suwon's mind. the energy-absorbing tree in the picture no longer in the dazed state. Instead, he put on a golden fur coat, and also put on a pair of sunglasses. A sudden change transformed into a rock tree. In the astonished gazes of the dragon snake and Su-won, the energy-absorbing tree actually directly picked up the microphone, began to sing, "I am originally a functional tree in the deep mountains. Carefree, grow happily. Still can walk the day someone targeted me while moving. Catch on the spot. The tree is very chaotic. The tree is very be scared, helpless. Helpless FKR. Su-won emotional journey can't help but secretly complain that this tree is so hip-hop." After Su-won took out a bag of high-energy food and poured it on the ground, eat at the same time. This is high-energy food for treasure beasts. If you like later, the dragon and snake will also give you the past dung. Su-won saw that Shinan was skilled and ate heartily, once again smiling and saying, "It's delicious, right? Just be my beast. How to ensure fullness at every meal in the future." Shining Shu, on the other hand, disdainfully picked his nose, although it is delicious, but this book is going to say no. Su-won immediately changed his expression when he heard the sound heading towards the dragon, snake, lizard and treasure hunting beast. He opened his mouth but did not allow you to have run out of dinner. The energy-absorbing tree has already been eaten. The radish was eaten. The big stick also needs to be taken out and waved a few times. For these stubborn elements, becoming a sick corpse is the most effective. The fastest solution to entry was immediately in a beaten state. The situation is different now than before in the blood spirit. I don't have time to slowly build a relationship with my pet by fair means, or fall first, subdue then speak. Su-won couldn't help but ponder secretly, carrots plus a big stick. I don't know if it will work. Suddenly, Su-won seemed to remember something. A sudden inspiration struck. He quickly began searching through his backpack, muttering to oneself, "Yes, I brought bloodline incense. How did I forget about this?" He then found a glass bottle. The red liquid inside kept rippling. Upon opening, a burst of red mist immediately drifted out. Su-won completely ignored the howling ghosts and wolves behind him. He looked excitedly at the blood incense in his hand, smiling, "Carrot and stick choi unshown, just obey me." This man, in order to tame this fruit tree, even at the cost of emptying out all the food for their beloved pet, may be rejected. He immediately signaled for the jade pets to go up, educate, know any better, and even took out the blood relationship village that can enhance feelings, ready to give it a try. Su-won glanced, still in a state of ignorant confusion, the energy-absorbing tree and the blood original fragrance in hand. It's like smiling but not smiling. Start watering the energy-absorbing tree with blood origin incense. Following Su-won and the energy-absorbing tree, at the same time he fell into the blood original fragrance structure in the woven illusion. Su-won feels myself as if incarnated into a mature energy-absorbing tree, accompanied by the tides of emptiness, wandering everywhere in the void, traveling without a fixed residence. Solo travel, until one day Su-won encountered another colorful seed. It is the tree of the West. A strong sense of kinship connected by blood makes Su-won pay special attention to the seed. This seed has not sprouted yet, and Su-won, this big tree, is taking care of the seed. Choose to route. No longer drifting alone, is in a dense void of energy. In the area of intense void tides, a root is planted on a piece of void meteorite, and that seed was also sheltered by him in the canopy. Fell to the ground until the seed sprouted, grow into another tree of hope, left his protection, go on an adventure trip in the void. This is the destiny of every Western red cedar tree. At this moment, Su-won suddenly woke up from the illusion, and she nags you, it seems still immersed in the illusion woven by blood ties. Although only waking up from the illusion, enter the Jade Master in Jade Pet into the illusion, one can perceive the difference between reality and illusion, but the scenes that appear in the illusion but can in the heart of Jade Pet plant a seed as close as blood kin. Su-won deeply knows the principle of striking while the iron is hot. Hastily trying to establish a spiritual bond with the energy-absorbing tree, he immediately smiled towards the energy-absorbing tree and said, "Oh tree, agree." At this time Shang-Shu, even the look he looked at Su with all of the feeling of being bathed. He kept calling Su-won dad. Dad's request for Su-won to establish a spiritual bond. Performance art does not reject. Let Su-won easily establish a spiritual bond with him. The conflict of performance art at this time is already insignificant when Su-won's mind returned from the sea of soul to reality. The moment when you open your eyes, the eyes unexpectedly radiate dazzling light. Su-won's eyes seem to be radiating lightning. Majestic spiritual energy keeps bursting out. Even the jade pet surrounding them were almost blinded by the brightness. Su-won felt the changes in his body, suddenly overjoyed. This energy-absorbing tree, it seems that the growth stage is also nearing the end of growth. Otherwise, the spiritual energy brought back absolutely no such effect. I can actually reach the level of being able to emit a dazzling light from my eyes. Eyes emitting radiance is a stage of spiritual practice, the intention that can be generated, and there is no actual effect, just reaching a spiritual practice, the symbol of the interference of the mind in reality. Enter the stage. It also means a lawyer. I have thoroughly consolidated my spiritual cultivation to the point of entering the room with confidence. Up to this point, Su-won's genius reputation has been completely established. After, Su-won asked the energy-absorbing tree curiously, "Tree, I just gave you high-energy food to eat with your current strength. Can you copy the energy-absorbing tree? Nodded. Suddenly began to vigorously shake his own body. Fruit suddenly fell from the trunk of the tree, in front of Suwon. This man unexpectedly discovered the monster that was just captured can actually transform into a dragon. Just now, Suwon relies on bloodline fragrance successfully incorporated the energy-absorbing tree under his command. He then eagerly gestured towards the energy-absorbing tree. Copy some energy fruits. Try the effect. Suwon looked at the fruit in his hand. Unable to help but secretly fruit matures from hanging fruit just over a dozen breaths. And the energy-absorbing tree can also grow multiple fruits at the same time. And the treasure-hunting beast is even more impatient. Fly directly onto the head of the energy-absorbing tree picking up the fruit. I started gnawing on it. Watching the treasure-hunting beast's actions, Suwon suddenly became happy. The results came out so quickly. It seems that future rations have been secured. Just at this moment, the performance tree suddenly raised its hand. A dazzling golden mane suddenly burst forth. He then entered into rat mode. Tree just turned 1,200 years old this year. Copying food is simply tasteless. I can all the energy fruits of the blood soul ruins. Master Suwon, please go ahead and enjoy your meal. Afterwards, Suwon picked up the steel-colored fruit. Start flipping through the booklet. Look up information. This color is like steel egg-shaped. Another one is light blue, a bit like ice cream. After browsing through it, stars in his eyes. The size matches up. All match up. The manual provided by President Liu matches perfectly. Iron core fruit. Looks at appearance. It is a fist-sized spherical iron ball. It seems to have nothing to do with energy. However, it is genuine. The energy fruit of Joshua is wrapped in iron skin flowing like iron marrow fluid. Currently all iron marrow fruits found in Black Den Castle, only the blood-drenched dose has a large-scale iron marrow fruit tree forest. The efficacy can rival the chestnut fruit, however, it is much rarer than the male fruit stand. However, that iron core fruit tree forest, but it was a scale of hundreds of people. Super dangerous heavy hammer. The Eye Supreme occupies the corner. It's difficult for foreigners to get along with that group of irritable guys. I caught an iron core fruit after Suwon directly threw the iron marrow fruit in his hand to the dragon snake lizard. At the same time, he grinned and said, now I have the ability to absorb energy. Isn't it equivalent to carrying the blood spirit? Dragon snake and lizard see the situation. Immediately bite down on that delicious iron marrow fruit. The aroma of the fruit. He has long been hungry and thirsty. Suwon suddenly began to mutter to himself. But greatest benefit of the medulla fruit is when taken by pets for nurturing, able to nourish the skin surface of the pet, form a toughened steel-like film. If it is a scale armor creature, it can greatly enhance the toughness of the scales. Long-term use can even make the scales harder than steel. After the dragon tang sucks the fruit, Suwon quickly took a closer look. He couldn't help but be a little disappointed that there was no change. It looks like we need to make more trees to grow them. The energy-absorbing tree receives the command, start shaking the body continuously again, start consuming its own energy to solidify the results. Waited for about 1 minute. A silver-gray iron ball hang on the branches of the energy-absorbing tree. Just at this moment, Suwon suddenly spoke to the treasure-hunting beast. Do you want the treasure-hunting beast? Was somewhat puzzled by what was said. Immediately, a person and a beast stood next to the rhino tree, continuously picking iron core fruits and throwing them to dragons, snakes and lizards. The dragon, snake and lizard raise their heads. Our relentless fists swallowed into the abdomen. Very soon the last iron core he entered the belly of the dragon, snake and lizard. He still had a lingering feeling of unfinished business. She needs body has already been hollowed out at this point. The energy accumulated by oneself in this wave of fruit, it has almost been depleted. Just at this moment, the scales on the bodies of dragons, snakes and lizards suddenly appeared, a visible purple halo when Suwon uses his fingers. When tapping on the scales of dragons, snakes and lizards suddenly emit a crisp sound like hitting steel. He couldn't help but laugh. Iron core fruit really has excellent effects. Dragons, snakes and lizards also clearly feel the changes in their bodies. He suddenly stood up. A Lowry erupted. Prepare to test the current scale defense level. Immediately after the dragon, snake and lizard exerted all their strength. Wave a claw fiercely grasp on the scales of its own tail. But in the end, it didn't break through the defense, only left a few scratches on the scales. Suwon squinted his eyes when he saw the situation. Dark joy in the heart. This claw used at least 7 units of force. This defense, it is already comparable to the scales of mature dragons and snakes. Suwon quickly summoned Long Den, flipping through while muttering to myself. I didn't expect the dragon, snake and lizard are actually on the defensive. First reached the level of maturity. If the rhinoceros can also transform into a dragon. Suwon quickly found a way to transform into a dragon through the lizard arts. However, what surprised Suwon quite a bit is the dragon absorption technique surprisingly has only 3 pathways. Top to your terrifying rhino energy shield dragon technique. Presale of guardianship type with magic as the main bot, invert absorbed energy into a shield. This route of enchantment focuses on defense, enhanced vitality and defense. Top horror species in blade dragon art attack type. Presale with art as the main focus, can absorb energy, transform into an invincible force. Power blade focuses on attacking a single route. Enhanced attack power and destructive power. Su-won couldn't help but scratch his head after watching the third kind. Although compared to the first two dragon transformation routes, the third direction of transforming into a dragon in battle and defense is close to zero, but obviously the third one is the most suitable for my direction. Top to your horse species absorbing energy tree dragon assistive class with dragons as the main theme. Presale obtains 2 attribute enhancements. The last one. It is completely an auxiliary way of transforming into a dragon. Enhanced is the growth of auxiliary nature. The ability to produce special fruits. The energy consumption of fruiting is lower than the first two. The energy contained in the fruit than the previous two. This is an auxiliary jade beast with a dragon as the main body. Although combat capability is low, it can improve the efficiency of outputting energy fruits. Su-won glanced aside to cultivate the evolution route of the Skynet tree lizard. To find dragon materials these days, Su-won set off with dragons, snakes and lizards from near the Moon Bay playing. After 10 days finally stepped into this destination, the Blackwood Forest, in accordance with the principle of not letting the thief get away empty-handed. After consulting the dragon cannon, Su-won also prepares the materials needed to transform the energy-absorbing tree into a dragon, informed the treasure-hunting beast. Unfortunately, I ran all over the entire Month Bay Plain. Still nothing gained for this. Su-won will set the next destination adjust to nearby. The core area of the Blood Forest ruins is the Blackwood Forest. Grass and trees growing in the dark forest, mostly a strange dark red color close to black. The whole forest dark as if named after a black cemetery. Its danger level is much higher than that of the Moon Bay Plain, because the most dominant race in this area. It is a difficult insect. Try a vast swarm of insects. Only the level of dragons, snakes and lizards in the flat stage handle with caution. Although dangerous, but that area is a must-go. According to the words of the predecessor Hegel, that area, many terrifying dragon species are buried among them, because someone has collected it in that area in dragon's treasure. Dragon flower that can only grow on top of corpses. Of course, let's see one have the courage. The reason for going to Blackwood Forest is also very simple. After receiving the assistance of the lizard art, the dragon, snake and lizard finally shed their skin. Residual rubber grass energy digest all successfully entered maturity on the scales of dragons, snakes and lizards. Like a thick layer of metal film plated, defense is no less than a sideways step, a second leveling ability. This makes the dragon, snake, lizard without defense agents. Another shortcoming has been filled. Soon, the dragon, snake and lizard were carrying Su-won entered this URI forest full of sea valleys. Besides that, there is currently no danger. Su-won glanced at the dragon, snake and lizard, can't help but smile slightly. With the 4th level of the skill dragon's might, dragon scale roars indiscriminate area attack. We should have the qualification to walk deep into the Blackwood Forest. After, Su-won kept moving forward in the direction indicated by the map. After stopping in front of a deep ravine, Su-won couldn't help but stare at the scene in front of him. He kept comparing the terrain around him to find the way. Doubtful according to the map record. This should be a shallow stream. How did it turn into gullies when he saw the crisscrossing gullies, just like plowing the land, and traces of scorched earth caused by energy attacks? He browsed through long DN with a serious expression, muttering to oneself. The stream water dries, the valleys all turned into ravines more than 10 meters deep. This is definitely the destruction caused by the terrifying nature. Thinking about moving forward, it is possible encountering a terror creature causing this level of destruction. Su-won couldn't help feeling a little scared. Should we move forward? Since those people whose strength is not even as good as their own be able to escape unscathed, Su-won feels the possibility of withdrawing from the situation unscathed is also not low. He quickly made up his mind after a brief moment of thought. But time for exploring in secret has already half of the past, seeking wealth and honor amidst danger. Afterwards, Su-won looked ahead with a firm gaze, heading towards the dragon, snake and lizard. Order the dragon, snake and lizard. Let's go, just be a little more careful. Just as the words fell, the body of the dragon, snake, lizard has grown to more than 6 meters, suddenly jumped up from the edge of the cliff, start flying towards the depths. Only when Su-won rode the dragon lizard to cross this ravine, he didn't notice there is a small half-exposed stone tablet on the edge of the cliff. The stone monument is inscribed with the perimeter of the Blood Forest. Enter these few big characters. This man spent a lot of money looking for dragon materials, choose to come to the Blackwood Forest to start treasure hunting. And then he was even more careless, broke into the interior of the Blood Forest. With the deepening of the dragon, snake, lizard, the appearance of creatures from time to time made Su-won extremely uneasy. Only see dragons, snakes and lizards at this time. A slap overturn a mature high-risk species, green striped weird horse. Su-won's sense of unease had reached its peak. He kept looking at the surrounding environment. Compare one by one with the map. The more he compares, the more puzzled he becomes. The surrounding environment, surprisingly, it is no longer recorded on the map. It looks like I have stepped into a more dangerous area. Su-won couldn't help but speak with a serious expression on his face. We in dangers here more than the previous week combined. just as Su-won was contemplating whether to return the way he came in a green shiny group. There is a car-sized flathead sneaky eye explored from behind just a few meters away from Su-won. Su-won is tempered by the power of the soul significantly improved. He suddenly felt a sense of danger that made the hairs on the back of my neck stand up. Came from behind. He did not hesitate at all, directly grab it. Still with a silly look, the treasure-hunting beast remained suspended in midair. After, he looked anxiously at the dragon, snake and lizard and spoke loudly, shout out, dragons, snakes and lizards, run fast. This is the super dangerous green mosquito monster python evolved form. Yuan Darren, that fierce-looking Yuan Darren, sought his whereabouts exposed. Suddenly become angry out of embarrassment, he suddenly raised his body, locked the dragon, snake and lizard. In the next moment Luhan suddenly flew out fiercely and rich. Let the dragon, snake and lizard flash by in an instant, utilized the skill of evolving bad habits of fear. Sleep avoided the greenhead biting blood basin, let this blood base and take a big bite of grass. Su-won quickly patted the big brain of the dragon, snake, lizard that was prepared to confront. At the same time he shouted, this had absolutely reached completely 7 good. Dragon, snake, lizard. Su-won immediately changed the decision to let the dragon, snake, lizard go back. Because the snake head alone is the size of a car, the whole body is probably 50 or 60 meters in size, has completely blocked their way back. Su-won's experience in escaping is extremely rich. He immediately ordered the dragon, snake to go deep into the jungle. Find a place where he can't drill through, whether it was in the Great Bear Forest being chased by the most fiery lion or being chased by the deep pool giant crocodile, all allowed him to demonstrate his talent in escaping. And Luhan Darren, the hatred gleam revealed in the duck people stared at Su-won and the dragon, snake, lizard continuously flying towards his position. The dragon, snake, lizard doubted because it specifically chooses narrow places, greatly reducing the speed of the green pattern Darren that can only crawl forward. In a short while the dragon, snake, lizard found a narrow cave, flew into it, while the oversized green pattern Darren can only stare blankly outside the cave. There is no way at all. Su-won couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief at this moment. Did not chase, should have shaken it off. Looking around, Su-won almost can be sure he has mistakenly entered the inner circle of the blood forest ruins, but the treasure hunter suddenly glowed red in his eyes, making a murmuring sound. Su-won shook his head when he heard the sound, responded, no. If we return the same way we might run into that green pattern die again. Just then the treasure hunter suddenly seemed to sense something constantly struggling to fly out of Su-won's arms. While making the performance of the treasure hunter immediately made Su-won happy. He quickly asked, are you saying that the dragon bloodline treasure we have been searching for desperately for over half a month is right in front of us? With the assistance of the absorption technique, treasure hunting beast has finally entered the middle stage of growth detection range of talent skills. Also from the radius of several kilometers in the early stages of growth, breaking through to a radius of 15 kilometers. And the treasure is perceived by the treasure hunting this time just a few kilometers away. Just the short 10 kilometers. Su-won became more and more alarmed as he walked along the direction indicated by the treasure hunting beast. Every extra kilometer you walk, you will feel the amazing pressure coming through. For Su-won, as if at all times, there is a fierce giant beast roaring in my ear. Of course, also because of this terrifying pressure, Su-won all the way never encountered attacks from other dangerous species again. This makes Su-won great. Time also made Su-won more worried. Su-won ran all the way, suddenly stopped facing the treasure beast flying in the air. Serious inquiry to find the treasure beast. How far away is the treasure you perceive now? Just as the words fell, the treasure beast suddenly emitted a golden light. He immediately used his innate skills go perceive the location of the treasure. And after Su-won received the reply from the treasure hunting beast, unable to hide the seriousness on the face. So scary, die hard. A treasure hunting beasts that can cover a distance of 4 to 5 kilometers, almost unable to fly. Just afraid of this vicinity. All are a certain one or the territory of a group of terrifying and diverse dragon winged creatures, surroundings all scattered with the terrifying dragon aura of the dragon wing. This little yellow duck has just entered the dragon transformation stage unexpectedly, since treasured deep in the forest, but this area is covered with the terrifying power of the dragon, even can press the locusts to almost. Su-won finally, after a decision, resolutely choose to let the dragon and snake absorb, advance towards the source of that imposing pressure. And Su-won faces the possible existence of advanced terror species, even more deadly threats above this, the reason for still choosing to move forward recklessly. He is not overestimating himself, instead choose to believe in the mysticism of the treasure hunting beast that has repeatedly proven its worth deadly. Just because the treasure beast was found, it contains a very strong dragon bloodline aura. Very soon, under the guidance of the treasure beast, the dragon, snake and lizard are carrying Su-won finally arrived at the source of the oppressive spread. Sure enough, it was just as the treasure hunter beast had said. There is nothing here, there are no threatening dangerous creatures. This is a nest located in a huge cave. The entrance to the entire cave is more than 10 meters high. The highest point inside the cave is even over 20 meters high. It looks like an extremely huge dragon-type terrifying species bring the nest into the cave. Su-won's expression immediately became shocked. It says if I saw something incredible. What surprised him was nest scattered too many forest white bones every step of the way. You can see Su-won and the dragon snake lizard walk in. It has already exceeded 100 meters but still not at the end. Su-won couldn't help but feel somewhat surprised. This nest is huge. Just at this moment when Su-won saw the sea not far away immediately show a shocked expression as if seeing something incredible. This is a blood pool, like a pool of water irregular. The ellipse seems like some fierce beast carved out with sharp claws. There are even many sharp claw marks by the blood pool. Su-won quickly took Long Shi and took a few steps westward. Arrive at the blood pool shining with blood lights. Carefully observed for a few moments. Taking a deep breath. It is the blood pool dragon spring. Su-won immediately became excited. Immediately run towards the blood pool. At the same time, he laughed at such a thing really existed. Some dangerous creatures, terrifying creatures, although not as smart as humans, but also established a primitive civilization. The blood pool dragon spring is a dangerous creature civilization. The use of energy. Some powerful dragon-like creatures breed offspring. Will build a kind of blood pool dragon spring special breeding tool to enhance or improve the potential and concentration of dragon bloodlines in future generations. And the way to build the dragon pool blood spring: very bloody, savage, primitive. The blood purification is done using a large number of dragon species blood. Even the vitality is pile up to form. Su-won never expected I can actually encounter such a treasure. It seems that huge nest above a small mountain-like pile of white bones just to bring vitality all contributed to this poor fellow of the blood pool dragon spring. Left behind. He came to the edge of the blood pool. Hurry up and shout. What are you still standing there for? Come and drink. This is the tree. The treasure beasts and dragon snakes and lizards heard the sound immediately. I sparkled excited. A treasure that can enhance the concentration of dragon lizard blood, but it is very rare. Immediately the treasure beasts and dragon snakes and lizards began to fly towards the blood spring. After all, their dragon bloodlines are relatively weak. Once they can obtain enhancement, they will definitely enhance their talents in the dragon aspect in the future. This is a precious dragon spring formed by the blood of a large number of dragon species and the condensation of vitality. When the dragon snakes and lizards and treasured beasts saw the dragon, sprang immediately like hungry wolves directly flew towards the dragon spraying. The dragon blood in the blood pool spraying for the dragon snakes and lizards and treasure beasts. It is a good supplement, but how much can they drink? It is estimated that drinking tens or hundreds of liters is enough, and the dragon blood in this blood pool obviously is measured in tons. Thinking of this, Su-won couldn't help. This won't work. Too slow and staying here for too long. There will be danger at any time. And suddenly Su-won had a clever idea. I saw him suddenly raise his hand. The Jade Heart intro flashed a red light. The performance number was summoned from the ring by him. The dragon blood in the crab-toothed dragon spring, although mixed with unknown, many dangerous and terrifying creatures, has been completely mixed. Unable to be refined into dragon blood essence, but undoubtedly contains extremely majestic energy. It is undoubtedly making the most of it for the energy-absorbing tree to devour. And as soon as the energy-absorbing tree landed, I saw the ground full of remnants. His brow wrinkled slightly, fell into a brief silence. But when his gaze fell on the blood pool spring, his eyes immediately burst with a longing light, while constantly repeating that the tree has developed. Immediately the energy-absorbing tree leapt into the blood pool spraying. Its roots immediately reached into the bottom of the spring and the sparse leaves on its head that became dense. The talent of the energy-absorbing tree for storing energy is extremely amazing. If it is allowed to absorb all the dragon blood in this pool, it is not impossible to dry it all up. In the blink of an eye, the originally bare tree top, a bunch of huge energy fruits grew out. The energy consumed in making the iron marrow fruit previously restore everything immediately. It has even overflowed. However, selenium can be a tree, a dangerous species combining the devouring and void elements, mastering the innate racial ability called devour. This skill allows the selenium tree to absorb energy. Nutrients stored all exist in a region between virtual and phagocytosis. When energy and nutrition supplementation is needed, take out and digest the selenium from this area. Enter Longquan. Just a moment, the water level of the blood pool began to decrease rapidly. There is a blood pool Longquan that is 3 to 4 meters deep, and no time thoroughly see the bottom. The dragon blood inside is probably tends to completely drained by the absorption technique through devouring energy potions. Su-won saw the situation. His face turned black. Are you copying my family with your energy absorption technique? He never expected that the absorption technique could be so powerful. However, at this moment, the eyes of the treasure beast suddenly lit up. He is extremely excited at this moment. Continuously make a rumbling sound. Immediately the treasure beast flew directly to that area quietly lying at the bottom of the pool on those irregular dark red block-like bodies, and also revealed a hungry look with drooling saliva flowing straight out. Su-won's gaze immediately was the dark red blocky body attract firmly. He couldn't help but take a deep breath. I am shocked that there is so much dragon blood marrow. According to the records in Lung DNW, the essence of dragon's blood is not formed congenitally but accompanied by the blood pool Longquan, a kind of treasure formed the day after tomorrow, at least a terrifying level above the dragon. When the vital blood. Only then is there a chance to form such a treasure. Degree of difficulty: dragon blood essence to be inferior to the dragon and snake and transforming into a dragon. The required dragon lineage crystal. But the bottom of this pool is actually covered with a shallow layer of dragon blood marrow. I'm afraid there are nearly 100 of them. They can small to condense so much dragon blood essence. The terrifying level of the dead dragon wing. I'm afraid it's definitely not as simple as a few heads, at least 10 heads or more. The terrifying levels of vitality and blood essence of the dragon winged life. I'm afraid only so much dragon blood essence can be condensed. As soon as I think of this place in Su-won's heart, there arose a retreat, a terrifying species. It may be enough to overturn riveting that level of gathering place. This is an existence we cannot afford to put voke. Su-won immediately shouted towards the royal pets, we must leave quickly. However, at this moment, Su-won discovered the trick, which was continuously devouring the blood of the dragon. Suddenly underwent a mutation. His heart was suddenly shot, resulting once again. Has the bloodline been purified? Only saw the treasure-seeking beast at this moment already covered by a very rich blood-colored light, soon completely enveloped by the blood light like being wrapped in a blood cocoon. Su-won stood by in shock. The treasure-seeking beast actually triggered the purification ability of the blood pool dragon spring. This is troublesome. Forcibly taking away the treasure-seeking beasts not only wastes the opportunity, but may also seriously injure the treasure-seeking beast. Su-won then retracted the absorption technique while secretly planning to first collect the absorption technique and then quickly run away once the treasure-seeking beast is purified. Su-won deeply knows how dangerous this huge nest is. A voice echoed in his heart. I want to run away, but everything happening in front of Su-won seems to be constantly repeating in his ears. Another voice after the absorption tree is retracted. Underneath the absorption tree, there are two blood red eggs, mysterious giant eggs covered in dark red patterns. Su-won immediately ordered the dragon snake lizard. This time should be the biggest opportunity in our blood spirit ruins. 10 minutes, eat what you can, take what you can when the time is up. Whether the treasure-seeking beast has completed the bloodline purification or not, we must leave, act quickly. At this moment, Su-won couldn't help but silently pray to his teacher and the ancestors of Blackbird, please bless me to return safely. This time Su-won will not disappoint Blankenberg. This little yellow duck first drank from the blood pool dragon spring and then devoured a large amount of dragon blood marrow. After the treasure-seeking beast entered the cocoon state, Su-won discovered there were still two blood red, huge blackwood forest cave. At this moment in the nest, Su-won could do nothing, only silently wait, silently pray to the owner of this lair so early. The evil slip drawn by the treasure-hunting beast appeared in front of Su-won's eyes as time passes bit by bit. Surprisingly, it beats in contracts like a heart. But treasure-hunting beast shows no signs of successful purification for the time being. Su-won is becoming more and more impatient. He touched the amulet that teacher Lee gave him in his pocket. This is a little more at ease. The nest of the blood pool dragon spring and the cave master all in the central position of the cave. This cave area is not small, but except for this blood pool dragon spring there is probably no other exploration value left at this time. The dragon snake and lizard after crazily devouring the essence of the dragon's blood. I am already full. Su-won's face turned black when he saw the situation. Heartache, can't you eat a little more? There are still many on the side. Su-won really wants to extract the blood marrow of these dragons, take everything away. He can't take away so many things at all. Whether it is a jade seal ring, still the devour the absorption technique. Unable to carry tangible items. The former can only collect all of the jade pets of the jade master. The latter can only store energy. He looked around hastily, pack up those two dragon eggs. I can see that it's almost been 10 minutes. Su-won can only carry the dragon egg on his back. He knew it was time to leave here. Just as Su-won turned around to leave, but attracted by the new movement made by the dragon and snake. Just see, he is continuously gnawing on a whole piece that has already been dried. Weathered intact dragon body. Su-won stopped in his tracks when he saw the situation. Take a look at that dragon body. He suddenly grinned. Is at the top level horror dragon scale armor. However, at this moment, outside the burrow of faint vibration suddenly came. It seems like there is a large creature in the distance approaching with heavy footsteps. Su-won and dragon snake lizard suddenly keenly aware of this slight change. After carefully feeling that vibration, Su-won's pupils suddenly shrank. Bunny suddenly rose in my heart. But dragon snake and lizard regained consciousness, hastily began tearing at the dragon skin in his hand. Swallowing, Su-won raised his head and looked at the bottom of the nest. The vibration sound is getting closer and closer. It's obvious that we are coming to this cave. Su-won's heart suddenly skipped a beat. He felt that the owner of the cave was coming back. I quickly shouted anxiously, not to eat. Let's walk quickly. The treasure beast has not completed the transformation into a dragon yet. But dragon cannot move freely until it is transformed. Su-won immediately ran towards the search for the treasure beast, urgently searching for the failed purification of the treasure beast. It's better than losing your life. We have to escape. Su-won deeply knew that he could not continue to wait like this. Look at this momentum. How many more minutes can you hold on, for the owner of the cave is about to return? However, at this moment, the cocoon of the treasure beast suddenly made a cracking sound. Su-won, who was about to run away, shouldn't suddenly stunned on the spot. Only see the large cocoon painted by the treasure hunting beast. There is already a crack that has opened. See this situation, Su-won immediately understood. It won't take long. The treasure beast will successfully break the cocoon. He gritted his teeth immediately and decisively ordered the dragon, snake and rhinoceros to leave. Let's go, leave that guy away. The treasure beast is about to break the cocoon. This man had almost emptied the entire nest. Outside the cave, heavy footsteps were unexpectedly heard, just as he was about to run away with his accomplice, but cocoon of the treasure beast suddenly burst open. Watching as my jade pad is about to successfully evolve, Su-won immediately ordered the dragon, snake and lizard go together and lead the big guys outside away. The long snake creek hears the sound, immediately emit a low dragon roar. According to his statement, that heavy footsteps, I'm afraid we are only a few kilometers away from the cave. Soon one was inside the creek, ran to the entrance of the cave, and not far from the cave in an open space, continuous bursts of deafening thunder are constantly being heard. When Su-won saw clearly after that huge creature made a move with its hair, unable to face the color of the crotch, he opened his mouth towards the dragon and snake. The way you just sensed is this thing. Just see a giant dragon beast with a body size of at least over 100 meters, walking back and forth outside the cave. He takes a step, the entire area will experience a slight sense of vibration. The roaring sound also rose accordingly, but his goal is towards the forest outside the cave. When I saw this giant dragon beast started looking for food in front of the cave, Su-won immediately breathed a sigh of relief. With this thing as a cover, maybe we can wait for the successful purification of the treasure beast. However, at this moment, Su-won suddenly saw a place a few kilometers away from the cave. He suddenly felt a little strange. Following closely, and Su-won reflects a beam of crimson energy of the earth element, and this terrifying breath. It was actually shot from 1,000 miles away, and the giant dragon beast foraging at the cave entrance at the moment when touched by the breath of energy, immediately separate flesh and blood, instant annihilation. That huge body even failed to block this breath. The next moment the energy breath landed with a bang. This breath passed through the dragon beast. He actually flew over hundreds of meters away, straight down towards the positions of Su-won, long snake and lizard. Suddenly the entire entrance of the cave, a violent roar erupted. The entire cave entrance was collapsed on a large scale. The border town immediately begins to spread, covering the entire area of vision. And that terrifying creature that breathes out, it turned out to be an adult, top to your horror of the mature bloody Tyrannosaurus. He suddenly opened his blood-filled mouth towards Su-won's position. A burst of angry dragon roar. The size of this bloody Tyrannosaurus, height of more than 15 meters, on the power of battle should follow the same path as when we escorted the three into the ruins. Not much difference. He was very eager to go to his cave at this moment, start running away. Just at this moment, the crimson eyes of the bloody Tyrannosaurus suddenly reflected a huge backpack, and in that backpack, he actually kept his precious dragon egg. At the same time, the smoke in the entire area began to gradually dissipate. Just now that shot of the earth lizard after being reduced by the momentum of the dragon beast's physical body. There is no information about Su-won, and the dragon snake lizard caused substantial harm. At this moment, Su-won couldn't help but feel better in his heart. Just now that breath at least a distance of over 2 kilometers away from here, absolutely high-level terror syndrome. We must run quickly. However, at this moment suddenly came a sound of cursing. A chicken, a familiar figure, suddenly rushed out from the cave, came to Su-won's side. This little born with the ability to find treasures has finally undergone evolution. After the blood pool dragon spring in the blood marrow of the dragon, the purification of the bloodlines of the two treasures, the little yellow duck finally successfully transformed into a dragon, evolving into a super dangerous treasure hunting dragon beast. Just now, Su-han, who was almost swallowed by the dragon lizard, discovered that the treasure hunting beast had successfully broken through. When he saw that familiar golden figure appearing by his side, Su-won was overjoyed. Have you completed your purification, treasure hunting beast? Now there are no more worries. Originally round and chubby, even the claws are very round. It looks like it has no killing power, like a ball, like treasure hunting beast. At this moment, the body of the treasure hunting beast has become much longer, except for the head, which is still very round. The body has changed from a sphere to an ellipse. Although it still doesn't look slim at all, you can vaguely see the outline of the muscles on it. Looks much more powerful than before. Su-won immediately let the dragon snake lizard carry the backpack containing the dragon eggs. Then he flipped over and rode on the dragon snake lizard, commanding us to break out with all our strength. The dragon snake lizard suddenly swept its huge tail, clearing all all obstacles around, stepping quickly. The Lacy Nong technique was instantly activated. A leap directly crossed tens of meters, start running away, and the bloody Tyrannosaurus a kilometer away. Sensing the movement of the dragon snake lizard keenly, the bloody mouth suddenly opened. Several red energy earth lizards containing majestic energy instantly shot towards him in the blink of an eye. The red energy earth lizards have already arrived in front of the dragon snake lizard. The woods thumped to the ground, continuously bombarding the entrance of the cave, completely blocking his escape route. Su-won suddenly felt better. Damn, facing this earth lizard head on, it's definitely a certain death. The bloody Tarana target the dragon snake lizard, but kept bombarding in front of the dragon snake lizard, blocking his flight path. Su-won saw the situation, reacted immediately. It's Den. He wants to seal the entrance of the cave. I want to keep these 2 eggs. Su-won could not get out at this time. There is no way to retreat. That bloody Tyrannosaurus Rex is probably not going to last few minutes. It's about to come and kill. Unable to help but speak with an ugly expression on his face. These 2 eggs cannot be accepted. Just as Su-won was about to give up the dragon egg, the treasure beast suddenly stretched out its claw, held Su-won's hand. Su-won saw the situation, looking at the treasure hunting beast in surprise. He completely does not understand what does the treasure beast want to do with this critical moment. At the same time, bloody Tyrannosaurus Rex saw the dragon snake and lizard dumbfounded in place without moving. He decisively aimed. Su-won let out an angry roar, a breath that destroys heaven and earth in one gulp. Suddenly, right after that came a swoosh. At this time, the bloody Tyrannosaurus Rex is less than a kilometer away from the cave entrance. Within a kilometer, the distance of the exhaled breath compared to the previous kilometer away, the breath is more powerful, come faster. Also ward deadly. Su-won looked at the crimson breath symbolizing destruction coming towards me. He suddenly stood still in the original place, but the treasure beast is at this critical moment suddenly grabbed Su-won firmly. The next moment, the crimson breath fiercely landed. The bloody Tyrannosaurus seems to be completely indifferent. Will it completely destroy its own lair? The entire area was once again blasted into pieces, suddenly immersed in the smoke and dust. At the critical moment, Su-won made a prompt decision, returned the dragon snake suction to the seal space, being taken away by the treasure hunting beast. They escaped from the bombing range. At this time, Su-won is carrying a dragon, a riding on already evolved to super dangerous treasure hunt level. The heart was surprised and delighted. A treasure hunting dragon beasts that is only a little over 1 meter tall. Surprisingly, the speed is extremely fast. Even the breath, he can't catch up with the speed at which he soars into the sky. Just a few fleeting thoughts, the treasure hunting dragon beast has already taken Su-won and flew to a height of several tens of meters. Su-won saw the situation, hastily signaled the search for the treasure dragon beast, keep the flight altitude within a range of 40 meters. The treasure hunting dragon beast kept shaking its head when it heard the sound. Make a moaning sound, raised quickly, at the same time keep flying high into the sky. Su-won saw the situation and immediately panicked. In the blink of an eye, the treasure hunting dragon beast rose to approaching a height of nearly 100 meters. Su-won immediately shouted out, lovely to search for the treasure beast. You are crazy. These 2 eggs are precious. In high places you might attract other terrifying species. Quickly go down. But at this moment, the tread and suddenly lead out a sharp dragon roar. A golden light, mysterious energy suddenly surged out from his body. The surrounding area has been isolated. The next moment, the search for the treasure dragon beast and Su-won gradually began to blur. The breath and body shade, completely isolated by this energy barrier, disappeared directly in place. Su-won saw the situation, suddenly shocked and delighted. This is the talent of the treasure hunting dragon beast, can stand hidden. Is this the benefit of blood purification? This man, after emptying the bloody Tyrannosaurus nest, he actually wants to run away with someone else's dragon egg. The hidden skill obtained after the treasure hunting dragon beast evolves just happened to help him escape. Even if the treasure hunting dragon beast uses its stealth ability, that extremely hostile bloodthirsty Tyrannosaurus still not giving up the chase. The terrifying crimson breath keeps shooting out, even almost missed, rubbing against the treasure hunting dragon beast. Su-won Sazan by Long Beach the breath. He finally breathed a sigh of relief. I am lucky that this time was really too dangerous. Fortunately, the treasure-seeking beast was successfully purified in time. After that, Su-won turned his head, glanced at the massive creature relentlessly pursuing below. Start analyzing at the current speed. It should be enough to outpace the bloody velociraptors on foot. At the same time, the bloody Tyrannosaurus has gone completely mad. He can already feel the breath of my 2 children. Surprisingly, it flew into the air with that strange creature, getting further and further away from oneself, watching their own child. He is about to be the one who appears in his lair. Snatched away, the bloody Tyrannosaurus suddenly opened its blood-stained mouth. The raging crimson energy began to quickly surge and gather. The next moment, a furious dragon roar pierced through the entire forest. Although the bloody Tyrannosaurus can't help it aim at the specific location of the treasure-hunting dragon beast, but still squirted out the red breezes, destruction shooting out in the direction that the treasure-hunting dragon beasts left. Red breath attacks rolling in, the deafening roar was incessant. Su-won didn't even need to look back. I can feel death approaching quickly. However, the evolved treasure-hunting dragon beast, its speed and reaction are extremely fast. He has not yet used any ability to give enlightenment, easily dodged the oncoming crimson breath. Su-won saw the situation. My heart couldn't help but tremble. Damn it. A distance of over 2 kilometers unexpectedly. They can still attack back. He feels this bloody Tyrannosaurus Rex absolutely broke the terrifying species quality. At least it is the pinnacle of a special grade of horror, close to the existence of top-level horror species. Watching the treasure beast fly farther and farther, the leader of the bloody Tyrannosaurus has also completely gone mad. Energy breathes out like crazy for free. The sky behind Su-won. The sky is filled with crimson energy, stained half of the sky red. This is the boreal talent of the bloody Tyrannosaurus. The destructive power of the energy breath is too strong as long as being hit, absolutely food deathless. And this skill also has a very wide coverage area. Su-won, in the situation of searching for the treasure dragon beast, immediately became precarious. Looking at the dense energy clusters continuously whizzing past, Suhan suddenly exclaimed, "This is bad. We need to leave quickly." Just as the words fell, the treasure-hunting dragon finally unleashed its power. He suddenly cursed the crowing of a rooster. A hidden golden light suddenly burst out in his eyes. New dragon-type species can immediately activate successfully. Under the blessing effect of the talent skill Swiftness, it unexpectedly surged by more than double. He has never used the skill. I have not completely mastered, rashly used even because of not controlling the speed well and cause a reaction under life and death pressure. He successfully used it and there have been no control. This has evolved into super dangerous. The treasure-hunting dragon beast not only awakened its hidden ability, it turns out, he also masters the speed skills that can increase his own speed. Treasure-hunting dragon beast with speed skills activated like a shining golden cannonball shoot into the distance, even the energy breadth of the bloody Tyrannosaurus leader unable to catch up with all of them. The bloody Tyrannosaurus Rex immediately looked in Su-won's direction and he immediately saw the proud look on Su-won's face. The treasure-hunting dragon gradually disappeared into the sky, turned into a small golden dot. However, the bloody Tyrannosaurus stopped in its tracks just because of his perception of his own childlike breath completely disappear without a trace. This represents his child. He has already been completely taken out of his perception range. He immediately let out a deafening sound and the incomparably sad and angry roar. Hundreds of thousands of square kilometers of jungle hearing this mixed with majestic dragon mind roaring. Even the horror species feel shivering standing. The treasure-hunting dragon beasts dare not stop at this time. He carried Su-won on his back in one breath. Echoes resounded hundreds of kilometers away, and it took less than half an hour, relying on the purification of bloodline to successfully search for treasure dragon beasts. Su-won finally escaped alive. Not long after, the treasure-hunting dragon beasts seemed to have gone through a calamity directly from midair, falling towards the ground with Su-won. So-won, who was dizzy from being thrown, lying on the body of the treasure-seeking dragon beast. Do not speak in a confused manner to find the treasure beast. This time I will remember your escape. If there is no you, we all have to stay here. He suddenly frowned once again. But before the next flight, you must learn how to break, otherwise we dare not fly again. After that kind of dizziness and vertigo feeling east, Su-won quickly raised his hand, summoned the dragon and snake suction from the jade seal ring. The experience, not one, does not make people highly tense. Su-won couldn't help but were really command the dragons, snakes and lizards. Dragon, snake and lizard will trouble you for a bit, be on guard. I still need to take a rest. Immediately, Su-won asked the dragon, snake and lizard gang for help set up a simple tent. He slept straight through the night. With the help of the energy-absorbing tree fruit, the treasure-hunting dragon beast has also fully recovered its physical strength. After getting some rest, only then did Su-won turn his gaze to the part where the treasure-hunting beast transforms into a dragon and his unsealed dragon point knowledge. According to the dragon point record, purified treasure-hunting dragon beast born with the talent for treasure-hunting, treasure calls, mysterious premonition. These three abilities. Treasure-hunting sensor, able to give the treasure-hunting dragon beast a rough idea of the location of the treasure. There is a special sense can find the approximate location of the treasure. This is the ability that the treasure beasts possesses, and treasures call it is possible to quote certain special treasures emerging from the hidden state after finding the general direction, perceive the specific location of the treasure. These two can complement each other. It can be said greatly improved the treasure-hunting efficiency of the treasure-hunting dragon beast. As for mysterious premonitions, let the treasure-hunting dragon beasts face danger or treasure and opportunity, there is a mysterious ability to predict it, can be considered a major upgrade in risk avoidance ability. In short, as long as the treasure-hunting dragon beasts does not fight, get some stealing in touching. Absolutely awesome. Besides the ones previously used, secret and swift 2 skills after purifying the bloodline. This time the treasure beast sought also obtain the mysterious dragon clan skill to converge dragon soul. This skill, it can also be considered a treasure-hunting dragon beast, the only skill with a certain level of aggression. This treasure-hunting dragon beast may not have good fighting ability ability to steal chickens in Touch Dogs is absolutely top-notch. In addition to the 3 major mysterious treasure hunting talents, he also masters a kind of attack skill called Converging Dragon Soul. Soul and spirit exist, but it's not the continuation of life exist in the form of independent individuals that treasure hunting dragon beast can. Collect dragon souls through convergence. Convert the dying soul into spiritual essence transformed into the form of dragon soul. Converge within him. These dragon souls can be summoned by it, protect him, and even fight for him. This ability lets Su-won think of seeing a way to prosper ghosts in an ancient book. At this time, it is close to the blood spirit's shutdown. There are still more than 10 days left. Su-won is naturally not satisfied with the current harvest, who would complain about having too many treasures. At this time, that head firmly guards the top-grade Sichuan peppercorn grass. The deep pool has giant mosquitoes packing by the river to suddenly appeared dragon. Her the monster is exactly the treasure-seeking beast. Cultivating dragon souls can send out dragon souls that cannot reproduce, but the strength of dragon souls is very weak, not as good as ordinary ultimate dangerous species. It was quickly taken care of by the deep pool giant crocodile, but after the deep pool giant crocodile took care of the dragon soul, it was discovered that the top-quality gel grass actually disappeared. It turned out that the treasure-seeking dragon beast, after hiding its breath, used its rapid speed, rushed in and pulled out the peppercorn grass. After the deep pool giant crocodile realized it was being played, it immediately began to frantically search for Su-horn's whereabouts. After a moment, amidst the deafening roar of the deep pool giant crocodile, the treasure-seeking dragon beast picked all the gel grass and flew out of the mountain stream like a golden lightning bolt. With the help of the treasure-seeking dragon beast, Su-won was simply invigorated. The gel gra was just an appetizer for Su-won now. Previously he did seeing treasures he couldn't obtain, now all fell into Su-won's hands in the blink of an eye. The time to leave the blood spirit ruins was approaching. The performance technique had sufficient energy reserves, had already become the treasure-seeking dragon beast and the dragon snake lizard's moving stone trough, and Su-won, looking at the 2 dragon eggs placed on the ground, fell troubled again. According to General Lu's training, humans who enter the blood spirit ruins to explore are strictly prohibited from taking young pets out of the ruins, unless they have been tamed by the lion, establishing a mental bond with the tamed pet. Otherwise, they are not allowed to leave the blood spirit ruins. Su-won was getting more and more headache to terrifying dragon eggs. It's not something I can handle with my current strength and bloodline. Unable to tame and unable to take them out. Now he was really stumped. Su-won, unable to come up with a solution, couldn't help but feel a little annoyed. But when he saw the treasure-seeking dragon beast and dragons eating happily, Su-han, who couldn't think of a solution, couldn't help but feel a little annoyed. But when he saw the treasure-seeking dragon beast and dragon snake lizard eating happily, his face immediately turned black. Then he came behind the 2 jade pets. "I'll teach you to a lesson. You know you ate it right. Can't you help me think of a solution? Take those 2 eggs out right." The treasure-seeking dragon beast and the dragon snake lizard heard the sound, run to the side of the dragon egg, immediately prepared to devour it. Su-won saw the situation, suddenly exploded on the spot. "Go to hell, still want to eat dragon eggs with energy fruits?" He immediately darkened his face and sarcastically said, "You too. Why not say that fried dragon eggs are tastier?" When it comes to eating, Su-won suddenly thought of something. He suddenly had a clever idea. Look up and see Sheen and Tree fell into a brief contemplation. Both dragon eggs are over half a meter tall. Su-won alone can never hide, no matter what, so high, still have to rely on other means. Immediately, Su-won's mind came up with a bold idea. This man, looking at the hard-won terror dragon egg, suddenly arose difficulties. Just because seedling hit 1 clear provisions do not allow unbroken jade pets to be taken out. Just as he saw 2 jade treasures during the feast, a bold idea immediately came to mind. Su-won thought of ways to say inspiration. "It still comes from the green-striped adult I met last time." The deep pool was infuriated to the point of madness this time. Of course, the inspiration from dragons, snakes and lizards is also very important. His idea for this method: just let the dragon, snake and lizard swallow both dragon eggs. These reptilian jade beasts all have a common predatory characteristic, that is to swallow the prey in 1 gulp through the slow consumption of stomach acid breakdown into energy and nutrients, and this is the key to smuggling these 2 large eggs. Now there is a 7 to 8 meters long drag. The body size is no less than a small truck. A blood base and swallowed a dragon egg over half a meter long. Simply too easy. And then, Su-won then put the dragon, snake and lizard into the nursery space. Do not summon dragons, snakes or lizards for inspection. This idea can be described as out of the blue. Next, Su-won must ensure the safety of dragon eggs after entering the belly of dragon, snake, lizard. Solution to this problem: he already had a copy. He is going to make a kind of paint first. A special anti-corrosion coating. The main material for making this kind of paint, coincidentally, there happens to be an energy-absorbing tree, also based on this material. Su-won just came came up with such an idea? Ice blue jelly fruit. A fruit is no bigger than an apple all over ice blue color. People can still feel the meaning of Shiren by touching it. This material, it happens to be a natural, excellent protective coating. This is another key to the success of the plan. Dragons, snakes and ladders in the dragon family. His digestive ability also inherited the talents of the dragon race. His stomach acid's digestive ability is extremely terrifying. Don't say it's an eggshell, it's just steel. Just give him enough time, all can be decomposed into iron elements, thoroughly digest, finally pull out a little residue and ice blue burn fruit. Add the dragon's blood marrow found earlier, you can shape the outside of the dragon, a protective layer, perfectly solve this problem. If it weren't for Nishinyoki in the past 10 years copied all the energy fruits from the blood spirit ruins, this plan really won't work in this wilderness. There are no tools, there is no process. Suwon can only base it on the current conditions made the most rudimentary. One, he directly squeezed hard press up the juice of the ice blue jelly fruit. Ice blue agar fruit gum, even without undergoing processing. It is also an excellent paint, Suwon let the juice evenly drip onto the surface eggs. Although it is called the best natural ice glue, but very few people use it directly because this is just too extravagant. However, when Suwon's gaze fell on Sheen, industry suddenly revealed a smug smile, luxury for others, but for Suwon who can freely bear fruit, it's nothing special. Following that, Suwon was just like a hungry wolf straight towards the energy-absorbing tree. At the same time, having an energy-absorbing tree is really different. It's simply a mobile treasure trove. Then at Suwon's instruction, the energy-absorbing tree begins to consume energy continuously to make ice blue gum fruit, and Suwon also quickly began to rapidly pick all of them until they were almost exhausted. This meant to bring the dragon egg out of the blood-soaked ruins of terror. He actually tried to make the dragon snake and lizard swallow the dragon eggs. To smuggle with this, the lizard can bear the ice blue gel fruit of the tree. It happens to be an excellent coating that can prevent corrosion. After picking, smiled happily, holding a full basin of ice orchids and burned fruits, exclaimed that this is probably a gathering place for black lights. After discovering the wonderful use of ice orchid burned fruit, the most luxurious and wasteful use ever, limited conditions, this is the only way. Soon Suwon happily humped a little tune, walked towards the dragon. Only a few boxes of energy absorbers with already drained bodies are left. Watching from the side, cold sweat kept pouring out the treasure hunting dragon beast and dragon snake lizard. Immediately Suwon began to squeeze the juice carefully, coat every part of the dragon egg evenly, let the juice cover the surface of the dragon egg completely. After applying again, Suwon quickly took out the golden material from his backpack, sprinkle it on the dragon egg juice. On one side, he said to himself that he had the isoline blue delicate fruit in addition to the unique fungus of this bloodstain potion modulated coated tablets. These two eggs are done after Suwon carefully operated the paste. Paint has also dried on the surface of the dragon egg, formed a layer of light blue protective film. In this way, he can rest assured that the dragon snake and lizard will swallow the dragon eggs, and watch the dragon snake and lizard for a long time. My stomach suddenly made a gurgling sound. Looking at him made me a little hungry. Suwon heard the sound and couldn't help looked back. He immediately saw the dragon snake and lizard, that pair of dragon eggs that they couldn't wait to eat all at once, the hungry and thirsty appearance. After Suwon smiled and patted the big head of the dragon snake lizard, then pick up those two dragon eggs. At the same time, he smiled and said, open your mouth. Remember not to exert too much force. This will not taste good if it breaks. Although the dragon snake and lizard were somewhat confused and puzzled, however, he still honestly swallowed the two dragon eggs. Suwon saw the two dragon eggs safely falling into the dragon snake and lizard's belly, his restless heart calm. And after the dragon snake and lizard finished swallowing, it seemed to still want more, continuously licking its lips towards Suwon, indicating that it was not yet satisfied. But Suwon, looking at the dragon snake and lizard's belly already swollen, laughed and said, there's nothing left. I've eaten everything. You can rest well in the nurturing space. And the dragon snake and lizard instantly petrified in place. It originally thought it could eat these things, who knew that after being coated with the strange paint, it couldn't digest them at all. Time passed bit by bit. Soon it was the next day. Just as the sky was getting light, the entire area began to continuously hear the roar of dragons. Just as it was time to enter the ruins, the guide sent by the bloody owner of the ruins, the bloody Tyrannosaurus, appeared in front of Suwon and the other two right on time. Then the rough voice of the bloody Tyrannosaurus suddenly appeared in the minds of the three. The time has come. Three little human beings, take out everything you place. Let me see if there are any prohibited items. If everything is in order, I will send you away from the blood spirit ruins. The three heard the voice, quickly straightened up, honestly took out the backpack with the items, placed it in front of the bloody Tyrannosaurus, allowing it to inspect, and the bloody Tyrannosaurus came to Jinyu's side first. Lower your huge dragon hand. After after sniffing his backpack. "Speak up again that you are qualified." This man responded to customs inspection. He actually let his royal pet hide the dragon egg in its belly. The next morning, the bloody Tyrannosaurus Rex arrived first by the side of GMI. A lowering dragon hand sniffed towards his backpack. "Speak up that you are qualified." Hu Hong's gains from this trip are obviously good, filled to large backpacks to the brim. The harvest looks like it's more than double that of Gmayu after passing the bloody Tyrannosaurus Rex inspection. Also qualified. Soon after there was a thud when they saw Su Wan take out that more lined. "You still need a much larger backpack." While Hong and Genie you to people, and the bloody Tyrannosaurus Rex couldn't help but widen its eyes. Su Wan saw the situation, can't help but smile. The bloodthirsty Tyrannosaurus Rex stared in awe just a little bit more than they did. After, the bloody Tyrannosaurus Rex extended its huge head towards the backpack that sensitive noses very keen seriously started showing off. While Hong and Gmayu saw the situation, immediately began to envy and hate. The two of them couldn't help but start praying that it would not be a failure, must be unqualified. Not long after, the bloody Tyrannosaurus Rex stood up straight side quietly. After a moment of silence, he just nodded his head. Although there are many ways to open the road, but still qualified. Well, Hong and Gmayu heard the sound suddenly exploded on this blocked. "This is unfair," and Su Wan helplessly spread his hands. She also does not explain. She couldn't help but feel secretly happy, and he kept it a secret. However, he felt this bloody Tyrannosaurus Rex not at all pursued the appearance of the two stolen dragon eggs. Could it be that bloody Tyrannosaurus did not spread this matter out? Otherwise, according to the bloodthirsty dragon triad, the degree of importance placed on offspring cubs. How could this be ignored like this? The bloody Tyrannosaurus Rex's next sentence, but made Su Wan's heart jumped wildly. "Summon all of your royal pets, including subdued in the secret place. I want to check if there is a scarf pet." As soon as he heard this, Su Wan's heart suddenly burst out with a curse. He thought he could get out smoothly. He immediately felt something was wrong in his heart, and while Hong had already summoned all the pets, in addition to the incorp, spaced in the bursting member in his pet, there was also a red pet. The forehead and cheeks of the young wolf each had a crescent-shaped pattern. After the bloody Tyrannosaurus finished looking, he immediately spoke. "Top-level dangerous blood moon demon wolf. Qualified Genie U." In addition to the black true blood scorpion and the poison flame red scorpion, there was also a small flying jade pet flapping its red wings flying beside him. After the bloody Tyrannosaurus glanced over, he spoke. "Top-level dangerous blood chasing mad bat. Qualified." But when the bloody Tyrannosaurus saw Su Horn's jade pet, he fell into silence. A very rare monster that could move, a strange creature that looked like a duck but had large wings. But green pet bloody Tyrannosaurus looked more and more frowning. While Hong and Gmayu saw the lizard tree, their faces couldn't help but darken. They commented, "Such a strange thing. Shouldn't it be unqualified?" The bloody Tyrannosaurus couldn't identify the identity of the lizard tree, so he had to stretch out his head and sniff the lizard tree, starting to sniff with his nose. At this point, Su Wan was already in a panic. He couldn't help but start praying secretly. Fortunately, the absorption technique attracted his attention. Please let me pass." Just then the bloody suddenly stood up. After thinking for a moment, he spoke again. "Lower grade plant shade beast. Although ugly, but I'll consider you qualified." The skill tattoo suddenly felt as painful as being pierced by thousands of arrows. It really hurts. He never thought that the word ugly would be used on himself. And Su Wan couldn't help but smile, coming down the heart that Krani mentioned to the peak. He immediately breathed a sigh of relief. It seems he passed. However, just then the bloody Tyrannosaurus suddenly glanced over at the dragon snake lizard with a belly as big as if it were pregnant for 10 months. The bloody Tyrannosaurus, his eyes larger than lanterns, actually hesitated for a moment. His eye was immediately attracted to the big belly of the dragon snake lizard. It feels like something unusual. He looked at the Vasily's belly several times. Immediately afterwards, the bloody Tyrannosaurus, his eyes began to look terrifying. A fierce and terrifying aura, slowly condensing on his body. The almost solidified the intelligence of the bloody Tyrannosaurus is not low. He immediately understood it. This guy has a stomach. Su Wan heard the sound and couldn't help but feel a tightness in his heart. His face changed. He suddenly felt that something was not right in his heart. Looks like trouble. It's going to be discovered. This man attempts to make himself a royal pet. Swallow the dragon egg into the abdomen. Remove it from the ruins. When the bloody Tyrannosaurus, seeing the eerie big belly of the dragon snake and lizard, immediately discovered the presence of dragon clan aura. When the bloody Tyrannosaurus Rex, since is the center of the child, tried quickly approaching the dragon snake lizard, the guilty dragon snake and lizard suddenly panicked, hastily bent down to block the huge belly, and the bloody Tyrannosaurus, watching the chubby belly of the dragon and snake playing happily, can't help but roar. My heart suddenly burned with anger. Still alive and powerful heartbeat. Powerful bloodline creatures. It must be our clan's young younger one quickly reached behind him, touching the amulet given by the teacher, unable to help but feel better in my heart. Using the amulet given by the teacher is also of no avail, even if you block the attack of the bloody Tyrannosaurus. Even killing the other party is useless. As soon as I think of this place, he couldn't help but tighten the amulet in his hand. At one time, he didn't know what to do. Su-won's brow couldn't help but furrow. No hit. The master opens the energy barrier of the secret place. I am not trapped inside and die if you kill the other party. Irritate the host for a season. It is also hard to escape death. At the same time, bloody Tyrannosaurus with a fierce big head suddenly rushing towards the attacking dragon and snake. He quickly guessed Su-won's purpose. This guy has a dragon egg in his belly. I actually deluded myself into thinking of using this method: take our tribe's young cubs and steal them away. Just as the bloody Tyrannosaurus wanted to carefully feel when the dragon snake inhales the breath of the belly, a familiar yet disgusting feeling emerged in his mind. So familiar feeling this seems to be that guy scent. He quickly recalled some past events in the Blood Soul ruins. The Tyrannosaurus family is extremely powerful above the bottom-most bloodbath dragon. It is the evolved form of the bloodthirsty Tyrannosaurus, the bloody Tyrannosaurus above the bloody Tyrannosaurus. There is also an evolved form of the bloody violent dragon hemorrhage bloody Tyrannosaurus Rex head ridge in the group. There are also 20 or 30 heads. However, the evolved form of the bloody Tyrannosaurus head ridge top horror bloody Tyrannosaurus lead the entire group with only 2 heads. Although the race has not evolved, but the strength has long since broken through. The racial bone structure reached an unimaginable level. He alone could probably rival the entire clan. That is a power level that cannot be compensated for by quantity. On the other hand, is the old chief of their tribe, mainly responsible for taking care of group fair and kind, deeply loved and respected. Just a short while ago, one head, the 8th-faced bloody Tyrannosaurus Rex, known as the strongest warrior of the tribe, created a disturbance. The strongest bloodthirsty leader of the dinosaurs, even if the race has not yet evolved into the bloodthirsty tyrant of the dinosaurs. Strength has already broken through. The racial bone structure achieved the level of the bloody Tyrannosaurus Rex. He is exceptionally gifted. No longer satisfied with the position of the strongest warrior in the tribe, even want to replace the old patriarch of the blood rampage dragon clan, competing for the position of tribal chief. Warrior Velociraptor's traditional aggression is nothing wrong, but he used despicable means in battle. Let the elderly clan leader, whose body is weakened by age, suffer heavy blows not yet healed. At the last moment, the strongest 8-point bloodthirsty Tyrannosaurus of the Bloodhead tribe still brought battle experience. Extremely rich old tribal chief. The 8th point of service is therefore hated by all the tribes and completely expelled from the ethnic group's habitat. I heard that guy was expelled by the tribe just in the far northwest of the Mideast, away from the habitat of the tribes. Occupied a large area of mountain forest and crazily hunt down the dragon race. Build a blood pool to nurture his offspring, attempting to make his descendants kill the he ethnic group. Seize the position of the chief. This bloody Tyrannosaurus leader, after failing to compete for the position of chieftain, began to hunt down dragon races frantically, just because he wanted to build a blood pool dragon spring to cultivate his offspring, trying to make the offspring killed back to the tribe to seize the position of chieftain. After the tribe's guardian deity prohibited the casual tearing of the blood pool dragon spraying, it has been a long time since a dragon dared to cultivate offspring in this way, but it must be said the blood pool dragon spring can indeed greatly enhance the combat potential of the offspring. With that guy's strength, the employee to break through the racial constraints. Each bloody Tyrannosaurus can only challenge the position of chieftain once in a lifetime. That guy has already failed, but his offspring may grow up differently and the chieftain's body can no longer withstand another cruel challenge. In that case, this human may have done a good thing. Thinking of this, the bloody Tyrannosaurus in 3 confirmed the breath in the belly of the dragon snake lizard. It was indeed the offspring of the strongest bloody Tyrannosaurus leader. His fierce eyes immediately softened. When Su-won felt this inexplicable change, he couldn't help but feel puzzled and unable to figure it out. Always feel a little strange. This guy wouldn't be plotting against me, right? And the bloody Tyrannosaurus left the dragon snake lizard, walking towards Su-won. At the same time, he secretly pondered, let this human take away the troublemaking offspring. Maybe those troubles will backfire on their master. After sorting out his thoughts, the bloody Tyrannosaurus suddenly stood up and said to Su, "What, there is only food in his belly, put it away. You have also passed the test." Seeing that the bloody Tyrannosaurus did not cause trouble for himself, although Su-won was puzzled, but also couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Both the man and the dragon couldn't help but raise their thumbs to each other to show respect. While Hong and Gmayu saw the scene, immediately felt suspicious. Gmayu's face turned black. Frowning, she said, "When did these two become so familiar?" And after thinking for a moment, while Han looked at Su-won seriously, and said, "No, when things go awry, there must be a demon. I must remember this. Go back and report to the gathering place." Soon a golden spacecraft suddenly opened. Golden light constantly gathers and spins. The teleportation port was also open to the size of one person. Then Gmayu landed first and Su-won carry in a backpack that is one size bigger than oneself closely follow, while Hong then jumped out together with him. The journey to the settling ruins is Jimmy you and HAHA and turned around and prepared to leave as soon as they came out and Su-won truly came out of the blood spirit ruins. She finally breathed a sigh of relief. She hadn't recovered yet. I heard a familiar shout coming from the side. Su-won quickly looked in the direction of the sound, only saw a person with gray temples. The face can be vaguely seen, young, handsome, middle-aged imperial teacher riding slowly on the sturdy back of the ice grinder. Su-won saw this person, unable to help but exclaim, "Chief Su, are you coming to pick me up?" Suka did not explain this further. He responded seriously, "Come with me first, urgent situation, we talk and joke on the way." Suku immediately manipulated the icebot mold to change direction. Su-won saw the situation, summoned the dragon, snake and lizard hastily riding on the back of a dragon. At the same time, he asked who is the most popular gang of bastards. Is there trouble again? Suka considered the speed of dragons, snakes and lizards. The footstep magic horse did not move very fast. Let the dragons, snakes and lizards easily catch up, not gone far. Suka then explained to Su-won, "You don't have to go back to the gathering place of the Black Lamp for now. Black Lamp gathering place encounters disaster tide, already surrounded by the disaster wave. We can't go in now. Even the base can't come out. So this is why they entrusted me to pick you up this man." It was not easy to finally get out of the blood spirit ruins, carrying a backpack full of treasures out, but now it is known that the gathering place is currently facing a disaster wave. Su-won heard the sound. Suddenly his face changed. What does the disaster tide represent? He naturally knows. Although in his short 18-year career, I have never personally experienced a disaster wave, but the gathering place is passed down from generation to generation. Memories and rumors about the disaster tide let him have a rough understanding of the disaster wave. Simply put, disaster tide is a kind of dangerous species are caused by a terrifying species. These dangerous creatures, driven by various reasons, gathered together and attack humans. Crazily, gathering places come in waves one after another unless all are extinct or defeated. Otherwise, never stop the attack. This formed a disaster wave gathering place of black lights. The recent disaster wave occurred over 30 years ago. The disaster tide has disappeared from this land for many years, to the extent that many people have already ignored the dangers of the disaster wave. He was able to succeed to the position of Castle Lord, also like the one decades ago. The terrifying disaster wave that almost wiped out the gathering place. In that disaster tide, not only the former Castle Lord died in the war against the disaster tide, still suffered continuous losses. Gathering place for almost all professional level spirit masters. The Black Lamp treasure itself perished. The last remaining professional level Imperial Master he also in that battle he was appointed situation, leading the followers under his command, the Imperial Teacher, and integrated all the remaining Imperial Teachers in the gathering place and resistance forces against the military. Turn the tide finally resisted the disaster tide. Due to his great contribution in the end with unparalleled personal prestige and personal strength, this was finally elected to the position of Castle Lord. Suka seemed to see the worries in Su-won's heart. He smiled. Do not worry excessively. This time the scale of the disaster wave is just in the middle compared to the massive flood 30 years ago. Not even in the same league. Su-won's face relaxed slightly. Once again, speak up this time. Lord of the castle, with your senior brother Chun Yen among the nearly 10 members of the Black Lamp Master team, with the 2 strongest Black Lantern Corps members attacking. The Master is currently heading towards the source of the disaster tide. Intend to permanently solve the disaster wave. Avoid larger scale disasters in the itinerary. Because of the detachment of supreme combat power, only then did the gathering place have its current strength. Not enough to quickly eliminate the tide of disaster. It has become the current situation of being under siege, but the Castle Lord is leading the Imperial Guards to track down the source of the disaster wave. The station troops of the for defense lines have already been ordered shrink back, retreat. All troops in the Black Light Tactics now all have already gathered at the gathering place of the city's defense wall. Rely solely on firepower can make most of the dangerous creatures in the disaster tide hesitant to move forward, can't make it to the city wall alive. Speaking of this, I was allowed to speak for a moment. Some low and deep only to station troops of the 4 major defense lines are withdrawn. It's a pity for those planters in the safe zone, harder and crops grown with hard work. Su-won heard the words. His face turned black. In my heart, I secretly thought it was not good. The plantation isn't my older sister in danger. As soon as Lei Su-won's face changed immediately, serious way, Chief Su, let's quickly return to the gathering place. He urgently wants to rush to the gathering place. Join the gathering place to defend against the disaster tide. And Saki's answer immediately makes you one extremely happy. Let's go check Naeem together now. The scattered Black Castle is outside the Imperial Palace. All received the call of the Castle Lord will gather in Chamonix. Prepare to rush to Black Candle Castle. Disaster tide is formed by dangerous species and terrorist species unless dead or defeated. Otherwise, the attack will never stop. To quickly return to Black Candle Castle to resist the disaster tide. Su-won quickly followed suit. Kota Hyam gather with other lawyers support together. The location of the blood spirit ruins in Black Lamp Castle. Although not not exactly opposed to chain them, but also far apart. Even the dragon, snake, lizard and icebot magical tool have amazing endurance day and night along the way. It takes at least driving. Metaphorically, favoritism acts as a mount for traveling. The difference in time spent driving is not much because you have to stop every once in a while. Let you chew on rest for a while and feed water to restore physical strength and endurance. Even the dragon, snake and lizard have amazing foot strength and endurance. Also, it's only a little more than driving day and night without stopping. During the first break, Suwon used the excuse of replenishing drinking water in a secluded thicket by the side of a small stream. Let the dragon and snake absorb, take 2 dragon eggs and swallow whatever is in your stomach. All vomited out. And then let the treasure hunting dragon beast found a good place that is not easily discovered hide the dragon egg inside. As for why to avoid Sui Hark, it's not that someone doesn't believe this respected elder, but he does not want to remove himself from the secret land of the blood spirit ruins for the time being. Rumor has spread about the sneak attack on the cubs of the terrifying species. As for the existence of any technology, Suwon did not hide or conceal anything. Instead, I gave Sui Hark a few pills fruit that can help the curling stone sharpener regain energy. At that moment even Sui Hark marveled. I have great expectations for this young man. Suwon still took the opportunity to give Suwon a lot of guidance. Of course, Suwon is not stupid. Let Sheen and produce energy fruits, special fruit and energy fruit, but a completely different existence. 2 people rushed along the road like lightning. On the second night, I finally arrived in Chamonix only under the high walls of Chateau de Chantilly. A large number of vehicles are parked. All these vehicles are armed with live ammunition. There are obviously personnel guarding above. Suwon looked at the one standing on the halfway up the mountain. Even though it is already night, the small town is still brightly lit. Can't help but sigh. I didn't expect to come back to Chamonix so soon. It seems the chain has turned into a military stronghold. Chen is now responsible for guarding Sophie Nicete at a glance. The highly skilled icebot magic sniper quickly shouted out at Su Shoshi, who has come back, quickly opened the door. Soon after a loud roar could be heard. Shiname's gate was slowly opened. Return to Chamonix safely brought Suwon back. He couldn't help but smile and said, let's go in and take a rest. Suwon heard the sound and quickly nodded. Immediately guide Launchy Creek to follow in the footsteps of the icebot demon horse. The 2 of them then began to enter the city gate. When Suwon approached the gate of Hyam, I felt a great difference. First came the atmosphere of solemn killing. Just at this moment, Suwon suddenly smelled a strange smell wafted through the air. He couldn't help feeling a little confused. Strange how there is such a smell. When Suwon followed the scent to look, the scene in front of him couldn't help but make his eyes widened. Shocked and horrified. What is the situation? Why so much raw meat only seen on the open space behind the gate pile up with various types of cut into large chunks. Most of them all are various processed, low-risk hazardous species body composition. Suwon is almost born. Do we need so many rations? Even if you add insect breeding, you won't be able to use it. This man rushed to the aid of Black Lantern Castle, continuously running and rushing for 2.5 days. Finally arrived at Chino. You can enter the city gate. A ground full of raw meat chunks. Suwon was immediately shocked by the scene. See Suwon's look of surprise. Sukut couldn't help but smile faintly, explained that the army has not moved grain and forage first. These are all essential for the launch of a big army. And Suwon became even more surprised when he heard this giant beasts need to eat specialized formula food can exert the strongest combat power. But these are just simple raw meats. Suku, however, did not offer much explanation but mysteriously turned around open mouth, who said it was food prepared for us and the jade insects. You will know when. Let's go before there are still people waiting for us. The screen turns. The government office is brightly lit at this time. Inside the hall, the temporary conference seats have already been filled with people and Suwon was also pulled over by an old acquaintance Shuayu. He sat down in a seat next to him. Take a seat at the position guarding the conference table. A person who looks to be of a certain age, middle-aged person, not much different from Suku. He is the chief lawyer Lawson of Haishu City. He put on the headphones. A crisp and decisive female voice came through the communicator. Chief Gao, this is the headquarters of Blackbird. According to the arrangements made by the castle lord, external support for this operation entrust you with full responsibility. And Suyu suddenly whispered to Suwon, that is a high dignitary professional lawyer, former director of operations of the Black Lamp legal team, now serving as the chief lawyer guarding the Blackbeard Castle. Suwon couldn't help but feel grateful. He really doesn't nurse, and as the chief of staff of the reinforcements gushing situation, he also didn't know what is the Blackbeard city in Schweitz's mouth. He does not understand. I haven't heard of Choi Eugene. Suwon looked completely confused. Can't help but smile. The core of Black Whisker City is among the many affiliates of Black Den Castle. The only town that produces energy crystals is the mining town of Mine Hill. This is also one of the reasons why Blankenberg has stood for 100 years. Gao Sun is the fierceman stationed at Haishu City. The man sitting next to him is called C.I. Up. He is a master of poison known as 100 Poisons Good. At playing with poison and jade pets, C.I. Up is also the entire entire gathering place for the Black Lights, one of the most professional level spellcasters. He wants single-handedly in a hostile force in the cleaning of the new Gene Energy gold mine in Quangyo Town. Lead a lineup of 6 super dangerous species, completely 7 low-level horror species that hit hard. This is almost a master without a tier Imperial Pact, the extreme limit of achievable strength. Suwon heard the words and paused. He was so scared that he turned pale. A super dangerous replay, completely 7 horror species and also 1. This is too strong. Just at this moment, Suka suddenly walked towards the 2 people who were talking non-stop. There is nothing to do, just go out and help move things, don't gossip here. Shoryu and Suwon, who were called out, heard the sound. Suddenly his face turned black. The 2 of them quickly stood up respectfully. The response is a hand-washing mat. Later Suwon and Suwon. He then arrived at the vehicle filled with chunks of meat, start up and down to cooperate in extinguishing the fire. Although Suwon is still very curious in his heart, other Imperial physicians in the meeting were also not good at asking more questions. After, Suwon suddenly asked Shoryu about the Black Lamp Castle. How are you now? How do I see they don't seem to be in a hurry? Chief Su Choyu then handed those hand to Suwon, smiling with a crooked mouth. It's no use being in a hurry. Large-scale group combat, the difference is very big compared to our small-scale battles. After all, you have to face the dampness. Be sure to set the tactical details. Although the tactics are very simple, but it is very important to grasp the timing and opportunity of the battle. The timing of the reinforcements entry, opportunity to gather and go out of the city for field battles, all need to grasp accurately. Anyway, they are masters. All are old rivers and lakes. Let's just listen to the arrangement. After Suwon finished explaining, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. Some curious inquiries are correct. Why didn't I see Black Chrysanthemum's sister with Brother Legion? Chaeyu couldn't help but sigh, smilingly explained that Linjin stayed behind in River Town. After all the metal deposits in River Town, it is very important to the gathering place of the Black Lamp. Must not fail. Suddenly Sueya's face straightened. He spoke seriously to Suwon back. You asked the castle owner about the tiger's death. Lynching's boy has always wanted to thank you. Just at this moment, outside the city gate suddenly came the sound of rumbling and booming. The 2 who were chatting suddenly were startled by the commotion, interrupted, unable to stop the work at hand, looking towards the city gate. When Suwon saw the giant bear roaring in the distance and the billowing smoke and dust behind him, Suwon was suddenly shocked by this change. Rolling up the smoke and dust of the mighty army quickly galloped to Chamonix, and in front of the bear skin army, a person wearing a black combat suit, a well-proportioned figure sitting upright on top of a huge black bear. When Suwon saw the appearance of that figure, CGI came in with a surprise exclamation. In these bear groups, the giant bear under Black Chrysanthemum is the most eye-catching, a body covered in deep brown fur, her amazing grand jury on the large head, a pair of lantern-like big eyes. It actually shines with a human light, clearly intelligent. This is the chief of the super terrifying species of grizzly bear forest. Shuryu glanced at that big bear, surprised to see the figure that is the owner of Grizzly Forest. Right. Suwon saw the situation, suddenly happy. I didn't expect to gallop in Black Den Castle this time. Even this mysterious presence hurried over. This seemingly ordinary giant bear. It turned out to be the master of the bear forest, and the combat power has reached the level of a special grade terrifying species. Watching the Grizzly Bear Legion brought by the Grizzly Bear chief of the forest, Suwon was full of confidence and rushing to support Black Den Castle. The Bear Legion that comes from the Grizzly Forest estimated to have over 1,000 war bears. Although ordinary battle bears cannot use energy, even the weakest stimulus cannot be considered a dangerous species, but even the weakest black bear weighs over return physical size and strength. It is also much larger than the average wild black bear. Gal Sun quickly brought a group of high-level reinforcements and greeted the Bear Legion, and he then fought against the Bear Legion. The largest giant bear slightly defends with respect to the respected lord of the Grizzlies. Welcome to your arrival. And the giant bear Wei pointed his huge head. He growled lowly at Gal Zun, transmitting to the high venerable through telepathy, expressed what he meant. Other people did not understand the giant bear's low growl, but the high venerable directly communicated with the giant bear's mind. But no, the other party is asking about the food situation of their war bear legion. Gal Zun quickly spoke up. The food is already prepared properly. We will distribute it soon to the bear tribe warriors who have come from afar. Schweitzu's face showed a fanatical expression on one side, serving as a piece of meat, explaining to Suwon while walking. Look at the owner of the Grizzly Forest. It is an 8-race low-level terrifying bear tribe leader. He paused, reveal a look of longing, speak again. But the lord of the castle the day after did to the level of special terror. The strength of the castle lord is truly beyond imagination. And Suwon looked orderly. A group of bears queuing to eat also couldn't help but look surprised. The grizzly bear skin can be made to be prohibitive. Just afraid of the owner of the Grizzly Forest not only has the strength of a special great horror species, still have quite a bit of wisdom. No wonder Sushoshi Inum will prepare such a big meat mountain. Just at this moment, a deep brown bear paw suddenly stretched out in front of Suwon, grabbed the box in his hand. Blood Blood and Su-won, the leader of the grizzly bear forest, actually walked up to me. Take the box away. Both couldn't help but fall into a state of stagnation at the same time. The blackened Horing suddenly leapt down from the leader of the grizzly forest, at the same time interrupting. You two big fools. Do you not mind carrying a heavy meat box? Just as the words fell, the smaller body of the black and orange, he actually lifted up someone bigger than him with one hand, all to one size larger. He also does not forget to use a playful look at Shuryu and Su-won. Shuryu saw the situation. The face turned black. Black Orange whispered that he didn't know where the opportunity came from. Surprisingly, he gained the recognition of the main heir of the grizzly forest. There is no end to the madness. Otherwise, the task of leading the war bear army this time. How can he get it? And Su-won couldn't help but show a happy expression after listening. Seeing old friends, the strength can be so greatly improved. Make him feel sincerely happy. And Heiju saw Shuiyu muttering non-stop, immediately grabbed his ears, who was chewing on their tongue again. The changes before and after. Suddenly, Su-won was greatly shocked. He couldn't help but secretly complained. Sure enough, only Sister Chugiak can handle the mystery of a Shuryu. This woman, he actually gained the recognition of the main heir of the grizzly forest, leading the bear army to rush to the rescue of Chinam. The bear army from the distant grizzly forest came with ample food, quickly recovered energy, and under the command of the lord of the grizzly spirit lurking on the hillside outside the walls of chateaus, Shane fall into a deep sleep. Yun Cinema will hold down all, shrouded in a huge snoring sound. But obviously the big battle is imminent. This night, Su-won definitely has no time to rest. The cause is the high command of the reinforcements. All support forces have already started preparing. Under Su-bika's arrangement, Su-won then followed by Black Jew, who was assigned a new task with Blood Rain. Two people arrived at the foot of Mount Shan Grizzly Bear Forest Army Base. A row of box trucks led by a team of martial law soldiers very quickly drive into a secret passage behind Char Nam, and their task this time, it is responsible for guiding this strange convoy. When the Black Bureau saw that all personnel were ready to go, he then spoke towards the team leader. Command all personnel, take your positions. Start unloading the truck. Black Bureau was responsive mind when in Grizzly Forest. For this type of management work, it appears effortless. Just as the words fell, the logistics personnel who had been waiting on the site for a long time immediately began to move quickly. Come up to the big truck. Those huge boxes, one after another, was unloaded. Just at this moment, suddenly there was a loud clang. A huge helmet made of steel suddenly fell from the carriage onto the ground. Su-won looked ahead. That doesn't look like a helmet prepared for humans. The helmet was so big that it was hard not to be amazed. Whose head is so big? Xuan couldn't help but shake his head in annoyance. Wave your hand and guess whose bad idea is this? And Su-won shot dies. The war bear army of the grizzly bear forest obediently walked to the center of the convoy and hate you and others mission tonight. Even if all these armors are replaced by the war bears, with the help of the chain and people, the war bear quickly put on special, just customized battle armor. The differences in size among very bears are not very significant. Therefore, the sizes of their respective armors naturally do not differ much. Successfully completed the dressing work. Just assemble the helmet, chest armor and other armor components, put on the body of a war bear and fix it securely even if it is completed. Looking at the cold light shining on the armor's blade, and the top is adorned with a spiral-shaped unicorn helmet. Su-won definitely has reason to believe these ordinary battle bears who have not yet mastered the use of energy after hanging the armor able to solo fight in the ultimate danger of maturity. Su-won looked at the fully armed grizzly bear. My heart couldn't help but be secretly shocked. Really awesome. Gave the grizzly bear a physical upgrade. While the giant bears are busy putting on armor, humans are not idle either. The command high level of the coalition forces, all support forces have already begun to prepare. This is a group of tough and thick-skinned people. The big grizzly bear with explosive close combat ability, able to face disasters. A group of senior executives still forcibly awaken. This group of grizzly bear EHRs without awakening ability armed to it can compete with the level of extremely dangerous species in maturity. The screen turns under the plans of Gao Zun and Sukru and other senior executives, including Hyam and Carol Hidge Castle. More than 10 vassal armed forces all gathered together. Finally gathered around Shaman's armored vehicles are 70 to 80 of them. In addition to this, there are also thousands of regular armed forces. According to 70 to 80 armored vehicles, each one is a complete 5-person combat team. This is an armored force of nearly 400 people. Finally, Gal Sun and others unified the statistics, gathered the support forces to chain them. There are nearly 2,000 people. After all, the reinforcements have been fully assembled. High Lord immediately shouted loudly towards the soldiers. Today we will respond to the signs of the Lord of the fortress. Various reinforcements are coming. Set off and straight to Black Lantern Castle. Break the siege of Black Lantern Castle through special psychic energy techniques. The words he originally spoke at a normal volume, but like an echo in an empty valley, ringing in the ears of each of the 2,000 people. Highly respected paws shout out again that the disaster tide has come home, is in imminent danger. The glory of our ancestors will protect protect us and lead us to victory." Just as the words fell, the soldiers immediately stood at attention and saluted, shouting unison and "Fight to the death without retreating, guarding the homeland, fight to the death. Guard the homeland with Gaza." I'm shouting for the entire army to set out these 4 characters. All reinforcement soldiers all began to run towards the long parked in the training ground on the vehicles next to each tactical team, and Su-1 followed. A soldier walked up to the only vehicle of the whole team. The Black Traveler light armored vehicle serves as a command vehicle, ensure the safety of the command center. It is also one of his dude lawyer. The man with a goatee gets on the car, immediately gave a standard military salute to Su-1. "Jean Sir Su-1. I am the temporary 4th team temporary captain of the 2nd tactical team. Wei, you will also be your comrade in the near future. I am very happy that you have come." Wei I then took out the map in his hand and began to explain. According to Chief Gao's plan, divided into 4 battle zones. High Chief and Chief Su. There will also be a deputy chief to form a high-level combat force cluster responsible for handling high-risk areas on the battlefield under 3 people. All the fighting power, this time divided into 4 tactical battalions. You're currently affiliated with the 4th Tactical Battalion and the accompanying lawyer of the 200th Tactical Team. Our main combat mission: assist the 4th Tactical Battalion tried to eliminate the living forces of the disaster tide. Su-1 listened to the tactical arrangements, and then in my heart, I couldn't help but start to ponder. Compared to the 1 typical team responsible for leading the Mechanical Legion to launch the main attack, surely my tasks should be much easier. Immediately, Su-1 understood the intention behind Su because arrangement. The raised seat put me in the safest position. According to the operational plan, the 4th Tactical Battalion is the weakest and least powerful in terms of strength and not yet fully staffed. The combat mission undertaken it is also the lightest of the 4 tactical battalions, only responsible for assisting and finishing off low health enemies. I hope this can go smoothly. This man set off with the army go to Edinburgh to help, but because of his status as the castle master's disciple, he placed in the safest team. Compared to human intelligence, types of dangers in a disaster surge, mostly relying on a kind of instinct, or it is intuition to engage in battle, and this instinct of avoiding the heavy and seeking the light not inferior to human tactical command. The castle lord Joe and led a quite high-end combat power go disaster tide trying to achieve a permanent solution. And Hohenzollern also adopted the means of contracting defense defend the city walls. The entire blackened bird castle was shrouded in darkness for a moment. All are surrounded by dangerous creatures. After the reinforcements set out, the bear army of the grizzly forest is finally setting out according to the operational plan. War Bear Legion will not be with the 2,000 reinforcements led by Gal Sun at the same time enter the battlefield, need to push step by step, join the front line and consume the living forces of disaster waves. After all, under the crazy pouring of firepower in the melee, it is very difficult to achieve bullets. The artillery fire does not harm these big guys charging into the enemy. According to the battle plan drafted by the high-ranking individuals, the mechanized legion will be the first to engage the disaster type, attracting the hidden in the tide of disaster advanced combat unit. The Imperial Guards will then take over and enter the center of the battlefield. Mechanized legions will be under the cover of the War Bear army straight to the point 5, finally killed to the bottom of the city wall, back against the city wall, form a comprehensive firepower network with the Blackbird garrison. And now I want to implement this battle plan. We must arrive at Black Candle Castle before dawn. Only fast marching can seize the initiative, can avoid a larger scale disaster tiger forming a momentum for reinforcements. After listening to Wei's detailed explanation, Su-1 couldn't help but fall into contemplation. Chatime is not close to Black Lantern Castle. If you want to go before dawn, only by crossing the danger zone is it possible to achieve. Just at this moment, the military vehicle is moving at high speed. Suddenly came a sudden emergency brake. This emergency brake suddenly interrupted Su-1's thoughts. Su-1 quickly opened the military telescope on the roof of the car, marching quickly, certainly because of encountering a dangerous species. When Su-1 looked ahead of it, a beast whose strength is no less powerful than the bloody ruins. That bloody Tyrannosaurus is an advanced terrifying species, complete 7 fear golem, exuding an extremely dangerous and strange aura, walking at the forefront of the entire army. Fear Puppet is extremely eerie ghost-type crossbreed, a terrible horror species formed by a mixture of spiritual energy. He is now slowly advancing towards the direction of the large army. Start walking. Su-1 saw the situation and immediately showed a look of horror. This level of pressure skill, those dangerous species groups have long been steered away on weekdays. Sure enough, there is a professional emergency bath attendant in charge. The danger zone of the past is no longer dangerous. Just at this moment, a head can actually withstand the Fear Puppet. The imposing giant bear of remote coercion suddenly emerge. He seems very dissatisfied with the appearance of the Fear Puppet, wants to make a move to attack the army. Su-1 looked through through the telescope can you feel the oppressed horror genre. After seeing the appearance of the giant bear suddenly felt a sense of fear that is a stimulating, terrifying ghost-faced moon bear. This is the first time to watch the game up close. The battle between horror species you need to observe carefully. Just at this moment, the fear puppet suddenly moved in response to the provocation. His eerie big eyes suddenly emitted red light staring deathly at the ghost-faced moon bear. At the same time he let out a creepy laugh. He suddenly unleashed some kind of unknown eerie ability. This powerful ghost-faced moon bearer is only for stimulating terror. Dare to shout at the high-level terror species. After the fear puppet unleashes its eerie unknown powers, this completely stimulating terrifying ghost-faced moon bear in the process of rushing suddenly froze for a moment. Fear puppet then opened that extremely eerie big mouth emitting sharp laughter that sends shivers down one's spine. At the same time the majestic dark red energy madness surged from him. This is exact can continue fear of death. After the fear of death light shoots out but ghost-faced moon bear's entire massive body, still like a giant rock, fall into a state of confusion and being at the mercy of others. Then the dark red death light straight from the big eyes of the grimace moon bear wear it in and come out from the back of your head. Immediately there was an earth-shaking scream, accompanied by a gush of ketchup. This strength enough to destroy the terror species of small gatherings perish in this eerie manner. And after Su-won watched the entire process he couldn't help but be secretly shocked. Scary ghost face moon bear until death. Unable to recover from the horror skill of the fear puppets, truly a ghost type phantom titan crossbreed advanced horror species formed by a mixture of spiritual energy facing opponents of the same terror level, also able to kill in one hit. The strength of Gao Zun seems to be stronger than I imagined. This also makes you one look forward to the upcoming big battle. Added a bit of con for the powerful intimidation of the fear puppet. The large army successfully crossed with occasional dangers and surprises to avoid the intimidating pressure of the fear puppet on the waves. The soldiers of Putuo are also affected. Fear Mo already been sent by the high priest to a distance of 1,000 kilometers from the main army. To deter the remaining dangerous racial groups, high respected also summoned to terrifying thunder hammer battle rhinoceros, not like an ordinary rhinoceros. Sharp rhinoceros horn like a blade. His forehead. Only one rhinoceros horn that looks like a giant warhammer, although not sharp enough. But this warhammer rhinoceros horn has some extraordinary destructive power. Every impact not only accompanied by strong impact kinetic energy, and it will also trigger lightning damage. And the advanced terror species thunder hammer battle suck. Then he was arranged by the high priests to walk at the end of the army for rectification, responsible for electricity afterwards. In this way, even in the oppressive present puppet, the remaining fish that escape the net also can avoid like a majestic fortress. The thunder hammer war absorber attack army just along the main road the army was approaching. When only the last 1/6 of the distance remains, Gao Zun suddenly picked up the walkie-talkie. Command all vehicles and personnel to pay attention and move closer. Tighten the car distance as much as possible. The next section of road, it is the most dangerous area to go to. Black Den Castle must pay very close attention. Be sure to ensure 0 casualties. Then Gao soon turned around suddenly. He asked Suku if he had brought everything with him, and Suka smiled calmly, means I'm doing something. Don't worry. Later Suka opened the roof wheels of the armored vehicle, quickly peeked out from the middle. He then suddenly raised the one in his hand. A ring shimmering with a peculiar light at the same time, all come up with a loud shout. Suddenly, 4 different streams of light just quickly flew out of the jade seal ring. That red light landed first lion with a body completely red like blood. Thunderously landed. Suddenly a roar in hull resounded throughout the entire area. And yellow flowing light. It is a golden double-footed flying dragon. It is a yellow sand dragon with dragon bloodline. The blue streamer is a completely blue body named as the unique jade pet Fong Chilean. That green flowing light is a humanoid jade pet, looks like a child but the body is very huge, is good at group attacks. Jade pet. See this scene, Su Wan's brow immediately furrowed. The expression became even more serious. These 4 royal pets plus the fear puppet and thunder hammer battle lizard. Now a total of 6 terrifying species have been summoned. How scary is it in front? Very soon the vanguard of 2,000 reinforcements slowly entered the most dangerous area in the mouth of the High Lord. After seeing the scene in front of him, Suwon suddenly pupils contracted, exposed the look of horror. A large canyon comes into view covered with rhomboid rocks, gravel and bunkers on both sides of the canyon. There are cliffs over 200 meters high, and the entire canyon is also covered with crystals. After a line of 3 tanks drove into the canyon looks extremely desolate. In addition to various large crystal mines, almost no signs of life can be seen, and Suwon looked carefully at those crystals again. A sense of unease immediately rose in my heart. Those crystals don't seem to be natural minerals. How does it feel? A bit strange. Just at this moment, the underground of the military vehicle that Su-won was riding in suddenly burst open. It seems like something is about to break through the soil. Then the entire canyon underground. It's like it's come alive. Wherever there are crystals, they swell rapidly. All I saw was a head covered in crystal thyroid glands. The giant monster that reflects fluorescence suddenly bursts out of the ground. This giant beast has a huge and ferocious head. head. There are tree roots of varying lengths growing on the head. Sharp corners and edges shimmer with a sharp light. With the first giant beast, the entire canyon giant beasts began to emerge from the ground continuously. This canyon is the territory of these terrifying giants. The giant beast sizes up the army passing through the canyon. There was no obvious hostility in his eyes, just silently watching. And Su-won is still in the telescope quietly watching the movements of the giant beast observed for half an hour. He probably has already guessed the species of this giant beast, just not completely sure yet. So one couldn't help but feel secretly surprised at this moment. Dangerous area near Heckenberg. How is it possible to have such a thing? I previously searched for information everywhere in Hedeby. I couldn't find any information. This army in front, there is a high-level terror fear demon escorting. After the advanced terror kind of thunder hammer war sacrifice, even the yellow sand dragon and the wind Kirin all summoned out. Protect the army, and all of this all just for to deal with the Yingchenglong tribe in the Relever and Jie Chang Lone. Just looking at the troops passing through the canyon, there was no obvious hostility, just silently watching the convoy move forward. However, Su-won never expected near the gathering place there would actually be such pre-sales. Su-won really couldn't help it. Through the car intercom dialed the 1st Tactical Battalion. We're showing you is located the intercom channel of the 1st Tactical Team. Just found out about this place. The original name of this plane is Yen Shot. The plane is the Fortress Lord Zhou he built 20 years ago. Unexpected discovery of the Rock Crevice Valley. The reason why it was not discovered apart from the relatively hidden location of this canyon, it is also because all those who have discovered this Grand Canyon before almost all die here. So under the nose of Haitao so many years have been hidden. The race of those giant beasts just now is called the Yingchenglong. Feeding on energy crystals, he is the ruler of the entire fiery plains. At first even the fortress owner Zhou he had distanced to Black Lamp Castle just over 130 kilometers away. There is actually such a terrifying group. Of course, the castle lord is the first to walk out alive and thoroughly conquer the top existence in this group. Yingchenglong himself is a super dangerous species above the ethnic group as the lower level terrorist species Heing Velociraptor. Even higher advanced horror species Genji War Dragon and the most top-notch top-tier horror species Ing Hunting Dragon. However, Ing Hunting Dragon once had a conflict with the castle lord Joa, establish a non-aggression pact. Otherwise even someone as strong as Lawson, he also did not dare to lead the army through here. Ing's Chenglong clan is very warlike, even with the restraint of the leader of the NG Fierce Dragon, also still full of aggression. Although according to experience these Ing dragons, it seems that he never follows the agreements made by both parties for safety reasons. Galzun still summons all his main forces. Used to deliver. Su-won carefully examined Yun Ji Chang Lone's features but couldn't help but analyze it. Good at eating energy crystals and good at fighting, carrying crystal back armor. This is not at all Yuing Jackie Chan. According to Long Dian's statement, this is clearly a rather rare dragon species. Golden Rock sits on a dragon on the list of imperial pets tamed by Su-won. It is one of the top 3 races, one of the best defensive royal pets. Su-won wants specifically access the books hidden in Black and Bird, investigated the relevant information about Salted Dragon and tried to inquire about relevant information, and unfortunately, nothing was gained. Su-won couldn't help but secretly start planning. Originally, Jin Yen sits on the dragon in Black Lamp Castle. It is called the Yingchenglong. It's really dark under the Black and Bird lamp. Get through this crisis. You must find a way to tame a whale Roxy dragon. However, at this moment, outside the car suddenly came the sound of dawn. Still immersed in contemplation, Su-won suddenly interrupted. This is a kind of imperial beast called the Startling Your Sitting Dragon. But it was Su-won who searched hard. One of the defensive pets that I really want to conquer. But just as he was planning how to get a head-turning dragon ride, but suddenly there was a bang don't sound. Heavy footsteps sound like intense drum beats, beating on the entire army. Closely observed the movements of this group of Genji Jackie Chans in the heart of people. Even Su-won sitting in the car, my whole body began to tremble with the sound. Feeling this sudden sense of vibration, Su-won couldn't help but from slightly and said, "This is bad. Is it going to start a fight?" At this time, several heads called the NG to ride the dragon and go around one more time. It is about 7 to 8 meters high. The NG War Dragon, over 10 meters long, slowly emerges. The mission of the reinforcements this time is to rush to Black Land for it never again along the Rift Valley, and these well-developed limbs simple-minded, and it gets a big battle causing unnecessary losses. Even if these few war dragons are highly respected and confident, there is also enough strength to deal with, but he did not choose to confront. Instead pick up the walkie-talkie and command the unloading. He couldn't help but silently pray to become the chief. "I hope this time you have brought enough things." Soon after, the roar of cars could be heard. A huge military truck appeared, quickly drive out of the convoy, coming to a disc. When the NG War Dragon is not far away. The truck quickly turned around, stopped the car suddenly. Then the huge carriage suddenly opened. Inside is a full car of shiny crystals suddenly poured out. In Battle Dragon, when I saw the crystals piled as high as a small mountain, unable to help but be stunned. Crystal is obviously an energy crystal, and it looks like it's the energy crystal from the NG. Three-headed rock and Battle Dragon immediately all stretch their heads. Stick out your big tongue, swallow all three pieces of rock energy crystals into your mouth. Chew, crush and swallow. Various humanized satisfaction is revealed. Immediately after you, John Long shifted his focus transfer to the delicious food in front of you. Completely ignore the slowly moving convoy. Gal Zun watched TNG battled the dragon while focusing on his meal. Immediately he took a long breath. He quickly spoke into the walkie-talkie command to start broadcasting quickly. After paying the toll, the convoy proceeded without pass through the territory of the amazing rock dragon, and there are no other dangerous creatures blocking the road ahead. The army marched quickly. Finally, around 4 a.m. reinforcements gaze at the Black Lantern Fortress. It can make people shudder. There are countless dangerous creatures under the city wall. A large dark wave of disaster gathered. In the disaster tide there are continuous roars and howls. The dangerous biological army that makes up the siege of the city. Various races. All races have, but most of them are on the Huey wilderness. More common races, however, the quantity is extremely harmful. Among them the animal and insect categories are the most numerous. Densely packed nesting sites can make trichophobia patients scalp numb. Surrounded by the Black Lamp Castle, the flood of water is unstoppable. There are occasionally powerful dangerous creatures suddenly towards the wall that is 2 to 3 meters high. Spray out streams of energy breath. Whenever this time the soldier is defending the city wall well, her area of morning attack sent to the gunfire overturn a dangerous species. Both sides come and go. It seems to have entered a standoff stage. The disaster tide did not crazily attack the city. The defenders also did not open fire fiercely. However, 2,000 reinforcements, the sound of hundreds of tanks roaring towards us. The disaster tide that has long attracted attention. The disaster tide which attacked the city carelessly, instantly angered a large area. The reinforcements rushed towards the army array. A giant wolf larger than an armored transport vehicle roared out of the disaster tide, followed by a dense pack of wolves and beasts. At the same time, in the leading command vehicle, suddenly an urgent alarm sounded. After High Priest pressed the connect button, and anxious voice immediately sounded, report to the overall commander in the 2 o'clock direction. There are 2 groups of disaster-type creatures attacking us, mainly insects and beasts. Among them, the 6-blade knife-spotted warn pose a greater threat. The 6-blade knife spider has 6 pairs of sharp knife legs similar in size to the tiger-toothed worm. The 6-blade knife spider and the tiger-toothed worm are leading a large number of insect and beast groups attacking the reinforcements from both sides. High Priest, however, remained calm. It's just a group of completely top-tier dangerous species, not a concern. Afterwards, High Priest suddenly grabbed the walkie-talkie and ordered the entire army to listen and take advantage of the disaster tide gathering. Lock onto the 50-meter area in front of the Black Castle wall. Anchor for support fire. Be careful to avoid affecting the city wall. Let's fight together with the garrison troops. He can't handle both ends. High Priest then turned around and spoke again to the group of soldiers. Lawyers and ground forces provide full cover. Mechanized forces have high firepower. Lock down the battlefield, ready to kill high-risk creatures at any time. The soldier is immediately responded in unison. Upon receiving the disaster tight support, battle officially began. Immediately after, the soldiers who received the order began to get busy quickly moving the position of the artillery. In just a moment, the artillery of the firepower unit was already ready, targeting the dangerous species. Looking down from above, you can see the Xed worm flowing like a black tide rushing towards the reinforcements, and boom boom boom. The sound of small caliber vehicle mounted artillery instantly rang out, deafening, and High Priest seized the right moment, immediately picked up the walkie-talkie, shouted to the entire army to open fire. The terrifying disaster tide made people shudder. The powerful dangerous creatures continuously bombarded the city wall. Under the walls of Black Castle, a large black massive disaster has gathered. 2,000 reinforcements have just arrived near Hindenburg. We were immediately attacked by tiger-tooth insects and wolves. With a deafening roar, a large wave of disasters felt like we'd been harvested by a single slaughter. Like a meat grinder has begun, but only limited to weaker stimuli with low to moderate risk. A huge creature with an unfathomable deep breath from the continuous plundering of the army of disasters blocked the charging herd of beasts and insects. These huge creatures blocked some firepower from the disaster tide, especially when these fires hit these huge creatures. It's completely insignificant. These huge creatures, they have the same name that is called a horror species. Suwon saw the situation, heart suddenly tightened. Because of the incoming disaster wave having an astonishing number of horror species, conventional firepower simply cannot have an impact on terror species. species, and Galzoon obviously is not prepared to let these terrifying species easily destroy one's strongest armor strength. Skilled and group attacks. The fear puppet immediately activate the 7th level cultivation ability. The weary lightwave. The battle situation of the Su-1 ship has been turned around. Suddenly Have Mundar took action. At the same time, after the fear puppet casts the fatigue light wave, Wind Demon Eye also quickly brewing their own wind system group functional agents. Su-1 saw the situation. Do not start analyzing the war. Moreover, first use the tired light waves to hang up the deceleration effect. Use the group damage skill of the Wind Demon Eye. Deal damage. Just the other party is not easy to mess with. Just at this moment, a huge terrifying Kurtzberg suddenly opened. That ferocious huge mouth purple lightning suddenly shot towards Puma's eyes. Su-1 saw the scene. At that moment, I thought to myself, indeed, advanced horror crowd sensitive combat perception not weaker than human command. They want to disrupt the Wind Demon skill. Just as the purple lightning was about to strike down, the tough and thick-skinned Thunder Hammer fights in the west suddenly rushed to the front of the fear puppet, and Wind Demon Eye use level 5 enlightenment ability defend Thunder Fortress. The next second a thunderous lightning. It hit hard on the protective cover of the Thunder Fortress. As the smoke dissipates terrifying lightning, but it didn't break through the defense of the Thunder Fortress. The Wind Demon's eyes are still rapidly charging up the group attack skill. Su-1 silently watched the scene from a distance. Unable to control my emotions. Is this the strength of a perfect Jade Pet lineup? A Thunder Hammer lizard specializing in defense cooperate with 2 astonishingly powerful Jade Pets. The fear puppet also has controlling abilities easily accomplished, blocked more than 10 terrifying species. Su-1 only realized this at this time. A complete pet lineup, the increase in power that the Royal Lion can bring. Just at this moment, Fomo's eyes let out a loud roar, the light green orb in his hand. Already stored power completed. The next moment the Wind Demon's eyes landed heavily on the ground. The location of the disaster suddenly erupted with a roar. The entire area. All were hit by this extremely powerful potion. Covered within the Dallas Zoo and decisively picked up the walkie-talkie command. All Imperial physicians, summon your pet to join the battle. This mature dragon snake lizard finally arrives. He won his first prolonged battle. Just now, Galzoon dealt with the terrifying crowd in the disaster wave. Order all Imperial teachers to summon their Imperial pets to join the battle. After High Priest once again began transmitting instructions over the intercom, guardian of the Royal Pet Fan underground warfare, please be sure to protect the mobile task force. In an instant hundreds of precious Jade Pets suddenly appeared, charge forward along with the tank, and Su-1 also summoned the Dragon Snake Sect, the 4th Tactical Battalion where Su-1 is located. It's going to be a lot easier, but easy is just a little facing a fierce and massive wave of disasters. This is bound to be a protracted war. Mobile units, large caliber artillery, although unable to stop the high-end combat power in the disaster type, but it can effectively kill mediums or as creatures to save more energy for the reinforcements, increase the chances of winning the protracted war. Surround the mobile units, artillery and firearms in the center. After holding back the enemy's high-end combat power, this formation turned into a battlefield meat grinder. But controlling only ground forces is not enough. Air power and subterranean creatures in the tide. I will never let this meat grinder exist. After Galzoon analyzed the battlefield situation, he spoke to Su-1 and others again. The next battle we must be the ones to take action as aspiring teachers on the go. Immediately, High Respect once again issued the order to hold the mobile position. Take out those enemies in the air and underground. The tank quickly encounters favor. The dangerous creatures of the disaster wave collide instantly. The cruel slaughter began like a meat grinder underground. Many-legged insect-like creatures quickly emerged. These dangerous creatures keep spraying acid, flying bat-like creatures in the sky, then throw explosive devices. Lots of meat. The battlefield suddenly became chaotic. The dragon, snake and lizard are on the outermost periphery of the array, continuously attacking the dangerous creatures that are constantly attacking from all directions. As the top dangerous species of today's mature dragons, snakes and lizards, it has long become an astonishingly destructive behemoth with amazing physique and strength. Even the mature high-risk species, it is also very difficult to block the attack of the dragon, snake and lizard's dragon claw attack. The soldiers kept pulling the trigger. The intense sound of gunfire is incessant. The cruelty of war is vividly displayed at this moment. After dealing with a batch of dangerous species, the soldier quickly thanked Mr. Su. Fortunately, your dragon, snake, lizard is an ally. However, at this moment, Su-1 suddenly startled. The disaster tight in the distance seems to have shown abnormal movements. Su-1, who was extremely sensitive beyond ordinary people, I immediately sensed the danger. The pupils entirely. He immediately exerted force with his hand. Push away the soldiers next to you and take a look. Avoided this wave of dangerous sneak attacks. Su-1 saw the situation. My heart suddenly felt a sharp increase in pressure as the dragon and snake revealed their true colors, being targeted. Also, fortunately, before Gazan asked me to come over here, just happened to save the soldiers on this side. side, just shocked as ahead. Its size is only a few sizes smaller than that of dragons, snakes and lizards. Bloodthirsty crocodile. It is a stage of growth that has reached full maturity. Top danger. Suwon quickly helped the soldier up at the same time, and start analyzing secretly. Bloodthirsty crocodile tiger born with lean bones and ruggedness. Even if you eat a lot of food, nor can it make the body stronger. This is a gene rooted deep in their blood, but under the visible bones of this giant beast's body. But it contains terrible power. Although the bloodthirsty evil tiger is completely settled, but his defense has slept, belonging to the second tier. Top combat power can deal with. Immediately, Suwon issued combat instructions towards the dragon, snake and lizard. The dragon, snake and lizard create distance. Use a kite with evil intentions. Don't compete with him in strength. Dragon, snake and lizard attack the guy who tried to ambush their owner. I already very much dislike. Upon receiving the command, the dragon, snake and lizard immediately rescued the axe from under the use the enlightenment to unleash the power of the mind. The firing speed of the Illusion cannon is extremely fast, and the power is no less than a cannonball. The bloodthirsty tiger is unavoidable, only had time to avoid the vital points. The body was hit by evil thoughts cannon. The dragon, snake and lizard saw the situation. Eyes reveal contempt. He immediately began to condense malignant energy. I have no intention of letting go of this bloodthirsty tiger easily. The next moment the bad habit can suddenly launch. The dragon, snake and lizard quickly fly under the bad habit, rapidly charging towards the bloodthirsty evil tiger. In the blink of an eye, the speed of the dragon, snake, lizard sword rushed to the front of the bloodthirsty crocodile tiger. Just about to take down the bloodthirsty crocodile tiger, suddenly leapt up. He fiercely slammed into the belly of the dragon, snake and lizard, but dragon, snake and lizard were instantly not flying by a huge force, immediately followed by a loud roar. The strength of the bloodthirsty crocodile tiger is famously great. The dragon, snake and lizard were caught off guard. He suffered a big loss immediately. Immediately afterwards, the bloodthirsty tiger looked up to the sky angrily and roared. A few pairs of blood-red eyes immediately appeared in Suwon's line of sight. Suddenly, he is a guy who looks exactly like a bloodthirsty tiger. Suwon saw the situation. Suddenly the pressure surged. Added 4 heads at the one that he injured. 5 heads. Bloodthirsty tiger, if you can't beat them, spare them. This bloodthirsty crocodile tiger looks emaciated, but it is the stage of growth that has reached completion. Top 7 dangerous species. Even the dragon, snake, lizard, which is several times larger than it, can't compete with it in terms of strength. But there is more than one powerful bloodthirsty crocodile and tiger. There are as many as 5 in the battlefield. Bloodthirsty crocodile tiger is a beast-type crocodile, vampire and werewolf. Dangerous species. Graceful figure, extremely fast and possesses incredible strength. 5 heads coming up only increase the pressure on the dragon, snake and lizard, even if the defense of the bloodthirsty crocodile tiger is weaker. Approaching full maturity. Bloodthirsty crocodile tiger. It's not something that can be solved in just a few moves by dragons, snakes or lizards. Only saw the dragon, snake and lizard fiercely step on the ground. The earth cracks open with the rapid blessing of the monitor lizard. He is like a cannonball, suddenly rushed towards one of the bloodthirsty tigers. In the process of rapidly approaching the bloodthirsty crocodile tiger, the dragon, snake and lizard quickly extended their massive claws. At the moment when the dragon claw grabbed the bloodthirsty evil tiger, suddenly the dragon power energy emerged. Dragon power tears in an instant. The bloodthirsty tiger faced the dragon, snake and lizard with this blow almost unavoidable. He immediately was struck by this claw containing majestic dragon power. Give a hard slap. Face many enemies alone and the enemy is not weak. But dragon, snake and lizard also dare not linger in battle. After a set of combos is used, hastily flew back to Suwon's side. Suwon couldn't help but feel the pressure suddenly increase. This is not a boxing ring. Although the recovery ability of dragons, snakes and lizards is amazing, but exchanging injuries for injuries directly hit the disaster type biological under the arms. The bloodthirsty tiger has a naturally cohesive nature, will definitely be triggered by this blow to unleash the butter. The wounded bloodthirsty tiger, sure enough, completely angered his other 4 companions. The bloodthirsty tiger, ready to pounce, continuously start to approach the dragon, snake and lizard. I plan to tear it up. The dragon, snake and lizard, however, showed no signs of panic. He suddenly raised up that huge head, suddenly took a deep breath. After the dragon and snake suddenly let out a deafening roar. This is die-hard dragon scale roar. Is dragon's 4th level awakening ability different from the dragon's roar? Warhammer emphasis on the collective ability to withstand micro impacts. Bloodthirsty tigers facing the sudden and terrifying pressure of the dragon, snake, lizard without any precautions. Everyone was caught off guard. The powerful artillery fire then thundered down the bloodthirsty tiger, who hasn't come back to his senses yet. Suddenly they were all blown up one after another. See successful sneak attack. Suwon quickly jumped out of the armored vehicle. At the same time, urgently command me to dragon, snakes, lizards. You both quickly and settle it quickly. Immediately after that, Suwon immediately issued instructions to Wei. You intend to have the Black Ops equip heavy weapons on armored vehicles and assault vehicles. Focus fire on the 2 bloodthirsty evil tigers on the far left. Leave the rest of the dragon, snake and lizard. And Wei Yan immediately stated that he would ensure the completion of the task. The chariot formation then began to contract 1 black Humvee armored vehicle plus 3 artillery. Assault vehicles ignoring other dangerous creatures fire at the bloodthirsty tiger on the far left. The roaring sound was incessant for a while for vehicles continuously outputting. 5 heavy weapons. Those 2 bloodthirsty crocodiles were instantly blown up fiercely. The pressure was immediately relieved by long sharpness. This dragon snake lizard takes on 5 enemies at once. A move of dragon scale roared directly intimidates the whole field, and his master quickly seized the opportunity. Continuous bombardment of artillery helped dragon snakes reduce stress. The dragon snake and lizard saw the bloodthirsty tiger besieging him. Under the attack of artillery fire already dispersed, he immediately sprung into action. To other bloodthirsty crocodile tigers pounced quickly in the morning. Dragon snake lizard at the moment of the instant burst speed of the crocodile lizard flying potion. Within 1 or 2 breaths he rushed to the side of the bloodthirsty crocodile tiger. At the same time, used the gun stab bombardment on the bloodthirsty crocodile tiger. Large area of land thorns thoroughly blocked the direction the bloodthirsty crocodile tiger was trying to evade. The dragon snake and lizard seized the opportunity keenly. One claw will take out one of the bloodthirsty crocodile tigers. Press hard on the ground. Friction started at the same time. Hai Sun watched the performance of the dragon snake and lizard through the screen, unable to help but exclaim in admiration. The lord of the castle received this disciple this time. It's really amazing. It can actually make the jade stit's wild instincts and use tactics to perform combination techniques. Suke and immediately laughed out loud. Start praising that this kid is really good at first in my bear forest. It surprised me if it weren't for his most fiery formation. They really would have succeeded. Just didn't see usually such a gentle child actually so fierce on the battlefield. Watching Su Won continuously shoot dangerously without any sense of caution, Sukut couldn't help but comment, this kid is really. However, at this moment, on the screen inside the armored vehicle suddenly flashed a few red markers. Suku immediately felt something was wrong, and Gazan seeing this couldn't help but solemnly say something is coming after Su, because saw the direction of the markers couldn't help but frown. It was actually heading towards the kids who won. At the same time, the body size was much larger than the dragon snake lizard, about 2 to 3 meters high, over 15 meters long. Like a medium-sized trot and tapir-like creature, the densely packed insect race swiftly swung its body, swimming towards the position of the dragon snake lizard. Along the way, not only were assault vehicles not flying, even the dangerous creatures of the disaster tide camp, who knows how many, were crushed, and Suwon, who had been silently observing the battlefield around him strong, couldn't help but be shocked. 1,000-foot steel armor. This is a low-level terror species. How could it come this way? However, just as Suwon was in a great hurry, Gazan's voice suddenly came from the intercom. Suwon, focus on the enemy. I will let the fire sex wrath flame shield protect you. You must remember the battle of the disaster tide is different from before. There are many higher-level dangerous creatures hidden in the disaster tide, specifically waiting to assassinate human high-end forces. Different dangerous creatures. It is even more difficult for human high-end forces to come. Once there is no deterrent from high-end forces, humans will undoubtedly be defeated. Take action, but be extremely cautious. Just as the voice fell, a roar came from afar under Galzun's command. A fire sect wrath flame master who was originally fighting with the disaster type camp, a completely low-level terror species, very quickly defeated the opponent. Then the fire sect wrath flame master quickly rushed towards Su. One side, all the dangerous species blocking the way were simply unable to stop his footsteps, were all locked away on the spot. This is the ultimate terrifying fire sex fury flame lion, ready to intercept the 1,000-foot steel armor. The fury flame lion of the fire sect with no way forward hadn't run far in the distant army of disasters. Unexpectedly, 2 terrifying flying creatures flew out rapidly, pursuing the fury flame master of the fire sect with the momentum of the Chang family. Seeing this, Gazan suddenly chuckled, but his eyes were cold. Have you started using aerial power? Come out, Thunder Demon Eye. As soon as the words mysterious magic array suddenly appeared, countless flashes of lightning shot out from it. The powerful thunder wave instantly swept the entire field. Only a huge figure wrapped in lightning appeared in the sky above Gazan's command vehicle. This figure looked somewhat similar to the Wind Demon Eye, but the gender was different, and the aura was much stronger. Seeing this, Suku hastily patted Gazan's shoulder, reminding old Gao, you must be careful. Aerial power is deadly to mobile units. We must not let them rush over. Galzu naturally understood the importance of this. Under his command, the Thunder Demon Eye suddenly raised his hand. Countless lightning chains immediately shot towards him. The palm with lightning patterns quickly gathered. The majestic thunder energy quickly condensed into shape. A huge thunder spear over 10 meters long instantly appeared in the hands of the Thunder Demon. In the next moment, the thunder spear rushed towards the 2 flying creatures, flapping their wings, heading towards the fury flame master, shooting out immediately. To miserable cries were heard. The thunder spear directly pierced through them, watching them flying in midair like a thunderous demon god, the terrifying figure constantly manipulating thunder to slaughter living beings. Su Won couldn't help but mutter, is this the strength of Gaussian's first main force? However, at this moment, the ground under Su-won suddenly trembled violently. Even the armored vehicle was lifted up. The ground cracked instantly. It seemed like something was about to break through the soil. Seeing this, Su-won suddenly felt a sense of unease. Oh, no. Aerial power was just a distraction. The real killer move is underground. Judging from this movement, it's an advanced horror species. In order to protect the targeted Su-won, this Thunder Demon Boy, it's a full blow as soon as you take action. Although he killed 2 blockers in one move, supported flying terror species, Casa 1, however, found that the aerial power was just a facade. The advanced terror species has already around. At the same time, the place where the armored vehicle firepower unit is stationed, the ground suddenly rolled up waves of fixed smoke. Suddenly, a sharp sound came from beneath the ground. The terrifying and ferocious roar echoes throughout the entire battlefield, immediately followed by several bodies over 100 meters long. Like a gigantic centipede-like terrifying creature suddenly emerged from underground. At one time, the whole army immediately being slaughtered by these terrifying creatures. These ferocious creatures, it is a high-risk species of warty beetle, and the body size has already reached the level of complete nesting. Only saw the ground. Yes, suddenly opened a terrifying huge mouth. Crimson liquid gushed out suddenly. That is his 7th level enlightenment ability to calculate sour juice. And the armored vehicle that was sprayed directly at a visible speed, it rapidly melts away. Ordinary people are already armored vehicles. It is impossible to stop this group of advanced dangerous species. The whole army suddenly fell into a desperate. If there is no support, it won't be long before they are wiped out. The ground ward bug, after destroying an armored vehicle, not satisfied. The crimson eyes quickly locked onto the next target. At the same time, Su-won looked at the ground. Wart bug is currently continuously ravaged, unable to help but think it's not good. This is bad. This way continues. The excited army is completely finished. Dragon, snake and lizard, please go help. Su-won's face is getting uglier and uglier, different from the master. Once the excited army has breached, all the soldiers present today have only one outcome, that is death. Su-won thought of this, suddenly felt a sharp increase in pressure. The only sorcerer who can support around here is myself. However, at this moment, splattering red cranberry juice everywhere suddenly landed on the bodies of dragons, snakes and lizards. Soon, the sorrel turned into a mass of bright red smoke quickly dissipate, and the bodies of dragons, snakes and lizards behind a shallow imprint. The strengthened scales have not been penetrated by corrosion. Su-won saw this. I immediately made a decision in my mind, must take them back. Protecting them as the mission of the Jade Lion. Following that, Su-won used mental energy as the foundation, converted into mental energy display the mind technique dragon scale armor that can increase defense. Just at this moment, suddenly, a high and dignified voice came from the walkie-talkie. Everyone, disaster tide. Current I can do just withdraw the high-end combat power within the disaster tide. Ensure that you are not killed by a terrorist attack. This is an almost endless war of attrition, and no matter you and me, this battle is destined to have casualties. Please let go. Sure way. After that, Gazan paused for a moment. Once again there was a loud shout from everyone that today we will be in the nursery rhymes of future generations. The body is upright,
and their names will stand as a testament to their ancestors' glory. The narrator says all the masters wear fluorescent lights on their bodies to assist the beasts. With their full strength, and their figures in the crowd resemble stars shining in the night sky, many species approach them. Heng says that he and Suyu cannot hold back this terrifying species, not even with the dragon, snake, lizard. The centipede moves toward them to attack. Just then Heng turns at the sound of movement, and sees Ju arriving with the grizzly bears who sit ready for battle. He exclaims that it is Sister Ju and the war bears, and they are saved. The grizzly bear moves to attack the centipede, tearing off its legs in a single strike, while the other bears begin attacking the surrounding species. The narrator says that from midnight to early morning, and from early morning to dusk, Gao Zun, Su Heng and their entourage, together with the defenders of Black Lantern Castle, crush more than 2 lakh dangerous creatures. At last, when the fiery sunset is about to fade, the terrifying battle finally ends. The narrator adds that, as for Black Lantern Castle, 3 of its walls are broken, 20% of the city's civilians are affected, and more than half of the tens of thousands of allied troops assembled from Chanam will remain in this scorched land forever. The narrator says that when they entered the war, there were nearly 100 people in the army, but only 39 survived to the end. After this war, it will likely take at least 2 to 3 years for Black Lantern Castle to recover. The crisis, however, is also an opportunity for growth, as every corpse of a terrifying species is a valuable asset to any gathering place. The narrator explains that flesh, fur, scales, bones and other parts are all excellent materials for crafting rare and unusual items. If Black Lantern Castle can fully absorb the benefits brought by this war, it is bound to achieve a higher level of development in the future. The scene shifts to the animal taming sanatorium, where a high-level dangerous species, the light pink flower, together with Sister Lan, uses their power to heal the dragon snake lizard. Hung sits nearby on a chair and remarks that the dragon snake lizard seems to be enjoying the treatment. He tells Sister Lan that her beast is remarkable, and that in the future, if the dragon snake lizard is injured, he will come to her for help. She smiles and agrees, though she notes that the light pink flower may be a bit small. The light pink flower continues healing the dragon snake lizard. Just then, a man enters the room, and tells him that Master Hua has summoned him to the inner fort's meeting hall, where the lord of the fort is present. Hung asks whether they have found the origin of the disaster. After a while, Hung stands at the doorway of the room and notices Ju standing outside. He asks the master if he has returned. Ju turns to him and confirms that he has. Everyone gathers around, and Ju remarks that since everyone is present, it is time to get down to business. He explains that during the time they set out to investigate the source of the disaster wave, they encountered something unusual. Hung, holding his chin, repeats the word something unusual with curiosity. He recounts that at that time he had been tracking the source of the disaster wave with his senior brother, Chao Nian. They had discovered an abyss resembling a massive mouth lined with fangs nearly a kilometer wide and hundreds of meters deep. Within it, there appeared to be traces of movement from a mountain-like creature. They descended into the abyss in search of it, but found no sign of its presence. Just as their frustration grew, they sensed spiritual waves emanating from deep within the abyss and continued downward until they reached its very bottom. There, they encountered dozens of terrorist species and a vast number of dangerous species guarding clusters of strange, writhing maggots. These maggots were entirely black, their bodies covered in holes. Each hole released threads of spiritual energy controlling the disaster wave like a puppet and directing it to attack the Black Lantern Castle, as well as several other major gathering places. He explains that those giant maggots are not particularly strong, except for the hard defensive shells of their bodies, which are comparable to those of super-terrorist species. In addition to their spiritual attacks, which rival the spiritual systems of top-tier terrorist types, they possess no other notable abilities. He says that together, they eliminate all the dangerous creatures at the bottom of the abyss. And in the end, he brings something back. He produces a spherical object, and states that this is it. He places it on the table, and everyone observes it closely. Hung, startled upon seeing it, feels a sharp pain in his head and recalls the book radiating golden light. Thoughts flash through his mind. Disaster Nest, thousands of years of extinction, Twilight City, humanity's last hope and the beginning of the olden days. Only through annihilation will new life emerge. Everyone around begins calling out to Su Hung, who slips into the world of his mind. Master Ju calls him again. He opens his eyes abruptly, visibly shocked. Ju asks what just happened to him, and helps him to his feet. Hung replies that he is fine. Master, perhaps it is simply because he has been a little tired these days. He has remained constantly on guard, holding his breath, and when he saw that the master had returned, he felt such relief that he could no longer hold on. Ju places a hand on his shoulder and tells him that this time it has truly been hard on him. He instructs him to go back and rest, assuring him that if there is anything else, his senior brother or sister will inform him. Hung walks toward the door, thinking that he still cannot believe the ancient dragon scripture actually originates from the future, from the final battle, marking humanity's destruction, and that the beast egg is not the true source of the disaster wave at all. He reflects that this is merely the beginning of that era, and that these eggs, whose true name is Disaster Nest, never appear alone. Noticing a time clock on it, he mutters that this marks the beginning of the darkest era of mankind. The narrator explains that the nest is a dreadful war weapon created by beings known as taboos. Once hatched, the nest becomes the colossal creature the master had failed to locate at that time, capable of producing a continuous stream of dangerous creatures by consuming vast amounts of spiritual energy and resources. Unlike natural reproduction through male and female mating, the nest is an artificial creation. An army born from it does not require growth. They emerge fully developed, unafraid of death and utterly obedient to the will of the nest. The narrator explains that what is even more fatal is that this type of manufacturing requires an extremely short time. The maggots the master exterminates are merely a creation known as split brains, nothing more than tools used to control dangerous creatures under their command. The future to which the ancient dragon scripture belongs is ultimately destroyed by the nest. Later, Hung punches the wall and curses under his breath. Holding his head, he wonders how he can possibly tell this to the master, and how he can explain that as a newly appointed writer, he knows all of this. He is startled as he recalls the master's wound and realizes that the injury on the master's hand is a serious matter. The cause of such damage should be the nest chamber that encases the eggs. He secretly notices a dark aura spreading from the wound on the master's hand. The narrator says that the nest chamber functions like a womb, enclosing the eggs and generating a special type of energy to incubate them. While the chamber's direct attack power is relatively weak, the special energy it produces to nurture the disaster nest eggs is a potent enhancer for the nest itself. However, for human riders, that same energy acts as a lethal poison. The narrator explains that once this energy penetrates the bloodstream, it begins to corrode it. This strange energy is composed of a fusion of various forces interwoven with soul, life and death energy. It continuously erodes the rider's vitality until death. According to the records of the ancient dragon scripture, an ordinary person would perish within 1 or 2 months, a disciple could endure for up to a year, and a professional might survive for 2 to 3 years. The method for removing this energy was not discovered until 10 years after the disaster nest was first identified. Hein, holding his chin in thought, says that if he sells all the bloodline incense along with his savings and contribution points, he might be able to acquire the materials necessary to craft the antidote. Stepping forward with urgency, he declares that they must begin by saving the master and changing the future. The scene shifts to the black light gathering place within the bustling market. The narrator explains that for 2 entire weeks, Su-hein has been executing his plan to save his teacher. With each passing day, his anxiety grows, for even a single day's delay in addressing this strange energy would cost teacher Ju a month or 2 of his life. The narrator says that Su-hein first sells all 68 bottles of bloodline incense at a discounted price, including the large bottle he once used to store the mother liquor. He keeps none for himself. He also parts with several rare materials he had retrieved from the ruins of the Blood Forest. His total earnings amount to 23.05 million steel grams, an undeniably vast sum. However, the narrator adds it is still insufficient. In the end, Su-hein borrows heavily from every possible source, ultimately amassing 30 million steel grams. With this, he acquires 2 complete sets of materials, but the first experiment is ruined, leaving only 1 remaining. Later, Hein enters a shop and pleads, explaining that he has gone bankrupt, possessing only 2 sets of materials, and that to fail again would be an unbearable injustice. The narrator notes that this strange energy is the most difficult to neutralize, because it contains both life and death energy, 2 forces that are inherently incompatible. The solution lies in transforming their mutual repulsion into a state of mutual promotion. After decades of experimentation, the optimal ratio has finally been discovered. Hein mixes a solution and murmurs that it is about to happen. He says that next, the potion must extract energy from the pebbles at the fountain of life and from the fingernails of the soul witch. He drops several pebbles into the mixture. The solution explodes, and he is startled by the sight. Picking up a crystal formed from the reaction, he asks whether it has worked. Meanwhile, the top dangerous species known as the spoon goblin is preparing soup while Hein watches him secretly from the doorway. He thinks that the teacher's daily meals are prepared in the castle's private kitchen, and that the chef is his pet. The spoon goblin may not possess significant combat power, but it is a rare creature with extraordinary culinary skills. The narrator explains that, to put it bluntly, the flavor of the dishes cooked by the spoon goblin far surpasses that of any chef in the entire Black Lantern gathering place. However, aside from the teacher, very few outsiders have the opportunity to taste the spoon goblin's cooking, and within the entire Black Lantern gathering place, there is only 1 spoon goblin, and it belongs to the teacher. Hein recalls that according to the old dragon scriptures, this creature has a weakness. He summons the treasure-hunting beast and points toward the spoon goblin. The treasure-hunting beast gives a thumbs up and winks, before slipping invisibly into the room and discreetly dropping a few bottles. The spoon goblin, hearing the noise, turns in anger, and goes to place the items back in their proper positions. Meanwhile, the treasure-hunting beast slips over to the pan where the goblin is cooking. Hein observes and remarks to himself that, as expected, the spoon goblin suffers from severe obsessive-compulsive disorder. He feels confident that the teacher will recover quickly after drinking the soup, and is certain the teacher never imagined he would be saved from a terminal illness in such a way. A short while later, Ju sits in his office attempting to write something, but fails to hold the pen properly with his injured hand. Looking at his wound, he mutters in frustration that it will not last much longer, and calls it madness. He admits to himself that he cannot reveal the truth to the younger generation as after the war, their hearts must be kept steady. At that moment, the spoon goblin enters, pushing a food trolley. Ju reflects that he does not know how long this kind of life will last. Then chuckles, saying that children and grandchildren have their own blessings. When one generation of castle masters falls, the next naturally rises. Just as it was in his time, he begins drinking the soup, astonished by its taste, and then freezes as he notices his finger regenerating. Continuing to drink, he laughs in disbelief, saying he never imagined the soup could have such a miraculous effect. He asks if the goblin has added any new ingredients today. The spoon goblin shakes his head and responds with Dolyulu. Lulu Ju says it is strange and asks if anyone has been in the kitchen. He snaps his fingers, and the high-level dangerous species known as the Evil Eye Supervisor appears, projecting an image of the treasure-hunting beast, secretly placing something into the soup while Heng stands nearby. Ju is startled to see Su Heng in the scene. After a while, Ju says that if it is Su Heng, then everything makes sense. He recalls that Su Heng created a bloodline incense capable of strengthening the bond between a rider and his harnessed beasts, and admits that he had once thought the boy was merely using his name to make money. Examining the papers, he remarks that he had been ready to give him a sound scolding, only to discover that the incense truly possesses miraculous effects, an achievement of great value for post-war reconstruction. He explains that Su Heng exchanged all his contribution points from the city defense battle, borrowed money from his senior brothers and sisters, and secretly sold materials retrieved from the ruins of the Blood Forest. In total, he saved thousands of steel grams, yet within just 2 or 3 days, the entire sum was spent in the market on strange and unusual items. Ju admits that he had been considering whether to summon the boy for a stern lecture, but now it seems clear that Su Heng must have learned of his injury, spent all his money on the necessary materials, sneaked into the kitchen and delivered the medicine to him. Closing the papers, Ju asks with a faint smile, what could possibly happen in the Black Lantern Castle that he, the castle master, would not already know about. He rises to his feet and remarks that there is something unusual about Su Heng creating bloodline incense is astonishing enough. Yet he is also capable of healing injuries that even professional healers cannot treat. Stroking his chin, he wonders how many secrets this boy is hiding. Writing something down, he questions the point of overthinking and concludes that regardless of what happens, Su Heng is still his disciple. He affirms that even if he were to lose everything, and even if his secret were to be exposed, he as his master, would still stand by his side. He walks over to the window. After a while, Heng sets a variety of fruits on the table and tells Lu that they include fire, fibrous root, red vine handles ice, lotus fruit and blue ice gel fruit. Lu rests her chin on her hand and remarks that she should have come to him earlier to inspect his harvest from the Blood Forest ruins. However, the aftermath of the city defense battle had to be handled. First, observing his backpack, she notes that his harvest this time does not seem particularly impressive. Heng explains that this is only the first bag. The rest are too large and are being carried by the dragon snake lizard. The dragon snake lizard appears hauling a massive bag. Lu is stunned at the sight, realizing that this boy has completely emptied the Blood Forest ruins. The sheer quantity must exceed the combined gains of the previous 6 contestants. She thinks that this boy's performance is so outstanding that she feels proud on behalf of the castle master. She remarks that it appears satisfactory in quantity, though she is uncertain about the quality. Heng reaches into the bag and produces a horn, leaving her shocked and amazed. He explains that it belongs to the bloodline dragon unicorn, and that, upon examination, he discovered a remnant of the beast's soul still within it. Her shock deepens into utter astonishment at the revelation. Heng then takes out a vial and says it contains the dragon's blood marrow. He continues retrieving more items, the eyeball of an ember dragon, a century-old dragon grass, and finally, a stone, which he identifies as the starry fire flame stone. He then reveals 2 eggs, explaining that they are from an advanced super-terrorist species. She stands frozen, her mouth wide open in disbelief and tension. A memory surfaces in her mind. Before Su Heng's arrival, the castle master had given explicit instructions that regardless of what Su Heng brought back, 20 foreign contribution points would be awarded to him. Even Chief Su Ku, who had overseen the grizzly bear forest for 3 years, would not have been able to achieve such a harvest. She recalls that she had even protested to the castle master at the time, insisting that all disciples should be treated equally and that he should not show such favoritism towards Su Heng. Now seeing what junior brother Heng has brought back, valued at no less than 100,000 contribution points, she realizes the castle master was absolutely right. Heng asks special trainer, Master Lu, how many contribution points he can receive in exchange. With trembling hands, she raises 2 fingers. His eyes widen with excitement, and he exclaims that it must be 200,000. She covers her face with one hand and corrects him, saying it is only 20,000. He asks for confirmation and affirms it, explaining that after the battle, their gathering place is no longer wealthy enough to give more. After a while, Heng and the dragon snake lizard leave the room, and Lu waves to him. Once the door closes, she begins angrily tossing objects around the room, muttering that there is no need to bully her like this. She laments that he is a good kid and one of their own, yet wonders why she must be the only one bullied by Su Heng. Resolving herself, she hurries toward the door, declaring that she must speak to the castle master. Later, the narrator explains that when faced with the furious Lu Yu, Ju assumed she was simply jealous because he had given Su Heng the green light. While considering how to handle the situation, he told Lu Yu that 20-some contribution points was a perfectly reasonable amount. After all, he could not reveal the secret that Su Heng had healed him. The narrator says that, as a result, Ju was immediately met with sharp criticism from Lu Yu. It was only when she thrust the list of materials into his face that he finally understood the real issue. Staring at the list, Ju felt a flicker of concern over how he would explain this to the rightful owner of the Blood Forest ruins, Su Heng, who had, in truth, completely ransacked its home. The narrator continues that in the end, Ju, wishing to express his affection for his treasured disciple, chose to act personally. He took Su Heng to the warehouse and allowed him to take whatever he wanted, making only a token deduction of contribution points. After all, openly awarding 200,000 contribution points would arouse resentment, draw unwanted attention and bring unnecessary risks to Su Heng. As a master, Ju was determined to protect his precious disciple at all costs. After a while, Ju asks him to explain why his hand has suddenly recovered, and looks at it. Heng replies that the teacher is a professional writer, and adds that his recovery ability is certainly far beyond that of ordinary people. He thinks to himself that he should keep pretending, and mentions that he has heard from the manager that the materials he wants are not in the warehouse. Heng then explains that he has exchanged some contribution points for a trip to the Blood Forest ruins, and had originally intended to find some materials in the warehouse, but none of them were suitable. He wanted to see if he could exchange them for one from Ju. Ju walks forward and tells him to come with him. Heng looks around and remarks that it does not seem like there is a treasure trove there. Ju goes to stand in front of a mirror and commands Qibao Hua to open the door to the world of treasures. As he moves his hand toward it, Qibao Hua opens its eyes and responds affirmatively. Heng is shocked upon seeing it and asks what it is. Ju explains that Qibao Hua is his only pet whose race level surpasses that of the horror species. However, it lacks significant attack power and can only be used to store items. Ju then invites him inside. Heng leans forward, and as he passes through, he enters a red-carpeted room. Ju walks forward and explains that although Qibao Hua possesses limited offensive capabilities, its defensive strength and security are exceptionally outstanding. Without permission, even if someone were to destroy the entire Qibao painting, they would still be unable to enter its internal space. He adds that, of course, anyone capable of destroying the Qibao painting would need to be at least above the level of the horror species. He gestures to the surroundings and says that everything here comes from his personal collection, advising him to take his time. Ju states that he will wait outside, and when Heng has made his selection, he should call out the name of the painting, which will then send him out. He also suggests that Heng should look in a certain direction. Heng asks if he means over there, and notices many crystals. As he approaches, he explains that he has already gathered in advance all the materials beneficial to the dragon snake lizard. He remarks that although he may want all of them, 20,000 contribution points may not be sufficient. He decides to leave it aside for now, noting that his current objective is to acquire materials for transforming the dragon snake lizard and for evolving the energy-absorbing tree into a dragon. At that moment, he summons the treasure-hunting beast and calls it to him. He sniffs, and is startled to see a dark aura spreading from the crystal. Pointing toward it, he says, "Mamoru." Heng notices it and remarks that it is not truly cracked, but rather that a majestic concentration of spatial energy has gathered upon it. He confirms that this is indeed the crystallization of the void dragonborn bloodline. He admits that he did not expect the teacher's treasure trove to contain such a thing, and moves closer to examine it. The treasure-hunting beast reacts in shock and again, says Mamoru. Heng notices an aura spreading from its body toward another crystal. Approaching it, he asks if this is the one. The treasure-hunting beast replies with another Mamoru. Heng reaches out to pick it up, and confirms that it is indeed the material required for the dragon snake lizard to evolve into an advanced horror species. He remarks that even inanimate objects can possess such power, and asks whether there are any other materials present. After a short while, Ju asks if he has really made his choice so quickly. He thinks to himself that he must be a master who truly understands his students, since the items he has prepared for Su Heng should all be of great use. Otherwise, Heng would not have decided so swiftly. Placing his hand on Heng's shoulder, Ju says they should see what he has chosen. Heng replies that he has selected 2 items, though he is unsure whether his contribution points will be sufficient for the exchange. Ju examines the items and remarks that both the Wind and Thunder Essence and the Void Dragonborn Crystal are extremely dangerous materials, and if they are not handled properly, they could cause serious trouble. He asks if he is certain that he wants to exchange them. Heng thinks to himself that he has made a mistake. He was so focused on making the exchange that, given his current status, it might not be reasonable to take these items directly. Ju then says that, since he has always acted cautiously, there should not be any problems. He asks, by the way, if he is sure he only wants these 2 items. Heng replies that they are all he needs, and if he took more, he would probably not have enough contribution points. Ju is surprised and thinks that he is well aware he does not have enough, as the Wind and Thunder Essence alone is worth 200,000 contribution points, not to mention the Void Dragonborn Crystal. He notes that Heng has a sharp eye, having bypassed the items he prepared for him and choosing the most expensive ones together worth nearly 800,000 contribution points. Heng asks if that is not enough. Ju laughs and says, it is more than enough, and if there is any balance left, he will simply charge him 2,000 points. Heng then suggests that such a good deal should also be offered to Lin Zhen and Sister Ju so they can make exchanges as well. Ju spits out in shock. He laughs, places a hand on Heng's shoulder, and says that he will have these 2 items delivered to his home later. As for him, Su Heng, he should simply focus on himself. He tells him not to worry about Lin Zhen and to make the best use of these 2 materials. As his master, he looks forward to Heng's performance. Heng assures him that he will certainly do his best. Ju then mentions that he has checked Heng's 2 eggs. Heng asks what eggs he means. He recalls and explains that he is referring to the 2 horror species beast eggs Heng brought back from the Blood Forest ruins. He says that he could have kept them for himself, but instead, he selflessly handed them over to the gathering place. He adds that special trainer, Master Lu, approached him, hoping to return the eggs to him, but he refused. Breeding them in the blood pool, Dragon Spring, he explains, is different from normal growth and will imbue the beasts with a thick, fierce and hostile aura. A single moment of carelessness could cause irreversible damage to the rider's soul, and this is a risk that only professional level riders can handle. That, he concludes, is precisely why he is still withholding the eggs. He says that the vitality of those 2 dragon eggs is far greater than that of the cubs of high-level horror species, and is almost equal to that of the top-level horror species. He believes the owner of those eggs had been on the verge of breaking through the shackles of the racial barrier and advancing to an even higher stage. Pulling at his cheek, he remarks that he is an exceptionally lucky boy. The owner had not caught him, or else, even with 9 lives, he would not have been able to escape. He begins walking and explains that the current condition of those 2 eggs is not promising. Their nourishment from the blood pool Dragon Spring has been interrupted for too long, causing their vitality to weaken severely. If no solution is found, they will die. Heng is shocked upon hearing this, holds his head and thinks it would be a great pity if such a loss were to occur. He wonders whether the ancient dragon scripture contains any remedy. He observes him, thinks that perhaps the boy has been hit too hard by the news, though it should not be so. But then again, it is likely the first time this naive boy has ever encountered the eggs of a horror species. He slams a hand on Heng's shoulder and tells him that a disciple's business is his master's business. He advises him not to be upset, assuring him that his master is already taking care of the 2 eggs, and tells him to follow. He opens the door to a room from which a dark aura spreads. Heng notices the eggs surrounded by red crystals absorbing energy from them, and asks what it is. Ju explains that he assimilated the effect of the blood pool Dragon Spring using 4 strange objects, the remnants of 4 pillars and the remains of numerous horror species corpses, in an attempt to help the 2 eggs regain their vitality. He adds that so far, the results have been promising. Heng observes the surroundings, notices him moving towards something covered, and thinks to himself that the dragon's power emanating from it is so terrifying that even though it is blocked by special materials, it still makes people shudder. Ju removes the cover, revealing the living heart of a top Horus species, the blood-winged snail. Hung quickly forms a barrier around himself to protect against the dark aura spreading from it. Ju is impressed and praises his adept use of the mental barrier. He makes a cut on his hand, holds it out, and lets a drop of blood float as he explains that a rider can subdue beasts, either by overwhelming them with spiritual power to force submission, or by inducing them to voluntarily enter into a contract through a high level of bonding affinity. The drop of blood moves toward the platform on which the eggs are placed. He says he will use his blood to incubate these 2 beast eggs, as this will lay the foundation for their future subjugation. The platform absorbs the drop in blood. He thinks that with his current abilities, it would be nothing more than a fool's dream to attempt to forcefully subdue those horror species. He cannot believe that his master is investing so much to pave the way for him. They watch. As the condition of the eggs improves, Ju explains that the 2 dragon eggs are still a couple of years from hatching, anywhere from 1 or 2 to 3 years, and that he will come in from time to time to replenish their energy, handing them over to Hung when they hatch. Hung tells him that when these 2 dragon eggs hatch, he will only need 1, as he cannot use 2 baby dragons, so the other should be kept by his master. Ju calls him a silly boy and tells him not to suggest such a thing. He explains that what will hatch from the bloody Tyrannosaurus egg is a special type of super horror species, and even if it is a top-level horror species, its ability to enhance his master's strength would still be very limited. He advises Hung to keep this kindness to himself. He forms a flame in his hand and asks who says he cannot use 2 baby dragon hatchlings. He summons 2 fiery men before them and tells Hung to take a good look. Hung is shocked and asks if this is senior brother Lin Jin's fiery toxic man. Ju explains that it is not the fiery toxic man, but rather its second evolutionary form, the super horror species fiery poisonous man, which has long since broken through the shackles of its race and is now among the most powerful of the top-level horror species. He says he has summoned them to show Hung that 2 tamed beasts of the same race can be trained to combine their attack abilities. If properly trained, 2 such beasts can be merged into a single fighting unit, attacking and defending as one with strength far surpassing what they could achieve individually. Hung surprised says he did not expect his master to possess such methods. Ju encourages him to take his time practicing, assuring him that one day he will become truly strong. Hung promises to remember his master's teachings. As he walks toward the door, he asks, by the way, whether Hung knows about Rock Rift Valley. Ju says that, judging from the strength of his mental barrier just now, he should have reached the level of a high-level disciple. To be honest, he possesses a talent Ju has never encountered before, but high-level disciples are only able to subdue special dangerous species. He presses his head down playfully and says that the most he can do is attempt to get in touch with a top-level dangerous species, which means he is taking too large a step, and that is not good. He adds that the rock spiny dragon is still far beyond his ability. After a while, they sit in a room as Ju says that he knows he is ambitious and that the first beast he has controlled is a top-level, dangerous species, but the path to success must not be rushed. Hung responds that he possesses blood, incense, a great deal of it. Ju says that it sounds as though there is a chance, but the Rock Rift Valley is more complicated than he thinks. The reason he went to provoke those powerful creatures in the first place was that he intended to ride the rock spiny dragon. He explains that if those powerful beasts are controlled, the strength of Black Lantern Castle will also reach a higher level. However, until now, in the entire gathering place, only his 5th senior sister and his deceased 6th senior brother have managed to subdue the rock spiny dragon. He says that it is because the guardians of the Rock Spine Dragon clan have established strict rules. The large quantity of crystals produced in the Rock Rift Valley is not the result of the dragon's presence, but rather the consequence of the existence of a terrifying species. It is a formidable creature, and Black Lantern Castle would have faced considerable trouble were it not for its docile temperament. He explains that the rules it has set are also connected to the protection of its clan. If he wishes to subdue the cubs from the Rock Rift Valley, there are 2 possible methods. The first is to follow the path taken by his 5th senior sister defeating the parents of the young beast under the condition of using only 1 terrifying pet. The second is to allow the young beasts to achieve enlightenment and master 3 of the 8 innate skills within 10 days, as his 6th senior brother once did. Later, Hung remains seated, resting his chin in his hand with a puzzled expression, while Ju says that now he understands why he has subdued the Rock Spine Dragon clan, but there are still a few riders in Black Lantern Castle capable of taming this race. Are there not? Hung replies to give him 3 days as he still wishes to try. He then asks if Ju has developed any new ideas for a potion similar to blood incense. He says that since Heng is so determined, he is also willing to try it with him. For these 3 days, Heng may use the materials in the warehouse and the equipment in the castle as he wishes, provided that he does not waste them. Heng stands up and is about to speak, but he interrupts, telling him to say no more and return to prepare as he must also attend to government affairs. Later, Heng stands near a door and thinks that the teacher is such a considerate person. No wonder he is able to manage such a large gathering place. He had already guessed that he had experienced an adventure, yet he said nothing about it, and instead opened an opportunity for him. Heng reflects on what kind of trust this represents, and considers that in the current crisis of the nest disaster, improving the teacher's strength is also a top priority. After returning from the Rock Rift Valley, this time, regardless of the outcome, even if the old dragon scriptures are completely revealed, he will have to tell the teacher the primary method of controlling beasts and transforming them into dragons. The narrator says that for the next 3 days, Su Heng is fully occupied and has no time to rest. As one of the 3 lineages of the rock spiny dragon, rock type, dragon type and destruction type, it has mastered as many as 8 innate racial skills. The narrator says that the dragon training test lasts only 3 days, and Su Heng decides to focus on the skills with which he is most familiar: dragon power and dragon might, the 2 dragon type abilities he knows best and that hold the highest priority. These are followed by the common rock type defensive skill, rock transformation and the destruction type skill, ground stump. Su Heng then begins experimenting with the creation of potions that can enhance skill proficiency, following the formulas recorded in the old dragon scriptures. He says that fortunately, these skills are relatively basic and the materials required for the potions are not costly. This gives Su Heng considerable relief, for otherwise, he would have felt as though he were draining the teacher's resources. After encountering only a few minor setbacks, Su Heng successfully produces a complete set of training potions. Naturally, he also prepares an additional set and presents it to the teacher. After a while on the mountainside, Ju rides atop a wolf and says that they are already halfway there and should take a rest. He dismounts from the wolf and says that his dragon, snake lizard, possesses exceptional endurance, and using its skills along the journey has not been difficult at all. Heng also dismounts from the dragon and remarks with a laugh that although this creature has no other notable abilities, its stamina is truly remarkable. Later, Ju places meat before his wolf and tells it to eat. Turning to Heng, he says that he is genuinely curious. Since Heng insisted on not bringing supplies, how will the dragon snake lizard regain its physical strength? Heng laughs and replies that a mountain man always has his own clever solution. He summons the energy-absorbing tree, snaps his fingers and says, "Energy-absorbing tree, let's begin." The tree produces many fruits, and the dragon snake lizard becomes visibly excited at the sight of them. Ju asks whether this will be sufficient. Heng affirms that just a few of these fruits are enough to sustain the dragon snake lizard. Ju, resting his chin in his hand, asks whether Heng would mind giving him one of the fruits. Heng tells the tree to switch to the Eat 13 fruit, a food suitable for wolf-like beasts. Ju, surprised, asks if it can also customize different fruits. Heng replies that for now, it can only customize a few types, though they may be able to upgrade it later. He thinks it is better not to tell the teacher yet, as he does not know how the teacher would react if he learned that the tree can also bear energy fruits. Ju feeds his wolf the fruit and says that Heng's harnessed pet is truly remarkable. Even though it is only classified as an extra dangerous species, it is capable of producing such extraordinary fruit. The wolf eats eagerly, clearly delighted. Ju adds that even the scarlet wolf has praised the pure nutrition and abundant energy it contains, as well as its excellent flavor, something truly incredible. Heng approaches the tree and begins plucking more fruits. He walks over to Ju with a bundle of them, and says to take them, as he still has more. Ju remarks that young animals are naturally dependent on food, and these fruits could be of great benefit in the Rock Rift Valley. As he speaks, he examines a blue ice gel fruit closely. The scene shifts to the Rock Rift Valley, where many dragons roam, their roars echoing through the air. Ju sees them and says that it was the lava Tyrannosaurus that defeated these 3 in one-on-one battles. He summons a dragon with his power. The lava Tyrannosaurus, startled at the sight, quickly retreats toward a cave. Heng remarks that it is fleeing so quickly it must have suffered a severe psychological blow. Watching it disappears, he wonders whether these are the super terrifying species that inhabit the Rock Rift Valley, and notes that the last time he passed through this place, he detected no aura at all. Ju mounts his wolf again and says that he has already spoken to the clan's guardian. From this point onward, as long as Heng follows the rules, he will be safe, but his master can only assist him this far. The rest depends entirely on him. Heng mounts his dragon and declares Rockthorn Dragon, "Here he comes." After a while, Heng and the treasure-hunting beast sit on a cliff watching crystal dragons in the distance as they feed on crystals. He says that he knows if they were to kill all those baby dragons, it would be exhilarating, but if they took them all back to the gathering place, they would meet a miserable end. He asks which one he should choose, admitting that it is difficult because he wants them all. The treasure-hunting beast chirps in response. Heng asks if it has an idea. The treasure-hunting beast points to the side and chirps. At that moment, a dragon strikes its head against a rock, staggers back and then glares at it in anger. It charges again with full force, causing an explosion. Heng exclaims that it is incredible. A rockthorn dragon of this size is usually no more than 3 months old, yet this young dragon has already learned to channel its own energy to attack at such an early stage. He examines the surrounding rocks and says that, judging from its earlier movements and the cracks and the crystal stone, it may have already mastered 2 major techniques, Dragon Might and Dragon Power. He thinks that he cannot believe the treasure-hunting beast's talent can also be used to uncover potential, and realizes he has discovered a true treasure this time. Heng notes that this baby dragon has already mastered 3 of the 8 innate racial skills of the Rockthorn Dragon clan. To pass the test, he will need to learn 3 additional skills within 10 days. He retrieves a bottle from his inventory and says that the difficulty is now more than doubled, but with the help of this potion, he can attempt the destruction skill first. He adds that there is also the defensive skill of the Rockthorn type rock transformation, plus the speed boosting skill of the dragon type, Dragon Walk. He tells the little one that its parents have granted him permission to become its master. Over the next 10 days, he intends to teach it 3 skills, and he asks if that would make it happy. The Rockthorn dragon bleats upon seeing his hand. He releases an aura from his palm and remarks that it has quite a personality, very disobedient. He admits that he does not know how his 6th senior brother managed it, but he already has a great plan. He summons the energy-absorbing tree, and commands the tree to 2 fruits F0, Rockthorn-type dragon creature. The tree channels its power and grows the fruits. Heng plucks them and says gently that it is fine if the dragon does not wish for him to be its master. They can simply be friends. He moves the fruit toward the dragon, and asks if it can try it. The dragon sniffs it, then takes a bite and becomes amazed by the taste. It begins running around him with excitement. Heng laughs and thinks that this is a delicacy even terrifying species cannot resist. Covering his face with both hands, he says that despite preparing such a delicious reward, he still does not want to be his student. He then says that, in that case, he has no choice but to leave. The dragon bleats repeatedly. Heng replies that if it does not like him, it should not force itself. But in his mind, he thinks, bingo, he has got it. After a while, Heng stands with the dragon inside a cave in the Rock Rift Valley. The narrator says that the first step in training a dragon is to remove its hostility and resistance so that it becomes willing to communicate with its master. Many riders are hindered at this stage, often wasting a great deal of valuable time because of it. Yet, when Heng glances at the time displayed on the military multifunctional watch, less than half an hour has passed. The narrator adds that Su Heng secretly believes that at this pace, there may be no one more skilled than his 6th senior brother. Of course, if his 6th senior brother and the others knew he thought this way, they would likely cough up blood in fury. Heng says that he knows he is rushing, but there is no need to worry yet. He produces a fruit and explains that it can only be eaten after the dragon has learned a new skill. Therefore he must begin training it to master abilities beyond dragon power and dragon might. The dragon circles around, gathers its strength and slams its forelimbs into the ground. Heng observes the action and thinks destruction type, Earth Stomp. What kind of terrifying talent is this? If it can master destructive skills merely by throwing a tantrum, he realizes that this means as long as it masters 2 more skills, it will succeed. He tosses a fruit toward the dragon and tells it to keep up the good work. The dragon catches it and stares happily. The narrator explains that Su Heng originally believed that controlling the energy wave of the destruction system and releasing the Earth Stomp skill should be considered a relatively difficult feat. As a dangerous creature of the rock type, mastering the petrification skill should be as effortless as drinking water. However, in reality, the situation proves completely opposite to Su Heng's expectations. and a full 6 days passed. The narrator notes that the young dragon consumes many fruits, yet its petrification skill shows no improvement. Even the advanced potion for skill cultivation prepared by Su Heng in advance fails to produce the desired effect, leaving him deeply surprised and questioning what could be going wrong. After a while, Heng stands watching as the dragon strikes its head against a rock, and remarks that training the petrification skill is actually very simple. He explains that one only needs to order the pet to continuously strike hard rocks to toughen its body. The pain triggers the instinctive defense mechanism, activating petrifaction to avoid injury, thereby mastering the skill. Holding his head with both hands, he laments that it has already been 6 days, and asks whether the creature feels no pain at all. The dragon simply smiles at him. He then opens a bag filled with fruits and tells the dragon to come and take them. He holds a fruit and remarks that he had said the dragon would need to strike the rock 50 times in exchange for one fruit, then wonders aloud why it feels as though he has wasted 6 days on this creature. Distracted, he slips from a crystal and falls, causing the apple in his hand to be flung toward the dragon. The dragon swiftly leaps forward, catches it using the petrification skill, and slams down onto the ground. Heng rises to his feet and declares that this is indeed the petrification skill. Realizing he now knows how to train the creature, he ties a fruit to a thread, and instructs that as long as the dragon catches it, it will be his, promising to give as many as it wants. Spinning the fruit, he asks if the dragon understands. The dragon, brimming with excitement, nods. Heng then urges it to begin, and thinks that, with the rope measuring 4.5 meters, it will be impossible for the dragon to catch it without developing its skills. He throws the fruit, and the dragon leaps forward, catching it in its mouth. Heng exclaims that the dragon has now become his pet, and that it is finally done. At that moment, Ju arrives and congratulates him on successfully passing the test. Leaping down from the cliff to stand beside him, Ju hears Heng ask how he arrived so quickly. Ju explains that Heng's performance is exceptional and far beyond his expectations, since the rock spiny dragon who serves as the examiner has confirmed his success. This young dragon now officially belongs to him. The narrator states that upon witnessing Su Heng's achievements, Ju feels even more pleased than when he had acquired a rare beast as a pet, for it gives him the sense of having found a true successor. On the morning of the 3rd day after leaving the Rock Rift Valley, Su Heng, without relying on bloodline incense, successfully establishes a spiritual bond with the baby dragon. The spiritual energy feedback generated by the establishment of this bond also enables Su Heng's spiritual cultivation to advance further, directly resulting in the unlocking of a substantial amount of new content within the ancient dragon scripture. After a while, Heng opens the golden book and expresses his disbelief that there are as many as 35 possible pathways for the crystal rock dragon to evolve into a true dragon. The narrator explains that among the numerous transformation methods, Su Heng ultimately selects the one that allows the dragon to become a high-level, formidable dragon species specializing in defense. His decision is based solely on the fact that the required transformation, intensity and materials are precisely those that he can realistically obtain at the moment. The narrator explains that the 19th crystal rock dragon transformation method consists of combining a crystal rock dragon with the heart of a mountain rock monster, the heavy stone of destruction, the ground-sinking stone, 5,000 liters of rock thorn dragonborn dragon blood essence and the heavy rock thorn dragon transformation ritual, resulting in the evolution into a heavy armor crystal rock dragon. On the following pages, Su Heng gains access to even more profound knowledge, specifically the nightmare seed. The narrator notes that knowledge regarding the nightmare species is exceedingly rare within the Black Lantern Castle, yet 11 detailed records of it are now revealed to him within the newly unlocked pages. Heng observes that, according to the existing records of the Black Lantern Castle, it should not be difficult for his master to subdue these two kinds of formidable species. Given his strength and their transformation, rituals are relatively easy to accomplish. He proposes beginning from this point so that his master may obtain his first nightmare species. The scene shifts to the study room of the Black Lantern Castle's Master Ju, who stands holding a sheet of paper and asks if Heng is certain he knows what he is speaking about. He remarks that as much as he desires to possess a nightmare species, it is well known that the evolution of any race of dangerous species is the result of the natural process of survival of the fittest. He explains that while the energy of special materials may enhance the power of dangerous creatures, achieving the transformation Heng is describing seems rather astonishing. Heng asks if he has ever heard of the treasure-hunting beast. Ju responds that they are mystical creatures possessing an innate instinct to seek out treasures, and are extremely rare. At that moment, a treasure-hunting beast appears, chirping, which startles Ju. Hung informs his master that this little creature is, in fact, the result of the transformation and evolution of a treasure-hunting beast. He explains that the transformation method involved a process similar to what is described in the paper in his hand, and that this is precisely what he intends to replicate this time. He adds that if Su does not believe him, he can accompany him to the treasury to test it. He assures him that he would not lie. Not only was the treasure-hunting beast transformed in this manner, but his dragon snake lizard's original species was merely a scaly lizard, and it too achieved racial evolution and transformation through the same method. Ju strokes his chin and remarks that this explains how he was able to obtain such vast treasure from the Blood Forest ruins with the aid of the treasure-hunting beast. He asks if it is also through this kind of transformation research that he was able to heal his master's hand. Hung replies that disaster waves will occur again and will become increasing frequent. He explains that after witnessing his master's injury during the last disaster wave, he wished for his master to strengthen himself as quickly as possible in order to face the next one. He asks for forgiveness for not being able to reveal the entire truth yet, but requests that his master accompany him and give it a try, even if only this once. Ju responds by calling him a silly disciple, stating that disaster waves have been rare for decades and cannot possibly occur repeatedly within such a short time frame. If that were the case, their gathering place would have become extinct long ago. He adds that he doubts he will ever be so fortunate as to encounter a third disaster wave in his lifetime. Hung attempts to speak again, but Ju interrupts, calling him a silly boy and pointing out that from the moment he entered, although he has been questioned, he has never been refused. He acknowledges his filial devotion and assures him that regardless of whether another disaster wave occurs, he is willing to make this journey with him, instructing him to go and make the necessary preparations first. Hung startled, bows and says that he will make the preparations immediately. Watching him leave the room, Ju reflects that every rider possesses hidden secrets, and he is no exception. Judging by Heng's demeanor, this matter appears to be of great importance. He muses that the more powerful something is, the harder it becomes to discern its true nature. And in this case, the method of transformation, whether it is good or bad, a blessing or a curse, remains unknown. Su Heng is a sincere young man, and as his master, he must act as his guardian. He vows that he, Ju, will protect his disciple. Later, under the half-moon night, Ju and Heng sit on a cliff beside a small fire. Heng holds a glass and asks his master if he is not being a little too strict. Beside them sit two formidable species as the system announces their details. Mature top terrorist species, Moon Bear, and mature advanced terrorist species, Ice Crystal Lion. Ju explains that dangerous creatures have always respected strength, and the higher the position, the more this holds true. He reminds Heng that respect originates from fear, and it is fear that compels respect. Heng reflects that these two creatures are truly unfortunate. He had originally prepared bloodline incense, yet his master did not use it at all. These two terrorist species, having already established themselves as overlords of their territory, are now faced with the overwhelming dominance of their master. He likens it to the kind of severe beating one receives only after fully recovering with his master subduing them until they surrender. He considers that, of course, if they meet his master's standards, they will be rewarded with special materials to enhance their strength. These two dangerous creatures are now completely under his master's control. Observing Ju as he eats, Heng thinks that although his master consumes a great deal, he is unquestionably powerful and intimidating. Heng states, "It has been 2 weeks since they left the Black Lantern Castle." He points to a tree inside his bag and says, 2 out of the 6 materials needed for the dragon transformation have been found, but only 1 for the Moon Demon Bear. Ju responds that those are all the material clues he knows of. If all the other materials are to be gathered as soon as possible, their sites can no longer be limited to the Grey Wilderness. He adds that, after all, it is just a small land where even nightmare species are rarely seen. He holds his chin and remarks that although the Grey Wilderness where the Black Lantern Castle is located seems quite large, it is, in fact, just a vast land, a corner of the star-falling corridor, plate border. He explains that the 1,000 Peaks Ridge, the Misty Clouds, the Red Dragon, Volcano Valley and the Oblique Abyss, these 4 major dangerous areas surround the Grey Wilderness in the middle. He says that if the world outside is to be explored, one of these places must be passed through. He recalls that when he was younger, he went to the outside world, which was too vast, and they were nothing but rootless duckweeds. After roaming around with no results, he decided to return to his hometown. He states that, of course, the experience has not been in vain, as many of his master's pets have been conquered in the outside world. He asks if he remembers the heart he once used to restore the vitality of the dragon egg, explaining that it is something obtainable only beyond the grey wilderness. He places his hand in his inner pocket and says that this time, in order to find all the materials required for transformation, they must venture outside. He then produces a map and explains that it is the map of the outside world, which he acquired during his years of wandering beyond the grey wilderness. Although it is an ordinary, standard map, it always reminds him of the vastness of the world. He floats the map in front of them and admits that it is thanks to this map that he can never forget the awe inspired by the world's immensity. Pointing to spot on the map, he asks if he can identify where the grey wilderness is located. Hung appears confused, so he points to a specific place on the map and says it is right there. Ju explains that in the Emerald region, there is a land known as the Ashen Peninsula, and their grey wilderness is situated at the edge of this peninsula. He reflects on how despite the immense size of the entire grey wilderness, it barely registers as even a sesame-sized dot on the map's surface. Ju then announces that he will now take him to the Ishan Peninsula. He continues by telling Hung that they are approaching the 1,000 peaks where almost every main peak is inhabited by a dominant group. After a while they ride on their species as Ju explains, that the overlapping peaks ahead represent the shortest distance from the 1,000 peaks to the outside world. A population of diesel vultures inhabits these overlapping peaks. Suddenly, Hung is startled by eagles soaring above their heads. They quickly create a protective barrier around themselves. The ice crystal dragon lion attacks the eagles by hurling ice to freeze them, while Ju instructs the ice crystal dragon lion to slow the birds down. He then sends shadow masks toward the eagles, ordering them to disorient the creatures. The shadow masks seize the eagles by their necks, choking them. Ju subsequently opens a portal to send the eagles away and tells Heng that although killing a few diesel vultures is not difficult, if their group suffers unconventional deaths, they will undoubtedly emerge and relentlessly pursue the killer in continuous waves, making it impossible to eliminate them all. He advises Heng to keep this in mind when passing through the overlapping peaks in the future. Heng acknowledges with a firm got it. After a while, the narrator states that Su Heng continues to move forward under Ju's leadership. Within half a month, the master and apprentice have climbed dozens of peaks in the perilous 1,000 Peaks Ridge. Under Ju's deliberate training, Su Heng encounters numerous battles. As a result, Su Heng loses a significant amount of weight and his skin becomes noticeably darker. However, the muscles across his body become sharp and defined, while his eyes grow increasingly bright, giving him a vibrant and vigorous appearance. The narrator explains that the strength of the 4 pets under Su Heng's command improves considerably. Even the treasure-hunting dragon beasts receive Ju's guidance and make substantial gains. Nevertheless, the greatest improvement is observed in the dragon snake lizard, which develops its first level 6 ability, Dragon Power Death. The narrator further explains that it is a domineering ability that uses the coercive force of the dragon's strength to directly destroy the enemy's brain, resulting in immediate death. Moreover, the ability successfully masters Evil Attack, Brutal Speed, Earth Spear Festival Explosive Thorn, Dragon Power Deep Pain, and Evil Fought Breath 4 level 5 abilities of the Evil Beam. The narrator states that, as for the Crystal Dragon, it appears to be growing rapidly under the dual catalysis of special fruits and frequent battles, seemingly evolving almost every day. Ju remarks that in his long life of more than 60 years, he has never witnessed anyone grow as quickly as Su Heng. The narrator continues, noting that what surprises Su Heng the most is the abundance of plant resources in the 1,000 Peaks Ridge, which also allows the energy-absorbing tree to undergo a new wave of evolution. The energy-controlling ability of the energy-absorbing tree's shaping system responsible for shaping its roots has now advanced to level 2. It can extend the attributes attached to its own fruit to its roots, generating various control effects such as ice and steel, ultimately rendering it qualified enough to join the battle after a while. Heng sits with Ju and says that although spiritual power can withstand the cold in this kind of wilderness where battles may be encountered at any moment, it is too great a luxury to rely on it. Ju laughs and says that he is still inexperienced and lacks practice. He points aside and reassures him not to worry, explaining that climbing over this snowy peak is comparable to crossing the 1,000 Peaks Ridge. However, they may have to stay and wait for a while once they reach the 1,000 Peaks Ridge. He then opens a tin pack while holding a fork in the other hand, and explains that a commission he accepted 2 years ago was originally not intended to be completed. Since they happen to be passing through the 1000 Peaks Ridge, he suggests completing the commission as it may prove beneficial to them. Heng is shocked and asks for more details about the commission. After a while, Heng and Ju walk along Shuoyang Peak. As the narrator explains that the mission Ju mentions originates from the Writers' Association of Gilded City. Gilded City is an immense and highly significant hub, regarded as the true pinnacle among gathering place civilizations. Unlike a mere tourist destination, it serves as a vital center where the common currencies of the Grey Wilderness, the gold gram, silver gram and steel gram are minted and circulated. The narrator further clarifies that, in contrast to the Grey Wilderness where the Black Lantern Castle is situated, and which is surrounded by 4 perilous lands, the Gilded City benefits from a much more favorable geographic and climatic setting. The presence of warm ocean currents and humid air from the nearby coastline creates a pleasant and temperate climate. This environment makes the land more fertile and cultivable, which has contributed significantly to the city's prosperity and development. The narrator explains that the writers there are not pressured to work in other industries if they do not awaken by the age of 18. Because cultivation occurs year-round, pressure from food shortages is significantly reduced. At the same time, the increase in the number of riders enhances their ability to defend themselves against dangerous creatures, thereby creating a virtuous cycle. The narrator states that, due to this inherent advantage, the Gilded City possesses a specialized Riders Association. This organization provides a channel for riders to communicate and exchange ideas freely, with few restrictions on membership or the behavior of its members. Later, Ju explains that the primary function of the Riders Association is not only to facilitate communication among riders, but also to assess their levels. He mentions that his master is also a member of Gilded City's Riders Association, and that this mission was issued by them 2 years ago. Heng asks his master if the mission is still available after all this time. Ju confirms that it is, explaining that this particular mission has no time limit and can be completed multiple times. He then points towards some footprints and asks Heng if he can guess the nature of the mission. Heng, noticing the footprints, suggests that it might be a pet-catching mission. Ju clarifies that the association's mission is to capture a rare and top-level dangerous species known as the snow spirit. This species is quite rare even in the outside world, but is frequently encountered on the snowy slopes of Shuoyang Peak. Snow spirits are a special race of dangerous creatures born from nature's ice energy. They are incapable of reproduction and exist in very limited numbers. Most prized of all, they produce a unique resource known as the Ice Heart Snowflake. He explains that it is a resource with miraculous effects on spiritual cultivation. Within the Gilded City's Riders Association, snow spirits are considered highly valuable. They are roughly the same size as the cubs of the rarest terrorist species, and are both marketable and nearly priceless. Heng asks why this species has not yet become extinct. He replies that, of course, the Writers' Association does not kill the snow spirit. After extracting the Ice Heart Snowflake, these dangerous creatures are returned to Shuoyang Peak upon later attempts to capture them. It can be observed that the larger the snow spirit, the larger the Ice Heart Snowflake it contains. Regarding the smaller ones, most have been recently released as they are intended for exchange for transformation materials. He adds that naturally, more rare resources must be prepared for exchange, and the snow spirit is an excellent choice for this purpose. Heng becomes excited and insists that they must catch one of those top-level terrorist species cubs, repeatedly emphasizing how rare and valuable the species is. Ju lightly taps Heng on the head and asks what he is thinking. He questions whether Heng believes that snow spirits are like Chinese cabbage, something he can simply gather as many of us he wants. The narrator explains that the snow spirit is a creature born from nature's ice energy, embodying the forces of ice and the natural world. Like most natural races, snow spirits coexist closely with other powerful species. Among these are the dominant inhabitants of Shuoyang Peak, the advanced level terrorist species known as the Chilling Snow Monster, as well as its evolved form, the super terrorist species, Chilling Snow Monster. While individual snow spirits are relatively easy to manage, their clans live together in family groups, which adds complexity and strength to their social structure. The narrator explains that multiple snow spirits usually live under the protection of a single giant snow spirit. This giant snow spirit is classified as a top-level terrorist species and possesses several unique natural abilities. Although it is not skilled in combat, its ability to escape danger is exceptional. Ju rubs his head and calls Heng a silly boy, warning him that even if his master wished to catch a snow spirit, it would require considerable effort and trouble, so he should stop thinking about it. Hung replies that what he means is that they have already obtained one, then produces a treasure-hunting beast. Ju is startled and asks what it is. Later, at the summit of Shuoyang Peak, they secretly observe a snow spirit while the treasure-hunting beast chirps softly. Ju reflects that it is no wonder Hung almost ransacked the blood forest ruins. The treasure-hunting beast is indeed a rare, mystical species with an extraordinary sensory ability. Hung asks the master if he wants to do it. Master says they are lucky to have come across a stray little one with a naturally strong ice heart snowflake. He begins spreading a dark aura from the ring, and says it is not too difficult to catch. The snow spirit sees the dark aura approaching. The aura transforms into Shadow Mask, which captures the snow spirit. Hung is startled upon seeing Shadow Mask, and comments that it is truly using the claws of a top-level terrorist species to catch it. He is indeed insidious. He glares at him, which startles him, and then he clarifies that he meant experienced. Ju explains that Shadow Mask's capture skill basically causes no harm to snow spirits, and the Riders Association has also provided them with special tools to control the snow spirits. He holds up a ring and says that this golden thread has a sleeping effect. He releases the thread to surround the snow spirit, causing it to fall asleep. Suddenly, a giant snow spirit leaps toward them to attack, which shocks Hung. The giant snow spirit holds the little snow spirit, which Ju also restrains with a thread and asks the giant snow spirit if it is here. He explains that the value of a giant snow spirit equals that of 10 normal snow spirits. Hung responds that they cannot allow it to escape. The giant snow spirit appears. Confused as both Hung and Ju begin snapping their fingers repeatedly. Their pets appear and attack the giant snow spirit while Hung and Ju stand casually aside, observing with a stopwatch. After a while, Hung loads the giant snow spirit onto Ju's wolf's back, securing it with a thread. Ju stands aside and explains that creatures not yet subdued cannot be brought into the control space, and the ordinary space cannot store highly active objects, let alone living creatures. Fortunately, they are not that large. Hung tightens the thread around its body and asks Ju if there is a way to transport living creatures. Ju drinks water from a bottle and replies that it requires at least a nightmare-level rare item to accommodate living creatures, and even a master-level rider may not be able to manage one. He caps the bottle and says, "Let's go," taking advantage of the treasure-hunting beast's help to capture more. After a while, they all walk through the forest, tying the snow spirits to the wolf. Suddenly, Ju sees the sea below and, excited, welcomes the disciple to the pleasant climate of the southwestern coastal area of the Ashen Peninsula. He laughs and encourages enjoying the ocean breeze. Hung asks if he is sure he will have a chance to enjoy the ocean, placing the snow spirits on the ground as the wolf is exhausted and sweating. Ju laughs, placing a hand on his shoulder, and says that physical training is also an extremely important part of a rider's career. Suddenly, they are startled by a drone approaching them. Hung asks if it is a reconnaissance drone. Ju replies that it is the border guard of the Gilded City. The drone announces that this is the Gilded City border guard post and requests to see identification. If accurate proof is not provided, they are instructed to stand still and wait for the border officers to arrive. Ju shows his badge and states that he is a registered professional rider with the Gilded City's Riders Association. The drone addresses him as a dear professional level rider, welcomes him to the territory of the Gilded City, informs him that the central city is located 70 kilometers southwest, and says it will accompany him along the way, inviting him to make contact if he has any needs. Ju puts his badge away and asks when the security level in the Gilded City became so high. Hung asks what the matter is. The narrator explains that the Gilded City is a very large gathering place with a population of nearly 1 million. It is the most important central city in the southwestern part of the Ishan Peninsula, and is far more prosperous than any gathering place Su Hung has ever seen, resembling a giant beast crawling on the ground. The narrator continues that compared to the Black Lantern gathering place, the defensive power of the central city of the Gilded City can only be described as terrifying. Massive and towering alloy city walls are topped with sharp thorns extending along their entire length to prevent climbing, and powerful crystal energy cannons are placed at regular intervals. However, the 70-kilometer journey along the way surprises Ju increasingly. The narrator adds that the Gilded City, which is supposed to be prosperous, actually does not have many vehicles or beasts coming and going, and the plantations on both sides of the road bear many traces of war. After a while in a market, people notice the snow spirits on the wolf as a man asks if that is a secondary horror species at the full stage, the Scarlet Wolf. Another man says the writer seems to be a new face, as he has not been seen in the Writers' Association, and asks what the white substance on the back of the scarlet wolf is. A person is amazed and exclaims that it is a snow spirit. Hung remarks that horror species and professional level writers do not seem very common in the Gilded City. Just then, a man emerges from a gate with a species and addresses Ju as Sir. He shakes hands with Ju and asks if he is a writer from their Gilded City. Ju shows his badge and confirms that he is a professional level writer registered with the Gilded City Writers Association. The man says that, in the past, this badge alone would have been sufficient for city entry. However, the Gilded City has recently experienced a major disaster. Ju is shocked and asks what happened. He explains that he means no offense, but requires a guarantor who is a professional level writer from the Gilded City. Otherwise, entry cannot be permitted. At that moment, Hung hears the rustling of wings and sees a light coming from the sky. They all cover their faces as a strong gust of wind approaches, accompanied by a voice stating that a guarantor is unnecessary, because he will serve as one. The super horror species. The Green King's wind Luan flies in and lands as Lin Hong rides it. The people are amazed, and a man comments that it is Director Jade's pet. She dismounts, and the man runs toward her. She casually greets Ju, saying it has been a long time, and walks toward him. Ju greets Lin Hong. She states that she will be his guarantor, and instructs that he be allowed into the city quickly, so as not to waste her time. The man responds affirmatively, addressing her as Commander Yu. Ju smiles upon hearing the title and asks why. If she is not a member of the Writers' Association, she has joined the Gilded City military. Lin Hong explains that this is solely because of the disaster wave. It was not her own decision. Almost all professional writers from the association were temporarily incorporated into the military to participate in the disaster wave defense battle. As one of the board directors of the Writers' Association, she could not avoid this duty. She continues that about 2 months ago, a sudden disaster wave swept across the entire Zhualiang Peak, and it was her first encounter with such an event. Their Gilded City bore the brunt of that severe disaster wave for the first time in hundreds of years. The narrator adds that millions of disaster wave creatures surrounded the entire Gilded City, not to mention the terrorist species. The number of nightmare species alone exceeded 20. Lin Hong places a hand on her chin and says that if she had not been lucky, he might not be able to see her now. Ju, surprised, asks if the disaster wave swept the entire Zhualiang Peak 2 months ago. He thinks that in the Grey Wilderness, which is almost isolated from Zhualiang Peak, the disaster wave experienced by all the gathering places there also occurred 2 months ago. What connection could there be? She is surprised to see him, and asks if he is a new disciple. Ju pats him on the back and says, yes, he is still new, but talented. He is a good kid. She responds that he is good and looks more pleasing to the eye than that little girl, advising to bring him around more often in the future. Noticing the snow spirits, she says, the Ice Heart Snowflake Institute will take them. They should be handed over and her name reported so he can receive an insider's price. She adds that after this is finished, he is not allowed to sneak around and must repay what he owes her. Hun asks Master what he owes her. Ju punches him on the head and tells him not to interfere in others' personal matters. Lin Hong says he can choose whether to be in front of the flowers under the moon or maybe he wants a child. She then flies away sitting on the Green King's wind Luan. Hung teasingly asks if she is the master's wife. He remarks that he has noticed every time he talks to Senior Yu, Master is a little too serious, which is not so bad. He also observes that the way Master speaks with Senior Yu is quite different from the frosty expression he wears when talking to others. Ju waves toward him to stop. Hung asks if he waves now Senior Yu will not be able to see it, and wonders why he does not go after her and leave him behind. As Ju places a hand on his head, Hung asks what he is doing. Ju says his master will teach him the meaning of being a filial disciple with his own hands. Hung protests that he does not want to fight and surrenders. If he is hit again, he will go and complain to his wife. He cries out that he was wrong. After a while, the narrator explains that Ju takes Su-Hung to the Writers' Association. As Su-Hung marvels at the grandeur and majesty of the Writers' Association, Ju has already sold all the Ice Heart snowflakes neatly. Apparently, the master and disciple had great luck that time. The narrator adds that as a result of the disaster wave's aftermath, the writers suffer great losses and are in desperate need of Ice Heart snowflakes to restore their spiritual powers. Consequently, the price of Ice Heart snowflakes has skyrocketed. Coupled with Yu Lin Hong's advance notice, The master and disciple receive an unexpectedly high price. Su-heng exclaims that his wife is a good person and is immediately slapped by Ju. The narrator states that after receiving contribution points from the Writers' Association, Ju takes Su-heng to exchange them for the remaining materials needed for the dragon snake lizard transformation ceremony. Now only one ingredient remains to complete the transformation, which excites Su-heng greatly. The narrator adds that, to his surprise, Ju actually owns a vast manor in the Gilded City, causing Su-heng to feel extremely envious of his master's wealthy family background. After a while, Li Bo, the manor housekeeper, tells Ju that this is the laboratory left by his sixth senior brother, Sen Qin, who stayed in the Gilded City for a long time and established this laboratory. He asks if it meets his requirements. Heng, happily inspecting the place, says he is satisfied. It is simply perfect. Li Bo holds out the keys and says he will now go attend to his work, handing over the laboratory keys and stating that from now on, the laboratory will be under his care. Heng reaches out to take them and expresses his gratitude. Later, Heng sits conducting experiments and reflects that there is a significant difference between a terrorist species transformation ceremony and a dragon transformation ceremony. In fact, the dragon snake lizard transformation requires only two main ingredients, wind and thunder, to have a chance at success. He reads a book and thinks that the probability of transformation by this method is extremely low. The narrator explains that the other ingredients recorded in the ancient dragon scripture are intended for refining a pre-medical practice. The reason is simple. It is to adjust the body of the dragon snake lizard into the most suitable state for absorbing the main medicine, thereby greatly increasing the success rate. The narrator adds that, of course, refining a pre-medicine is much harder than auxiliary medicines such as bloodline incense. However, with this superb laboratory, Su-heng feels that he has an additional 20% chance of success. Later, Li Bo tells Heng that he has followed the master's instructions, and handed over Little Six's laboratory to Su-heng. He places a hand on his chest and says that at present, Su-heng seems no less talented than Little Six in refining experiments. Ju responds that this is good news. Later, standing near the door and holding the handle, Ju says that he is sure Little Six will be happy when he finds out. After a while, Ju stands with Li Bo by the window and says that when he accepted Su-heng as his disciple, his performance was impressive, but he could not understand him at all, and even doubted his unusual talent. He adds that he still decided to accept him as a disciple, and asks if Li Bo knows why. Li Bo replies that he does not know the reason. Ju explains that it is because Su-heng reminded him of Sen Qin. They are both equally talented and diligent. He places his hand on the window's glass and says that this reminds him of his youth. Li Bo agrees and says that Sen Qin came to the Gilded City alone when he was young with his own strength, combat skills, beast control, wealth and real estate. He achieved a great reputation in the city. Even the Writers' Association treated him with great respect. Li Bo continues that Sen Qin was indeed very similar to Su-heng and was almost unparalleled among his peers in the Gilded City at the time. He was once considered his successor, but unfortunately, fate was jealous of his talents. He wonders if Su-heng can reach his level. Ju says that Su-heng is so similar to Sen Qin that sometimes he fears he will not be able to protect him. He thinks that by comparison, he must be the strongest and earliest follower under the master. Although the master is not a professional level rider, he relies on his two main harnessed beasts which have surpassed the limitations of their respective races. Therefore his overall strength is unlike that of any ordinary rider. He recalls that Sen Qin was unexpectedly killed because the master happened to return to the Grey Wilderness and was unable to rescue him. He believes that if the master had been in the Gilded City at that time, Sen Qin could have been saved in time. He still regrets being unable to save him, and when facing this newly acquired young apprentice, he cannot help but dwell on the thought that he may not be able to protect him either. Ju places a hand on his shoulder and says, "Let's go. It seems these two old men have to stay away for a while." Li Bo replies, "Let's wait a little, please, sir." After a while, Heng conducts an experiment in a room filled with lightning. He checks the liquid, and then closes a jar, saying that fortunately, the laboratory left behind by the sixth senior brother contains high-strength grinding vessels made of steel and glass. He adds that otherwise, there would be no way to utilize this concentration of wind and thunder essence, which can activate miniature wind blades and lightning. Later, he notices a flame in the jar, and says that the blood of the dragon species is extremely active, exuding a powerful aura. Despite being purified, he holds it up to observe. and remarks that if it were not for the Writers' Association, obtaining these materials would have been laborious. He begins to use his power on the jar, spreading an aura, and thinks that spiritual energy must be used to restrain the dragon's might. Otherwise, if the reagent bottle is shattered by that power, disaster will follow. He pours a red liquid into the jar filled with bubbles, and the liquid mixes with the bubbles, creating a blue liquid. Seeing this, he declares the process done. After a while, Li Bo asks Ju if he believes it and how it could be possible. Ju replies that he did not believe it at first, but the facts compel him to believe it. He suggests waiting to see what happens, and then notices Heng standing with the dragon snake lizard on the other side of the window. Meanwhile, Heng moves toward the dragon snake lizard and pampers him. With excitement, he says that the process of transformation can be painful, but if the creature wants to continue following him and witness the wonders at the top of the world, this step must be taken. He holds a tube and asks if it is willing. The dragon snake lizard puts it on its tongue, bites and breaks it. His eyes open wide as he experiences a strong pain. His body begins to shiver, and he lies on the ground, contorting his body. A strong lightning aura starts spreading from him. Heng, shocked by the sight, thinks that the effect of the prodrug compresses the energy of wind and thunder into every cell of the dragon snake lizard. For the dragon snake lizard, this process is like crushing bones and sucking marrow, which is the price of transformation. He thinks, but tells him not to be afraid. No matter what hardship he endures, he will bear it with him, and he begins to use his power. He sends a wave of energy toward him, but suddenly screams in pain as he is struck by shock. Lightning waves. Li Bo, shocked, sees Heng kneeling in pain, and says that this is insane. He has actually opened the sea of his soul to share the beast's pain. If the beast loses control, Heng will be severely injured. He says, no, they must cut off the spiritual link immediately. Ju signals with his hand and says to wait. Since he has known that kid, he has never been a fool. He adds that regardless of whether that bottle of potion can truly transform the dragon snake lizard, as long as this happens, Su Heng's action will surely be rewarded with absolute loyalty from the dragon snake lizard soul. A master, who can achieve this without exception, will become a leader in this world. Heng pats the dragon as it roars, releasing a powerful wind and thunder energy from its mouth that shatters the wall into pieces. Li Bo asks the master if this drug is responsible and whether the dragon snake lizard could truly produce such strong wind and thunder energy. He says, it is impossible for a dragon snake lizard to master wind and thunder energy. Ju tells him to keep his eyes open and says that even if the sky falls, he must help this kid. He is shocked, and asks what happened. Then says that the dragon snake lizard cut off the spiritual link on its own. He adds that it should be almost done. The dragon snake lizard does not want its master to suffer any more than he already has. The dragon snake lizard roars, spreading energy, and its body begins transforming from head to tail. Heng praises it, saying, well done, dragon snake lizard. Ju admits that he cannot believe this has really happened. Li Bo says it is amazing. A race unrelated to wind and thunder elements such as the dragon snake lizard has been able to master these two skills, electric shock and wind blade. This is a huge accomplishment that will turn the writer's world upside down. He congratulates him, saying that his new disciple is truly amazing. Ju asks if he now understands why he was worried about being unable to protect this brat. He adds that if such news leaks out, he fears the consequences. The dragon snake lizard roars, spreading energy. Li Bo says to the master that Zheng Lai will work alongside him to protect this kid, even at the cost of his own life. After a while, the narrator explains that after helping the dragon snake lizard absorb the prodrug, Su Heng rested for 2 days before fully recovering his energy. While assisting the dragon snake lizard in familiarizing itself with its new skills, he also placed the training of the crystal rock dragon on the agenda. The narrator continues that following the incident with the dragon snake lizard, Ju completely believed in Su Heng's transformation method. He solemnly informed Su Heng once again that the matter must be kept absolutely confidential, even if it requires killing to ensure silence. The narrator notes that Su Heng naturally understands that his master acts for his own good. However, Su Heng cares most about helping his master transform into a beast master, and secretly contemplates how to set up his master and senior Yu. Yet Su Heng does not dare speak of this openly for fear of reprimand. Later, at the Writers' Union exam room where writers sit for their tests, the narrator explains that at Ju's suggestion Su Heng takes the written examination for the Writers' Association in an attempt to join. After all, during the years, when the dragon snake lizard failed to hatch, all Su Heng could do was study. making this exam very easy for the academic master Su Heng. After the exam, Li Bo stands near a car waiting for Heng, and opens the door upon seeing him. They sit inside the car as Li Bo asks how he performed on the exam this time. Heng says that he thinks he will receive a perfect score, having seen all the questions before. Just then, another car pulls up beside theirs. Dong waves toward Heng, thanks him sincerely, and asks if the examination is over, suggesting that he treat him to dinner. Heng smiles and says it is nothing and that he will see him later at the examination center. Li Bo asks if Dong is a new friend he has made. Heng replies that not yet. He laughs and says, it seems he has a really good eye for making friends. On the other side, Dong adjusts his glasses and explains that 5 years ago, the Gilded Cities Writers Association, in honor of the glorious year 9970, commissioned the production of the Gilded 9970 limited edition sedan. Only 20 of these vehicles were ever released in the city. He remarks that this guy is truly remarkable, and moreover, he actually answered the questions faster than he did. Dong then says, very well, and suggests they proceed to the examination center. After a while, the narrator explains that the second part of the examination for joining the Writers Association is a battle test. The testing area for this phase, known as the Association Competition Arena, is located behind the Writers Association building. Since harnessed pets are not small, it is inevitable that they cannot perform adequately inside the building itself. The narrator continues that the arena is divided into 5 sections by the Windstopper boundary created by the Windstopper Banshee, a low-level terrorist species bred by the association which ensures that the aftermath of the battles in each examination area does not affect the others. The narrator states that at that moment, Su Heng and Little Fatty sit in the waiting hall of the dual test holding their reference certificates and awaiting the examiner's instructions. At this time, Su Heng finally learns that Little Fatty's name is Ai Dong and that he is a few years younger than him. The narrator notes that for some reason, Ai Dong seems quite interested in Su Heng. Su Heng senses that the other party has no ill intentions, so he behaves in an easygoing manner. Later, a referee stands in the arena and announces that in this exam, in addition to the actual battle, the vigor of each candidate's harnessed pet, along with its cultivation and skill development, status, will be scored. Each candidate is limited to 1 harnessed pet. The referee calls candidate Heng to enter. A red-haired judge, noting that Heng is a 19-year-old, high-ranked disciple and top rider with a mature, highly dangerous dragon snake lizard, observes him and comments that the color of the dragon snake lizard scales is abnormal, possibly due to cultivation using some kind of energy fruit and that its body length and bone mass exceed those of a standard dragon snake lizard. He adds that it seems a lot of effort has been invested in it, and concludes that this kid is truly remarkable. The referee announces examination number K897613, with the candidate Su Heng controlling the pet dragon snake lizard, facing off against the light armored leopard. Both step into the arena, and the referee declares the battle to begin. Heng thinks that there are no light armored leopards in the Grey Wilderness. This is a top-level dangerous species unique to the outside world. It is a perfect combination of likeness, beast and armor, and like the dragon snake lizard, he ranks among the top dangerous species, making it difficult to handle. The dragon snake lizard uses the evil armor defense technique, and roars at the leopard. The red-haired judge remarks that although he faces a far more powerful, top-level dangerous species, he still dares to attack first, showing bravery. This method of taming animals reminds him of an old friend. The leopard leaps to attack, but the dragon snake lizard quickly dodges. The leopard swings its tail to strike, but the dragon snake lizard swiftly evades. The red-haired judge thinks that something is wrong. The dragon snake lizard's scales appear unusual. The tail attack of the light-armored leopard is its strongest method, and the defense of mere evil armor should not be able to block it. He wonders about that metallic luster and how many iron energy fruits the dragon snake lizard has consumed. The dragon snake lizard roars and uses the evil attack high-speed technique to run toward him to attack. He is startled and explains that the light-armored leopard possesses armor attributes that make it resilient to brute force. The light-armored leopard forms a light shield of armor around itself for protection and then leaps to attack. The dragon snake lizard quickly moves aside, and throws an energy ball toward him using the evil thought breath technique. The light-armored leopard forms a shield to block the attack encounters. With the light blade slash technique, the red-haired judge comments that it was a clever tactic to pretend to strike and then attack with energy, but the fully armored leopard can tear through the energy with slashes alone, making the tactic ineffective. The dragon snake lizard throws thunder and lightning energy to attack, but the leopard again blocks it with its shield. The red-haired judge expresses disbelief that he tries to compete against a beast with a perfect body by merely increasing energy intensity. Noting this seems to define today's test. Suddenly, a sharp crystal from the dragon approaches him from behind to attack. The red-haired judge becomes excited and remarks that this dragon snake lizard is capable of using two different skills simultaneously across different systems, which requires a high level of elemental affinity and mental control. He asks how this can be accomplished by a 6-month-old dragon snake lizard. He observes Hung and thinks that instead of relying on its master's orders, the creature depends on its own fighting instincts to formulate a battle plan. Such a beast will always be the master's most trustworthy support. This man has discovered a treasure. He realizes he is doing it again, noting that after the last fight in the grizzly forest, this man tends to surprise opponents with rock guns. The leopard screams in pain after being struck by a crystal on its back. He roars with glowing red eyes, and moves toward dragon snake lizard to attack using the light combat technique. Raging blade. He strikes with sharp claws, injuring him and causing bleeding. The red-haired judge notices the dragon's blood dripping, and thinks that an ordinary dragon snake lizard should not withstand such a blow. Yet this dragon's injuries are actually recovering slowly. He wonders why this dragon's defense and recovery are so unusual. He watches as the dragon heals and roars, preparing to attack the leopard again, using the dragon might death technique. The red-haired judge stands up and declares that the test should be ended. The referee tells Hung that he has passed the test and instructs him to take the dragon snake lizard to the healing room in the black area for treatment. Hung agrees. After a while, a frog licks the dragon snake lizard to heal him while Hung stands near his bed. Hung remarks that the leopard's blow could have been avoided if the dragon snake lizard had used his wind and thunder talents. But if they were to encounter the leopard in the wild, they would not have been able to defeat him. The dragon snake lizard smiles at him. Just then, Hung hears a notification indicating that he has received a message on his watch, which states full marks for cultivation status, full marks for skill development, full marks for combat experience and a final battle test score of 99 marks. At that moment, Dong enters the room and congratulates Hung on achieving such a high score on the battle test. Expressing his jealousy, Hung responds that he was quite lucky and fortunately, was not seriously injured. Dong admits that he was bullied. The opponent he was assigned was very powerful, and he is truly exhausted, so he will leave first. Hung wonders how Deng knew the scores so quickly as they are supposed to be confidential. After a while inside the car, Li Bo laughs and says he missed the passing mark by only 1 point. So passing the examination is definitely assured. Hung asks how things are going with the master. He replies that his lordship has just informed him that he has returned from his mission. Hung thinks that the master has finally completed the mission, which should have secured the ice brain demon's brain tissue, and that the master has at last collected a piece of the dragon transformation materials. After a while, the car stops outside the mansion. Later, Ju shows Hung a box full of crystals, and says, "Here, take a look." Hung observes that this is not the ice brain demon's brain tissue, but rattling thunderstones. He realizes that the mission completed was actually for the rattling thunderstones, which are presented as a reward for him. But he wonders about his own dragon transformation materials. He thanks the master, but is startled when Ju hits him on the head and calls him a brat, telling him not to stir up trouble and to hurry up and get it done, as he still wants to witness the transformation of the dragon snake lizard. Hung asks why they cannot buy rattling thunderstones in Gilded City and why they must obtain them through a mission. Ju explains that rattling thunderstone is a very special material containing a relatively stable and almost constant flow of electrical energy. He explains that rattling thunderstone can be used as a source of electricity for power plants. It is a city-grade strategic item that the Gilded City Writers Association does not possess, so it is not included on their points list. Were it not for his master, obtaining it would not have been easy. Hung asks if they can use it to supply electricity to their Black Lantern gathering place, noting that all the electricity there seems to be generated from fire. Ju responds that if he wanted to use rattling thunder stones to generate electricity, he would need not just one stone, but an entire industrial system, and the Black Lantern Castle is far from here. He sits in a chair and says, he had better hurry and begin the dragon transformation, as his master is eager to witness it. Hung smiles and says that regarding the dragon transformation, it seems he will have to wait a little longer. Ju asks if he does not need only one rattling thunderstone remaining and if any materials are still lacking. Heng replies that the master is becoming forgetful, and asks if he did not request him to take the Writers' Association test. He says he has already passed 2 levels, and the day after tomorrow will be the final level of the actual combat trial test. Heng is startled and remarks that age has not been kind to his memory, then asks how he performed on his first 2 tests. Heng replies that he scored 91 on the written test and 99 on the combat test. If things go well on the practical test, achieving an A+ rating with a total score exceeding 370 points should not be difficult. Ju comments that the individuals in the Writers' Association who lack the courage to fight terrorist species at least are not blind and have not misjudged his strength. He then instructs to put away the rattling thunderstone and prepare to achieve a good score in the actual combat trial. Later, the narrator explains that the Gilded City Writers' Association's trials have always been known for their extreme difficulty. In the words of the Gilded City natives, they are simply strange. However, rather than dwell on that, the focus now turns to the actual combat trials from the last registered Writers' Association test, which was conducted in the real world. The narrator explains that the trial takes place in a dangerous location called Shadow Island on the Yahoo Sea. A group of 5 people is assigned to capture a high-level dangerous species known as the shadowless bird. As its name suggests, the shadowless bird does not possess strong attack power, but its speed is astonishing, rendering it practically invisible. The narrator states that using brute force or any other method is insufficient to pluck even a single feather, let alone capture it. Due to the extreme difficulty of the trial, only one of the 33 participants was able to pass the Registered Writers' Association examination and become a registered writer. The narrator continues that Su Heng reviews all the trial records from the past 30 years, thinking it would be wise to prepare thoroughly. As a result, when he receives the trial details, he becomes quite confused to learn that the trial location is Green Soul Mountain, where the mission requires working in a group to kill any mature, dangerous species, creatures of the small disaster wave that roam the depths of Green Soul Mountain. The narrator explains that fewer than 30 riders are participating in this trial, and they gather at Green Soul Mountain under the leadership of 10 examiners from the Writers' Association Masters. Each session of the trials is organized into small groups known as trial teams aimed at cultivating collaborative cooperation among the writers. The narrator adds that each team is accompanied by an examiner and one of Gilded City's Evil Eye monitors. The examiner is responsible for scoring the team members, while the Evil Eye monitor records the entire process to ensure absolute fairness in the trial. What surprises Su Heng, however, is that after reading out his name, the examiner stops and no teammate is assigned to him. After a while, Heng sees teacher Yunlan and addresses her as Miss Examiner, asking if he is the only one assigned to the team this time. Just then, Dong waves toward him and asks how that could be. He tells Heng that they are teammates, calling it a coincidence and suggesting it must be fate. Heng is startled and thinks it is obvious that Dong arranged it. He could not be more fake. Yunlan explains that this trial involves a small disaster wave, and although Gilded Cities, Writers' Association, combat forces are engaged on the Western Front, there is always a chance that some threats might slip through, so caution is necessary. She states that the mission this time is to hunt down any mature special-level dangerous species, and she will do her best to keep him safe. However, she warns that every year, people, including examiners, die in the trials, so it must not be taken lightly. Heng thinks that to the current dragon snake lizard, even a special-level dangerous species, let alone a mature one, is merely a trivial matter, but they must be careful not to reveal the wind and thunder talent and ensure it remains concealed. Yen Lan adds that the examiners have specially designated his trial tasks. Unlike others, who must hunt special, dangerous species, he is assigned to hunt mature top-level dangerous species. Dong, shocked, exclaims, "Damn it." Sister Yunlan asks if this is not bullying, referencing the top-level dangerous species, while noting that he is only carrying a baby alligator. She laughs and asks who told him to be in the same group as Su Heng. She says that, of course, he receives the same task, and also calls her examiner, warning that she will deduct 1 point from him this time so he will remember. He cries out no and begs her not to do so, addressing her as Miss Examiner. After a while, the vehicles pass along a narrow road like a car. Dong says that this mission is strange. He says that he had thought his brother was only slightly stronger than him, but he does not expect him to be strong enough to increase the difficulty of the task. If he had known this, he would not have teamed up with him. Heng says that he does not know why, but he feels that something will go wrong during the Green Soul Mountain trial. Even the smaller disaster waves are still full of unknown dangers. On the other side, Ju asks whether he does not think the association's trial is somewhat cruel for newcomers. Yun says that the Ashen Peninsula is once again experiencing a wave of disasters unseen in hundreds of years. According to the Elder's judgment, this disaster cannot be quelled easily. She says that she also knows many riders in the association are not cowards and do not even dare go to the battlefields. She explains that from now on, even newcomers must face the cruelest realities in this trial, including the examiners. It is estimated that nearly 1/3 will become casualties. If they are not treated cruelly now, they will not even have a chance to survive in the future. He asks whether the situation has really reached this point. She says that, although it could have been worse with him here this time, it is at least guaranteed that the participants will not be massacred. She smiles and states that, speaking of which, his little apprentice truly resembles him back then, possessing outstanding talent and sharp methods. The Gilded City could not have raised such a young man. He says that the apprentice will surpass him. After a while, the narrator states that at the beginning of the trial, everything proceeds smoothly. However, shortly after entering Green Soul Mountain, most accompanying examiners are summoned by the chief examiner to encircle and suppress the large waves of scattered disasters deep within the mountain. The narrator adds that with military orders before them and not far from the battlefield, many examiners feel as if they have fallen into a trap. It seems that the invigilation is merely a cover, and the real purpose is to bring them to the battlefield. Since then, all the accompanying examiners of each team have departed, leaving only one Evil Eye monitor to follow the team's status to the point that participating teams also become responsible for the safety of the Evil Eye monitors. The narrator says that as the trial progresses, fish that escape the net from the first wave of disasters enter each trial area, one after another. These dangerous creatures are powerful and far beyond the participants' ability to deal with them alone. Even with all 5 members of each trial team working together, it is difficult to defeat even one, and each team begins to experience fatigue. The narrator adds that as the trial continues, dangerous creatures appear more frequently, and the rate of personnel loss becomes more severe. Normally, the death rate in actual combat trials does not exceed 1%, but now it has doubled, or possibly increased by more than 10 times. The narrator states that on the 4th day of the trial alone, Su-hung encounters 3 trial teams that have been completely wiped out. Broken limbs and blood are scattered everywhere, which seems to make Ai Dong very uncomfortable. If Su-hung had not taken him along, this little, fat man might have been buried in Green Soul Mountain long ago. After a while, Hung sits near a fire in a cave with others. Dong encourages Gong Xian to drink water from a bottle. Hung approaches the pink velvet bird holding a fruit and says that if the two of them had arrived a little later, this pink velvet bird, a high-level dangerous species at the end of its growth stage, would also have been killed. He admits that he does not know how many people will remain in this trial. Dong says that fortunately he is in a group with him. Otherwise, he fears his body would have turned cold by now. He asks whether he thinks they can still return to the Gilded City, and if the examiners who have gone to the battlefield will come back to pick them up while closing the bottle's cap. Hung plays with the bird and says that if no one comes to pick them up, they will return alone. Gong Xuan wakes up coughing, and Dong says that she has awakened. She says excitedly, "Abba, Abba." Both of them are confused and wonder whether that was a way of thanking them. Dong comments that she seems like a nice girl, but it is unfortunate that she is slow-witted. She then explains that she is thanking them. After becoming a writer, she learned about spiritual communication, but she was too nervous earlier and forgot to express her gratitude. She apologizes for this. The narrator explains that the members of the group to which this girl named Gong Xuan belongs were slaughtered by a full-stage top-level dangerous species. She manages to escape with a flying pet of weak combat power, but shortly after leaving the tiger's mouth, she enters the wolf's den because the flying pet is seen flying over the mountain. The narrator adds that she is quickly targeted by a mature top-level dangerous bird, and is chased all the way to Su-hung's ambush site. Under the constant pleading of the little stout man, Su-hung uses the dragon snake lizard to ambush and kill the mature, top-level dangerous bird. After completing the trial mission, he also manages to rescue the girl. The narrator states that over the next 3 days, Su-hung takes the 2 little burdens and hides in the middle east of Green Soul Mountain. They rely on the perception of the treasure-hunting dragon beast to avoid powerful and dangerous creatures. Fortunately, they have not encountered any terror species so far. The narrator explains that the 2 crybabies are also sensible. Even when they starve, they give up all their food, water and animal control to Su Heng. Over time, the three of them form a small friendship. This cave serves as the resting place that Su Heng finds after Gong Xuan faints from hunger. The narrator adds that the cave was originally the nest of a particularly dangerous species of bear, but it now belongs to Su Heng, as the original owner was roughly driven away by the dragon snake lizard. After a while, Heng, Gong and Dong sit near the fire while Heng says that next time they must ensure not to give him all their food. He calculates that their current supply is sufficient to support them for a while, and if they are lucky, he will take them back. Gong apologizes and says she is sorry for causing trouble for everyone again. Suddenly, they are startled by flying dragons approaching them. Dong quickly hides behind a rock and wonders whether this movement could be a terror species. Heng moves forward quickly, sees a Tyrannosaurus, and says that he recognizes it. It is his master's lava Tyrannosaurus. Suddenly, he notices a fireball coming toward him, which shocks him. He exclaims that it is his master fighting using the level 10 enlightenment of the terrifying technique. Lava explosion falling from the sky. The narrator states that despite seeing the signs of battle in the distant sky, Su Heng cannot suppress his concern. Even though he knows that he cannot assist his master, he feels compelled to go and take a closer look. The narrator explains that the crystal rock dragon watches over the two inexperienced children, Ai Dong and Gong Xuan, while Su Heng hastens toward the depths of Green Soul Mountain. Naturally, this causes Ai Dong and Gong Xuan to marvel at Su Heng's advanced control over his beasts. After passing through the dense forest, Su Heng takes out his binoculars and observes the battle scene deep within Green Soul Mountain. Heng notices Master Ju standing side by side with the gray-haired chief examiner, both floating in midair. Just below them, several beasts are engaged in combat, likely forming the core of this disaster wave. He recognizes one of the creatures as a secondary nightmare species, the Ice Ring Dragon, fighting against the Tyrannosaurus. He is extremely shocked and exclaims that it is a nightmare species, finding it hard to believe that his master is actually fighting such a formidable existence. He thinks that, according to the ancient dragon scripture, the Ice Ring Dragon's spine marrow and its ice poison sacs are precisely the materials required for the Ice Crystal Dragon Lion to transform into a dragon. He believes that this battle presents a great opportunity for his master. On the other side, Ju announces that it is Monkey King's turn, and opens a portal for Monkey King to emerge. The Monkey King leaps forward to attack the Ice Ring Dragon and attempts to punch him, but the Ice Ring Dragon wraps around him tightly. Heng recognizes it as his master's second major pet, the Rift Monkey King, a super-terrorist species that perfectly combines earth, beast, power Kai and fighting elements. He considers it arguably the top existence among the super-terrorist species. The Monkey King frees himself, glares into the dragon's glowing red eyes, and leaps toward him to attack, shattering the ground beneath his feet. The dragon also prepares to retaliate. Heng is shocked and says that this is the terrorist species. Air skill, Raging Air Burst, a level 10 enlightenment ability called Atmospheric Rip. He wonders whether this attack will work against the Ice Ring Dragon, since it can fly. On the other side, the gray-haired man asks Ju whether he will get serious upon seeing the Monkey King being wrapped by the dragon. Ju snaps, and a giant hand bursts out from the ground to grab the dragon. The dragon is shocked, as the hand smashes its tail, catching it. Heng's mouth falls open in shock, and he exclaims how fast it is. He asks if that mountainous figure is the one summoned by his master's primary force, the Black Sin Beast, and wonders what power it possesses that even surpasses a nightmare species. The narrator states that Su Heng's astonishment Ju's Black Sin Beast kills the Ice Ring Dragon directly and retrieves the dragon's transformation materials. With the fall of the Ice Ring Dragon, this small disaster wave also comes to an end. The narrator adds that naturally, this brutal trial concludes as well. The large number of deaths leads to much criticism in the Gilded City, but the Master Chief does not bother to explain. Facing disaster waves, if one does not have the determination to die, only death will follow. Subsequently, the results of the trial are officially announced. Su Heng undoubtedly takes first place and is rewarded by the association. The narrator explains that, driven by the mentality that he would be a fool not to seize the opportunity, Su Heng takes the certificate and rushes to the Green Ring Research Institute where he has been attempting to find himself a supplementary beast. After a while, Dar Kai Huai asks whether he is Su Heng. Heng smiles and confirms that he is. Suddenly the doctor playfully hits him on the head. Heng is shocked and asks why he was hit. He casually replies that he simply enjoys hitting people and particularly likes hitting Su-hung, then laughs. He climbs onto a table and declares that it is because he is the incarnation of the reader's father. Chi-hui. Hung thinks that he seems somewhat mentally unstable. Another doctor approaches him, places a hand on his shoulder and says that doctors can be like that sometimes, but there is no need to worry. He suggests they move somewhere else and assures that Chi-hui will be fine shortly. They walk along a cubic path. Later in the area designated for healing pets, the doctor points to several animals and explains that there are currently 7 types of the top dangerous species, healing cubs housed in the institute. Hung silently walks behind the doctor and then makes playful faces while interacting with the species cubs. The doctor holds a paper and explains that there are 3 types of super dangerous species cubs, 5 individuals in total. He points out 2 of them and says they are unique, super dangerous species native to the Gilded City, the blood-eyed golden jade grass. These herbaceous pets belong to the blood, metal and healing systems. As a combination of blood and healing systems, the blood-eyed golden jade grass specializes in healing penetrating wounds, lacerations and even minor limb disfigurements to some extent. The doctor gestures to the side and adds that if these beasts do not fit well within Heng's combat system, then the snow spirit and the essence goblin over there are also good choices. At that moment, Hung notices a child with wings, and asks what it is. He sits near the cage and states that this is a mixed blood pet, composed of a mixture of light and dark elements that are completely incompatible. Hung considers the mixture of light and dark and asks if the barrier can be removed so he can take a closer look. He places a stone on the lock to open it and agrees, but warns not to take too long. The cage door vanishes, revealing the princess trembling inside. The doctor explains that even without reproductive isolation, it would be difficult for a powerful hybrid to be born between different beasts. Moreover, the 2 energy systems of light and dark are entirely incompatible. He adds that from an energy intensity perspective, her level should be lower than that of a horror species. However, she is no less dangerous than a fully developed super dangerous species. He says, this little creature contains completely contradictory light and dark energy within her body. Once uncontrolled, her power approaches infinitely close to that of a horror creature. They have never encountered such a mysterious creature, and even the race of her parents cannot be determined. Hung contemplates the light and dark energy and wonders if it could truly be that race. If so, he has found a treasure. He inquires whether it is possible to learn where she came from. The doctor states that it is no secret where this little child originates. About a month ago, she was discovered by a team of chariot riders from the Riders Association in a small natural secret place intertwined with black and white. He places the stone back on the lock. The narrator explains that this world is one where day and night exist simultaneously, with the boundary between them being extremely clear. Half of the area is an endless night while the other half is an eternal morning. The narrator adds that the level of danger in that secret place is not high and the area is not large, but due to the special environment, a professional team of riders was quickly formed to explore it after its discovery by the association a month ago. The narrator further states that this little child was brought out of that secret place by the association's exploration team. Later, it was discovered that she possessed the healing ability of light and that her vitality was rapidly depleting, so she was handed over to their Green Ring Research Institute for relevant study. Hung considers that this must be her, the Light and Darkness Princess. According to the detailed records in the Old Dragon Classic, the Princess of Light and Darkness is a mixed-race offspring born from the combination of the top-level terror species, light-controlling princess and the equally formidable Mudark envoy, another top-level horror species. He thinks that in a place where black and white intertwine, her racial potential surpasses that of her parents. She is already a super horror species at birth. He considers that because she is a hybrid of conflicting light and dark elements, she is born with a fatal flaw that constantly ravages her body, repelling and consuming her inherently deficient vitality. After a moment, the narrator states that, according to the Dragon Classics, before the transformation, pathway of the light and darkness, princess was discovered. She rarely survived more than 6 months. This has caused a race with terrifying talent like the Light and Darkness Princess to become a short-lived super horror species that is not taken seriously by others. Hung reflects that, fortunately, the Old Dragon Classics contain a method to save the Light and Darkness Princess. He declares his decision to choose this hybrid pet. The doctor, surprised to hear this, warns that he may not be aware that, due to the conflict between light and darkness, her vitality is rapidly decreasing. and he suggests that Heng should not waste the precious opportunity gained by being first in the trial. Heng whines and admits that he knows he is thinking in his own favor, but he still wants to choose her. He reveals that he lost his parents as a child and was raised by his sister, so he understands the feeling of helplessness. He explains that his sister taught him from a young age that if he wants to become a writer, he must love his beasts as much as he loves his own family. He adds that he is a soft-hearted person and cannot bear to see the poor little pet suffer. It is pitiful that she is approaching the end of her life at such a young age. He expresses his desire to tame her and do his best to help her grow in order to free her from this short life, even if there is truly no way to save her. Taking her out to see the outside world is better than keeping her confined in a cage. The doctor also becomes emotional upon hearing this, embraces him and agrees that he has spoken from the heart. She is indeed pitiable. He states that he can use his hard-earned first place to gain the chance to take her out, and says he will act as his guarantor, since there is a risk of the light and dark energy inside this beast losing control and rampaging. She is not normally allowed to be taken out of the research institute, but today he will serve as his guarantor. After a while, Heng carries the light and darkness princess in a cage on a trolley. He opens the door and enters a laboratory. He sits on the floor, tied, and states that he has finally brought her back. According to the old dragon classics, if the light and darkness princess is hit or frightened, she is very likely to lose control immediately. He opens a book and begins reading, explaining that a magic potion called Black and White Vortex must be prepared. The materials required include 5 flowers and Lingshan stone. He notes that some blood from light and dark beasts is also needed, which is the most expensive ingredient. Surprised by the recipe, he exclaims in frustration, wondering what genius devised it. He observes that even the most expensive material can be purchased for only 20,000 steel grams. He continues, saying that the finished potion is a 2-colored liquid that naturally produces vortices of black and white. He explains that it relies on the glow at the alternation of morning and night to complete the coupling, and usually only 1 out of every 1,000 potions will succeed. Shocked, he grits his teeth while reading and thinks, what? After a while, Heng is conducting an experiment mixing liquids. He places a drop into a tube, and thinks that configuring this potion is too troublesome, as it takes 2 to 3 hours just to process the materials, coupled with a subsequent tedious preparation, which has a success rate of only 1 in 1,000. He leans over the table and thinks that it will exhaust him to death. He notices a tree immersed in liquid, and recalls the energy-absorbing tree. An idea occurs to him, and he thinks that it is right. He realizes that the materials for this potion are neither scarce, nor particularly expensive, not if he can get the energy-absorbing tree to duplicate them directly, and laughs. Meanwhile, Ju stands outside with a housekeeper Li, who remarks that the master randomly starts laughing or crying, and asks if this is somewhat abnormal. Ju replies that there is no need to worry, as he has always been like that. He exhales and adds that the master could have chosen a top-level dangerous species as an auxiliary beast, instead of selecting a hybrid with a short life expectancy. He has heard that this choice is due to his soft-hearted nature. Judging from his character, Ju comments that he is not as capable as Lao Lu. Ju then asks whether he thinks Lao Lu can make the dragon snake lizard evolve the wind and thunder attributes. Heng considers this and wonders whether Lao Lu might possess a way to cure that hybrid, something even the Gilded City's top research institute has been unable to develop. After a while in the lab, Heng stands before the light and darkness princess holding a potion bottle. He points it toward her and explains that this potion will help her recover from her injuries. She sits silently, appearing sad. He notes that she does not respond to his spiritual message as if a stone sinking into the sea, and wonders if it is because she has been imprisoned in a cage for too long. He thinks that, with the help of the energy-absorbing tree, producing potions is not a problem, but the light and darkness princess does not seem willing to take them. Startled, he sees her spread her wings, and hide herself within her feathers. He wonders if she is autistic. He moves the potion toward her, realizing that if she refuses it, the potion's power will begin to fade. He turns to the tree and says that they must proceed. They will have to force the potion down her throat. With red glowing eyes, the tree extends its branches toward the light and darkness princess. He clenches her and applies power to open her wings. He asserts that he is powerful, very powerful. When he fails, he admits that it is useless. Heng reflects that perhaps the long period of captivity has left this light and darkness princess with no desire to survive. He places the potion on the table and tells her that if she wants to live, she should drink it. He adds that he hopes she will recover. but she still does not open her wings. He stares at her in confusion, and thinks that after all this fuss, it turns out, she simply does not like drinking medicine. The Light and Darkness Princess then asks if he is her daddy. Hung replies that he is not her daddy, pointing to himself. He says that he should be her master. By the way, she then asks if master is her mommy. He tells her that it is not the case either. He moves the treasure-hunting beast forward and requests that it teach her some common sense, explaining that he still has work to do. After a while, the tree and the treasure-hunting beast are seen playing with the Light and Darkness Princess, while Heng stands nearby, still looking at the potion bottle in confusion. The narrator states that the spiritual message from the Light and Darkness Princess is clearly the voice of a little girl, but her calling Su Heng, her father, is truly perplexing. No wonder the companion attribute was included in the description in the ancient dragon script. Heng holds his chin and reflects on the companion attribute, insisting to himself that he is not that kind of person. The dragon snake lizard appears as Heng calls him out. He notices the tree and the treasure-hunting beast playing with the Light and Darkness Princess. Heng clenches his fist and demands to know what he is looking at, accusing them of simply trying to get close to the girl. He points toward the potion and tells him to focus here instead. He asks what he thinks, and explains that while the energy-absorbing tree was duplicating the Light and Darkness Princess's potion, he obtained the main ingredient for the dragon snake lizard's transformation. Hearing this, the dragon snake lizard becomes excited, his mouth watering. Heng quickly says to wait and questions what he thinks he is doing. He tells him that he called him to show the potion to him, not for him to drink it yet, and orders him to stop reaching for the bottle. He warns that he cannot consume anything in the lab. Ignoring him, the dragon snake lizard bites the bottle, drinks the potion, and his eyes brighten with light. He roars and spreads his wings. Just then, Ju notices an explosion in the lab. While standing outside, Heng emerges from the smoke, coughing and calls out for his master's help. The dragon snake lizard's size begins to increase and Heng exclaims that it seems the dragon snake lizard is about to demolish the house. Ju is shocked to hear this. A short while later, in the garden, Heng stands before Ju while the dragon snake lizard lies silently on the ground. Ju asks if he had been attempting to perform the dragon snake lizard's transformation, reminding him that he had said he needed to find a special venue first. Heng gives a strange smile and explains that the creature simply swallowed the main ingredient for the transformation's secret medicine, yet he has not even turned into a dragon. The dragon snake lizard releases surges of wind and thunder energy into the sky, causing Ju to startle and remark that he has not even transformed into a dragon yet and is already doing this. He demands to know if Heng is trying to blow up his house. Heng smiles again and says he merely wanted to surprise the dragon snake lizard by showing him the main ingredient. But instead, he went wild and swallowed it in one gulp. He insists he truly did not intend for this to happen. The narrator explains that the disturbance caused by the dragon snake lizard far exceeds Su Heng's expectations. Fortunately, Teacher Ju possesses a powerful beast, and with its help, the illusion triggered by the dragon snake lizard is finally confined to the sky above the estate and does not spread further. Even so, it still draws the police officers of Gilded City to the scene for questioning. The narrator adds that this is a trivial matter for an experienced butler like Uncle Lai, who simply claims that Ju's beast is cultivating new skills, and persuades the officers to leave with only a few words. Meanwhile, the wind and thunder, energy in the sky is drawn toward the main ingredient, entangling and falling from above to envelop the lizard. The narrator says the intense light is so bright that it stings the eyes and the beast's tearing roars can be heard from time to time, making its suffering more than obvious. The narrator explains that the wind and thunder phenomenon lasts for 3 hours before it begins to show signs of dissipating. When the light finally fades, the lizard is met by the expectant gazes of 3 people. By this time, it is already more than 10 meters long, making its once powerful body appear as slender as a twig. The narrator explains that the wind and thunder seem to refine the scales covering the dragon snake lizard's body, making them appear even more noble and elegant with energy flowing through them. However, this refinement is also the reason for the blood covering its body, which causes Su Heng to feel a pang of heartache. After a while, Heng asks the dragon snake lizard if it is alright. The dragon snake lizard releases dark energy and produces an energy ball from its mouth. Holding it in its claw, he throws it toward Heng. Heng quickly moves aside, and the ball strikes the ground nearby, exploding on impact. Ju remarks on the level 5 enlightenment ability of electric shock, plasma ball, and admits he did not expect such a development after the creature consumed the main ingredient. The dragon snake lizard's body is injured and begins to bleed. Hun, shocked, calls out to him and informs his master that the dragon snake lizard is hurt. The dragon snake lizard startles, as its wounds begin to heal. As the Light and Darkness Princess is using her healing horror skill Light Healing, a first-level enlightenment ability, to completely restore it. All present are stunned by the sight. Housekeeper Lee asks Sue if that was the healing horror skill of the Light system. Just now the first-level enlightenment ability of Light Healing. Ju confirms it and silently curses, thinking that when this brat insisted on taming a mixed-breed pet of unknown origin, he knew it would not be an easy matter. He reflects that when they were in the research institute, the mixed-breed pet could not even cast a proper healing spell. Yet everything has now been reversed since he took her in. He considers that she not only uses light healing, a healing skill with great potential among light-type healing pets, but has also already mastered it and reached the first level of enlightenment. Moreover, she has taken the initiative to heal the dragon snake lizard, which signifies that the creature has entered the sealed world of the Princess of Light and Darkness. Ju notices the smile on Heng's face and demands to know the reason, calling him a brat and asking whether the transformation of the dragon snake lizard has been completed. Then gives him a slap on the back. Heng replies that it is not that simple. There is not enough wind and thunder energy here, and it will require significant effort for the dragon snake lizard to absorb a sufficient amount. Housekeeper Lee addresses Heng, reminding him that the master has been truly generous toward him. He recounts that last time when Heng mentioned wanting to find a place where wind and thunder energy converge, the master personally sought out Director Jade and checked the association's database. A considerable favor indeed. Heng asks the master whether he has gone to see his wife. Ju punches him on the head and tells him that he talks too much. Heng clutches his head in pain as Ju calls him an idiot, instructs him to pack his bags and announces that they are leaving tomorrow. He adds that he wants to see what this dragon snake lizard can transform into. Then starts walking forward. The narrator explains that the transformation of a dragon snake lizard into a wind and thunder dragon snake must take place in an environment where wind and thunder are intertwined. Through the force of powerful wind and thunder, the lizard's form is refined, enabling it to fully absorb and digest the essence of the main medicine. With Director Jade's assistance, Ju successfully locates a terrifying species in the database, the wind thunder dragon eagle, which, like the wind thunder dragon snake, embodies the elements of wind, thunder and dragon. When this creature reaches the level of a horror species, it inevitably interacts with its habitat to some degree. The narrator further describes that the natural secret realm inhabited by the wind thunder dragon eagle known as the Wind Thunder Cliff is a unique location capable of fulfilling the transformation requirements of the dragon snake lizard. The Wind Thunder Cliff is a perilous place where fierce winds blow throughout the year, accompanied by relentless thunder and lightning, especially in its deepest regions. The narrator explains that the habitat of the Wind Thunder Dragon Eagle and the Wind Thunder Eagle Dragon Lord is where the intertwined energy of the wind and thunder elements is at its most intense. This location is also the destination of Su Heng and Ju's journey. Because the dragon snake lizard accidentally swallowed the main medicine in the laboratory, all their planned actions have been forced into haste. The narrator states that in order to reach the destination as quickly as possible, the Castle Lord Ju directly retrieved the beast, controlling Frozen Dream Butterfly from the depths of its container. This is Ju's most powerful, super terrifying flying pet, as well as his strongest, controllable pet. The narrator adds that, as a super terrifying species, combining the dream insect and spiritual systems, its greatest strength is not its flight, although it is incredibly swift, but rather its possession of a unique dream system ability known as Dream Tail. The narrator explains that the Dream Tail energy skill greatly extends the distance the Frozen Dream Butterfly can travel with each revival of its wings. The narrator adds that the phantom of the Frozen Dream Butterfly is often seen in the sky, its form already empowered by the Dream Tail skill, its wings fluttering as it soars far into the distance. At the same time, the butterfly's greatest expertise lies in freezing the target's thoughts. If the target creature is within a dream, it can even freeze its soul there, trapping it in a frozen dream until its body fully collapses and dies. Heng and Ju sit upon the butterfly. As Ju remarks that this should be the place, Heng asks if he is certain, adding that he cannot sense any wind or thunder energy in the area. Ju points to the side and says, "There is no mistaking it, those thundering pines are the sign," then commands the Frozen Dream Butterfly to attack that spot with its ultimate Dream Ray. The Frozen Dream Butterfly unleashes the Dream Ray, sending a powerful beam toward a mountain. Heng watches the rock shatter and thinks that, sure enough, all naturally formed secret realms possess their own hidden mechanisms. He reflects that it is fortunate the master obtained this information from the association. Otherwise he would have been forced to search for it himself. The frozen dream butterfly then flies toward the secret realm. The narrator describes that within this secret realm stands a colossal and majestic mountain. Aside from the mountain, the entire realm is enveloped in intense wind and thunder energy sea and shrouded in dark clouds. The mountain's peak reaches into the clouds, and above them, black shadows hover. These are the rulers of this realm, the Wind Thunder Eagle Dragons. It is important to note that the Wind Thunder Eagle Dragons here belong to a Terror-class species, and their leader is a Nightmare-class creature whose intelligence is still inferior to that of a human. The narrator explains that summoning the frozen dream butterfly within the secret realm ruled by the Wind Thunder Eagle Dragons, a flying species, is unquestionably a provocation to their clan. To remain on the safe side, Ju summons the Scarlet Wolf to carry both master and disciple as they begin their ascent. The narrator continues that unlike the freely drifting wind and thunder energy in the area, the ideal location for the dragon snake lizard's transformation into a true dragon is the specific node where wind and thunder energy converge. In a secret realm saturated with such energy, many of these nodes exist. However, the sheer vastness of the mountain requires a slow, careful search. For Su Heng, though this proves relatively easy, before long, the treasure-hunting beast points to the side, chirping excitedly. Heng understands its meaning, while Ju stands silently, thinking that this feels almost like cheating. It is entirely thanks to Heng's beast. If such a creature belonged to someone else, even he would be tempted to steal it. Heng points toward the indicated direction, asking the master what he is thinking, and urges that they proceed, adding that the treasure-hunting beast has located the node in that direction. Ju responds by striking him on the head, telling him to be quiet and not to distract him as he is observing the surroundings. Suddenly, the wind and thunder energy spreads and intensifies. Ju asks whether this is the wind and thunder energy node, remarking that even as a master, it is the first time he has seen one. He then questions whether Heng is certain about letting the dragon snake lizard enter that energy cluster. Heng smiles and asks how it looks given such destructive power. He fears the dragon snake lizard might be reduced to a pile of charred meat the moment it enters. He summons the dragon snake lizard, pats him and tells him that he should know what to do. The dragon snake lizard immediately flies toward the wind and thunder energy cluster. Heng, shocked, calls out to him and demands to know if he has lost his mind, insisting that even terror-class species cannot withstand that concentration of energy. Ju places a hand on his shoulder, telling him to calm down, explaining that all beasts possess a far keener sense of danger than humans and will not willingly bring about their own deaths. A powerful bolt of lightning bursts forth from the energy cluster. Heng and Ju are both stunned as the energy strikes the dragon snake lizard, causing him to scream in agony. Frightened, Heng shouts for the dragon snake lizard. The narrator explains that after swallowing the main ingredient, the dragon snake lizard appears to have gained the ability to attract wind and thunder. The energy cluster originally fixed at the center of the wind and thunder node actually begins to drift slowly toward the dragon snake lizard. The narrator explains that, according to the ancient dragon scripture, for a dragon snake lizard to transform into a wind and thunder dragon snake, its body must be forged with immense wind and thunder energy. At the same time, the earth attributes within its body which do not belong to a wind and thunder dragon snake must be stripped away. The narrator adds that Su Heng never expected a simple line in the ancient dragon scripture to be so horrifying and painful in practice. The so-called forging of the body involves directly blasting the dragon snake lizard with wind and thunder energy until its flesh is charred and peels away. The narrator explains that at first the dragon snake lizard occasionally hisses within the energy cluster, but as time passes, it falls silent. The unsettling sight before him, coupled with the steadily weakening aura of the dragon snake lizard, throws Su Heng into deep panic. Frightened, he clenches his teeth, his face turning pale with horror at witnessing its suffering, and he tries to call out to the dragon snake lizard. Ju tells him that its spiritual energy is still insufficient, but assures him that the dragon snake lizard's body is rapidly absorbing the wind and thunder energy at an astonishing speed. He explains that if the dragon snake lizard were to die, the energy would inevitably dissipate and return to its original state. The lightning energy grows brighter, and as a gust of wind surges past, they quickly shield their faces. Ju exclaims that it is coming, the ancient dragon bloodline. Heng smiles, saying he can sense it as well, feeling the dragon snake lizard's aura recovering rapidly. While watching its transformation unfold, Ju observes that its aura has changed, and wonders aloud if the dragon snake lizard's transformation into a dragon has truly succeeded. He thinks that this kind of aura has far surpassed that of most top-tier danger species, and is certainly not something a creature like a dragon snake lizard should possess. It has been only half a year since the lizard hatched, yet it has already reached such a level. He reflects that this brat has truly managed to turn a dragon snake lizard into a dragon. If word of this spreads, the entire continent will be thrown into chaos. He wonders, what has he gotten himself into? The dragon snake lizards, horns, claws, tail and wings grow and expand, radiating energy as they transform and grow stronger. With a thunderous roar, its power erupts. Ju is shocked and declares that it is indeed a wind and thunder dragon snake. It is truly real. After a while, Ju sees Heng patting the dragon snake lizard, and tells him they should return, as the dragon has just caused a great disturbance and it is unsafe to remain there for long. Heng agrees. The narrator says that following Ju's advice, Su Heng promptly places the wind and thunder dragon snake into his beast control space, yet its arrival causes the other beasts inside to grow somewhat restless. For the moment, the aura of the wind and thunder dragon snake is too unfamiliar to them. It feels as though a stranger has intruded next door, and the overwhelming force of that aura is so intense that it makes them tremble. Fortunately, through the spiritual bond shared between Su Heng and the wind and thunder dragon snake, the treasure-hunting dragon beast and the energy-absorbing tree quickly understand that this stranger is, in fact, their elder brother, the dragon snake lizard, and they begin to warm up to him once more. The narrator says they all wish to know what has transpired between Su Heng and the wind and thunder dragon snake, but just as he is about to engage in spiritual communication with his companions, an intense headache suddenly assails him as though his head is splitting apart. Heng kneels clutching his head in pain, when suddenly an energy surges from his eyes and envelopes his entire body. Ju exclaims that it is the feedback of spiritual energy, explaining that the dragon snake lizard has transformed into the wind and thunder dragon snake, a leap equivalent to advancing directly from a dangerous species to a terrifying species. Placing a hand on Heng's shoulder, he says that the spiritual energy feedback from such a transformation is likely to be exponential, striking a nearby rock and shattering it. He admits that while he had been contemplating the possibility of dragon transformation, he had failed to consider the chain of events that would follow its success, warning that he must not push this boy into becoming a fool. The narrator says that within Su Heng's inner spiritual sea, a tempest has churned the waters into violent waves, and just as Su Heng begins to fear that he might truly lose his mind, he discovers that the ancient dragon scriptures have suddenly appeared in his hands. Heng reaches toward the scripture book within the lake, and the narrator says that with the ancient dragon scriptures fortifying his mind, Su Heng realizes the storm upon his sea of soul can no longer shake him in the slightest. Instead, his consciousness begins to absorb energy at an extraordinary rate, swiftly advancing from the late stage of a high-level rider to the early stage, then the middle stage, and finally to the late stage of a top-level rider. The narrator says that with the elevation of his spiritual cultivation, the ancient dragon scriptures simultaneously unlock a far greater portion of their content, the amount of knowledge revealed this time surpassing all previous instances. What astonishes Su Heng even more is the record of a super terrifying species, the earth-splitting ape, evolving into a super nightmare species, the earth-splitting dragon ape, an advanced metamorphosis along the dragon evolution path. The narrator says that although the extensive list of dragon transformation materials required for the ritual makes Su Heng's scalp tingle merely at the sight, it also adds another intricate layer to his plan for making his teacher stronger. The narrator says that naturally, through this period of cultivation, Su Heng's understanding of the wind and thunder dragon snake has deepened. Evil, earth and dragon are the three classifications of the dragon snake lizard, while wind, thunder, evil and dragon are the four classifications of the wind and thunder dragon snake. The narrator explains that, due to the overlap between the dragon and evil classes, all 5 abilities belonging to these 2 major classes have been enhanced to varying degrees. When it first consumed the dragon-devouring herb, it awakened the abilities Dragon Devour and Dragon Lurk, which, combined with the power boost from the Bear Power Fruit, have all been perfectly inherited. The narrator adds that even more thrilling is the fact that this transformation has enabled the wind and thunder dragon snake to directly comprehend formidable skills from the elements of wind and thunder. Thunderbolts can heal injuries and restore physical stamina by drawing lightning to strike itself, and can also form a defensive layer of thunder across the body's surface, providing exceptionally strong protection. The narrator says that Silver Snake Flurry is a rare thunder and lightning racial skill that, unless possessed innately, is exceedingly difficult to master. It increases speed while granting remarkable evasion capabilities. And when mastered to a high degree, it can unleash an immense power grid offering both control and offensive potential. The narrator explains that wind control is the aerial skill of which the Wind and Thunder Dragon Snake is most proud, renowned for its extraordinary speed and minimal energy consumption. It allows movement as effortlessly as a fish gliding through water. Even more alarming is that the wind attribute skills of the Wind and Thunder Dragon Snake grow stronger in proportion to its speed. As for the Wind and Thunder fusion ability, it will require time to master. However, with the guidance of the ancient Dragon Classic, it will be little more than a trivial challenge. Later, Heng regains consciousness, opens his eyes slightly, and returns to his senses, noticing a protective barrier enveloping both himself and Ju. Ju, brimming with excitement, asks how things have gone and how much Heng's spiritual cultivation has advanced. Heng replies that he has reached the late stage of the top-level rider and will soon break through to the professional level. He says that the result is higher than expected, indicating that he has gained greatly from the transformation of the dragon snake lizard. At that moment, an eagle-type species arrives. He forms a shield around them and remarks that the commotion caused by the dragon snake lizard has drawn numerous wind and thunder dragon eagles. Seeing that he is still immersed in the Sea of Soul, he does not retaliate. Heng thinks that his ability to defend for such an extended period explains his formidable standing in the Gilded City, and compared to ordinary riders, he is truly terrifying in power. Ju begins gathering energy in his palm and says that this is his first main force, and if there is a way to transform it, it should be able to dominate the Ashen Peninsula. Soon after, the beast of Black Sin appears. Heng, astonished at the sight, realizes that if this is the true form of the first main force, then it was only a single skill from this beast that had caused the Ice Ring Dragon to freeze so mysteriously before. The Black Sin beast releases a surge of energy, roaring as it prepares to attack the eagles. Heng is stunned and thinks that this move again proves the Black Sin beast's skill seems capable of ignoring differences in racial level, showing almost no variation in effect, whether used against the Thunder Dragon Eagle or the Ice Ring Dragon. He wonders if it could be one of the 4 legendary lineages. As the eagles assemble and prepare to strike the beast, Heng places a hand on his chin and identifies their formation as the racial ability of the Wind and Thunder Dragon Eagle, the Wild Goose Formation. He reflects that they can connect individuals through a unique process, enabling them to unleash devastating joint attacks of extraordinary force. Ju stands with his arms folded, watching as the Black Sin beast bellows and attempts to attack the eagles with lightning power. Heng speculates, judging by his teacher's expression, whether he intends to withstand it, this being a combined technique of more than 10 terrifying species, a strike likely approaching the destructive might of a nightmare species. Suddenly he notices the Black Sin beast's roar, intensifying as its body begins to grow, manifesting a new ability. He is taken aback and wonders what kind of ability this could be. The eagles continue their assault on the Black Sin beast, their leader letting out a piercing scream while spreading its wings wide. Heng stands with one foot on a rock, a hand resting on his waist, and remarks that as a nightmare species, the intelligence of the Wind and Thunder Eagle Dragon Lord is no less than that of a human. With this understanding, there should be no further attacks. Suddenly, the battlefield falls silent, with clouds of dust and steam drifting through the air. Heng, startled, asks if the eagles have retreated to summon reinforcements. Ju, smiling with his arms folded, replies that the master of this secret realm has sent him a message stating the flock will not attack again and that they should depart quickly. Heng notices Ju raising his chin with pride and wonders at the meaning of his expression. Ju then says they should return, snapping his fingers as his pet begins to dissolve into the air. Heng watches in surprise, recognizing the fob. He recalls that it is a sin-type species representing the ultimate sin. No wonder it bears the name Black Sin Beast. According to the ancient dragon scripture, he thinks sin-type species are born with a mysterious energy capable of tainting the world, influencing even the laws themselves, and within certain limits, ignoring differences in strength altogether. He thinks that just moments ago, the Black Sin Beast withstood the attack of the Wind and Thunder Eagle Dragon by altering the law at the very instant the strike reached its body, rendering it incapable of inflicting harm upon its main body. Placing a hand on his chin, he reasons that if his master has managed to amass such immense wealth in the Gilded City, it must in some way be connected to the Black Sin Beast, but how he obtained it remains a mystery. Ju strikes him sharply on the head and asks why he is still standing there, telling him they should head home. Heng looks up at his departing master, rubbing the back of his head in pain. The narrator says that after returning to the manor in the Gilded City, Soo-hung resumes his daily routine of training his pets at the villa's practice grounds, paying particular attention to the wind and thunder dragon snake, which has only recently transformed into a dragon and must learn to master its newly acquired skills. The narrator adds that the crystal rock dragon, serving as the training partner, finds the task challenging, even though under Hung's care, the little creature has officially entered the late growth stage. It has already grown into a massive beast, over 4 meters long and more than 2 meters wide, its body encased entirely in crystallized rock armor. The narrator says that even so, the crystal rock dragon still cannot withstand the onslaught of the wind and thunder dragon snake. However, this is inevitable for the treasure-hunting dragon beast. The energy-absorbing tree and the light and darkness princess are not skilled in combat. The narrator says that it has therefore become a daily routine for the light and darkness princess to cradle the treasure-hunting beast while reclining in the shade of the energy-absorbing tree, eating energy fruits and watching as the crystal rock dragon is mercilessly beaten. It is a tragic sight indeed, yet the crystal rock dragon's strength improves rapidly. The narrator says that it has progressed from being able to endure for only 3 seconds to withstanding 10 seconds. Meanwhile, Master is constantly away on various assignments from the Writers' Association, also gathering the dragon transformation materials needed for the Ice Crystal Dragon Lion. The narrator adds that Soo-hung has accompanied Uncle Lee to assist his master in acquiring a main ingredient at an auction in the Gilded City. Although it required a substantial sum, Master Ju is, after all, wealthy enough to afford it. After a while, the treasure-hunting beast sits on the floor beside Hung in his room eating ice cream. Hung remarks that it has already eaten 3 in a row and suspects it is lying to him. He asks what it means when it claims it cannot initiate a treasure call without first eating ice cream. He curses loudly, clenching his fist in frustration. As the treasure-hunting beast turns away and sticks out its tongue, Hung steps closer with a smile and suggests that if it likes ice cream so much, he could place it in the master's cold storage only 80 degrees below zero until it is willing to activate its skill. The narrator says that treasure call is a skill Soo-hung has never attempted since the treasure-hunting dragon beast evolved into a dragon. If it communicates with a specific treasure and allows the treasure to summon the treasure-hunting dragon beast to its location, the beast can find it, an ability that sounds almost unbelievable to Soo-hung. The narrator adds that nearly a month has passed since Soo-hung and his master returned from Phonely Cliff, yet the final material required for the Ice Crystal Dragon Lion's transformation into a dragon, the ancient ice wolf eyeball, has still not been found. The narrator says that seeing his master constantly on the move each day, Soo-hung decides to test the treasure-hunting dragon beast's seemingly unreliable racial skill for the first time. However, the treasure-hunting dragon beast insists that without 3 boxes of ice cream, the skill cannot be activated. The narrator explains that, judging by the treasure-hunting beast's nature, Soo-hung suspects he is being tricked, yet with no better option, he decides to proceed, treating the situation like attempting to save a dying horse. After a while, the treasure-hunting beast raises its paw, catching Hung by surprise. Placing a hand on his chin, he observes the flow of energy forming around it, and remarks that it appears somewhat interested. Suddenly, the treasure-hunting beast places its paw on a map. Hung, excited, asks if he has found the target, but the treasure-hunting beast waves its claw side to side in refusal. Hung, shocked, asks if it means there is nothing there, if it has simply ruled one location out. In frustration, he shouts the treasure-hunting beast's name. After a while, Hung walks excitedly into the yard, holding a map in one hand and a rope in the other, at the end of which the treasure-hunting beast is frozen in ice. He calls out to his master, announcing that he has found it. Inside the ice, the treasure-hunting beast shivers violently. Ju turns toward him, removes his glasses and asks what exactly he has found. Hung spreads the map across the table and explains that, according to the treasure call, the final ingredient for the Ice Crystal Lion Dragon's transformation into a dragon is located here. Ju studies the map, stroking his chin, and remarks that the location is a deserted region on the Ashen Peninsula, devoid of any large-scale settlements, only a few scattered village-level communities. Not long ago, it was struck by a disaster wave leaving no signs of life. Placing a hand on his shoulder, he asks if he is certain that the ancient ice wolf eyeball would be in such a place. Hung gestures toward the frozen treasure-hunting beast and admits he is not sure, adding that he already asked it. If it fails, he will simply let it remain frozen a while longer. He smiles at the sight of the treasure-hunting beast still shivering within the ice. After a while, Ju is reading a book while Heng stands beside him examining some papers. The narrator states that Su Heng and his master leave Gilded City, according to the marks on the map, and travel on the frozen dream butterfly. Along the way, the treasure-hunting beast uses its treasure call skill to correct their route, and they eventually locks onto a location slightly north of the map's mark for Dry City. The narrator explains that there had once been a vast ancient city there, far larger than Gilded City, but it was destroyed by disasters thousands of years ago during the early days of the distant, glorious era. It has since turned into a ruin suffused with ancient energy radiation and has become the home base of various ancient and dangerous creatures. This makes the Dry City ruins one of the most notoriously perilous locations on the southwestern coast of the Ashen Peninsula, to the extent that even master-level riders are unwilling to set foot there. Fortunately, according to the treasure-hunting dragon beast, sensing the eyes of the extremely cold ancient wolf, are not located in the central area of the Dry City ruins, but rather at the border between the ruins and a nearby village gathering place. After a while, the treasure-hunting beast excitedly looks to the side and calls out Mamu. While standing on the butterfly with Heng and Ju, Ju glances in the same direction and asks if it is down there. The narrator explains that viewing the village gathering place from the sky and then stepping into it presents a striking contrast. Even Su Heng, who has endured many trials, still feels unsettled by the sight before him. The once warm and lively village has now become a ruin. Dark brown bloodstains are scattered everywhere, long dried, and a faint, fishy stench lingers in the air. Both master and apprentice know well that it is the lingering odor of corpses that have been decaying for a long time. As they land on the ground, Ju stores the butterfly back into the ring pet's inventory. He instructs Heng to go ahead and stop looking around, remarking that he does not believe there are still human corpses in a place that was slaughtered and destroyed by a large group of dangerous creatures. He smiles and adds that such creatures always devour their prey without leaving a single bone. Heng thanks him, but Ju turns his head toward him and says that gratitude alone is meaningless. He must grow up quickly for Black Lantern Castle needs him. The treasure-hunting beast points to the side. As Heng smiles and asks if it has found the target, Ju summons the Scarlet Wolf and instructs it to go and take a look. The Scarlet Wolf, its eyes glowing red, sniffs the air and begins searching the ground after catching a rustling sound. Ju holds a piece of paper and remarks with surprise that there is indeed something here, noting that this location is more than 1,000 miles from the manor, and he questions whether this is truly the capability of the treasure call skill. He adds that if they really succeed in finding it this time, he will have to treat this little creature more kindly in the future. The treasure-hunting beast excitedly raises its paws and calls out Mamu. The Scarlet Wolf turns toward Ju and lets out a roar. Ju steps forward, observing that it seems the target escaped being swallowed by dangerous creatures only because he had been trapped beneath the ruins. He wonders aloud what this has to do with the ancient ice wolf's eyeball they are searching for. Heng kneels to examine the ground, and in shock, announces that there is ice, telling his master that it is right here. Ju calls the Scarlet Wolf over. The wolf moves to the indicated spot, scratches at it with its claws, and uncovers the ancient ice wolf's eyeball frozen within. Ju says that now that the materials have been gathered, it is time to prepare for the transformation. He warns that if Black Lantern Castle is destroyed by the Nest disaster, it may also turn to a dead zone like this place. After a while, the narrator states that, upon returning to Gilded City, Su Heng prepares a transformation secret medicine for his master and gives it to the Ice Crystal Dragon Lion. His master then gathers all the primary materials to determine the precise location where the Ice Crystal Dragon Lion will undergo its transformation, seizing the opportunity to initiate the dragon transformation ritual. The narrator explains that Ju assigns Su Heng an important task. The dragon snake lizard has just transformed into a wind thunder dragon snake, and has been training with the crystal rock dragon at the manor's training ground for a long period. However, the narrator adds, a beast's strength must always be proven in real combat. At Jay's suggestion, Su Heng enters the Gilded City arena under the pseudonym Mr. Huang, an event that becomes a harsh ordeal for the apprentice-level competitors of the original arena. The narrator says that, apart from the first few duels, which are accidentally lost due to a lack of proficiency, Su Heng and the Wind Thunder Dragon Snake win 12 consecutive battles. He is mistaken for a master-level rider who has entered the newcomer field to hunt easy prey and train against inexperienced opponents. The narrator adds that no one would imagine the masked Mr. Huang standing before them has been a trainer for less than 2 years, and that the Wind Thunder Dragon Snake he commands has been transformed step by step, From an ordinary scaly lizard, the scene shifts to Ju Manor, where housekeeper Lee holds a bundle of papers and reports that Su Heng has already achieved 12 consecutive victories, noting that there is little room for further improvement if he continues to fight. According to the master, winning more than 12 consecutive victories may draw the attention of the Writers' Association, which could prove detrimental to him. Heng sits in front of him and says that he has recently regained his energy and developed several new medicines which may increase the number of riders in Black Lantern Castle. Staring at the papers, he remarks that at first he did not think highly of Heng because he lacked the cold-bloodedness of Little Lu, which, in the world of writers, is essential for survival. Placing the papers on the table and standing up, he admits that the master was right. Compared to Little Lu back then, Heng is more qualified to be the leader and the master's successor. He smiles and adds that Heng possesses far greater leadership qualities than Little Lu ever had. Heng, shocked to hear this, replies that Uncle Lee might be correct, but he cannot return any of the gold coins he has just given him. Uncle Lee laughs and says that he is also better at speaking than Little Lu, and if he knew he had a junior brother like him, he would be extremely happy. He then says to come along as they are going to do something significant today, and since Heng is destined to be the successor, he must learn this skill. The narrator states that the major event Li Bo refers to is the 300th anniversary of the inauguration of the Gilded Cities Trading Organization. Many gathering places, including Black Lantern Castle, have come to Gilded City today to purchase resources, and this time, Black Lantern Castle's target is the Gilded Earth Fire. Workers are unloading and loading goods onto trucks while Heng sits in the car observing the scene. The narrator explains that Gilded Earth Fire is a rare metal used to forge the highest-grade terrorist artifacts. It does not originate from mineral veins, but is instead produced by the intermediate-level terrorist species known as the Gilded Fire Beast. The storage ring in Ju's possession is also crafted from Gilded Earth Fire. With calamity approaching, Ju hopes to upgrade the equipment of Black Lantern Castle. The narrator adds that Li Bo initially intends to teach Su Heng how to lower prices in commodity trading, but an unforeseen incident occurs due to the waves of disaster. Other surrounding gathering places also decide to upgrade their equipment, resulting in the Gilded Earth Fire going out of stock almost immediately. Heng and Uncle Lee are left stunned, their mouths agape. After a while inside the car, Lee remarks that he did not expect the disaster waves to have such a significant impact, and it seems they will not be able to complete the task assigned by the master this time. Heng notices a board through the car's window and reads aloud, Gilded Earth, Fire, Gilded City. Surprised, he exclaims that he has found it, quickly runs out of the car and tells Uncle Lee to return first as he knows what to do. The narrator explains that, according to the records in the ancient dragon scripture, the Gilded Fire Beast, being an intermediate-level terrorist species, also possesses a transformation path that begins with a steel crocodile. The progression advances from steel crocodile to earth metal beast, then to Gilded Beast, followed by Gilded Fire Beast, Gilded Earth Fire Beast, and finally to the king of the Gilded Earth Fire Beast. From this sequence, it can be inferred that Gilded City must have secretly mastered a method of transformation. The narrator adds that what is even more noteworthy is that the president of Gilded City's Writers' Association is named Ai Dong, the same name as that little fatty. After a while, Heng walks toward a mansion. Entering inside, he sees Dong feeding a dragon, and asks whether he has been breeding steel crocodiles. He questions why Dong is now raising other pets as well. Dong, startled by his voice, turns toward him, waves his hand and says that it is not his steel crocodile. He explains that it is a new earth metal beast arranged by his bloodthirsty grandfather, casually rubbing the back of his head with a laugh. He adds that he has to obey the old man in everything, then asks why Heng has found the time to visit today. Heng smirks, thinking to himself that it is indeed the earth metal beast, and calls him a brat inwardly, telling him to stop pretending. Shaking his head from side to side in denial, he leans closer and says that Brother Su truly cannot be deceived. He admits that the beast is the evolution of the steel crocodile, and explains that every descendant of Gilded City's masters will inevitably conquer a steel crocodile. Each descendant can breed them into Gilded Fire Beasts, which are nightmare species or higher. He is then startled as he notices Heng's hand approaching him. Heng smashes his hand against his face and warns him not to speak so openly, as even the walls may have ears and his grandfather would beat him to death if he heard this. Dong grips his hand to push it away, and retorts that he has already said everything, adding that he would have been dead long ago in this trial, if not for him. Heng places a hand on Dong's shoulder and tells him he is truly loyal. He then asks if Dong can do him a favor. saying he would like to meet his grandfather. Dong gives a thumbs up with a grin and says it is a piece of cake. He quickly runs toward the stairs, calling for Hung to follow him, promising to take him there. Hung stands with his arms folded, thinking that the transformation method of the Writers' Association Masters is still too primitive. The ancient dragon scripture contains at least 4 transformation rituals, and since this man is so loyal, perhaps there is a way to help him. After a while, Hung and Dong enter an office where the president of Gilded City's Writers' Association, Ai Zhen, sits in a chair. He remarks that Dong cannot even pass a trial, and yet has the audacity to come to him calling him a little brat. He slams Dong's head against the table as Dong points to Hung and explains that it is not he who is seeking him, but rather his brother Su. Ai Zhen's expression darkens as he turns to Hung and asks if he is Su Hung, Ju's disciple, and whether he was the one who saved him in his last trial. A dark energy spreads across the room as Ai Zhen rises to his feet and asks if he has guessed this little brat's relationship with him, and whether Hung has deliberately tried to get close to him. Hung replies that, based on his relationship with his master, it should not be difficult for Black Lantern Castle to purchase the Gilded Earth Fire. He adds that it was he who wanted to see him, and asks if that is not correct. Hearing this, he is momentarily stunned, before bursting into loud laughter. He remarks that it seems not only is this little brat inferior to Hung, but even he, the old man himself, has lost the bet to that kid Ju-hee. Dong raises his hand and asks his grandfather, what is going on? Ai Zhen responds that the trials have been too much for Dong and that he cannot even keep up with the wagers of others. He tells him to forget it and not burden himself with the pressure. Hung quickly grabs Dong smiling, and places an arm over his shoulder. He tells President Ai that in fact, Dong possesses many strengths. He then asks whether the president approves of him. Hung smiles and assures him that in time, Dong will certainly become a powerful writer. Dong grows emotional as he looks into Heng's face. Zhen smiles and instructs Dong to take his brother Su to collect the Gilded Earth Fire from warehouse number 7, explaining that he has already reserved it. He moves the key toward him. Dong, confused, asks Su Heng why he could not purchase it if his grandfather had already set it aside for him. Zhen grows angry, throws an object at him and orders him to get out, calling him a brat. Heng quickly pushes him toward the door and tells him they had better run. Zhen looks toward the doorway and thinks that this is a boy with remarkable courage and skill, and that Ju's young apprentice is destined for greatness. Resting his hand on his chin, he reflects that the little brat's grandfather deliberately refused to sell the Gilded Earth Fire to Black Lantern Castle because he wanted him to get close to this young man. His grandfather cannot protect him forever, but he can help him find someone reliable to depend on. Zhen laughs quietly to himself as Heng and Dong walk casually down the hallway. The narrator says that, under the leadership of Ai Dong, Su Heng successfully establishes the Gilded Earth Fire in warehouse number 7. However, what Master Ju originally intended to purchase as regular Earth Fire, Gilded Gold, has unexpectedly transformed into a rare grade produced by the Earth Fire, Gilded Gold, Beast King, and the quantity has increased from the anticipated 300 kilograms to 1 ton. The narrator adds that Uncle Lee, who comes to collect the goods, narrows his eyes in delight and repeatedly strokes his beard, inwardly sighing that Su Heng truly possesses remarkable skill and that this child never fails to surprise him. Su Heng packs the Earth Fire stones into a bag, hoists it onto his shoulders and carries it away, while the narrator remarks that Su Heng also learns from Uncle Lee that a considerable portion of this Gilded Earth Fire is allocated to him. According to Master Ju, 1/3 of it is reserved for Su Heng to create spatial wonders. The narrator says that Su Heng considers the matter carefully and ultimately decides to upgrade the Fire Guardian to version 2.0. According to the formula from the old dragon scriptures, he only needs to create the liquid meta required for the upgrade, which is of high quality, low cost, and saves both time and effort. After some time, Su Heng and Uncle Lee stand outside a research institute. The narrator adds that, with Li Bo's assistance, Su Heng locates a peculiar creation facility known as the Admiralty Strange Object Research Institute, which is claimed to have been founded by Dr. Jin Jiang, an authoritative figure in the field of rare objects within Gilded City. Later, Dr. Jin Young glances at his clock and asks them whether they have brought their creation plan. Su Heng hands a sheet of paper to him stating that he needs to use all the metal of the Gilded Earth Fire Beast King to create a liquid alloy. After reading the document, he clenches it in anger, and declares it to be nonsense. Questioning what kind of strange creation plan it is, he remarks that it resembles the scribbles of a child. Uncle Lee asks Dr. Jinjiang whether the Jinjiang Research Institute no longer accepts creation plans submitted by customers, remarking that he remembers it being otherwise. He questions whether Dr. Jinyoung has been spoiled by the steady flow of customers who arrive with money in hand. Dr. Jinyoung, visibly angered, holds up the paper and explains that smelting the accompanying metal of the Earth-Fire Gilded Beast King requires the use of a top-tier furnace. Yet the final product would be a pool of dangerously explosive liquid. He expresses doubt and asks if they have been sent by rivals to destroy the furnace. He adds that if he insists on pursuing this plan, he should try it at an arms factory, as they are more adept at producing liquid bombs. Startled, Soo-hyun quickly turns to leave and tells Uncle Lee that they should go. Lee steps closer, places a hand on his shoulder, and says that the master still possesses certain privileges in Gilded City, so they should leave. Hung excitedly says no, believing that the suggestion seems good. After a while, Hung examines some papers in the laboratory as the narrator explains that in order to prevent the leakage of the upgrade formula from the old dragon scriptures, Soo-hyun deliberately breaks the plan into separate components. He orders the compounds listed in the formula from different research institutes, while obtaining the liquid metal from the Admiralty Institute, as it is the core material for upgrading the Fire Guardian. The narrator states that this liquid metal carries a risk of explosion, but the danger can be completely avoided if the time lag is precisely controlled during smelting. Soo-hyun initially plans to intervene personally during the smelting process to prevent the formula from being leaked. Yet Dr. Jinjung's words enable him to discover a more effective solution. After a while, Dong sees Hung and Lee, waves to them and leads them inside the arms factory. The narrator explains that the melting furnace in the arms factory is highly efficient, impervious to explosions, and offers superior confidentiality, prompting Soo-hyun to seek AI Dong's assistance. With the large-scale smelting device of Gilded City's arms factory, the smelting is carried out directly using underground fire, producing gilded slag. What would normally require half a month of work is completed in just 2 days, and Soo-hyun does not even have to pay as he uses slag. In the end, the only one who suffers a loss is Dr. Jinjiang, who misses out on a surge of extraordinary wealth and prosperity. Afterward, Hung holds his ring with a pleased expression and moves it toward the smelting fire slag. Noticing his pet stepping back, he angrily demands to know what that look on their faces means. He turns to them and asks, "What is wrong?" saying that he is upgrading his home, not blowing up his nest. He adds that if it were not for his fear of frightening them, he would not have even called them out. The light and darkness princes sit on the shoulder of the treasure-hunting beast, covering their eyes. The dragon snake lizard shakes its head from side to side, which irritates Hung even more. Just then Lee arrives and says there is no way, urging him to continue. He wears a mask on his face, gives a thumbs up and says, "Come on." Hung also puts on goggles and replies, "Then, let's get started." He places his ring over the smelting fire, and uses a machine to melt it. He stands placing a finger on a button device and presses it, causing a huge explosion. On the other side, Ju freezes and stands on his dragon lion, which sniffs the energy in the air. Its horns and claws grow, and its body begins transforming. The system window notifies a successful transformation. Secondary nightmare species Ice Shock Dragon Lion. Ju watches as his house collapses, smoke and flames rising, and asks what has blown up his house. Hung stands inside a protective barrier, breathing heavily. His pets are also shocked and in a state of distress. Lee lies on the collapsed wreckage, removes his mask and explains that it is the terrorist technique called Earth Fire Level 3, Enlightenment Power, Earth Fire Curtain. He adds that by transforming the artifacts, the skills engraved on them can be upgraded, and their power increased to such a level. He then notices Hung standing within the protective barrier. At that moment, Ju leaps high toward Hung, calling out to him, and delivers a kick to his head, asking if he is trying to demolish his house or what. Ju grabs Hung's neck with one hand and snatches his hair with the other. Hung pleads, saying that his head is going to fall off, and asks him to let him go. Ju angrily, pulling his hair, says that his master will help fix that stupid head of his today. Hung shows him a ring with trembling hands and says that he did not intend to demolish the house, urging him to look. Ju begins examining the ring and asks if it is the Fire Guardian that Hung was given. Hung smiles and explains that he happened to obtain the companion medal of the Earth Fire Gilded Beast King from AI Dong's grandfather, so he thought to upgrade the Fire Guardian. The increased storage space will be more convenient to use in the future, and will provide more room for the Wind Thunder Dragon Snake and the others. Ju asks if he is claiming that all that commotion was actually the result of him creating such a miracle, and since when has he possessed that kind of ability? Li responds that Master Little Heng has done more than just expand the storage space. He explains that the original engraved skill of the Fire Guardian has also been upgraded to Earth Fire Curtain, and its power is now almost equivalent to that of a mature terrorist species. Ju, surprised, asks what he just said. He tells Heng to show it to him and tosses the ring toward him. Heng replies in agreement, catches the ring, and stares at it as it releases energy. At that moment, they see flares of different colors descending from the sky. Ju says to wait, noticing as the president, vice president and chairman land on the ground amidst flames. Jin approaches Ju and says that he has finally taken this step. Ju smiles with excitement and expresses his gratitude to the president. Heng asks his master if he succeeded, but Ju pushes his face aside. He summons the Ice Shock Dragon Lion, calling for it to come out. Jin, astonished, says that when he entered Gilded City, they sensed the aura of a nightmare species, but they never expected it to be the Ice Shock Dragon Lion. Heng sees the Ice Shock Dragon Lion and thinks with surprise that this is correct. He considers that after successfully transforming into a dragon, in addition to the three major types, Dragon Ice and Beast systems, the Ice Shock Dragon Lion also possesses an additional Earth system, with its Earth-type talent focused on destruction. He believes its innate skills include Earth-shaking Shockwave and the Ice Nightmare skill, Crystal River Explosion, and that it can even form a fusion skill called Frozen Earth. He reflects that killing, destroying, controlling and blocking terrain is the best way to resist the invasion of disaster waves. This was already his plan when he first chose that transformation method for his master. Given Gilded City's current state, it appears they truly intend to retain his master there. Jin addresses Ju, stating that on behalf of the Gilded City's Riders Association, he hereby invites him to become the honorary president of the association and to enjoy its highest privileges. He adds that, of course, if the Riders Association faces a crisis, they will also require his assistance. Heng places his hand on his chin and thinks, sure enough. Ju says to the president that this is a serious matter and that he will need some time to consider it. He then pulls Heng's cheeks, grabs him by the head, wraps an arm around his neck, and says that, since this kid blew up his manor while training his beasts, he will have to spend some time repairing the place and teaching the boy how to behave. Jin laughs and says that it is easy. He will arrange for someone to help fix the manor, and he can train his disciple. Afterwards, they can decide on the honorary presidency. After a while, Ju and Heng sit inside at the tea table while Heng stands nearby. The narrator explains that Ju's actions naturally have motives. After all, such a commotion occurred at the manor, and Su Heng's ability to upgrade his engraved skills must not be exposed. The narrator adds that the mark of a writer master is the ability to possess a nightmare species beast. But the reason for the extreme rarity of nightmare species beasts is that they possess intelligence comparable to humans and are so dangerous that many masters have failed to capture them. The narrator explains that this is a high-level combat power for which every human gathering place competes, and Gilded City is no exception. Sure enough, shortly after Aijin departed warlords from all walks of life in Gilded City, as well as representatives from several large surrounding gathering places, came to pay their respects. Su Heng has also witnessed his master's ability to influence others and extort money, prompting Su Heng to sigh inwardly, recognizing how truly insidious his master is. The narrator continues that under such pressure, the Writers' Association of the Gilded City, the most powerful group, could not remain passive, and began to increase pressure on Ju. The master and disciple exchanged smiles, wagging their foxtails, and produced bloodline incense, some low-level formulas and a plan to optimize the transformation of the Earth's golden beast. When President Aijin saw the plan, he was as delighted as a 500-pound grandson and finally finalized the terms of the honorary residency with Ju. The plan was the Black Lantern Castle Reconstruction Plan, which comprehensively upgrades the security agricultural and industrial systems in Black Lantern Castle. After a while, Dong runs toward them with Gong Xuan calling out to brother Su Heng. Heng, standing near the dragon, hears their voices and asks Dong and Gong what they are doing here. Dong explains that he heard from Grandpa that Master Ju he is returning to the Grey Fields Wilderness today. He adds that he is really harsh, as he did not say a word to his friends before leaving. Gong tosses gifts toward Heng, while Dong says to take them, explaining that the gifts are from both of them. Heng smiles, holds the gifts and asks why they are so formal, since it is not as if he is not coming back. Dong replies that, of course he will return, but he fears it will not be until 2 or 3 years later. According to Master Ju's custom, the two of them are going to be separated for a long time. Hun, smiling, throws a playful punch toward Dong and says that next time they meet, he must have become stronger. He also smiles and affirms that this will definitely be the case. Just then, Ju stands on the dragon and says it is time to leave. Hun turns and starts walking toward the dragon, bidding both of them goodbye. He then sits on the dragon as it takes flight, expressing that they will eventually become stronger, while both Dong and Gong wave toward him.